Chapter 401. True Education 3. Come on air here. I patted Yu Dahi on the shoulder. Wow. Yu Dahi is a broadcasting facility in front of you. I couldn't shut my mouth as I watched them. Camera and monitor connected to the capsule. In the other places where the eyes of the camera cannot reach, bathroom facilities and sleeping facilities are perfectly set. It is a special space created so that once you enter, you can only continue broadcasting without coming out of the inside. These special spaces were spaciously arranged across the corridor. The pride of my building, personal broadcasting station is. I had all the equipment in place so that professional athletes and professional streamers could start broadcasting freely here. It's because no one wants to use it yet. Although Matthew Kong broadcasts occasionally, he only broadcasts within the game. He said he didn't even need facilities. Yu Se-hee and Drake seemed not interested in the broadcast, and Yoon-sol said it was good to broadcast it with the broadcast equipment I gave her at her mother's house, so the facility was currently playing. Then, my older sister was on board. Someone streaked into the room with the sound of the door lock opening. It was Yu Chong smiling round and round. As soon as Yu Chong entered, he bent his waist by 90 degrees to me. As you said, I've been bringing guests, brother. Then Yu Dahi struck Yu Chong's shoulder with a fist. Hey, why do you call the Demon King his brother? Why? My brother also gave me permission. This shack is really spoiled. Did you really allow it? You just did it for courtesy. Then, why do you tell me to use your brother's broadcasting facilities? These are some of the guys who haven't even tested the equipment yet? Where do you want to use it before your brother even tries to use it without a habit? This hasn't been right these days, but it turned around. Come and see you. The brothers and sisters Yu Dahi and Yu Chong fight each other with fists. I dried up between the two. Now Dahi first tested the facility. Let's see me at the window. Yes, Demon King. Yes, brother. Yu Dahi politely put her hands together and bowed her back to me. I have fluency from my hand. I took it out. As I went down the hall, I saw a vending machine. I took a card and drew 2 cans of soda. Yu Chong laughs at it. Do you have a drink while paying money in your building? I have to differentiate between corporate funds and personal funds. Oh, you are thorough. God. After speaking, Yu Chong looked around. It seems to me how far the building extension work has been completed. Well, if you think of an extension, it means creating a few more entrances to the underground parking lot. I have a lot of entrances to the underground parking lot. The purpose is to make it difficult to easily check vehicles entering and exiting the building. In managing the building, it was the security facilities that paid attention the most. It even has a huge number of detectors installed to pre-block paparazzi and following vehicles. When I couldn't get away, I ordered additional equipment with the intention of jamming it all. It was also to completely isolate the brother and sister Yu Dahi from the gaze of Cha Geep. This facility is equipped with everything so that you don't have to go out once you get inside. Capsule room, broadcasting room, lounge, restaurant, gym, movie theater. They even put in a small sauna facility. And these days, there are so many buildings that do this, so the construction cost is not expensive. Because we made convenience facilities, we should try a test drive once, right? Team Elites is where my thoughts are crazy. Where are the guests now? I put it in the VIP room on the 6th floor. What about the players? Right to your accommodation. No, you have all of them in the VIP room? What did you do? Just unpack and rest. How is it that you don't even go home? You're the chief manager. Do that with your own discretion. I opened my mouth with a little bit of annoyance. However, brother, you believe in me so far. Yu Chong seems to be somewhat moved by my words. I will do my best, brother. He bowed his head towards me. It was almost 120 degrees. Afterwards, I went to the 6th floor to visit the guests. Nice to meet you. When I opened the door and reached out my hand, Director Taekyung Kim flinched a little. Perhaps in reality, seeing people hiding their identity with masks and voice modulators, you will have to be a bit alert. But sooner or later, the appearance of my game. Realizing that he was the same in reality, Coach Taekyung Kim held up the handshake I handed him with a bleak expression. That why did you ask to see us? Did our manager not explain? No. I heard the explanation. It's a little sudden. Not only Coach Kim Taekyung, but also the club coaches and players were looking at me with a vigilant eye. Is it burdensome to have a favor without a reason? The Torn Newbie club is like an enemy in a way, so why are you so good to us? Strictly speaking, it's not just an enemy. It's the final boss. After defeating the Busters, you have to stick with the worn-out newbies. Sister Jim Eun-dong asked me with a harsh expression. Among them, the only people who were friendly to me were Lee Junho, a pair of swords, and Yeowon Ryu, 1,000 Jaipi Huang. I shrugged. If you don't like it, you can go out. When Sister Jim Eun-dong heard me, she shut up for a moment. I turned and sat down in front of Director Kim Tae-kyung. I am a player and a coach too, so I have a strong sympathy with the feelings of the elites right now. So it's the goodwill that I offer, and there's no other reason. Isn't it inferior? Busters and less rare. What's this? I messed up facility reservations and released the protesters. You should smoke, and be careful about the food delivered tonight or tomorrow morning. What if the motel water purifier is loosened? Coach Tae-jae Kim, the coaches, and all the elite players in the first and second teams were silent. I opened my mouth again. As you may have guessed, the Basters side has done something good at the association. I just have several. I just hate people being treated unfairly. I don't really force trust. If you're anxious, don't believe me either. Then, Director Tae-jae Kim nodded. Actually, we are not in a position to believe or do it now. What do you mean by that? Thank you for the courtesy. King of Madong. Player. I nodded. If you're going to give thanks, give it to Director Jae-young. Because this is the suggestion he made to cherish his relationship with Director Tae-jae Kim. How about Jae-young brother? Director Kim Tae-kyung quieted her mouth for a moment with an expression of emotion. Director Jae-young is now where? I went to the association to discuss that there is someone I know. You said you would correct the information facility error yourself. Probably by now, all of the documents that the association had omitted have been restored. Only then can all the members of the elites see a sign of relief. Sorry, I'm sorry. We don't even know that. I am sorry for misunderstanding and doubting goodwill. Because it was before the competition, I was nervous, I'm sorry. Representing Yunbai Lee, all the sisters in Gyeomyeon-dong bow their heads. I touched my hand. Meanwhile, I asked Yuchong to guide the elites to the facility. You can come this way. Yuchong smiled and led all the elite members to the capsule room on the first floor. Wow, that's great. The members of the elites were amazed to see the scenery of the building, which is the capsule room that I run and the accommodation and practice room for our club players. Apart from the high-quality capsules that were full on the first, second, and third floors, the enemy food court is also a big hit. Up there is a separate training room for players and a cafeteria for players. The menu was mainly snack food, but the quality was excellent as it was made with only good ingredients. On top of that, there are baths and saunas. There was also a massage chair and a small cinema. It is a wonderful relaxation facility complete with spa facilities. If you go up there, you will finally find accommodation. It was quite a 5-star hotel, and it seemed comfortable enough to be used for residential use as an unenviable space. For reference, Yu Se-hee, Yu Chong, Matthew Kong, and Drake are also living here. Director Kim Tae-kyung bowed his head to me, saying he didn't know what to do. How do you really get this grace? It's hard to see if you have to pay it back. Thank you so much for renting such a nice facility. Be sure to give an example from the club side. Alright, today is the day anyway. If you have anything you need, please feel free to tell me. When I finished speaking, Lee Eun-bai, who was next to me, asked me, by the way, if you noticed anything about the forces that hindered us. Place, could you please tell me? Why is that? When I said that I was in trouble, Eun-bai nodded. Do not worry. I feel like SNS for no reason, but I'm not the Gulbin style that I'm talking about. If so, we also have the ability to line up with the association. Because my grandfather is in a high level socially, wouldn't it be possible to only take care of them like this? Without worry. At that, I opened my eyes. Yes. Before returning back, in the original world, Sister Gyeomyeon-dong was not the people who stayed in the game world for a long time. Each of them passed the bar exam, administrative exam, and foreign affairs exam and took a different path. Those who went. And in the first place, I knew that their house itself was very full. As the future changes, there are many variables. I think those variables will have a good effect on me. In the world before returning, Sister Gyeomyeon-dong and their full family. It had nothing to do with Cha Gi-yeep. But this time it's different. There is a sign that sediment will accumulate between these two groups because of me. It's an unconditional good thing for me. I shook hands with Yunbai Lee's hand. Yes, sir. I'll get back to you soon. Gather evidence and facts. If this is the case, please use your personal number. When I tilted my head, Yunbai Lee gave me a wink. I will expect. 9. *****. Not only the elite squad, but all other club officials. It took some time to sneak out the tel and move it to my building. All the people who escaped through the motel's emergency exit and rear door stepped into the bin I had chartered and moved to secretly. What? Are you running away like a rat now? When the last coach comes out from the back door of the motel, a large tattoo of a large figure found him and tried to shout. Hey, comma. There was a tooth blocking it. It is fluency. Yu Chong walked in front of the muscle masses. Hey, the chunk's there. Come to your business. Then the big guys with tattoos laughed. What else is this shit doing? Do you want to search? Because there is only one fluency. Everyone seemed to think it wasn't a big deal. But the situation soon changed. This is the only thing you'll find in the X-Ball Altong, but it's been a while since it's been opened. I sat down in front of the tell. Do you guys know who this area is? With that word, the faces of the big tattoos subsided a little. Yu Chang beckoned one more time. Hey, come to work. Freeze. The one with the gold necklace, you bastard. Then, with the thick gold necklace a little wriggling you. I approached the window. What? 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 Why, comma. Oh, why? Then Yu Chang immediately pulled the tattoo large's ear. Ah. When the big screamed, Yu Chang whispers annoyingly into the ear. You bastards. I keep beeping with a loudspeaker, but are the guests of the accommodation uncomfortable? Are you uncomfortable? Ugh. Because I put some scaffolding and some scribbles on my body, what do you think is a little? Then, the big tattoos in the back crowded. However, there was no sign of trying to fight. Oh, are you a living person? Where are you from? When asked about the size of a tattoo, Yu Chang broke out and blew out a breeze. What is your fucking life? Are you a master of life? What is your name? Look at the name of a famous guy. Then the big guys hesitated and said, it's Kim Hyung-il. Kim Hyung-il? What is he doing? I don't know. Who is his senior? This is Jaemin Lee. Ah, Jaemin. He knows. After speaking, Yu Chang immediately took out his cell phone and made a phone call. Hey, Jaemin. It's me. Goodbye. Come here and take some of your younger siblings. If you don't want to get hit again. Then, the size of the tattoos became quite a bit worrisome. Some people cover the tattoos on their arms by pulling short sleeves to loosen the sleeves. Yu Chang opened his mouth while stroking the head of the fat man in front of him. You look like babies who don't even fit in the criminal band, but you shouldn't go around saying that you did some scaffolding. Do you understand? After watching a few gangster movies where I made roughly, my family life is your elder brother. Seeing it, I thought it would be good for my life. When I accidentally hit the bread, I didn't want to be hit, so I was whining. After eating a few bowls of soup in the detention center, I wash my hands. And this baby, I do not know what to do. Roughness. Because of these guys, even sincere collectors are swearing. When I first got a tattoo, I only wore long sleeves, so my hands are still like Oppo paper. Oh, this is this shit, this is this. No one could open his mouth while Yu Chang tapped the heads of the tattooed guys. You guys feel the heart of virtue today. Yu Chang locked their hips in an empty room where the elite members originally intended to stay, and quickly came back to Ben where I was. Brother, I burned all the last one. I removed the virtue. Okay, let's go. I reluctant to elite officials. He gathered up to the curtain, put it in a bin, and returned to the building, paying attention to the trail. Upon returning, the players are already adjusting to the facility. Some enjoyed the spa, some ate, and others lightly relaxed in the capsule room. I smiled as I watched the team elite members adjust their condition. I know that the more they rest, the better they will be teasing Giop tomorrow, so they want to do better. Hey, Mr. Madong King, what is your real name? Or would I just call myself the Demon King? Demon King. Yin Bai Li, there was a trilogy where this pretty friend keeps talking quietly. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 402. Twin Horse 1. On the day of the second place decision, 2 p.m., more than 50,000 people flocked to the Yongsan Esports Stadium. Team Elites and Team Basters collide. The Elites, who have been the strongest team in Seoul from generation to generation, are still proud of their strength even after the cataclysm. 1. Li Jianbai, an orc warrior using a double sword meta. 2. Human wizard Yunbai Li using the flame wizard meta. 3. Lizardman archer Li Dongbai using archer meta. 4. Yoan Ryu, an orc warrior in the tank position. 5. Li Junho, a warrior Li Jadman in charge of the dealer position. Despite being a new team, Bar Studs, who is spewing enormous power, confronts this. 1. Shin Ji, a human wizard using the plant wizard meta. 2. Orc wizard Kim Gul'dan using a healer meta. 3. Human wizard Li Yunho using the lightning wizard meta. 4. Oh Sung-hoon, a lizard man wizard who uses an anomalous meta. 5. Oh, acting as a dealer and tanker. Big warrior Ma Dongseop. In fact, it's because it's hidden by the king of Madong, so it's an incredibly compelling lineup. Indeed, it can be said that it is an entree full of tension enough to call 50,000 spectators to the scene. These compelling pro gamers win PvP at 1:1 with each other, and the one who wipes out first loses. Players can be replaced in the middle and recover during the game. It was forbidden to use the item or change the item meta. Reporters were dispatched from all broadcasting stations. Before entering the stadium, they grabbed and interviewed the crowd standing in line with excited expressions. Most of the questions were simple. Q. Which team do you think will win this Sungbu? However, all of the answers that come back are Kiani. I think the elites will win overwhelmingly. Sister Jiam Undong's passing alcohol is not a joke. I think the Busters will win. There is a genius Lee Yun-ho. Of course, they are elites. They are 3 of the strongest players who won second place in the competition for the UL representative from the 2 of the top 5 in the rankings before the cataclysm. I think it's Tot, but Bath. I think Ters will dominate. I have Lee Yun-ho, who was in the first place, and Oh Sung-hoon, who made it to the finals, and the other 3 are extraordinary. I do not know. Tai. I think both will be similar. The expectation of the crowd was explosive at the thought that the winner would be with the Torn Newbie team. At the end of this game, a little more about who is the true Republic of Korea #1. It will become clear. Meanwhile, in the official room inside the stadium, casters were preparing for today's broadcast. All casters, including caster John Jin, gather to share their opinions with excitement. Oh my gosh, everyone should have watched the Madon King game that day. Didn't we all watch it together? Not us. Everyone else in the world. I agree with you. It was a great game that was a waste to see only me. Really, if I haven't seen the last game, I want to buy it. Look once more and feel the emotion and thrill. Rather than talking about this game, the story blossomed with the story of the last game. Right then, bang, the conference room door opened to shatter. 66. All the casters woke up from their seats in a staggered posture. Cha Gi-yeep. He has come directly to this point with a blushing face. Who are you? Caster John Jin, who recognized his face at Cha Gi-yeep's unexpected question, lowered his head with a quivering expression. Hello. We are in charge of the broadcast today. Okay, where is the information room here? It seems to be looking for a department that communicates and informs the players of the schedule. Caster John said, pointing at the 1,000 with his finger. You have to go up 1 more level. Oli, Yiba. Cha Gi-yeep nodded and turned quickly. For casters who know his fiery nature, they can be nervous for a moment. It was the only moment. This is because there is nothing good about it because he looks so hated that he is a person who directly inspires not only the politics and business world, but also the association. Right then, Cha Gi paused for a moment, trying to leave the waiting room of the official. Then I turned back and looked through everyone, including the caster John Jin. So it turns out that they are casters, right? Will you stand at the relay seat later? Yes, old man. That's right. As caster John Jin nodded with an awkward attitude, Cha Gi beckoned as if it was good. Okay, I had something to deliver anyway, but that's great. Yes? What? Then Cha Gi asked with a smile. Why don't you come to see the Torn Newbie club later? Yeah? Yes. Then, would you like to introduce the club? Yes, maybe it is. What is the order of introduction? At the question of Cha Gi, caster John Jin tilted his head for a moment. What are you asking for, elder? Answers quickly. At Cha Gi-yeep's coercive attitude, the dedicated Jin caster opened his mouth halfway. But it can't be done. It wasn't a great fact, so the caster of the dedicated squad is unsurprising. Replied with one expression. First of all, the introduction of the Busters comes first, followed by the elites. Finally, this is an introduction to the worn-out newbie club. Then Cha Gi-yeep nodded as if he knew it would. Change the order. Yes? Change the order of the introductions. Cha Gi-yeep said with an impression. Although I will tell you above. Shouldn't the original introduction be done at the end? The attention is great? Yes, but it is. Caster John scratched the back of his head. When introducing the original team, the strongest team is at the end, followed by the strongest team. It is customary to put one team at the front. This is because the audience must put the second most remarkable entity at the front to attract attention, and the audience must put the most remarkable entity at the end to maintain that interest. However, Cha Gi-yeep's request was really close to living. The most recognized among Torn Newbies, elites, and basters. This is because the club was a Torn Newbie, and the other 2 were similar. However, there were no casters who could say that with Cha Gi-yeep's biting eyes in front. What can I do? That they are just powerless relays. In that way, the order of introduction of the club has changed. 1. Busters. 2. Elites. 3. Torn Newbies. In. 1. Elites. 2. Torn Newery. 3. Busters. Has become Cha Gi-yeep's meticulous work to make the Busters receive a highlight at the end. It was a fraudulent intervention. Before long, the players began to enter the stadium. Wow! Cheers like deterioration erupted from all over. Ellie, a prestigious team that once aimed to become a challenger in the second place in the Seoul rankings. Like Tsu's, numerous fandoms support them. Subsequently, The Busters also entered from the opposite side of the elites. Before the start of the match, caster John Yongjin began to briefly explain the profile of the warriors who will participate in the battlefield. Yeah, Team Elite's players are entering. Leader Junbai Lee is coming in for the first time. Wield powerful double swords. You will be able to soak up the charm of an orc female warrior. We are Li Jianbai again when it comes to a bomb dealer. The next is Yunbai Li. Unlike his cold-looking appearance, this player's skill in dealing with hot flames is truly overwhelming. For your reference, if you look at the players who have been caught and retired by Yunbai Li in the bag-off, they are all contending. The following is the youngest of the three sisters, Li Dongbai, player Li Dongbi. In fact, did you ever play an active part as an archery player for a while? Even with the first exam at the time of the administrative exam, it is truly a super elite of Munmujianbai. If you take a glance at it, you will be struck by Li Dongbi's arrow, and you will be logged out in no time. Oh, I'm Junho Lee, who is third in the Korean rankings. It is clear that his sword has become more bitter as he evolved into a lizard man, but I am very excited about this game today. You are finally entering. I'm Su Ryu, the former leader of the Heaven and Earth team. Personally, he is a player who can be seen as the double wall of the Korean tanker line with Su Lim. After the cataclysm, it evolved into an orc race, and it can be seen as a case where the original strengths are more prominent. After introducing the 5 members of the elites, caster John Yongjin paused. Soon, he noticed the crowd and lifted her lips. Now, next time, I'm going to introduce the members of the Friendly Newbie Club who came to watch the game today. At that moment, Cha Giep, who was sitting in the staff seat, smiled. I was thinking of changing the order of the introduction and fighting in this way. However, Cha Giep's predictions went wrong again. Yeah? Didn't you come? Caster John Yongjin made a smile when he heard a whisper through an employee who ran in a hurry. Soon, he grabbed the microphone with a shuddered expression. Yeah, the worn-out newbie club dares to. He said he would not sit in the player's seat. And like the general audience, he said he would sit in the stands and watch the game. He asked for the message. We are not the main character of this event. Since you are not the main character of today's game, you don't need to introduce yourself. Haha, I don't know what everyone thinks. Personally, I think it's a little cool. Then, cheers erupted around. Most were evaluated as cool and cool. Cha Giep was also forced to make an impression that the predictions were wrong. The people around the association are busy talking without knowing the speed of Cha Giep. You said that well. I was worried that the crowd would all look at you because of the friend who is said to be king of Madong. Jae Young is very considerate. Then, among the elites and busters, only those who were introduced to the first one are profitable. Hio. I pulled out the introduction at the very end, but the middle fell out, so I only lost money. If there were only 2 candidates, it would have been more beneficial to just ask for the first introduction. Daewon seems to know that Cha Giep will change the order of introduction. It was a trivial thing, but Cha Giep's chair. It was a situation that was enough to scratch the respect. Come on. While Cha Giep was going there, Buster's introduction to the player was belatedly made. If the elites place importance on the sum of the members, it can be said that Busters puts more importance on individual skills. First, human magic using the plant magician meta. 4. This is Ji Shin. Next, the orc wizard using the healer meta, Kim Gul'dan. In fact, in terms of bijou, it's more like a shaman or a witch doctor rather than a healer or a wizard. Huh. There are no ones who can't remember the K1, the first place team. It is the appearance of the genius who was in the ace position, even there. Human wizard Lee Yun-ho. Today he stands here as a new member of Busters. Next is Sung Hoon-oh, a lizardman wizard using an anomalous meta. It used to be an ace of Mad Dog of the Kangwon national team. My profile now says anomalous meta. In fact, we don't have any information about this player's skills yet. By all means, we look forward to showing off your great performance in this game. Yet, the introduction of the 4 members of Busters is over. Finally, caster John opened his mouth with a serious expression. This is the last. In fact, today I am paying attention to this player the most. At the same time, dry ice spouted on the stage, and a young man dressed in a black hood appeared. The dedicated caster is sweaty. I lifted my palm and held the microphone closer. What more do you need to say? At this point, the player who is considered to be the most closest to the Madong King. Number 1 in the Korean Oak rankings. This is Madong Sip. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 403. Twin Horse 2. Around the time the introduction of the squad is in full swing, I was sitting in the corner of the audience, taking off my mask and voice changer after a while. Standing water. Today, I'm not the king of Madong. It came to the game's intuition in its original form. Yoon Sol, Drake, Matthew Kong, and you see he will try to quietly guard the game by themselves, hiding their identity in different areas. Meanwhile, the introduction of John Yongjin Caster continued. What more do you need to say? The player who is evaluated as the closest to the Madong King at this point. Rank number 1 in Korea, O Crank. This is Ma Dong-sip, Little Madong King, Madong King Jr., Bow Class Madong King, Madong King Subcompatibility, Madong King Downgrade Version, Madong King Nerf Version, Second Madong King, Unlucky Madong King, Kudong King, etc. Players called by various nicknames. An unlucky ranker and pro gamer who could have been called Banja. Ma Dong-seop appeared on the stage. The player who is currently the number 1 in the orc race rankings and has both skill and tangency, and all the elites are nervous about his appearance, even with the naked eye. Ma Dong-seop grabbed the microphone and made a brief statement before the game. He keeps saying, Madong King, Madong King. I'll get out of that shade today. Then in the audience seats like thunder. Applause pours out. They were Tim Buster's hooligans. I looked at the stage with a light smile on my lips. The age of twin horses. The 2 super elites succeeding Im Joseph, who reigned with nicknames such as Dole Buddha, Mammoth, and Emperor, are Matthew Kong and King Ma Dong, now Ma Dong-seop. The 2 who led the Korean Professional League. Marie's horse. At this time of day, I thought their time would never come again. I don't know this. A different feeling from the reality that he is a matchmaking broker. As the only person who has lived in that era, it is unavoidable to have expectations. Right then. Huh? Isn't that a deceased person? There was one of the female spectators who recognized me down there. Was it caught by a fan? This is so popular, I can't help it. It was frustrating, and the moment she took off her mask for a while, she was immediately caught. He waved his hand with a smile for fan service countless times. Then, the face of the female fan who saw my greetings turned red. Cack, the deceased brother. Sign me. Am I really even signing this? I really feel like I've become a celebrity. The moment I nod my head as I lift the pen in my pocket. Seek. The female fan smiled terrifyingly. Of course it's a sign. At the same time. It's a real deceased person. What? Is that damn guy? Do you dare know where this kid is here? Many women around that woman. Now the crowd with the axe eyes open. I look back, and a familiar face was waiting at the front. Yudahi. Yes, this was just Maggio's support zone. Ugh. Happel. I just squeezed into the space that was left, but that's just the Yongdam Hoyo. I would have had it. I gently turned back, feeling the cold sweat that moistened my back. However, all of the Maggio fan clubs seemed to have no intention of letting go of me. Ojwai, pay the price for killing our Madong King brother. You die too. Wash away your sins from death. You killed my brother in the game world, so you die in the real world. Madonna love religion. Maggio for short. This group, mostly made up of women, pulled out a white mask symbolizing King Madong from their pockets and flocked to me. It is the first time in my life to be chased by female fans in this way. It was a problem with being a violent anti-fan. I ran forward with fear. But just because it's fast in the game doesn't mean it's fast in reality. Several high school girls with excellent fighting power caught up with me. Cub this rat. Take your throat and go. Chuck, chop the bones and meat. The sea of fire. In the sea of blood. Let's protect it. My brother. Complete honor. The deceased person. Pick your neck. When you are surrounded by an army of high school girls who wear white masks and have a clear view of the enemy, your eyes are distant. Will I be torn and die like this? However, there is a hole that will rise even if the sky collapses. Stop. There was a hand that saved me from the high school girl core. Skin color. Naked. A naked muscular man without a single thread saved me from the evil spirits of the high school girls' army. Wow. The momentum of the Maggio fan club that was trying to attack me slowed down for a while. There were some who came in through that threadless gap. Numerous men appear naked. They wrapped me round and started confronting Maggio. The deceased person. Come on. One of them cried out. I hurried out to the escape he was pointing to. Hurry. The naked men escort me and escape the encirclement of Maggio at once. Sheesh. Yudahi, who arrived at this place a little late, kicked her tongue. A high school girl protrudes in front of Yudahi and asks, shall we chase until the end and catch it? Order only. But Yudahi shook her head. Well, there's nothing good about confronting that faction right now. Bloodholly. There are many eyes to see. What? What if? I'm angry, but I'm only going to get here and back off. Today, I focus on my job. After speaking, Yudahi turns her head back to the fan club seat and grabs the picket. Ma, Dong Wong Salangyo. Their main job is to honor the king of Madong, because it was to be widely known. I will follow. Numerous female fans followed Yu Dehe's back to the seats. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What? What is it really? Who? I was confused and dragged into a dark emergency route. Dozens of naked men are standing around me in a place where only the green light signaling the dark emergency exit exists. When I'm frozen in a horror scene that I faced anew. Nod. The naked man in front of him bowed his head towards me. Please forgive the rudeness, the deceased. Somehow, this kinky core didn't seem hostile to me. With my eyes open, I looked closely at the naked men in front of me. A muscular uncle, a full-blown uncle, a skinny uncle, a tall uncle, a short uncle, a shaggy uncle, a drunk uncle. They are all only uncles. But look closely, they weren't known. He is just wearing tights with flesh-colored tights that can be mistaken for naked. No, why are you wearing these clothes? The question before congestion is the reason for fashion. But the reason was soon revealed. The deceased person. See you again. A man behind him looks at me and makes a good look. 42-year-old Kwok Hyun. I'm a fan who tried to hug me by surprise when I was shopping with Nia's Park Boyan. It wasn't just that. I saw Strawberry Gungdu and Stars Tu Chan, John. You can see familiar faces such as the forecasts. The captain of the deep-sea fishing boat, the general of the army, the foreign martial artist, the bodybuilder, etc. Various uncles are gathering and blushing toward me. These were the deceased fan club, commonly known as De Longdon. And I am the head of De Longdon. The naked body that ran away by holding my hand for the first time. No, a man in flesh-colored tights appeared in the dark. The moment I looked at his face, I had to open my mouth halfway. Joseph. Isn't it the emperor, who currently reigns at the top of the professional rankings? It was so unexpected that I almost pretended to know it. As the deceased characters, you shouldn't make a mistake with Joseph and Cho Mayan. As I was groaning, Joseph stepped forward and took my hand. Personally, I'm close with the Madong King elder brother. It is only a public relationship, an acquaintance as a co-worker. Personally, I always respected and yearned for the late Inmal. Creepy. A pale goose bumps up all over the body. Was this a character like this originally? Joseph, holding my hand, blushed and scratched the back of the head. In fact, from the very beginning, I wanted to recruit Ko Inmal into the KTKT club, but at the time, Coach Jaeyoung Eom asked me to focus on the Ma Dongwon player rather than the late Inmal. Then I think of it. I heard it before when Eom Jaeyoung told the secret story of the Madong King Scout. If you summarize the conversation between Jaeyoung and Joseph at the time. Director. Chao Jio. Are you a BJ deceased person? Does that person not contact you? I tried to contact you, but I didn't get the most. Try to appeal a little more actively. To quit. He's good at doing it, but I don't think it's going to be much of a box office hit. You're only good at running sneaky, and even a little bit in the story of going naked. No, if you come, you'll be welcome with a pair of arms. No reply. Just because. Though that's the Mangdong King. I think it's better than him. Yama. You go and practice and leave the newcomer contact to the director. Like this, Joseph wanted to recruit the deceased to the club. Is it because of this? I made a grunt. As it turned out, the official #1 in the current professional rankings must have been my illegitimate fan. Even the uncles I saw at Jiangmo in the past are all senior executives in De Longdon. Anyway, we decided to get out of the safe passage and intuit the game in a secluded place. Thanks to De Longdon's escort, we could not be disturbed by anyone. Joseph asked me, how do you watch this game? First of all, I don't think I can see it naked. However, I decided to answer sincerely. Similarly, but the Busters. I think it's a little superior. I see. I think the same way. Thank you for telling me. Joseph bowed his head. It was a movement that was filled with respect. Meanwhile, I was also very happy with Joseph. This is because during the last bag op game, Joseph did not join the 32 people who helped me. I still appreciate that. At that time, Joseph had been defeated by Matthew Kong, whom he met at Bagop. Probably, after passing over his ranking, he seems to be pointing the fielder to the Matthew River. Baster's newcomer Ma Dongseop is coming up with a scary hit. Since I am currently #1 in the orc rankings, I will lose my title in no time. Joseph shook his head as if he was sorry. Matthew, it would have been nice if that guy was an orc, not a human. If so, it would be good to keep Ma Dongseop in check. Joseph seems to hate Ma Dongseop quite a bit. I guess, Ma Dongseop's personality is famous for being bad. Joseph sighed as I nodded silently. Actually, I am also worried about the age. Why do you go to Filbusters? Lee Yunho, Ace of the Nations K1. The contract problem is messy, and he is working on the bar studs. However, Since he has an honest personality and is soon a silver guy, it is difficult for a rotten club such as Busters. Something to do. Joseph clenched his fists and muttered. After this game, I'm going to tell Yunho to break the contract with the Busters. Even if there is a penalty for asking for a penalty, I've already got a lawyer. I hope so. Other than that, Joseph has many stories lined up. I am holding on now, but there are limitations as a human race. I want to become a coach after retirement in the future, etc. He was relatively pinpointing the current trend. Even the near future is predicted to some extent. Shall we scout as our coach? I started to look at Joseph a little more. Meanwhile, Joseph is eager to praise me. After the cataclysm, the orcs and lizardmen are so glad that the deceased water is opening human hopes in the world. If it wasn't for the deceased person, I would have erased the idea that humans are mankind and raised them. Or maybe I quit the game at all. It was a tone that felt 100% pure fan spirit. And it was the same for all the members of Dulongdan other than Joseph. Meanwhile, the members of the Dulongdan asked for the winners of this league in an excited tone. The deceased person. Who will win if King Ma Dong and Ma Dong Siup get together? How do you see the two wins or loses? No matter how scary Ma Dong Siup's rise is, wouldn't Ma Dong King be a little burdened? That's why King Ma Dong wasn't fighting head-on with Ma Dong Siup in the bag op and pushed the cargo. Even Joseph was looking at me with an expression that he did not have accurate assurance. However, I just laugh at the questions of all the members of the Duck. Everyone should withdraw all their property by converting it into cash and buy a Toto lottery ticket to the King of Madong. Where can there be more certainty than these words? The moment everyone's expressions turned to conviction, I put a wedge into their beliefs. It's like fighting a child in a dinosaur pajamas and a real Tyrannosaurus, saying that the game is not allowed. Worn out newbies. Chapter 404. Twin Horse 3. The Elites vs. Busters match has begun. Yunbai Li, a magician wearing a silver robe, was looking down at the battlefield under a pointed rock. Her race is human. As a wizard class whose item effect is important, he remained as a human race, a race that could best derive the power of items. Of course, if you have Li Yunbai, you will also have Li Jianbai and moving expenses. Behind Li Yunbai, Li Junbai, who became an orc, and Li Dongbi, who became lizardmen, appeared. An orc wielding two huge two-handed swords, each like a one-handed weapon. Warrior Li Jianbai. Lizardman archer Li Dongbai jumps around with agile movements and shoots powerful snipers. Humans, orcs, lizardmen, wizards, swordsmen, archers. They have a wide variety of races and professions. After that, Junho Li and Agent Ryu stood at the top of each of the dealer and tank positions. And on the other side of the rock, the members of the Busters appeared. 5 players all covered with black robes. The first player from the elite side was Yunbai Li, a human wizard. The first player to come out from the Busters side is likewise Xin Ji, a human magician. 2 wizards met in the middle of a vast wasteland. As soon as Xin Ji came to the field, she performed the plant magic, which is a long-term plant. 1 seed germinates. As Xin Ji shook his hand, green and green plants sprouted on the dry ground. These plants are vampire plants, and once you step on them, they take away your stamina. Even worse, if you step on it, you step on it. The higher the value, the greater the amount of HP lost. If you step on the first seed, you will lose 0.001% of your maximum HP, 0.002% in the second, 0.003% in the third. Plants grown by stealing HP even attack players with sharp teeth. Plants that grow at an enormous speed, they sprove like a giant snake colony and trap Li Yunbai. I tried. However, you're using plant metas against salt wizards? You guys haven't done any research on me? Even this is the magic I used to use often in the past. Yunbai Li just smiles with blood as if she's ridiculous. Come R3 Lu / super wide area magic. She reached out and gave out a powerful flame and burned all the plants in front. Kyo replace. Xin Ji predicted that the plants he had made would burn, but he noticed that he did not know that he would burn so quickly. She quickly tried to get back home, but she didn't have time to tag. Li Yunbai was hit by a fireball sent by him. Quackwang. Xin Ji went out and fell behind while turning black. Originally, he wasn't a player that would end in vain, but unfortunately, the matchmaking was too bad. It was Kim Gul'dan, an orc shaman. Gul'dan Kim, a Korean-American and foreign mercenary, he bravely swung his staff at Yunbai. Your soul is mine. As soon as he came out, he raised mana of darkness and gathered a lot of ashes around him. Kugaguguk. Golems made of black ash began to raise their bodies. Fall in fear week 1. At the command of Gul'dan, the red-filled golems began to move forward. Ash Golem with extremely high flame resistance. Since the body was already on fire, there was nothing more to burn in the flame of this silver rain. I'll tag you, sister. Yunbai Li shrugged her shoulders and fell back. Immediately, my sister, Junbai Li, came out with a double sword. Orc warrior Li Junbai. She used her powerful physical attack power to smash ash golems with weak durability. And with that momentum, he rushed to the orc shaman Gul'dan. Gul'dan tried to do something. However, the skill cooldown had not yet returned due to the refilled golems that had just been created. It's not enough mana. After a short murmur, orc shaman Gul'dan was stabbed and killed by Li Junbai's sword. Your victory, this is the only time. Gul'dan fell somewhat vain. With this, the two of the busters. I was defeated between meals. Yunbai, I'll tag it. Li Jianbai replaced with Li Unbai again. The next hitter in the busters was Oh Sung-hoon. Shy. From the point of making a crackling sound, it is clear that he is a Li Zardman. However, he was covering his body with a black cloak, so he couldn't figure out what kind of strategy he had at the moment. In the first place, even in the player profile, he was known as an anomalous meta. In that case, it's best to just crush it. As soon as Oh Sung-hoon came to the field, Li Unbai performed a large-scale wide area attack magic. It was because he was a wizard who once flourished as an anomalous meta in Mad Dog, so he didn't know what odd numbers he would use. Thief. Patter. Patter. A shower of fire fell and began to strike Oh Sung-hoon. Oh Sung-hoon seemed to be bothered and stepped back to avoid the shower of fire. Run Yi. Run Run Yi. His mobility was at a considerable level, so he could easily get away from the slow-falling lightning bolts. But that was Oh Sung-hoon's fault. Tag. Around that time, Yunbai Li was her younger brother. It was announced that Li Dongbai and the player would be replaced. The shower of fire stopped, and Oh Sung-hoon just tried to counterattack, but the distance from Li Yunbai is already wide open. And since Yunbai Li declared a replacement with Li Dongbi, the opponent is now Li Dongbi, the archer. Perpong. Pop. Perfuck. Puck. Fook. The transfer fee is small as soon as it comes to the field. Arrows were fired as if they had been set. Numerous arrows leading to direct fire and howitzer aim at Oh Sung-hoon with amazing speed and accuracy. Oh Sung-hoon stopped or avoided the arrow and ran at full speed to approach Li Dongbai. Big sister tag. Around that time, Li Jianbai came out with a pair of swords and said to Oh Sung-hoon, "Feed me melee fire." Oh Sung-hoon was retired as it was without any reaction. Wow! The audience seats are a crucible of excitement. Sister Jiam Undong retired the three powerful basters in succession with amazing passing skills. It was going on. Oh, this is my first time seeing the passing skills of Li Jianbai, Li Unbai, and Li Dongbai in such a big league. In the past, the battle between Coop KT and the elites was a great match. There is no such thing as a case in history, but still, I think the elites could have dominated the pro league if it weren't for the Madong King at that time. Even the casters are excited. In the middle, Buster's fourth player came to the field. Li Yunho, a player who has consistently adhered to the lightning wizard meta from the time he first started the game. As a nickname of genius, his ability and pride are said to pierce the sky. It was Li Unbai who was dealing with such Li Yunho. Hi, long time no see. Li Yunho, who received Li Unbai's greetings, frowned openly. In the past, in a game to select Souls challengers, Li Yunho was defeated in a 1:1 magical battle against Li Unbai and knelt. Earned because there was less variation in magical properties than Yunbai Li. It was lost. I have been preparing a lot since then, but Li Yunho struggled. Right now, Yunbai Li is a strong enemy who cannot guarantee victory even if he does his best to fight. However, there was another reason for hesitating in battle even if he did all his strength. That's exactly what I heard from the coach before the start of the game. I think I should lose until you. It was a command from the superiors to join the game. I like the picture only when I lose you. Because this game is a basic work to create an icon for an anti-horse comparable to that of the Ma Dong King. Don't worry, you have all the plans to beat Dong Siup. Ma Dong Siup. At the end, it was a sketch to create a reverse killing direction in which he grabbed 5 members of the elites in a row. The protagonist of this edition was Ma Dong Siup, a project of Red Moon to create a hero comparable to the Ma Dong King by raising his image and awareness. However, Li Yunho had no intention of obeying the order. Blah blah. He put lightning all over his body and rushed to Yunbai. Hey, the kinds of magic you use are more diverse than before. I did a lot of research. Yunbai Li with flames all over her body. Chai faced Li Yunho's lightning-like dive. Quack Wang. The result was Yunbai Li's defeat. This is because the fatigue from the fluoride shower used to drive Shin Ji and Oh Sung-hoon was superimposed on the last edition. I'm sorry, sister, younger brother. You spent too much mana on the last edition. Li Yunbai smiled as if sorry for Li Jianbai and Li Dongbai, and then logged out. As soon as Yunbai Li died, it was Li Junbai who came out immediately. Bang! Quack quack wang. Li Jianbai relentlessly spits out a disastrous for his younger brother's revenge. The moment Li Yunho spreads the distance with short-distance teleportation. Tag. Li Jianbai and Li Dongbai, who were replaced by Li Jianbai, popped out with arrows fed into the bow. Huh. Li Yunho clenched his teeth. It is almost impossible to deal with the consecutive tags of the sisters Jiam Undong alone. The former K1 and the elite soul. Even at the time of the competition, did all of KTKT kneel to the success of sister Jiam Undong. In the end, Li Yunho of the world was also forced to shout out Taehi. Tag. Declaration of substitution, shouted with pride. However, Li Yunho had no choice but to tilt his head at the fact that nothing had changed. Hoo. Ma Dongseop. He refused to replace it. What? As if Li Yunho doesn't know English. I looked back and opened my mouth halfway. However, Ma Dongseop's intention was clear. It means that I will not help Li Yunho to change the player. Ping. Dongbi's arrowhead shines toward Li Yunho with a blank expression. Puck. Headshot. Li Yunho died with an embarrassing expression. It was too absurd and inexhaustible to be said to be the last of the top rankers representing Korea. The casters also responded that it was absurd. Ah, what is it? You can't do this. Yunho Lee just bluntly sent a replacement signal. The language is not spoken because of the different races. Did it happen because I did it? Yes, what? As it is a new club, the sum of the players may not match yet. Anyway, it is correct that there was a ridiculous mistake that should not be made in tag matching. Meanwhile, there was a heavy atmosphere on the side of the Busters Club. Gi Cha is in a capsule with a resentful expression. He said, pointing to Li Yunho standing up. The guy who just shouted the tag randomly. Release him. Yes? Oh, it's Ace with a long contract left. Stop it anyway. Why do you have a dog that doesn't listen? Cha Gi persecuted the director and turned his head. Since Yunbai Lee of the elites died to Yunho Lee, the picture of reverse killing was not possible. However, Busters still has a treasure trove of weapons to overturn the game. Copy's movement retraces the myth of the inverse killing of the Ma Dong King. Ma Dong Seop. Finally, he came to the field. Worn out newbies. Chapter 405. Twin Horse 4. 2 days have passed since the competition ended. I fired a beam projector on the wall of the conference room. GING. Elites vs. Bar that happened last night. Stud's last match is played on the big screen. Looking at the results alone, it was a pretty impactful match. This is because Baster's relief pitcher Ma Dong-seop, who had lost 4 players and flocked before the defeat, pushed the remaining 4 players of the elites to a crush and finally won the final victory. The result is a neat reversal of Busters. In the screen, the fight that Ma Dong-seop played in the last game was playing. Kwak-wang. Orc warrior Ma Dong-seop rushes head-on with a heavy body. Ping, ping, ping. Moving rain blows a powerful sniper. Ma Dong-seop is in check, but Ma Dong-seop. It boasts a mobility that is not inferior to that of Li Dongbi, and in an instant it blocked Li Dongbi's escape route and retired the Li Dongbi by blowing the bouncing sphere that splits the giant rock in a single blow. Li Jianbai stepped up to revenge Li Dongbai, who died without a chance to replace the player. Fight between 2 orc warriors. But Li Jianbai's twin swords are Ma Dong-seop. I was constantly blocked by the gauntlets of, perhaps, Jijik. Ma Dong-seop threw Li Jianbai's attack with the shield he was wearing on his back, and in that state, he beat Li Jianbai without any reason with a continuous attack on the back of his hand and elbow using the rotation of his body, causing him to retire. In terms of attack power alone, Li Jianbai was ahead, but it is impossible to surpass Ma Dong-seop's all-in-one physical battle with solid defense and high stamina. The next person who came out was Li Junho, a pair of swords. As a lizard man, he tried to break through Ma Dong-seop's wall with 10 fingernails, but due to factors such as Li Jianbai, he had to drink a high degree of failure. And it was the same with Agent Liu, who appeared on the tag. Ma Dong-seop is Li Junho's attack power and Ryu. A super balanced type that has the defense of the agent at the same time. It was a situation that would be enough to win if Li Junho and Ryu Yo-won played together, but it was difficult to handle Ma Dong-seop for the two who were forced to alternately appear on the field due to the tag matching system. Eventually, at the point when Ma Dongseop's HP barely bottomed out, Agent Ryu died and retired, and Lee Junho abstained. Let's see. I tried to analyze the situation in my own way. Except for Lee Yunho catching Lee Yunbai, the situation is almost as close to Ma Dongseop's reverse kill. Meanwhile, the evaluations of those who watched this game were quite mixed. What? Isn't Ma Dongseop raw what Lee Yunho did? Is there any more Lee Yunho catching Lee Yunbai? I'm sorry, but because Yunbai Lee is the main center for a combination of gold and silver copper, just catching Yunbai Lee will eat 50% of it. Don't drag with aggro, Dongseop Ma, because I was good. But why didn't Ma Dongseop tag with Lee Yunho? So. Lee Yunho is never a player who will die in vain. Lee Yunho, is the bubble missing? Not LGBT. Because Ma Dongseop didn't replace it, he was so embarrassed that he died while dying. Lee Yunho, those who say bubble or anything, kill themselves with this Kia, Ma Dongseop class o Jinja, the moment of crisis. Strictly speaking, it's not a reverse kill. Still, I remember the king of Madong before the cataclysm. It's like little Madong king. In a long time, even in propane, to the king of Madong. It seems like there is one talent that can be mixed up. Real busters and worn-out newbie Taejungu is expected. UOX. Who will win Ma Dongseop versus Ma Dongking? Tokidoki. I don't think Ma Dongseop will win because the impact was so hard yesterday. Ma Dongseop, this is Inseong Dog's purchase. Yesterday's game was good, but teamwork and usual personality are so controversial that I don't like it. Didn't watch the game yesterday. Ma Dongseop. Is it a non-bill class to the Ma Dongking? Sheet. I have to go to see. In general, the accusation of Ma Dongseop's bad teamwork, and aside from that, he said, he was impressed with the unprecedented performance that was close to the reverse kill. However, there seems to be no disagreement about Ma Dongseop's excellent skills. Even the analysis articles saying that Ma Dongseop's skills are comparable to me are also being regenerated, so the reaction of your public can be considered quite favorable. Yes, what? I was expecting a Banong like this. I closed the comment window and turned my head. There is fluency on the table. I was counting the stacks of cash piled up like a mountain. With his mouth open. It's amazing, brother. How did you accurately predict what the busters would win and the score between players? I saw that the sisters GM Undong catch the 3 players of the busters in a row. Lee Yunho catches Lee Yunbai, and after Dongbai Lee catches Lee Yunho, Ma Dongseop catches the remaining 4. I predicted correctly. You can see it at this point even if you don't have future knowledge. Therefore, I was able to bet Toto predicting victory and loss and score. However, pursuant to Article 30 of the National Sports Promotion Act, the athletes, coaches, referees, and executives and employees of the sports organization were not allowed to even legally Toto, so Yu Chong and Yu Dahi. All that was bet was through. Well, technically speaking, the match between Busters versus Elites is a match that has nothing to do with me, so I didn't care if I bet myself. But be careful, there's nothing bad about it. I leaned against the bundle of money and watched the video on the wall over and over again. It's Ma Dongseop. Well, I was a pusher in the busters, so even if I say yes. Sung-hoon, this guy is taking a while. Lizardmen wearing black robes. At one time, I had a buff by robbing a Wadudu nest in order to attack Sung-hoon, who was active in Mad Dog as a meta mage. In the process, a relationship with Judyloaf was established. In the pre-cataclysmic human days, the metamorphosis of the anomalous. Since the wizard who used to become lizardman, it is not possible to know what kind of anomalous meta he would have used. If it were an ordinary person without future knowledge, it would be. If my memory is correct, Sung-hoon is a more troublesome partner than Ma Dongseop. I already know what kind of metaphor Sung-hoon has changed since the cataclysm. Therefore, we also know that he easily defeated him because he participated in the matchmaking. So, even more, he has to keep in mind the last game where he will show his real skills. Well, I knew it and prepared for it in advance. When I finished speaking, I sit outside the waiting room. I brought the 2 people I knew into the room. Geek. As the door opens, 2 shadows hang over the wall where the beam projector is playing. Matthew and Sihiyu. These 2 were standing in front of me. Oh, did the youngest come? Are you brother? When Yu Chong, who was counting money, waved his hand, Yu Sei smiled as he looked at the place where Yu Chong was. 1. The eyes of Yu Chong and Matthew Kong clashed for a moment. Matthew Kong turned his head as if annoying, and a line of thread stands on Yu Chang's forehead. It seemed that the situation would need to be cleared up a little, so I clapped and caught everyone's attention. Now, friends, tomorrow is finally the final showdown. No? Yeah. Matthew Kong and Yu Sei replied. Tomorrow, the Asian Champions Little League, with 12 Asian countries participating, will qualify for the glorious battlefield. The 5 national representatives of the Republic of Korea who have the final decision will be made. Let's see what you guys have prepared in the meantime, I said, stroking Yusehi's head. First of all, Sehi, did you get the 2 gifts you gave me the last time? Now you can use both perfectly. Taegang's brother this and that. I've experimented a lot of things. Then Matthew shook his head with his hand on his forehead. Few thanks to this, my body is completely ruined. Matthew, who has been tested in a mess by Yusehi. Hearing the words, Yuchong woke up with a blank expression. You what? What did you do? Someone said something to whom? Magneton. Calm down. With minors. Between minors. Calm down. It's about the game. I took Yuchong, who had a strange thought, to his seat and asked Matthew. Taegang, did you well receive the gift from your brother? Yes. Thank you. Did you get used to it? I'm still inexperienced. C became a practice partner and helped a lot, but the control is still a bit difficult. But I will make sure to finish it until D-Day. Clenched your fists as if you were determined. The rat is Matthew River. It was my face that the eyes filled with passionate admiration turned to. I got a little overwhelmed and avoided Matthew's gaze. The place where my eyes are facing is the direction of the still image on the wall, the image of Ma Dong-seop. Madong, king of the world before the return. Driving Korean Pro League into the dark age. The matchmaking broker that I put in. However, he is also a hero who played an active part in the early rise of esports, which is once said to be the era of twin horses. And once again in this time axis, the pair of horses was expected to move. Of course, it will only be an opportunity for Ma Taegang, a trustee, to step on the king of Madong and rise to the top of it. I'll see you somewhere, Mr. Cha Gi-ip. The Korean esports market won't be so volatile. I looked at the ready masterpieces. Those who will be the main players in the final match. Matthew, Sihiyu. I was thinking of putting on only 2 card-droman busters here tomorrow. Worn out newbies. Chapter 406. Gwon's Jingak 1. Veteran newbie versus Bastard. The prelude to the decisive battle went up. The one who wins here today is the Korean national team. Opportunity to get a ticket to advance to the Asian Champions League's Little League grow. Not only will your nationality rise, but you will also be able to gain enormous wealth and honor as an individual player. But in fact, just by being up to this position now is a great career for all players. 200,000 people. The number of spectators that flocked today was truly enormous. The number far exceeds the 150,000 people gathered in the first Battle Royale Ground Zero over game, and it is also counted at 10 a.m., 4 hours earlier than 2 p.m. when the game starts in earnest. It will also increase. Even in the first round, various fans from 10 clubs and 10 regions flocked, but now the distribution of fandom. It's quite different. A worn-out newbie, among them the Ma Dong King. Yes, people came here to see me today. Keek. I got off the Ben driven by Yuchong and headed for the stadium. Director Eom Jae-young wearing sunglasses and me wearing a white mask gathered around the newbies all-star. That's 6 people. We headed to the stadium, passing by the fans who were cheering enthusiastically. Occasionally, some ardent tribalists rushed to me crying out for the prosperity of the orcs and lizard men, but they were all put together in Yuchong-san. Yet, by the time we get to the stage, the members of Busters also appear on the opposite side. Ji Shin, Guldan Kim, Sunghoon Oh, Yunho Lee, Dong-seop Ma. The best of Busters, led by the newly appointed coach Han-sun Kim, stood on the other side of us. A battlefield watched by over 200,000 spectators. Only one of the 2 survived. The real sword fight began. Now today's game. I'm starting to do it. The end of the decisive battle has risen with the famous ambassador of Castor, Yongjin. Today's map was a wasteland with a rough and desolate feeling, as it was named Barbarian Field, a land of barbarians. Only solid rocks, dry soil, and dark red sand are scattered on the ground where a few bundles of revolving candles are rolling. It was Shin Ji, who was sent out as the first batter from the Busters' side. At her appearance, all the casters. He nodded as if he knew it would. Of course, Shin Ji is the first player to come. It is natural. When it comes to the 5:5 tag match, the Plant Wizard is actually a must-have card in the beginning. It is advantageous for other allies who will continue to progress in the future by placing numerous plants on the field in advance before the start of the game. Shin Ji, from the start of the game. It can be said that today's duty has been fulfilled simply by sowing a large amount of seeds in the field. Besides, if you can inflict a small amount of damage to the first enemy, you will benefit from the deal exchange. Actually, the casters seemed quite excited about their predictions being correct. They comfortably continued the comment. Plant metama from the Buster's side. If you had the Shin in the beginning, on the worn-out newbie side, it's probably? Yes. The meta that can check the plant-type wizard in the early stages is a flame-type meta or a natural disaster meta. It is a precision technique to burn leaves and stems with fire or cut off the roots in an earthquake. As far as I know, there are 2 players who use that meta on the worn and worn newbie side. That's the case with Matthew May and Ma Dongwang. Then, maybe one of the 2 will stand me? Oh, both players show tremendous excitement, so I think there will be a game worth seeing from the beginning. However, excited casters soon had to make expressions that were dumb. What is this about? A player from the worn-out newbie side is neither a Ma Dongwang player nor a Ma Taekong player. A completely unexpected player appeared. Yes, it was Yu Sei-hee that I picked as the first opponent to face the Busters. As Yu Sei-hee went to the field, the audience and the casters were also wondering, who is Yu Sei-hee? Such a child. Reactions such as letting go. The caster's reaction was also not very different. Who is that player? You look very young. I have no record. This is Yu Sei-hee. If you look at the profile, at the age of going to middle school, I have a little body. Well, a little discomfort. Well, casters cherish their words. She seems to be wondering how to tell the audience that she can't see her eyes after suffering from leukemia. Meanwhile, Shinji folded her arms with an annoying expression. What? From children to disabilities? I'm doing it evenly. How much are you belittle me? Wizards who use plant-based magic have a strong supporter. As a result, there was a tendency to be ignored in practice by dealers or tankers from time to time. But that's why I'm going to have a one-sided opponent like this. Shinji stared at Yu Sei-hee in front of her. Yu Sei-hee was recruited roughly to match the number of club members. It's like a discarded hand in the actual battle. No way I'd pass it on to myself. It seems like I was roughly recruited as a player for the purpose of making the image of the club. I don't know if I'm the only bad bitch if I can't touch a sick child well. Did you ever aim for this? Shinji closed her eyes and sighed. It's an ambiguous enemy to attack. It was from the thought of skipping. I just have to put a plan on the floor and tag it. Kim Gul'dan, that Torai will do it for you. She's a baby and an adult, and she doesn't have anything to look at. It was she who decided to stop thinking about it. Phew, baby. Sister will just go to work with her, so suitably. However, Shinji speaks to the end. I couldn't do it. The moment I sighed and opened my eyes. Boom. The shadow that reaches right in front of the retina. It was Yu Sei-hee. Ugh, Shinji had to be astonished. Although I closed my eyes for a long time, it was time to take a sigh. How should I explain Yu Sei-hee's fictitious physical, who has narrowed the distance that was incredibly far away in the blink of an eye? Pagok. However, Shinji's thoughts reached that point. With a heavy shock, the skull. I wondered if I was shaken, but I died as it was. The casters shouted in horror. Oh my gosh. What was it just? I haven't seen it either. Something pops out of Yu Sei-hee's cloak and seems to have killed Shinji. It's also a strike, a blow. Unbelievable. Before Shinji even plants seeds in the field. Done. I think I should try playing this on a slow screen. Alas. Busters. Plant-based wizards have been lost since the beginning. It's difficult to do this before you even take control of the field. You start with a huge loss in trading deals. No matter how human wizards say their defense is low, this ended in vain enough. 200,000 spectators are also. It was a result that happened so quickly that I couldn't realize what had happened, and only my eyes stiffened. When the tournament officials are playing a slow screen. What are all those little guys? Kid, be prepared for you. Kim Gul'dan. The orc shaman went out to the field. It spews out a black aura. As soon as Kim Gul'dan came out to the field, he visually pressed Yu Sei-hee. Papa papa papa. The black aura soon became a black needle and stabbed Yu Sei-hee. It looks like she wasn't even a bit off guard because she saw Shinji in an instant. But, easy, pap it. Yu Sei-hee avoided all of Kim Gul'dan's attacks with only a light movement of the upper body. It was not enough, and in the blink of an eye, he struck his foot lightly and narrowed it to the distance. Wow. Kim Gul'dan had to step back behind Yunshin to avoid Yu Sei-hee. What? How to avoid all this? Isn't that actually visible? I laughed at Kim Gul'dan in amazement. Okay. When I first met Sei-hee, I thought the same thing. However, Yu Sei-hee is clearly blind. However, she raised the incomprehensible physical, immersive input, and various senses other than vision to the limit and used them all as a combat sense. Genius case to do. I can feel it with both the sound and the skin. The sound you hear when an attack occurs, and the touch of the wind when you push the air out. Yu Sei-hee knew how to distinguish extremely sensitively between all these differences in the game. The indulgence, adaptability, and nonsense gaming sense is the game before the regression. It is a so-called realm of talent that even the old characters, Rotten Waters, Insanity Wells, Red Ruins, and Cyber Ghosts who have played hundreds of thousands of hours of play have not reached the end. As you say, he swung her hand. The rock in front was cut diagonally, and the large 4 holes behind it were cut off in a row. Sit down. Puff, puff, puff. It was a scene of dirt dust flying in all directions, as if even a bombardment fell. Ah, what? What the hell are you wielding? Kim Gul'dan trembled with fear, not even knowing what you say he was attacking. Crackling. In a hurry, Kim Gul'dan pulled out a few minions and blocked Yuseihi in front of him. Some of the black hustlewives made of straw blocked Yuseihi's front. I laughed at it. It's unfortunate. It's just a scarecrow. Without hesitation, Yuseihi took out his weapon from the cloak. And just like when he killed Shinji just before, he skillfully cut through the air without hesitation. Damn it. The sloppy straw dolls summoned by Kim Gul'dan were quickly destroyed. Of course, the summoner himself. That's it. Oh, don't. A nonsense talent go. In the end, Kim Gul'dan's body was split vertically by Yuseihi's attack. Of course, he died immediately and died on the spot. Around that time, the slow screen replay prepared by the tournament officials was ready. When I just killed Shinji. As the moment played back several times slowly, the identity of Yusei's weapon was clearly revealed in front of 200,000 spectators. Jack-o'-lantern, the one who stands in front of the good and evil department class. S/characteristics. Dark, White War, Halloween, Good and Evil, Thanog. Habitat, an understood zone, the Trail of Death. Size, 2.5 m. Dash, I don't run away anymore. The end. Let's see Oz. A scarecrow without a brain. At one time, he fought equally with the dragon, and a memento of a warrior who reached an end that was more majestic than anyone else. Volcano's scythe, that was revealing his red teeth in Yuseihi's cloak. Worn out newbies. Chapter 407. Guan's Jingyak, Chen San Chunga. 2. Avenger's bloody scythe, / two-handed weapon / S. A big sickle with a strong bloody scent. It seems that there is a nostalgic scent somewhere. Agility plus 3,500. Physical attack power plus 9,900. Non-destructible, special. Can use the characteristic Halloween, special. It is a familiar item. Yuseihi was stretching a dark red scythe under her black cloak fluttering in the wind. Blind executioner standing on a pointy odd rock. It was a grotesque sight that did not match the look of a startled girl. Meanwhile, I was soaked with old memories as I saw Yuseihi's scythe. Shoplifting jack-o'-lantern. The last survivor of the Du Rossi expedition, who failed to hunt dragons long ago. Half the neck of Oz, the death dragon. After vomiting out of puffiness, he calmly accepted the result of the sentence, which had been suspended. A fighter who disappeared leaving only one bag of Volcano's scythe in the pit where black smoke was scattered. Me, Yun Sol, and Drake who remember his majestic end have no choice but to feel new. But casters who don't know the fact are just busy with surprises. That's amazing. Have you just seen it? Replay video? In the blink of an eye, I retired Shinji and Kim Gul'dan. Wow, even you say he is still full blood. Your HP is full. I caught the 2 best examples of busters with no hit run now. I forgot to tell you earlier. Actually, see he has a little body. It is uncomfortable. He's a player who can't see. Nevertheless, it shows a play that is close to such a miracle. Honestly, when you say he came out for the first time, I had a little doubt. Oh, I wonder if that was the most embarrassing moment in my caster's life. I want to go into the mouse hole, Zheng Mao. The response of the audience could also be summarized as the response of the casters. There were 2 people who were extraordinarily enthusiastic in the midst of a tremendous cheer bursting out of the dome ceiling. It was Yu Dehi and Yu Chong. My little boy is good. Clean it all up. Your sister is here. Kia, our youngest class is this much. Watching. Cha Giip. Cheering for the youngest brother of siblings with arms outstretched around the Maggio fan club. The crab bursts out. I laughed at the expected response next to him. Also, it only makes up for one weakness, so it flies. In the past, I had a PvP with Yuseihi at the request of her. At the time, I was vigilant because of Yuseihi's age and disability. In fact, he was beaten badly and almost died after the regression. At that time, if Seihi's attack power had been a little higher, it would have been really dangerous. The only reason I was able to survive after being ambushed by Yuseihi at that time was because her attack power was a bit insufficient. All the stats, such as monster-like game sense and wits, were complied with, but one lacking point. It is a deal. If the explosive mobility that emanated from Yuseihi's small body was equipped with physical attack power, it was clear that he would become a terrifying bomb dealer. That's why I handed over the relics of Jack-o'-lantern, which I had recovered after Oz raid, the Death Dragon. A two-handed weapon that is light like a sheet of paper, hard like a dragon scale, and has a physical attack power to the limit. Which weapon would be more suitable for Yuseihi? This is the first gift I gave to Sei. Yuchong heard me and opened his eyes round. Then the second. You can see it by looking at it. Spore me. Oh, no, I'll see it myself. Yuchong eats onion-flavored popcorn and concentrates on the screen again. Meanwhile, the Buster's side sent out the third player after Shin Ji and Kim Gul'dan. The next player came out is Oh Sung-hoon. This is an anomalous meta wizard that is not known yet. Unusually for a magician, the race is lizard men. It was a bit futile in the last battle against the elites, but in fact, this player is not that easy. Especially, it matches very well with the close dealer type player, and the odds are quite high. All of the former players Ji Shin and Gul'dan Kim. There wasn't no side to be off guard. I'm excited that this game will be a bit worth seeing. In the middle of the caster's broadcast, Oh Sung-hoon steps on the field. Wheeing. A dry wind blows, scattering the black robes that covered Oh Sung-hoon's entire god. It won't be easy this time, kid. Oh Sung-hoon opened his mouth and said, Yuseihi wasn't able to understand the word because of her race, but at least I could tell that the language he spoke was lizardman's. The fight was half the bread. Yuseihi raised the scythe, shouting out the secret that I had given him. Yuseihi, who jumped at a tremendous speed and drew a scythe horizontally. However, Oh Sung-hoon lowered his posture to avoid Yuseihi's blow. As a result, the robe fluttering in the wind was torn in length. Kai Prophet. The moment the robe is torn. No? God can do this. Oh Sung-hoon has disappeared. What's this? Is it a bug? Teleportation? No. What happened to this? All of the casters began to panic. He would be like that, because as soon as the robe was torn, Oh Sung-hoon threw off his clothes and immediately melted into the air and disappeared. The Invisible Man. Yes, Oh Sung-hoon is a lizard man with the ability to hide his body. Strictly speaking, it must be said that it has evolved into a hidden class of lizard men and a hidden race, chameleon man. I recalled 15 years before my return. Oh Sung-hoon is an alter ego even in human days. Metera used a rare, hidden class of magic. The same is true after evolving into lizard men. He broke the hidden quest and obtained the hidden piece and achieved the evolution from the lizard man to the higher class. But it's a chameleon. Chameleon man, which evolved from lizard man, is actually compared to lizard man. It doesn't show a big increase in stats. However, it is only peculiar in that by being assimilated with the surrounding environment and becoming a protective color, the ability to become an almost invisible person is obtained. However, unlike me, who regards Chameleon Man's special abilities as insignificant, everyone around me seems to take them great. Unbelievable. Oh Sung-hoon is visible. I don't. How do you beat someone who is invisible in the world? I can't see it. Wow, Sung-hoon brilliantly returned with an invincible meta. It is also the master of the anomalous meta. All of the casters pour out heated praise baptism towards Sung-hoon. It was the same with the audience. But there was only one more person who, like me, considered Oh Sung-hoon's transparent meta insignificant. What is it? It was Yuseihi, who appeared in the field. Yuseihi, who is amazed by Oh Sung-hoon's bizarre transformation from outside, or is actually dealing with Oh Sung-hoon. Just tilts his head as if he doesn't know English. Yuseihi casually turned his head and broke the trajectory of the scythe. Wow! It was in the direction of Oh Sung-hoon, who stood triumphantly after becoming transparent. Oh Sung-hoon stands with a relaxed attitude. Then Yuseihi cut off her tail with a scythe wielding it. Oh Sung-hoon, who is getting out of the pack, lowered his posture with fear. His body color quickly changed to the color of the ground, and no one knew that Oh Sung-hoon was moving. Even me. But it wasn't Yuseihi. What are you doing since you haven't moved? Yuseihi follows Oh Sung-hoon's movements for granted. Only then did Oh Sung-hoon realize that he had made a fatal misjudgment. This one's original eyes. Yes, I forgot for a while because of Yuseihi's monstrous skills. She is blind. Therefore, the fact that Sung-hoon is transparent or not can have any effect on Yuseihi. Shit. Oh Sung-hoon raised the scales of his whole body and pulled out his nails long. It was a measure to open your eyes straight and watch Yuseihi's movement. It was then. Now it will come out soon. I smiled as I looked at the screen. The time has come for the second gift I gave Yuseihi. Not surprisingly, You say he guessed the timing precisely because she wasn't a genius. Peekaboo. You say he looked up at Oh Sung-hoon, who was looking at him. Her eyes, dyed in gray for an instant, radiate a brilliant light. It was just a blinding golden light. Golden miner's blood eyes / eye patch. / A+. It was dried by removing the eyeballs of those who were crazy about gold and could not see anything. If you meet your eyes with these bloody eyeballs, a terrible thing will happen. View -5%. Concentration -5%. Dark property resistance -5%. Can use characteristic real name, special. Can use attribute mana times cool time, 12 hours, special. An item obtained by holding Gordixa in the past. From the time I first got this, I've been leaving Yusei as the owner. The golden glow of Yusei, who can't see anything. Oh Sung-hoon, who saw it, felt his eyeballs cold and hardened. Mana times. I hurriedly closed my eyes, but it was too late. Oh Sung-hoon's protective color slowly disappeared, and at the same time his whole body began to turn gold. Its appearance is clear enough to be seen by the audience. Right then. You idiot. Use magic. If you get scared, do you take turns? There was a screaming person from behind. Ma Dong-seop. He was looking at Oh Sung-hoon with an annoyed expression. Quick. Oh Sung-hoon looked back at Ma Dong-seop with a reverent expression. I couldn't understand the words, but the meaning is roughly conveyed by hand seal. You don't have to take a shift. Sung-hoon Oh is a lizard man, but his job is a wizard. Like a wizard, Sung-hoon Oh knew the magic that could reflect the mana-burning trait. Mirror wall. When Oh Sung-hoon memorized the spell, a wall of a large mirror popped through the ground. I got it. Mana burn is basically a power transmitted through your gaze, so if you reflect your gaze, you can inflict the same damage to your opponent. The most well-known example is the Medusa that lives in puppet meetings. He who sees Medusa's eyes turns into a stone, but when he shows a mirror to Medusa, he becomes a stone according to his gaze. Principle. However, even after receiving Gordian's gaze reflected through the mirror, you say he did nothing. Then Sung-hoon Oh realized that he had made another mistake. This one's original eyes. You say his physical pressure is hectic. In some ways, it may be natural to forget that she is blind. However, the genius scythe wasn't generous enough to see the same mistake twice. Walk away. Along with the cracking sound of the mirror, a short reverberation sound rang out. At the same time, the shouts of the casters and spectators will explode. Comes out. Wow. Triple kill. A miracle that is difficult to happen even among seasoned pro gamers. That's what is popping out by the fern-like hand of a little girl that no one expected now. Worn out newbies. Chapter 408. Gwon's Jingak 3. Raising search term ranking. It provides the ranking and trend of search terms with a sharp increase in the number of searches by age and time. All age groups. 1. Yusei. New. 2. Dem Pro League National Team Selection Exhibition 1. 3. The Blind Executioner. New. 1. Yusei. New. 2. The Blind Executioner. New. 3. Worn and Worn Newbies. Psalm 2. 20s. 1. Yusei. New. 2. Dem Pro League National Team Selection Exhibition D. 3. Madon King. I2. 30s. 1. Yusei. New. 2. Lego Stepped on Stockpile. I1. 3. Dem Pro League National Team Selection. I'm. Poem 2. All internet platforms, as well as gaming community sites, have been raging all over. SNSs used by individuals are also. It was the same. The name CEU occupied the first place in search terms for all ages and all time zones. Supernova in the Dem Pro League. The dazzling dignity of capturing 3 elite aces of Busters, a leading championship team, as soon as they debut. A girl who overcomes all the bad conditions of an uncomfortable body at a young age and challenges the throne. It was a hit condition that would remain even after causing a syndrome. Yusei, who has the tremendous cheering power of Yu Dae and other Magio Sisters fandom, shines like a supernova while standing in the middle of the field. Even some of the middle school friends Yusei entered were crowded and groaning over the plan card with Yusei's name on it. Casters can't even notice the hot wind blowing in the pro league on the signboard. Oh my gosh, I seem to be dreaming now. I don't know how many times I only see the replay screen. Wow, in my whole life, I didn't know I would see a sickly beautiful girl on this floor aiming for the throne. If my memory is correct, Yusei will definitely. Ma Dong-won was a player with a history of visiting the hospital and suggesting his debut, right? Kia? It's not that the Ma Dong-won player was hired for nothing. Age is age. If it is skill, skill. It was a great game with nothing missing. Moreover, Wouldn't you say, even have a history? It is definitely a great thing to do this in an uncomfortable environment, but in fact, I dare mention and follow it. It is a tremendous achievement enough to lose. I've never seen a handicapped, non-disabled person, such an overwhelming talent. I look forward to the development of the Korean League in the future. In the middle of the praise of casters. Hee. Master, did I do well? Did you pay for the meal? You say he came back and hugged me. I hugged you say he and stroked her hair several times. Yes. I made the rice expensive once. How many bowls is this when it comes to hot and hot soup? Oh, master, don't count anything with soup. The crowd who saw us were enthusiastic once again. This established a solid formula. The formula is you say he, a disciple raised by King Ma Dong. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the Busters' side was truly breathtaking. The fourth runner came out into the field, walking in a heavy silence like a fallen lead. Nicknamed Genius or Final Weapon. Lee Yun-ho, who is also famous as. He is Busters' fourth runner. In addition, a player who will meet Lee Yun-ho came out in our club as well. Trust Matthew. A rival relationship that once competed fiercely in the same club as Lee Yun-ho. This time, we met again as representatives of different clubs. An old friend who met as an enemy on the battlefield. However, they are too big to take care of the emotions, and they are both carrying heavy responsibilities. Don't fall out. As soon as Lee Yun-ho came to the field, he floated in the air and wrapped lightning around his body. Chain lightning, which retired the elite's Lee Eun-bai, was wrapped around Lee Yun-ho's whole body. It looks similar to seeing the advent of the Thunder God. Did you have a directing disease? It's gradual. After speaking, Matthew put on 2 gauntlets on both hands. Gauntlets obtained by catching Methedible, a subspecies, Yajong, of the deep-sea monster Theodable. It is characterized by secreting sticky, flammable mucus from the whole body. In the other hand, he wore the Smog Burn Knuckle, obtained by holding the Smog Burn, a poison gas-based monster that appears in the cemetery. Fuss. Wow. Matthew River stood in front of Lee Yun-ho, spewing gasoline and gas on fire from both hands. It looked like the incarnation of fire itself. Mother says, only the appearance goes in. Lee Yun-ho also laughed at the appearance of Matthew River with fire all over his body. 2 young geniuses of the same age face each other in the middle of the battlefield. Kwa kure ryuk. Matthew's body wrapped in fire and gas prepares for a burst dive. Lee Yun-ho, whose entire body became a lightning rod, was also ready to fight against a hit. Quakwang. Rumble. Puffer Fong. A thunderbolt and a thunderbolt collided in the middle of the field. Electricity and fire were eating each other and spreading debris in all directions. Rocks and hills collapsed, and the soil melted into sand. The terrain changes drastically. The casters were making a comment with all their might, as if they had met a relay to give their souls in an elapsed time. Alas, investment. 3 hits on the body of the final weapon. 4 hits. 5 hits. 7 hits. It's fast. But it is also the final weapon. Avoid the combo of 2 gods that are difficult to follow with the human eye. Avoid. Not even one fits. It's not human control, this is. Nevertheless, commitment. I don't die? It gets faster and faster. 8 battered hits. 9 batters. 10 hits. The 108-step combo of horror explodes. How many steps do you go up to? It shows that the body is short-lived, but the guts are eternal. The map is ruined. It's not the human realm. It's a fight of monsters, 2 monsters. The real physical monsters are here. Yes, this is the way to fight the heavenly world. You are seeing the summit of the Republic of Korea right now. The fight between the final weapon, Lee Yun-ho, and Tushin Matthew, was getting more and more intense. As Lee Yun-ho's MP decreases, Matthew's HP also decreases rapidly. Quack. The lightning storm sent by Yun-ho Lee and the fever spewed out of the Matthew River met in the middle of the field to form a huge fireball. The appearance of the blue and red hemispheres coming together to form a huge Taegyeok-patterned flash dome was a thrill to the audience beyond the display. Flash. Quakwang. Lee Yun-ho fell to the floor with lightning wrapped around his body. There is a large crater on the floor, and Lee Yun-ho, kneeling on one knee in the center, is a typical hero landing posture. While Lee Yun-ho succeeded in landing neatly. Kujajijik. As if a long-lived beetle landed, the Matthew River smashed a rock with his bare body and fell to the ground. Chet. The Matthew River rose up, brushing off the dirt from the body. Apparently, the HP loss was not large because it fell to the side that suffered the fall damage as little as possible even if it was messy. However, the time to reorganize the body after the fall, the gap of that moment, divided victory and defeat. Don't fall out. The amount of electric current wrapped around Lee Yun-ho's body suddenly began to explode. What? Matthew Kong narrowed his eyes. Lee Yun-ho apparently used up almost all of his MP in the clash that created the Taegyuk Dome just before. There would be no more current to emit. Oops. At the moment, there was something passing through the mind of the Matthew River. The hidden characteristic rebate, recorded in Lee Yun-ho's magic book. It is a trait that receives a percentage of the mana used up to the limit as if receiving a rebate. Lee Yun-ho's mana tank was so large that he wasn't keeping this trait in mind when his mana was almost exhausted. Don't fall out. Due to the current emission during the period, a beam of lightning fell from Lee Yun-ho's body, who was a US lightning rod. Thunderbolt to the dry sky. Normally, if you hit such a thunderbolt, your HP will be reduced a lot, but I don't know if it's Yun-ho Lee. Even if everyone else was hit by lightning, I still don't know if it was Lee Yun-ho. If you stick with Sun Heung-min and soccer, then Kim Yoon-ah and figure skating, and Psy and Gangnam Star, you don't know if you are Lee Yun-ho. Exciting comments from casters follow. At the end, Lee Yun-ho grabbed the thunderbolt in his hand and was aiming at the Matthew River. A certain amount of MP was charged due to the lightning bolt that just fell. Damn it. Matthew Kong intuited that he was facing the greatest crisis. I had to admit that I was in the trap of conversion prepared by Lee Yun-ho. But, flash. When Lee Yun-ho sent the thunderbolt stem that he had been forging, Matthew, I felt something strange. Don't fall out. The thunderbolt shot by Lee Yun-ho was a narrow comb through the Matthew River and hit only the hard rock behind him. Lee Yun-ho, you have made a fatal mistake. Misses out. The blow of conversion went awry. The hit rate is low as it is a high damage attack. Like this, the sky throws away the final weapon. The caster's sighs continued. It's not because Lee Yun-ho's attack missed that much, not on anyone's side. But only Matthew could know. Did you miss it on purpose? He was convinced that Lee Yun-ho deliberately shot the final attack, even though he knew that his body would fall into a stunned state immediately after the attack. It was something that can be seen with the unique sense of genius. Are geniuses communicating with each other? Yun-ho Lee was convinced that Matthew had recognized his intentions. Matthew was confused even though he knew that Lee Yun-ho had deliberately turned his special moves in the wrong direction. It was because I couldn't figure out why. That moment. You idiot. If you miss, come back soon. Tag it. I hear a nervous cry from behind. Ma Dong-seop. He is staring at the head of this age with a rather nervous look. Because it was seen. That's right. Matthew was able to know immediately after seeing Ma Dong-seop's gesture. In the previous game, Lee Yun-ho asked Ma Dong-seop for a tag, but was rejected and died. It was a very deliberate and blatant team discord that even fans who weren't familiar with the game could know. Lee Yun-ho's feelings were injurious to Ma Dong-seop and the entire club named Busters, who defended him. Therefore, it seemed that he decided not to send Ma Dong-seop and all of the Busters clubs to a champ. Fuck you. Lee Yun-ho smiled and refused Ma Dong-seop's request for a tag. Meanwhile, casters who did not know the fact were restless. Yun-ho Lee, the team is in crisis and they are laughing. Is there anything calculated? Or maybe there was something going on between geniuses. As the last caster said, Matthew Kong and Lee Yun-ho faced each other. Is there anything that geniuses can communicate with? Of course there is. However, their hearts that are in communication now are not as geniuses, but as former comrades and friends of the same age. Is there any reason to do this, even while hurting your career? It's my heart, dude. I hate it even if I die with a person I don't like. What are you going to do with the club? I know. So there's no place to take me alone regardless of whether I'm stained with gold or whatever. First go up. Follow me. Will you wait if you follow me? I pretend to be patronizing. Long conversation. Short moment. It was an incident that happened in no time when Matthew's fist pierced Lee Yun-ho's chest. Alas, the moment I tell you, history has been rewritten. Investment. After a fierce bombing, he grabs the final weapon and takes one step closer to the throne. And the Magino line of Busters defending such commitment. Ma Dong-seop is finally on the way. The casters continue a heated relay with elasticity. Meanwhile, it's finally starting. I muttered while wiping off my cold sweat. At the end, I was really surprised when Lee Yun-ho showed the characteristics of the lightning rod in the same way as Matthew River. It was a skill with a very low accuracy, so I thought Matthew would avoid it well. No way Lee Yun-ho controls it. It must have grown to the extent that I can. I realized at this opportunity that my expectations were not always true. Fortunately, the outcome of my plan came to pass, but it happened because I was lucky in many ways, such as the feud between Yun-ho Lee and Dong-seop Ma, or the friendship between Yun-ho Lee and Matthew River. Anyway, you've finally come this far. I looked down at the battlefield with sweat in my hand. It wasn't my anxiety about winning and losing that I was nervous now. The age of twin horses that we saw, heard, and experienced in the world before the return. When the expectation and excitement of being able to see with the naked eye countless simulated battles only in the aspirations and delusions of everyone. It was the door. I give a great gift to gamers of this age. The person who knows the value of this match best in the world is the person who made this match, who is me. I watched while sitting alone in the special seat closest to the battlefield. The confrontation of twin horses that will bring the end of the world to the beginning of the world. The legendary big match between investment god Matthew Taegang and Banja Ma Dongseop. Worn and Worn Newbie. Chapter 409. Gwon's Jingak, Chun San Chungo. 4. Baster's Magino line. Ma Dongseop is finally on the way. Ma Dongseop walks on the field with the voice of the moderator. Hueying. As the wind blows away the hem of the black cloak, the tough, yellow-green skin appears inside. Oak. A race with strong sebum curls that cannot be compared with humans at the same level. Both physical strength and muscle strength are superior to humans. Tough leather is quite bite. The unknown is simply repelled, and the thick and hard bones support the tough and stiff muscle fibers. A fist larger than the head pulls out more than the critical damage of both flat and hetero, and even with its large size, it can move much faster and faster than humans. Even orcs grew much faster than humans, and the width of their stats was much wider. Under the same conditions, humans will never be able to catch up with orcs. Thud. However, Matthew Kong didn't get frustrated by Ma Dongseop and rolled his feet. A light earthquake occurs and removes the dust around it, securing visibility and suppressing the baseline. It is a performance with two purposes. Ma Dongseop faced Ma Taegang's provocation with her eyes narrow. His gaze is not on the Matthew River, but on me behind it. From the beginning, it seems that there is no interest other than King Ma Dong. It's cheating. I laughed bloody. Seeing those hot eyes, I feel like I want to go out and fight once. Just. Quakwang. Matthew is not an easy player enough to let me do that. Audacity, Doug's son. The nickname was not attached for nothing. Matthew River sprinted forward with oil and gas all over his body. It was as if a trunk of fire was running toward Ma Dongseop's heart. Quakwang. Matthew's fist struck Ma Dongseop's body. Ma Dongseop blocked Matthew's fist with the elbow horn of the gauntlet. An attack blocked by a small car. However, the attack of the Matthew River does not end with one time. Qua 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 quam. Fist baptism pouring down one after another. Gauntlets, burning hot, put countless fire stamps on Ma Dongseop's body. Matthew's two hands are hot. With oil and gas on the floor, she struck Ma Dongseop's chest. Poop. An explosion occurs and Ma Dongseop's body is pushed back. However, Ma Dongseop was in a state of defending the attack of the Matthew River by turning the shield on his back for a short moment. Chijichi. Two sizzling handprints of Matthew River were stamped on the front of the shield in black. However, it wasn't just that Ma Dongseop was beaten. The annoying flies. Ma Dongseop frowned and stretched out his hand. At the moment, that hand is huge to Matthew. It looked like a wave or a landslide. The overwhelming power and fear brought by natural disasters are felt in Ma Dongseop's grasp. If caught, die? Instinct was warning. Run away from the spot right now. However, the Matthew River did not withdraw. Spock. Rather, he lowered his posture and moved his body more agile. Ma Dongseop had to open his eyes wide. On the contrary, the river ended up tightly within the reach of his hand, and in an instant, he passed near his elbow and penetrated into his arms. Momentary momentum unique to humans. This is a part that is difficult to cover with the large body of oak. Chet. Ma Dongseop turned around, giving up on recovering his hand. I was thinking of defending the attack of the Matthew River with the shield that I was wearing. However, I've already figured out your pattern. As if he knew it would, Matthew went out toward Ma Dongseop's side and caught him in an instant. It went round and round with the shield and moved along the empty abdomen of Ma Dongseop. Quasic slash. The fire stamp of Matthew River digs into Ma Dongseop's empty ship. It was not a single shot attack, but a combo action that was properly linked. At the point when the waist was awkwardly bent because it was in the middle of a turn, Ma Dongseop couldn't even make a small counterattack to finish the rotation so that the steps weren't twisted. Oh, Matthew River. It's a counterattack. A counterattack flare has burst. 1, 2, generation. Yes. 5, 6. It keeps popping out. The 108-step combo of fear explodes toward Ma Dong Siup. Matthew's combo is scary. I remember the X books that I used to play in the arcade when I was young. There, once you get caught in a combo used by older brothers, you'll rob all the coins that day. J. From the perspective of being beaten, I'm really crazy and die. Counterattack if caught even once. You can't try it once, and you die floating in the air. Just, Ma Dong Siup is paying attention to how he will get out of this crisis. Channel fixed. Even while the casters shouted with excitement, the combo of the Matthew River continued. Taegang Appa fighting. From the side, you say he cries out, clenching her cute fist. But I shook my head. What was Ma Dong Siup muttering earlier? At the beginning of the game, there was a line that Ma Dong Siup muttered when Matthew Kong gave Ma Dong Siup a good hit. Annoying flies. A person unconsciously aims at a target that inflicts minor damage to him. I often say that. Don't use that expression on enemies that cause great damage to the point of burden. In other words, Ma Dong Siup doesn't think of Ma Taegang as his right opponent. And my worries soon turn out to be true. What's wrong with this? Ma Dong Siup. I haven't been able to resist a little bit, and I'm getting all of the combos. But HP. HP does not wear out. The stamina bar is not cut. The caster's surprise is also against my example. Quang/. Ma Dong Siup's stamina was hardly cut while he was being beaten without help from the attack of the Matthew River. A thick guard, a physical superior to it. Ma Dong Siup was blocking all of the attacks of the Matthew River with a crude but hard room gear and a tough body peculiar to an orc. I recalled the knowledge before the return. A typical infighter boxer whose main character Ma Dong Siup is bloody and sticks to his opponent and engages in a hand-to-hand battle, while Ma Tae-kong is a smart and neat-out boxer who avoids the opponent's attack and stabs his attack. Even though it is devalued as being a typical muddy smack, the real scary thing about Ma Dong Siup is here. So look, Ma Dong Siup was advancing little by little while receiving countless fist baptisms sprinkled by the Matthew River. And, qua one bang. Eventually, a large, heavy fist was stabbed deep into the abdomen of Matthew River. Wow. The HP bar of the Matthew River fluctuates greatly. The health gauge quickly decreased by more than half. Quang. The Matthew River smashed two large rocks in the back and went out, breaking down the sand dunes next to it. It's not fun. Ma Dong Siup walked toward the place where the dust was rising with a gloomy expression. Fighting with the same melee dealer is exciting, but it's not fun when the opponent is human. The tank is the orc, the dealer is the lizard man. Supports, orcs, one dildo lizard men. Warriors, bandits, archers, shamans, etc. are all eaten by orcs and lizard men. Ma Dong Siup explicitly revealed his boredom and looked into the pit where smoke was rising. And he said as if he was pathetic toward the river Matthew, which was lying beneath it. The only thing humans can do is wizards at best in fact. Even that is an area that orcs and lizard men can cover. Li Yunho, that idiot, is a wizard, so I don't even understand. What are you? Are you pretending to be a dealer on a human subject? It is Ma Dong Siup, who smiles and smacks his hands. However, after removing the dirt, Ma Dong Siup had to frown soon after. There was nothing at the bottom of the pit. Pot. Tadak. As Ma Dong Siup lifted his head, he saw the Meidi River rising on a high rock in the distance. As a temporary measure, he retreated to the highland to avoid Ma Dong Siup. Ho. Matthew Kong seemed very tired. He has to do that, too. HP has been reduced to less than 20% and items of the whole body. The degree of durability is almost worn out. Ma Dong Siup's fist became this shape with just one shot. Matthew Kong checked his physical condition with an embarrassing expression. Woo. Race Red X main gym. Once you have succeeded in evacuating to the highlands by hiding in the air of dust rising upwards, you are planning to reorganize your jaunts by correcting your body. It was a stroke. However, do you think you ran away? Then it's a nerd certification. Ma Dong Siup clapped her hands with her bloody clothes. Kugaguga/. Soon a heavy wave shook his whole body. It had two palms facing each other as a true circle. Soon the wave makes it run wild to the ground. Matthew Kong opened his eyes. How to forget that power? Casters are also excited. Ma Dong Siup player. Finally revealing the real strength. This is the moment when the reason why Ma Dong Siup is called Little Ma Dong King is finally revealed. The original life of Ma Dong Wong, who overwhelmed the professional league during the pre-cataclysm, is reproduced in the hands of Ma Dong Siup. Ma Dong Siup lifted his palms and put them on the ground. Quajajijic. The power of the earthquake crushes all the hard stuff around and chops it up. Rumble. The power of the vortex twisted them into a vortex shape and sucked them toward the center. Quorum. It was the same with the high rock that the Matthew River had avoided. Pasasasic. A rock that slowly sinks into sand from the bottom. It is caught in a whirlpool at an amazing speed and is drawn to Ma Dongseop. The distance narrowed in the blink of an eye. Ma Dongseop brightened his eyes toward the Matthew River, which was dragged as far as he could reach if he reached out. Caught it. He raised his fist of earthquake power high. I was thinking of ending the game in 1Q. However, Matthew River was caught by the whirlpool of sand and dragged by Ma Dongseop. Edo was still calm. His impressions, dragging up to Ma Dongseop's range, were very short. Well, which one was caught? Worn out newbies. Chapter 410. Guan's Jingyak, Chen San Chunga. 5. Well, which one was caught? Matthew River did not lose his fighting spirit in the midst of being swept away by the earth and sand. Gook. In the torrent of dirt and sand, what the Matthew River held in his hand was a crude-looking stone. Living fossil/material/, an ancient existence that has been handed down since long ago without any change. The moment she saw it, Ma Dongseop flinched. What is that? He's been playing games for a long time, and he doesn't even know. On the outside, it looks like an insignificant stone, but if so, there is no way that Ma Taegang will be holding it as precious as that of the Sinju complex. A strange sense of incongruity comes upon us. A warning from instinct. Ma Dongseop, like geniuses, had a lot of confidence in his intuition. Duck. He lifted his hands on the ground. When the earthquake and eddy currents ceased, the earth and sand that pulled the Matthew River also stopped. A sloppy street. In the blink of an eye, Matthew stepped back and widened the distance with Ma Dongseop. As soon as the vortex ceased, the eyes of Ma Dongseop widened when Ma Dongseop saw that the Matthew River, who was caught in the soil, fled in haste. What was that incongruity just now? Was it bluff? No matter how much he was aiming for the Madong King, he was the middle boss, Matthew. The river is also a strong enemy that cannot be ignored. I was ignoring it on the outside, but it seemed to be more careful than necessary because it was a car that was bothering me. Ma Dongseop thought so. This time it's stupid. When I saw the back of Matthew River running away, my conviction grew even more. Ma Dongseop put both palms back to the floor. Kwa 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 quan. A heavy seismic wave occurs, causing cracks in the earth. Thus, the crumbly soil and sand began to rotate due to the eddy currents. Rumble. Driving around Ma Dongseop. For Earthstorm. It was enough to create a vortex in the air. Sheesh. The Matthew River climbed on a large rock and started riding like a surfboard. Poop. He swings his fist and shoots out a large stag-shaped fireball. Quick. You must be in a hurry. Ma Dongseop just hit Matthew's fist. Anyway, humans' weakened fists cannot damage the orc's strong body. Poop poop. Pop. Matthew River continued to shoot fire, but Ma Dongseop just chewed it all away. However, it only strengthens the manpower emanating from the left hand. Rumble. Suddenly, the top of the bar on which Matthew River was riding was dragged to the extent that Ma Dongseop's arm reached. It is difficult to balance the Matthew River, but there is no space to move other than the surface area of the rock. It is even going round and round. On the other hand, Ma Dongseop was located in the center of a vortex without shaking, and the speed of the storm could be freely controlled. Anytime you need to, you can adjust the speed of eddy currents and inertia to lose the balance of the Matthew River, and then reach out and capture it. In a word, Ma Dongseop was an overwhelmingly advantageous game. However, Ma Dongseop had to stop again. Incongruity. The ominous sensation I felt earlier knocked on the mind of this genius again. Is it instinct or reason? Whose judgment to follow? It looks like a dog. Ma Dongseop eventually released his hand from the ground. Again, I did what my instinct told me to do. Hurry, hurry. The casters and spectators are puzzled when they see the eddy currents subside. What happened to this? Why doesn't Ma Dongseop seem to be using his strength properly? This is Ma Dongseop, who handled the characteristics of natural disasters so well that he was nicknamed Little Ma Dong King. Strangely, my skills are constantly misfired today. Are you doing this on purpose? Why on purpose? Anyway, this situation is a good thing for Matthew. Matthew Taegang is getting out of the crisis again. It is according to the reaction of the relay team. The Matthew River escapes from the turbulent wall of earth and again widens the distance from Ma Dongseop. Poop poop. Fist-shaped flames flew and struck Ma Dongseop's whole body, but it was still not very damaging. Such a star something like a fly kid. Ma Dongseop again trembled at the thought of being deceived. As soon as Matthew River approaches, instinct screams. It's dangerous to face it, so run away. a sense that has never been wrong before. However, strictly speaking, I have never proven that the senses are wrong or correct. This is because instincts haven't been warned a lot in the meantime, and I haven't suffered any damages because I have always avoided adventures by following them. Isn't I more cautious than necessary? For the first time, Ma Dongseop doubted his own instincts. Mati Gang, the trustee, great enemy, but surely his, not the opponent. Humans can never beat orcs as long as they are in the same melee dealer position. Unless it's a monster outside the standard like the King of Madong. Good, don't hesitate anymore. After finishing the talk, Ma Dongseop cleared all the mischievous fireworks flying toward him. It's getting your clothes wet from drizzle, like that. The attacks that did well were still hit, so the HP was considerably cut off. Pappet. The Matthew River kicks the stones and blows them away. It looks like he is blatantly reluctant to take close combat. Looks like I'm trying to cut down my HP somehow for the next one. It's really dirty and greasy. Without pride. Is a guy. Ma Dongseop sharpened his teeth. If that's the case, just tag it, coward. Go and call the Madong King. When finished talking, Ma Dongseop rolled his feet wide and turned the ground over. Quack quack wang. Waves of soil and rocks rise and strike the Matthew River. Coup. The shadow of a huge natural disaster that is rushing to you. Matthew River escaped from it, jumped off the rock, and took refuge under a large mushroom rock. However, it was a mistake to step on the ground. Kururuk slash. Ma Dongseop did not miss the gap and created a vortex on the ground using eddy currents. It is already the third same attack, but there is no escape strategy in the face of natural disasters that twist and tighten the entire field. Never miss this time. Ma Dongseop pulled the Mate River while living in the snow. The Matthew River buried in the soil is helpless. It becomes a prey and is sucked into the grip of the predator. Then, Ma Dongseop made eye contact with Matthew Kong. Matthew Kong was still looking at Ma Dongseop with a calm gaze. Suddenly, a strange sense of incongruity raised the nape of Ma Dongseop's neck again. Are you again? Are you deceived again? However, Ma Dongseop clenched his teeth. Go away. Now don't go through that bluff. For the first time, Ma Dongseop distrusted his senses. The instinct that radiates so brightly. I ignored his advice. Quack wang. Ma Dongseop widened his right fist back. I was thinking of crushing the whole body of Matthew, which was being pulled forward, with this fist. The movement was so great that it could be counterattacked in the meantime, but it didn't matter. Anyway, Matthew River is human and human. There is a clear limit to the power of this stretchable fist. Yet, the distance between Ma Dongseop and the Matthew River became closer. The close battle of the twin horses enters the countdown. Let's go. Ma Dongseop is with his left hand on the ground. He raised his right hand up. A fist that is powerful enough to distort the terrain. This one room is powerful enough to destroy the mountain. If right, 100% die. However, even in such a situation, Mate Gang was calmly looking at Ma Dongseop's whole body. Each strand of the enemy's muscle fibers. Matthew River was observing the whole process of being pulled and released. He finally got up in the earth. Okay slash. The distance between the two, which wasn't narrow, has been further narrowed. Ma Dongseop opened his eyes wide. Matthew Kong, who had been in a hurry to spread the distance, narrowed the distance even further in the moment of crisis. Okay, are you desperate? Ma Dongseop smiled and gave more strength to his right hand. The attack speed is a little slower than humans over orcs, but it doesn't really matter. Ma Dongseop was struck by Matthew's fist. It is because he has the strength to endure and Matthew doesn't have the strength to withstand Ma Dongseop's fist. Matthew's fists have been hit countless times before, but each one was a non-nutritive fist. Such a water fist can be beaten any more in the future. One room. It only takes one room. Ma Dongseop has the power in his right hand. I felt that I had reached the limit. But at that moment, wake! You can see Matthew's fist flying in the front. In terms of speed, Malini's bread must be yielded. But not after that. Ma Dongseop will soon fall off, Matthew. Disregarding the fist of the river, he pulled his right arm forward. However, Ma Dongseop soon had to open his eyes wide enough to tear. The moment in the blink of an eye. The appearance of the river Matthew in front of his nose has changed. Dump duduk. Puduk. In that moment, Ma Dongseop clearly witnessed. The small body of the Matthew River that digs into one's arms suddenly swells up. The yellow skin was dyed green, and the slender body swelled. The look of Matthew River, who was close to a handsome man. The mouth suddenly began to twist, then squeezed his lips and sharp fangs protruded backwards. Nice billion. At the same time, Matthew Kang's fist, much larger than a basketball ball and heavier than a bowling ball, penetrated Ma Dongseop's abdomen. Proud. Wu duck. Scream. The tough leather is torn, inside. The sound of the broken bones of the body, and all my intestines bursting out. Ma Dongseop opened his mouth as he looked at the HP bar that was cramping like crazy. However, the scream does not come out as if it is stunned. The right arm, which had been fully loaded, also did not listen. At that point, are humans weak? Matthew Kong looked up and looked at Ma Dongseop, and he said a word, in a language that Ma Dongseop can understand. I agree. Ma Dongseop's eyes shake. The appearance of Matthew River reflected in his eyes was a complete orc. Torn Newbie. Chapter 411. Guan's Jingyak, Chen San Chunga. 6. Oh, I'm using that now, I said, looking down the canyon. Matthew River turned into an orc. This is why he became that way. Why living fossil / material / an ancient existence that has been handed down since long ago without any change. A stone with traces of small ancient creatures in the center. Thanks to possessing this item, Matthew Kong is in the form of an orc. In fact, living fossils were not particularly great hidden pieces. It is simply an item that suppresses the evolution of an individual. As long as lizardmen or orcs possess this item, they will be able to maintain their pre-cataclysm, that is, their human form. However, if the HP decreases below a certain percentage, this item has no effect. They are lost, but from then on, the original image that was hidden in the human mask will be revealed. Matthew Kong originally joined the Devil's Camp at the Tower of the Tutorial, and because of that, he was a player who transformed into an orc race. If you ask why you hid the orc's body, there are the following reasons. Wow. When Stern was released, Ma Dongseop looked at the Matthew River with a shocked expression. The opponent has changed from human to orc. It's also in the middle of the game. There was a reason why Instinct warned me from before. No way he would have hidden such an attack pattern. What the hell is this? Ma Dongseop quickly raised his fist and stretched out toward the Matthew River. Byong. However, the fist passed through the oracle of the Matthew River. He failed to calculate the reach distance because he became accustomed to dealing with Matthew Taegang, who had been in the human body. When the opponent is accustomed to moving at the human level. Pot. Matthew Kong made a leap to Ma Dongseop using the explosive leg muscles peculiar to orcs. Go away. When Ma Dongseop recovered his fist, he rotated his body and tried to press the Matey River with his shoulder. However, duck. As the HP of the Matthew River naturally recovers slowly, the body of the orc is transformed into a human body again. Matthew Taegang jumped into the orbit of Ma Dongseop's fist, aiming for the exquisite timing for the natural recovery of his HP, and soon turned into a small human body and avoided Ma Dongseop's fist. At the same time, Puduck. Matthew bite his tongue and bleeds. HP, which had been draped across the border, fell below the limit line again, and the transformation into an orc began. Poop. Matthew, who turned into an orc, smashed Ma Dongseop's abdomen again with an enlarged staple food. Big. Ma Dongseop stepped back, feeling the ribs breaking off. Boing. Ma Dongseop made the middle kick with all his might. Pot. Ma Taegang, whose HP had recovered slightly but naturally, turned into a human body and quickly lowered his head to avoid Ma Dongseop's middle kick. Humans are smaller than orcs, so their space utilization is relatively high in close combat, and small actions are bound to be agile. Matthew changed into a human body and moved sharply, aiming at the timing of the natural recovery of HP, and by biting his tongue slightly, he dropped his HP, turns into an orc's body, and throws a heavy fist. When moving with mobility, it is a human body, and when it is fed a big shot, it is an orc. Billion. Ka Taegang's fist was again stuck in the center of Ma Dongseop's face. It's not the slender biceps and small fists of the human days. Oak's unique log-like forearms and iron pot-like fists shook Ma Dongseop's bone painlessly. It is even a fist with a hot flame on it. Ma Dongseop retreated to his back, feeling a burning pain in his face and a headache from the splitting of his skull. It is not a winding whistle, Chan San Chunga, but a winding whistle, Chan San Chunguk. They literally punish evil with their fists. Fuck slash. Matthew, who turned into an orc, ruthlessly flew his fists without seeing any compassionate circumstances. Casters saw this situation and relayed properly with their mouths wide open. I can't. Alas. What is this? What is this situation? The only caster John got up and grabbed the microphone. He began to broadcast the current situation, mixing the peculiar beep that comes out when he was overwhelmed. Matthew Taegang transformed into an orc during the game. It was originally an orc, But was it transformed into a human? Ah, if you were originally human, would you have turned into an orc? It's as if the original background color of a zebra is white and has black stripes. Or maybe the original background color is black and there are white stripes. No, what am I talking about? Anyway, it's awesome. The 108-step combo peculiar to Mata River's investment is bursting without any reason. At the same time, you can see people standing up in the audience seats. Enthusiastic fans who stand up with excitement, roll their feet, yell, and cheer. The unconventional performance that Matthew Kong showed was enough to squeeze out the minds of 200,000 people. On the other hand, I, already foreseeing all of this, is just wearing clothes. Be sure to step on it. I don't even have to go out to me. The age of twin horses. The fight between investment and realism was as thrilling as I was hurt. And this will be their last match. Ma Dong-seop will face a worthy end to face as a matchmaking broker, and he will never get his dirty feet on the esports floor again. I will do it. Furpong. /Wu Jijik. Ma Dong-seop's body becomes a rag after being hit by Matthew's fist baptism. In Ma Dong-seop's eyes, aroused by his crushed pride and pain, the emotion of fear stands in his eyes. Virtual reality games are completely different from those of the old-time games played on the monitor. The fact that hitting others feels real is that what I am hitting on others feels real too. Naturally, it causes psychosis in millions of people. If you're like an ordinary person, you can avoid this by lowering the sync rate, but pro gamers always set the sync rate to the highest level, so the probability of getting PTSD was very high. Even the Wanji box, lizardmans. It's different from the tail, or even professional gamers who suffer from the punch-drunk phenomenon. So what should I do? That stop. GG. Lost. Ma Dong-seop shouted, looking at the HP bar falling toward the floor. However, Matthew's actions were much faster than the speed at which Ma Dong-seop shouted the word abstention. Chin. Go. Matthew Taegang approached Ma Dong-seop's front and grabbed the wrist of his left hand with one hand and the wrist of his right hand with the other. Don't go somewhere and say anything to the successor of King Ma Dong with this skill. Matthew said in a cold tone, whispered in Ma Dong-seop's ear. And, Puwuk. Poop. He kicked Ma Dong-seop's chest with his feet and pulled out his two wrists as it was. Earthquake and Vortex. His two hands, who made Ma Dong-seop nicknamed Little Ma Dong-king, came out recklessly. Red torn leather, loosely broken bones, scattered flesh, and raindrops. At the same time, Ma Dong-seop's HP hit the floor neatly. Thud. After losing both hands, Ma Dong-seop knelt with a terrified expression and slashed his forehead to the floor as it was, in the form of worshipping towards the spirit of trust. The inside of the hall where the game is being played is silent for a moment. Within, caster John Jean exclaimed with a hot voice. The match has just been decided. GG. Ma Taegang, the trustee, grabs Ma Dong-seop, who is called Little Ma Dong-king, and puts an end to the battlefield. At the same time, all the spectators gathered inside and outside the hall cheered all over. A crucible of enthusiasm with hundreds of thousands of people mixed together. It is the result of having only two cards, Yu Se-hee and Matthew. I turned around with a light smile. Today's winner is Friendly Newbie. We ask for a lot of applause for the national team of Korea who will be participating in the Asia Champions Little League. Behind his back, the sound of caster John Youngjin seemed to come through his ears. Not 6. It's not over yet. Although we have won, we have not yet fully acquired the qualifications for the Korean national team. Push. I pulled out of the capsule and looked across the stage. The standing ovation of the fans pouring out with thunder. But what I saw before that, it was a gaze looking at this place with bloodshot eyes. I knew it would be like this. I laughed in the mask. Cha Giep. He doesn't seem to accept that the Busters 5-man all-star was defeated by 2 of the worn-out newbies. Maybe he will come across all sorts of things. The convention rules are wrong. I am not sure if there is a representative surname. The game wasn't fair from the start. I need a rematch. Although the game is already over, there are many cases where the outcome of the game has changed due to the illegal intervention of the association. Taekwondo, boxing, soccer, baseball, various ice sports, etc. are already happening. Esports is no exception. There is room for headaches if the association has been stunned by fans' agitation. Perhaps, as the associations always have, there was a possibility of illegal external pressure to change the national team's entree to coach Ji-young. For example, remove Yoon Sol and Drake, who have never been active in the selection, and add Ma Dong-seop. Since it is an esports league where the rules have not yet been established, those in power. If capitalists try to intervene to their liking, there is a greater room for complications than other stocks. For that reason, While I won, I was definitely going to nail this point. How do I nail it? Behind the scenes, I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out a small external hard drive and whispered to director Jae-young, who was next to the capsule. Hyung, check the video in this right now. What is this? Director Jae-young immediately connected to his mobile phone to confirm what he had received from me. Moment. Director Jae-young's mouth opens. He seemed more surprised than when our team won the championship. You, what are all the videos in this? But instead of answering, I just smile. Videos hanging in a folder. Although the screens in the middle were edited in mosaic, there was no problem in recognizing the background, people, and events in the video. The moment we get on the podium and get the championship cup, discard those videos right on the giant screen above the dome stadium. A message to all enemies, including Cha Gi-yeep. This is the final shot that will mark the end of this tournament. It was the last evidence to prove that we are well qualified to represent Korea. Worn out newbies. Chapter 412. The real thing appeared 1. Today's winning team is Friendly Newbie. We ask for a lot of applause for the national team of Korea who will be participating in the Asia Champions Little League. Caster John Yongjin cried while standing on the stage. I wear a white mask in front of the crowd. Stood on. King of Madong. The unofficial absolute of the current Korean Pro League. But today's spotlight wasn't pointing at me. Yoo Se-hee and Matthew Kong. The youngest two of the worn-out newbies stood side by side at the front of the stage. Me, Drake, and Yoon Sol stood next to them with happy smiles. Caster John came up with a microphone. The first person he interviewed was probably me, the leader of the team. Madongwang player. You showed the most impressive performance in the first round. I thought all casters were stunned when making a hole with a single fist. What is the secret of that powerful physical attack power? In the future, I briefly answered the question of Caster John Yongjin while pushing the microphone. It's a temperament. The audience burst into laughter at those words. Caster John Yongjin laughed and nodded. Instead of wearing an item of any grade. That power comes out because you used it, right? In addition, monsters that drop such graded items do not have a good sense of what and how to catch them. He's even famous for not playing raids well on a regular basis. Well, it jumps in the gap. I think the concept of the gap between geniuses is a little different from that of ordinary people like me. After speaking, Caster John gave out the microphone to Yoon Sol and Drake next to him. These two players are their first debuts, as far as I know. How do you feel about becoming the national representative? At the words of Caster Yongjin, Yoon Sol and Drake struck hands. Sadly, I haven't been active in both the first and second rounds, so I have nothing to say. I can't give you any horse. Both Yoon Sol and Drake have never played the game directly, so there is nothing to say. And it was the same for me, who didn't play in the second game. The main characters in this game are Yoo Se-hee and Matthew Taegang. The 2-second Shinsung who destroyed the Busters, one of the influential winners, shines brightly in the center of the stage. Caster John Yongjin, who walked in front of the cheering crowd, raised his microphone towards the Matthew River. Atushin Matthew Taegang. After the cataclysm, I saw a splendid emergency. You seem to have improved your skills more and more. It's an exaggeration. Overpraise. At the end, he turned to an orc and retired Ma Dong-seop. When I saw him, I felt thrilled. What principle do you use to change the body between orcs and humans? Was the original body orc? Or are you human? It's a confidential strategy, so I'll no comment. Matthew replied well as I ordered. In fact, it didn't matter what I said, but to establish an image of mysticism. It would be better to leave it as a mystery. At Matthew's blunt words, Caster John Yongjin laughed, as if he knew it would. Afterwards, Caster John Yongjin added a few virtues to Matthew, and then moved toward the next target. It was Yoo Se-hee, the main character of today's Gene. Caster John shouted with a heightened voice. There is no individual MVP trophy for today's game, but if there was a trophy, it would have been unanimously awarded to Yoo Se-hee. All the goosebumps came to my mind when I caught 3 of the opposing team as in a row today. How do you feel about winning? Yoo Se-hee. Hee good. I think I paid for the meal. Arthur. As Yoo Se-hee, who was twisting her body, smiles with her face blushing red, countless spectators in front of the stage grab their breasts and start raining. Caster John Yongjin also laughed while changing his glasses. Ah, this is true. Isn't it so cute? I thought you were looking at my daughter. My wife, just looking at play. It's as terrifying as it is. Are your classmates like school now cheering here? Yes, I'm here. Guys. As Yoo Se-hee raised her hand toward the stage, a shout burst out from the corner. It was seen that junior high school students approaching nearly 100 were mixing flags and plan cards toward Yoo Se-hee. Se-hee, come to school soon. Let's play a game together. I started this game too. Because there is no class leader, the class doesn't work. Everyone cheers for Yusei, regardless of the boys and girls. Caster John laughed and pushed the microphone back toward Yusei. It's also very popular. See, mister, you debuted as a professional at a young age. Is it good enough to live in the club? Yeah, everyone be nice. Who was the best? When Caster John Jean asked, Seiyu was troubled by touching her lips with her fingers. I was hoping to point me to my heart. And that seems to have been the same for Yunsol and Drake. However, Yusei touched Ma Taegang's shoulder next to her with her head. Taegang brother is the best. What? What did you do? I also practice as a partner. I can't see well, so where do I go? Whenever I always hold my hand. Then, Caster John looks at the Matthew River with a firm expression. The crowd around him was also booing in a small voice. Even Yu Dahe and Yu Chong were staring as if killing Matthew. Ooh, get off. Do not touch Seihi. The thief kid. In an instant, Matthew's anti-fans grow. Yusei appealed to the microphone that the club life is very enjoyable and that it is also helpful in improving his skills. Other clubs say that the club's operating expenses go into the old Danju's back pocket, but our club says the owner's back pocket is the club's operating expenses. The welfare is great. The audience laughed warmly, and at the same time, director Jae-young, who was next to him, took over the microphone and immediately gave a comment. At our friendly newbie club, we always wait for talented coaches and players to join. It is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, so please submit your application anytime. The words sparkle my eyes here and there. Players who were left out of the selection, second-team players who were not recognized for their talents. Rothel and the active rankers who are more talented in teaching were looking at this with interesting expressions. Director Jae-young continued to feel the championship. In the first game, we came up with one card called Ma Dong King, and in the second game we won with two cards, Matthew and Yusei. I think that our worn-out newbies, also known as Mingmin and Yu, still have a lot to show. I will definitely prove it by doing a good job in this Asian Champions League. And when Jae-young's feelings continued, Cha Gi-yeep's feelings continued beyond the blackout behind the stage. Cha Gi-yeep shined with bloodshot eyes with the association's officials gathered together. As it is, the team that recognizes whether it is wear and tear is presented as the representative of Korea. Are you going to send it? No one has an answer. It is a fact that the ruling was clearly made in the competition. Even in the field alone, 200,000 people watched the ruling in real time. However, it seems that Cha Gi-yeep can hardly admit this fact. Character. Look guys, there is something we must point out too. He spoke with a collection of association officers he had bought or had gathered under his subsidiary. The worn-out newbie team showed a total of 3 players in this competition. What does that mean? It's lack of representation. This is a concession to the 2 kids who came out today with that friend named Ma Dong-won. Even if they admit their skills, the other 2 have never been verified. Only then people understood what Cha Gi-yeep wanted to say. So, the words of the elderly are King Ma Dong, Seiyu, and Taegang Mei. Let's recognize these 3 as national representatives, but exclude the other 2 from entree. And we put 2 of our players in that place. Well, definitely. How can we make it a matter of controversy between the 2 who are not actually qualified to represent Korea? It's not that there is no question about whether they are really capable. I think it would be possible if we change the association rules as soon as we make the 3rd tournament or set up a special T-0 for each club. However, they could not continue the meeting. This is because even after Coach Jae-young revealed his feelings of winning, he kept holding the microphone without going down the stage. If that's the case, this has been an interview with you so far. If you give us a moment, I would like to show you a funny video to those who have been honoring us in the meantime. When he finished speaking, he handed the microphone to me. I accepted the microphone handed by Jae-young and walked out to the center of the stage. After bowing my head to the fans, I said into the microphone with a voice unique to King Ma Dong. This time we won with pretty good results. In my words, none of the people gathered at the stadium could present a disagreement. Silence mixed with anticipation surrounds me. I open my mouth again. In fact, there is no sense of winning too overwhelmingly. A small sound of laughter comes from all over the audience. I took the mic even more into my mouth. Is that why? There was no time for other players other than Seihi and Taegang to play an active part. Then, countless eyes turned to Yunsol and Drake next to me. My friends who have not yet demonstrated their skills in front of the public. Strictly speaking, Yusei and Matthew. It's just that the turn hasn't come because it's so good, but there are always suspicious people, so it's impossible to be completely free from suspicious eyes. I think there will be some fans who view our club as a pretext for only 2 players in this game. In my words, The inside of the hall was immersed in silence. Some people will agree. Some people will deal with it, and others will be curious about what I'm going to say. And there must be one person who is anxious. It is clear that Cha Gi-yeep is chewing his nails well behind the scenes. I kept opening my mouth. Our worn-out newbie is the National University. There are some people who feel that PORA is ineligible to entrust her in the middle. Certainly we are new. We lack the opportunity to stand in front of you. We haven't been properly verified, and we don't even have a full spawn. Stillness gets heavier and heavier. I glanced at the crowd once, and then slowly opened my mouth. So I prepared. At the same time, a video started playing on the largest screen in the hall. It is played simultaneously on all screens inside and outside the Dome Stadium. It was even being shown as a huge holographic image above the Dome Stadium. Bang! Rumble! With a roar, the mountain collapses and the atmosphere fluctuates. A world where everything falls apart. Everything about the world of the devils is ruined. The flurry of S-Class and S-Plus class monsters that had never been revealed to the world until now resonated throughout the world. A hologram that flutters in the dark air above the Dome Stadium. The game world is falling down toward the real world. Many people who recognized it opened their mouths open. My wife, Heavenly Island. It's a heavenly island. Oh my gosh. It's an S-Plus class monster. Did that really exist? Some people fell behind in horror at the huge globogram shot over the dome and the collapse of the Sky Island that took place in it. All the reporters, both foreign and foreign, take pictures as if they were crazy with their mouths wide open. All the streamers were broadcasting the video as if they were possessed without knowing that the saliva and runny nose were flowing from their mouths and noses. The world was thrilled with the appearance of Bokesa, the cannibal emperor, and the bad-ending nightmare Formutopia Paul. And after defeating such a monster, there are 3 shadows that escape from the explosion. Yoon Sol, the angel, is emitting a beam of light that leveled up a tremendous number of times. Drake, an adventurer who has become a man in the middle, but his eyes are clearly alive. And even though I can't see it because of the smoke and mosaics, I guess it's a mask that I can see at a glance, and even my shadow that can be seen as the King of Madong. The audience can't even shout because they're busy telling whether this situation is a dream or reality. However, he is only opening his mouth to see the heavenly island collapsing toward the world, the scene of the huge collapse, and the grave death of the boss monster. With the end of the heavenly island collapsing toward the ground, the holographic image stopped. Inside the hall where 200,000 people gathered, and outside the hall where more than that gathered. But no sound is heard. Towards that terrible silence, where even the sound of breath is not heard, let alone shouts. I grabbed the microphone. You have been curious about who caused the cataclysm in the meantime? And he spoke briefly to numerous media and streamers. That's it. At the same time, a shout comparable to the roaring sound that occurred when the heavenly island collapsed shakes the whole world. My appearance is being transmitted to overseas in real time. All games that exist in Korea, trimming channels and communities all burst in real time. I made a stop in my mind toward Gi Cha and the people of the council who had been bought. Fuck it. This was my first line mark for the World League. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 413. The real thing appeared too. A video posted on YouTube View. It was simply a few minutes of video, but the impact it had on the world was not simple. The whole world was welcome to this video. Hundreds of millions of gamers are enthusiastic, and far more click the mouse button than that. What caused the cataclysm? Wasn't this just updated naturally over time? Who was it artificially caused? Kao Yo Shi Kao Yo Wo. I can't believe it too. Isn't that a fake video? It's a fake video of this quality? It would be possible with a budget enough to make an movie. Dem Korea's position has been announced. Real face-to-face. WTF. Amazing Korean. Respect. Le7 Yiba, Run W. Akin Moyin Hakunin Jia. I'm a magician who has intuition in this game. I am proud that I belong to Magio. I want to join Audi. Association. Wayishu. Chauk. Sangwoo Niso Jading Si. Do all Koreans play games well? Fong No, the king of Madong is too out of specification. The real thing that caused the cataclysm, legend. And her 2 colleagues also seem really great. Overseas was even more noisy than domestic ones. Korea, a small country on the outskirts of Asia, is growing its presence at a frightening pace. Of course, all the game communities, social media, streaming channels, etc. were noisy, but in fact, there were places with more traffic than anywhere else. It is Ma Dong King's YouTube View channel. Wow, Hits are really crazy. The cataclysmic video I released has exceeded 400 million views as of the current standard, 2 days after the competition ended, and the number of views has been steadily rising now. An increase of more than 10 million views a day, comparable to the Sang Sang of Despacito, the legend of 5 billion views, the highest hit record of YouTube views. A tremendous amount of growth. Originally, they were S-class monster raid videos that were meant to be saved, but this time, in order to calm the controversy over the national free ride of Yoon Sol and Drake, a video was unavoidably launched. That was the video of the cannibal Emperor Bokassa Reed, the fall of Heavenly Island. It was the most appropriate timely as well. The presence of our club has become clear as it broke out in the first professional league held after the cataclysm. Furthermore, it is a bonus that Korea's influence has also become strong ahead of the Asian Champions Little League. As a result, Cha Gi-yeep and other council members could not even make a filming sound in front of me. What kind of disqualification controversy in front of the people who caused the cataclysm? Meanwhile, it was director Jae-young who edited the video to be displayed on the extra-large screen in the hall of the Esports Stadium Dome Stadium. He did his best to make sure that the deceased person and the King Madong were not the same person, and he modified my opinion to just release the video immediately, uploading the video to my YouTube account first, and then opening my YouTube account on screen 4. It showed the meticulousness of interlocking and revealing. This will maximize your profits. At the words of director Jae-young, I nodded. Certainly, it is clear that it will be viewed and profitable only if you link it to my account first rather than just spraying the video. Even so, I didn't know that the number of views would be huge. Cataclysm video in the pre-regression world. It was about thinking about the explosive reaction people had when it was first released, but in the time zone where I live, the reaction was much better than that. Woohoo! The number of views is lightly over 1 billion. Probably, your views are the highest among Korean YouTubers. Right. The Madongwang account, who did nothing after the cataclysm, has been actively uploading videos. The views are much better than the Dun's old person account. I laughed bloody looking at the perfectly resurrected Madong King account. For reference, the profits from this video will be distributed fairly to Yoon Sol and Drake. Meanwhile, we held a small party to commemorate the championship and to celebrate the explosive hits caused by the cataclysm video. In the party room in the center of my building, I set up a business trip buffet and opened the lid of champagne. I was sipping a glass of champagne while wearing a mask because it was in the position of the Madong King. Now it's time for everyone to come. Then, the door of the party room opens and the hat in line. A woman wearing a glass entered. I was able to find out the slim ratio on the face that was the size of the skinny, even if I covered the face. Oh, Yoon Sol came to my side and lifted the glass. I laughed as I bumped my cup against Yoon Sol's cup. Oh, you're here. Director Jae-young pauses the video and trembles towards Yoon Sol. Oh, Bishop. So send me out of the game. You're our club's secret weapon, and you shouldn't let it out easily. Director Yoon Sol and Jae-young also make a toast. I thought while looking at Yoon Sol's back. Soliai's heel is also a heel. Actually, his real secret weapon is separate. The only healer on our team. She will play a big role in the upcoming league. As I was thinking, the door to the party room opened and other people appeared. Cheap. You say he waved her hand while looking in the wrong direction. And it's Drake in a wheelchair and Matthew pushing the wheelchair. Minors should drink soda. I raised my glasses and said hello to my friends. Matthew and Drake once competed in the Sandworm Raid. At first, it looked a little awkward, but the game soon blossomed as a story, as if there was a bar between the masters. Sister. Oh, see. As soon as you say he and Yoon Sol met, they were happy with their fingers interlocked. I saw it 2 days ago, and what's so nice to me? You say he followed Yoon Sol very well, probably because Yoon Sol learned the same affinity as Capybara in Hong's movie. Judy Loaf in the game also liked Yoon Sol for no specific reason, so I wondered if he had to be born with the affinity that can be eaten by true kids. Then, he said that he couldn't be a noble class, and director Jae-young waved his hand with an antipathy. Hey friends, you are here. Those at the entrance are the faces I have seen a lot. Director Jo Tae-ho and Hong Young-hwa, who are in the LGB game broadcasting department, were waving brightly toward director Jae-young. People I know personally. It was a personal connection when he was a deceased person. Those who followed him were also the characters I knew well. Good morning. This is the newcomer girl group Nia. Park Bo-yeon and Bae Soo-ji, Do Na-yoon, and Sodam Park also open the door and enter. Manager Woo Ram-lim, who is surprised to see the size of the party room, is also with him. I asked Jae-young, no, why did you call Nia? Why can't it? They are big fans of our club and promotional models for the club. He said he won't even pay for the event. Everyone who knows that NIA members are addicted to games. Knowing facts. It seems that the NIA members are doing our best to the club. Kayak. Madong Wang player. I'm a real fan. I am a successful virtuoso. I heard you have a tie with my master. Amazing. Our master is really amazing, too. And I think the Madong Wang player is no less than that. Bei Gigi, Yun Duna, and Park Sodam shake hands with me and look excitedly. It talks well. Meanwhile, well, hello. Park Boyun only bowed her head to me with a slightly awkward appearance. This is because there was a time when I met in a professional league and suffered a humiliating defeat for me. Park Boyun, who always clings to me to the point of annoyance, is such a flirtatious class. It's a little unfamiliar when you show it. But that doesn't mean I can't pretend to be sad, so I just nod my head. At that time, the always bright red movie asked me while drinking champagne. What? But isn't the Maggio fan club coming all the time? I decided to open a patty later as a separate hairdresser. Today Pro League. Only the officials and the club officials. I explained, bumping my glass against the glass that Honghua gave out. Eventually, members of the association Jaeyoung Sang also appear. With Cha Gyip, they are at the opposite point, and they are all meaningful people who are striving for the development of the Korean game industry. Now, thank you for shining up this event today. I wish everyone a good time. Director Jaeyoung raised the glass while reciting a congratulatory remark, not a congratulatory remark. Everyone raises their glasses with bright expressions and praise for the prosperity of the national team, the worn-out newbie. Then, hey, I had a finger pricking my shoulder from behind. Looking for something, she turns her head and sees a woman wearing a black hood. When did you come in? No, who was the invitation to come here in the first place? Jaeyoung's acquaintances that I know are mostly elderly uncles, and if there are exceptions, it is about Hong Young-hwa of LGB Broadcasting Station. So who is this woman? Let me stand far away with a strange look. I don't know. She went one step closer to me, avoiding the crowded crowd. My hair is still wet, and the smell of shampoo touches my nose. I thought it was about the age of Yusei because he was small and young. The voice was quite husky, so I could guess that he was quite old. Soon, I met her eyes shining under a black hood. It was quite an unexpected person. Treatment Squad. I am memorizing it because it is a face I see often. The leader of the second class of treatment, who is said to be good at work. A being who erased the monsters that existed on the map before the league opened. Senna was looking at me with a sharp glance. Worn out newbies. Chapter 414. The real thing appeared 3. I don't know. Nam Senna, the leader of the second class, who is rumored to be doing well. She was looking into my face with a suspicious look. Don't be fooled by this young-looking face. Nam Senna erased the powerful monsters inhabiting the entire map before the league opened. In the game, it is a risk molecule that exerts absolute power. When I was active as a Madong King, I only encountered her once. I remember the time when the Pro League Award ceremony was held in the past. On the day when I was awarded the MVP Royal Star Trophy, the Ongsan Zodiac launched a number of monster waves and launched terrorism. At that time, Nam Senna had a conflict between killing the Zodiac or evacuating ordinary users, but eventually withdrew to help the general users evacuate. For GM, rather than catching terrorists. It must have been an unavoidable choice because saving lives is the first thing. And it was me who fought against Zodiac on behalf of Sinanam and the GM squad she led. I stood in front of the Zodiac in the Madonna mode and competed with him several numbers. Eventually, I felt that it wasn't enough for the Madong King mode and transformed into a deceased person mode. He barely defeated the Zodiac and then returned to the Madong King mode and wiped out the remaining mobs, and the terror of the Ongsan Zodiac ended. If I had not come forward, the Korean Pro League would have been hit close to collapse. Senanam smiled dryly, as if recalling the time she met me on the battlefield. I was in debt then. I don't see it as someone who came to pay off the debt. As I replied, the male generation nodded calmly. The pale smile disappeared as if, when there had been. The face of the person who caused the cataclysm came to look at me. From the squad to the game story. It's a big deal to be interested. As you know, I'm a bit interested because I was the one who announced the cataclysm update. Well, the story team frowns at all. Come to think of it, it is. When the cataclysm first occurred, it was Nam Senna who explained it in detail to the general public. A woman who cannot understand. Dangerous. I decided that there was nothing to benefit from mixing more words with her. The moment she was about to turn around, Senanam opened her mouth. Zodiac, Bundy Vale. As I stopped moving, Senanam opened her eyes narrow. Do you know anything about this man? If you're talking about the terrorist, you've met once or twice in the game. I was a bit punished because I was like a PK criminal. After hearing my answer, Sinanom frowned. Did you know that he's in Gray City right now? I shut my mouth for a while. It seems that I heard a similar story from Lizardman Rancor Ioldrium before, but something that has nothing to do with me now. I don't know why you were telling that story to me. As well as you, the deceased, and the Zodiac man. It seems to be quite entangled. We are watching him carefully too. The enemy's enemy is a friend, right? The chase slaughter, Jia Dal Sarun, Druji. The intention seems quite obvious. I shrugged. It's not that simple in the world. It's more meaningful than it looks. If I go there, I will override it and live. Senanam groaned and frowned at my answer. I think I'm trying to walk my mind, but unfortunately, I'm older than I can see. I ate it in hut, but it seemed to be a little helpful in this case. Then, oh, you're the squad leader. With good timing, Yun Sol blocked the relationship between me and the male generation. Yun Sol recommended Nam Sena to hold a glass of champagne with a good attitude. If you come to a party, you should enjoy the party. Oh no, character. All the time. It's a party. Yun Sol suggested champagne to Senanam, and he looked back at me and smiled. Good timing. I nodded towards Yun Sol, then turned my head and headed to Drake, who was doing beer pong, and I pretended to be interested in it. Hey Drake, isn't it a foul for an archer to be beer pong? Well, Jean, see, he seems to be able to see. I'm already losing my third game. Because her cup is Coke, I'm at a worse disadvantage. I stroked Yusei's head with the ball, and then moved away. I peeked over the veil. It can be seen that Senanam is being caught by Yun Sol and Han Younghua, who have good attachments, and are in trouble. Phew, I took a sigh. I scratched my head. Namsena, she seemed to approach me with some suspicious feelings. Likewise, trying to fight the Zodiac out of nowhere. But the fact that the home of the Zodiac guy is Gray City is good information. There is also the Tower of Murderers that I have been concerned about from before. I stroked my chin. The Zodiac must be killed every time it meets. But what's better than that is to find it and kill it. But now there is something more important. When I'm thinking about this or that, goo, there was a hand that struck my shoulder. When I turn my head, I see Director Eom Jae-young with an excited expression. He grabbed my wrist and headed over the veil to the dark backroom. Wow, Director Eom. Some outdoors. Hoo-hoo. I told my wife I'm going to stay overnight, so it's okay. Come here. What is it, dirty? You were kidding first. Who is taking his brother's joke so dirty? Now, that's not what matters now. Character, what did you say? Stop playing dirty jokes. Listen. Director Jae-young lowered his voice with a serious expression. I think the Asian Champions League draw has already come out. Yeah? Already? Sure. It's informal, but you can just be sure. Director Jae-young showed me a document. It was the draw of the first Asian Champions League Little League. 12 countries in total. Korea, China, Japan, Russia, Mongolia, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, India, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. It was exactly the same entry I saw before returning. The Asian Champions League consists of 2 big leagues, Little League and Big League. Ground Zero is played. Only one country can pass this Little League, and a total of 4 countries will advance to the Big League. The 4 countries that pass the Little League are ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd through the Big League, and the method of selecting the first place is a tournament. Director Jae-young divided 12 countries into 4 groups with magic. Korea/Japan/China. Uzbekistan/India/Pakistan. Russia/Mongolia/Turkmenistan. Taiwan/Philippines/Vietnam. In each of these 4 groups, one country will advance to the big leagues. Director Jae-young closed the magic lid and scratched his side head with it. It seems like our group is the death group. At first glance, the group that Korea belongs to looks like the group that pops the most. Among the Asian countries, it is expected that Japan and China will be among the most competitive games. But this was what I was already expecting. It's the same as the world before the regression. I was a bit relieved of the future as I knew it. Probably, the reason that the Cho Chu-jik was allotted so far is that there is some kind of conflict as it was in the past and now. The associations in any country are so dirty. But it's okay. It's rather good. It is rather fortunate to me that I belong to the group of death. I can get rid of even the end of the variable. Because there is. In the world before my return, where I lived, Korea was eliminated in the first game and could not cross the threshold of the World League. This time it will be different. I clenched my fists looking at the match in front of my eyes. Director Jae-young told me, the time is not so tight, so let's make a thorough plan. But I shook my head. I don't need a plan. Huh. Director Eom Jae-young wears arms folded thinking. It started again. Ujin, I know I'm overflowing with confidence. I guess. Still, there must be a plan. If your head is bad, your body suffers. Then, if you are in good shape, you don't have to have a good head. I smacked Eom Jae-young's arm, who was sticking out his lips. Don't worry, brother. It's not that I have very little plans. Really? Do you have any plans? It is Director Jae-young, whose expression suddenly brightens at my words. I nodded. I broke 2 of my gauntlets in the last Battle Royale Ground Zero over. You know, yes. As a result of trial driving the jet black armor obtained by catching Oz, the Death Dragon, it was revealed that the durability of an A+ grade item could not properly support its strength. It wasn't what would happen by making a repair. Death Dragon Oz, because I got energy, I must have the power to control and handle it. I told Director Jae-young, I'm thinking of getting one more S+ grade item before the Asian Champions League. Director Jae-young's eyes wide open when he heard me. What kind of monster are you trying to catch? I lit my eyes. The Devil Constellation. Fixed S+ grade monster. The 17 absolutes dominate the worldview of Deus Ex Machina. No, now 16 absolutes. Now that you have defeated Oz, the Death Dragon, one of the 7 Dragon Lords, the next turn is one of the 7 demon constellations. What I'm aiming for is another S+ grade item. The symbol of muscle strength. Even the energy of Oz, the Death Dragon. A new thing that will give you the power that you can freely control. There is probably no better item than this to symbolize the Madong King. Meanwhile, Director Jae-young is showing a blank expression after listening to me, but it is still too early to be surprised. Dark backroom. I looked straight into the eyes of Director Jae-young. There was a time like this before. That was probably just before the first cataclysm took place. Was it the first time I took off the mask of King Madong and revealed the identity? What to do? What about the past? I opened my mouth to Director Jae-young with a quaint expression. Let's prepare together. The second cataclysm. Worn out newbies. Chapter 415. The greatest. Showman 1. Perfect touch as if not worn. It is not underwear in this world. Lego innerwear. I winked at the camera with a stern expression. My body that flows with oil and shines is shiny like a piece due to the vigorous exercise. I was standing in the center of a white room, wearing only my underwear, looking at the camera in front of me. And next to me, there were members of Nia who were posing with oil on their bodies. Park Bo-yeon, Yoon Do-na, Bae Ji-ji, and Park So-dam. They and I were currently filming a CF as an underwear model. Good. This is the end. PD opened his eyes from the camera with a regretful expression. Then they come to me and shake hands. Hey, this shot also came out well. Oh my god, it's such a natural feeling even if you wear only underwear. Professional underwear mod. Dells don't come out naturally like this. A word of exaggeration. Thank you. I'd like to thank you more. Since Ein and Nia have been modeling underwear, the number of points that are sensational has declined significantly. The sales volume is definitely increasing. Thank you very much for the next renewal season. Well, it's already been said that you're taking it off. Because it is. Maybe the discomfort is close to zero. I look forward to seeing you in the future. I shook hands with the PD and turned right away. Then, there was a shadow approaching me as I put on my coat and grabbed my car keys. Master, are you going right away? Together. Have dinner. Park Bo-yeon runs to the side of me and hits the hem of the coat. But I shook my head. Busy. What are you busy with? The selection was ended a while ago. I have to prepare for the Little League. Yeah? The members of Nia who listened to me opened their eyes round. Then they laughed all at once. Hey, Master pretends to be an amateur and pro. The Master has something to prepare for the Little League. Puppets. I smiled with blood at the reaction of the NIA members. Who is going out? I'm helping my friends get ready. After hearing me, Park Bo-yeon tilted his head. 3 of them. What should I prepare? I have a simple answer to her words. Left. Money. Yes. Before participating in the Asian Champions League's Little League, I was going to step into the game and defeat one of the 7 demon constellations that dominate the game world. Fixed S+ grade monster. A great monster comparable to Oz, the Death Dragon. In the process of hunting him, the most desperate demand is money. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon, who listened to me, smiled and asked, Money? Do you need master money? Will I lend you? As I said like a joke, I nodded so easily that Park Bo-yeon was a little surprised. Bae Su-ji and Do Na-yoon and So-dam Park also approached me and opened their eyes round. Isn't there a lot of money? Today's CF appearances alone would have been similar to, or more than us. More than a top girl group, it's a pace and striper, no streamer. As well as master. All of them are friends who know my wealth to some extent, so it seems more and more puzzled. But I shook my head. Not enough. It's not enough. Money in my plans in the future. This really costs a lot. It is a work to bring down one of the 7 demon constellations. Of course, there is no way to do a penny or two. Now, I have to borrow cat coins. Could you lend me some money? I have some money I have saved, but it's not that big. I do not care. If you can, lend it. After hearing me, Park Bo-yeon nodded without thinking twice. And he transferred the money in his account to me without leaving a penny. It's all my property. It is Park Bo-yeon who snorts with a confident expression. Then, Do Na-yoon, Bae Ji-ji, and Sodam Park also transfer money to me without saying anything. Even if you can't believe in your father, you can still believe in your father. Because the person who made us who we are in the first place is also a master. It's the money I earned because of my master's father. Use it. The NIA members remitted their entire property to me without even asking where the money was used. In front of her total trust, I felt stiff. I stroked Park Bo-yeon's hair once with a double mark and got into the car. I'll pay you back until the Little League starts. Interest will be much higher than the bank rate. Look forward to it. Looking forward to the topic of borrowing money. It's nice once you have the guts, master. I don't think I'm lending it. I think I invest. I'm a sure good stock. It will be difficult to lend money to me in the future. As the person who borrows money is rather awkward, the NIA members laugh as if they are ridiculous. The interest is good, and buy me some rice. The last time I was eating, it splattered. Park Bo-yeon shouts as if she was in pain. I smiled and nodded. Then he started the car. Crung. The heavy engine sound and hot vibrations unique to the supercar heat the whole body. Ready to run forward is just like a car or me. Upon returning to the building, I went straight up to the conference room. I can see Yu Chong, who was guarding the door, bent towards me. Did you come, brother? Greetings from the contributors who are still stubborn. I asked Yu Chong. What is the dividend? I brought it. He smiled as he lifted some briefcases with both hands. I nodded and beckoned to fluency. Yu Chong came into the party room and put his briefcases down on the table. Click. When the bag is opened, bundles of cash pour out from inside. This is the money earned by paying dividends to Esports Toto at the time of the last time-basters versus elites. It wasn't illegal as it was a competition that wasn't related to me. I could have made more money if I had bet before Torn Newbies versus basters, but unfortunately, the bets of those involved. It is impossible because it is illegal. I was only making legal bets in accordance with the provisions of Article 30 of the National Sports Promotion Act. When I'm sorting out my Toto dividends, Ujin, brother is here. Director Eom Jae-young, carrying a large backpack on his back, opened the door of the meeting room with a tired expression. 2 large suitcases in both hands. The dog was grasped. I have changed everything you changed. Phew, it's dirty and heavy. Really, are you going to have the old man do something like this? I'm sorry. I don't have even 10 bodies these days. I just came close to filming a CF. Look, you don't even look at that for counting money. Hey, come quickly and take this or something. Director Jae-young whined and carries a bag on the table. Me and Yu Chong quickly ran and shared the burdens of Director Jae-young. Click. I immediately opened the bags brought by Director Jae-young. As expected, numerous bundles of cash were arranged one after another. These were the sums that had been rolled up until now by investing in the bank after arranging all the gold bars that had been obtained during the Gordixa raid. Currently, on the large table in the conference room, Toto dividends and game money converted into cash form a mountain. Here. Yi Tiring. Deposit has been completed. A notification rang on the phone. It's been deposited. I nodded after checking my account balance through internet banking. This is a message that my YouTube views have been deposited. Follower of the current Madongwang social media account. Over 50 million subscribers. The number of views of the Cataclysm video I uploaded last time is over 1 billion. The sponsorship and advertising revenue received through this video alone amounted to $700,000 and KRW 791,275 million. It was a huge amount of nearly 800 million. Not only that, but the previously posted movies also recorded high hits as if they were running backwards on the charts. Of course, the profits from this. A single video of the Cataclysm was far more than the profits it had earned. I took a few CFs in the name of the deceased person here, so if they are deposited, it will fit perfectly. When he heard me mutter, Director Jae-young, who was arranging the present gold bundle, looked astonished. No, what the hell are you doing? So you are carrying money on your shoulders like this? More money here. What are you going to do with it? This is not all. I collected all the money I earned from buying the capsule store, the game prize money I had accumulated so far, the advertising fee, and the future principal. Even this building was secured as collateral, and the bank pushed the loan limit. What? Yanmar, are you out of your mind? Director Jae-young grabbed my fat and shook it. However, I only smile brightly with a casual expression. Do not worry. This money will come back several dozen or hundreds of times soon. Director Jae-young is suspicious of his ears. How much is the money gathered here now? How many hundred times it multiplies? But in my suspicious gaze, I started to organize my cash without worrying about it. It was game money that I started to collect and buy cash. So, I am converting all the cash I've earned so far into gold of Deus Ex Machina. The huge sums of money on the table will soon be replaced by units in the game world. What's more, if it's such a large amount, the amount of game money will increase even more because a discount will be added. Why are you doing that? Director Jae-young asked with a quizzical expression. I answered calmly. To capture the devil constellation. In the capitalist world, power is money and money is power. The world in the game that I am currently targeting, the existence that governs it, was a demon constellation that thoroughly follows the logic of power and capital, greed and mammon, the demon constellation that rules the underground minerals. This great devil, the richest, strongest, and most greedy in the world, was my next target. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 416. The Greatest. Showman, 2. Eutorus. It is a huge city called by various names, such as the City of Beginning, the hometown of all players, the Town of the Beginning, and City of the Mother. It is a city with a huge beginner zone, centered on the newbie zone, no entry for level 10 or higher, where the Tower of the Tutorial is located, and is the most populated land. Various facilities such as blacksmiths, libraries, grocery stores, markets, bathhouses, inns, training centers, various shops and NPC houses, starting from the shrine where all the dead get new life, are concentrated. Now the orcs' territory, the lizardmen's. Although it was divided into zones and human zones, this village is still a place loved by all users. However, after the cataclysm, the landscape of Eutorus has changed a lot. At least that was the area where humans live. Magnificent and elaborate architectural style. Scattered everywhere are beautiful buildings with elegance and sublime beauty. However, as the number of people has decreased since the cataclysm, it is impossible to erase the feeling of somewhere desolate. Players and NPCs that once made this place crowded were contaminated by the turbid energy of the world and turned into orcs and lizard men. And after they left, most of the buildings were emptied. The end of an ancient civilization that is declining. Somewhere there will be humans. Shuda? A ghost town where the drizzle is falling. You can't find any warmth in every house where the lights are off. Who? Passing ordinary user 1 sat down in front of the doorstep of a family home. Jinsol Kim. As an ordinary human user, he is now sitting on the stairs in a helpless posture and being hit by the rain. I ran out of money to buy the potion and there is nowhere to rest. It's very dying. Kim Junsol sighed as he looked at the potion that had only a shallow flutter on the bottom of the glass bottle. After the cataclysm, the number of humans has declined sharply. Is it so? Most of the NPCs were also helpless and indolent. Many traders who sold weapons and miscellaneous goods closed their business and took a break. The food in the restaurant became rough and the room temperature in the inn became chilly. It was not only the players but the NPCs that the city became empty and felt empty and lonely. I just went around 3 inns. I saw a woman, but I couldn't stay because there was no business house. Tracking and tracking, it rains. If you keep getting rain like this, your stamina will drop a lot. In the worst case, it could have been used on the street. At a grocery store, you would have to grab a small potion or grab a cheap inn and lie down in the room to recover your stamina. Wouldn't it be necessary to at least go to a tavern and have a drink of hot liquor to fill up your stamina? Damn it. The NPCs are running *** whatever they do. This isn't the Great Depression. Kim Junsol sat on the stairs and looked back. When a traveler is sitting on the stairs of the house like this, the door of the house opens and NPCs come out and warm. It was Eutorus' human heart that served even a glass of milk. However, it is quiet as if there is no one in the house that is now off. Tracking through the rain. Far away, only the shining lights look warm. The lights emanating from the city of orcs and lizard men. Right then. Hey, ZL Zone Test 123. Someone calls Kim Junsol's ID. When I raise my head, I see a giant with a long brown beard looking up. Ah, Mr. Bongbeer, the pub NPC. Junsol Kim raised his hand to say hello. Bongbeer is the master of a back alley snack bar, where only the furry guys and rough uncles who usually wear sleeveless t-shirts and jeans only gather. But for some reason, he wore a nice suit today, with neat leather shoes and a cute bow tie, giving it a point. Bongbeer laughed and asked Kim Junsol, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing him, Junsol Kim tilted his head. Was the original pub NPC even struck a line like this? Well, it's a game with high degree of freedom and excellent artificial intelligence, so I think it could be. Junsol Kim just laughed nicely. The night was deep and it was raining. I have nowhere to rest. Did you open your pub? I'll go there and have a drink to fill up my stamina. Since it's an inn, a regular bar, and all of them are closed, it was Kim Junsol's idea that he wanted to go to a snack bar that wasn't going well because it was usually narrow and noisy. However, have you seen such a stupid friend? Someone is doing business on the same day today. At that, Junsol Kim tilted his head. What day is it today? Then it turns out something is weird. Houses that were normally on were also turned off. It's raining or snowing in the alleys, and all the homeless and sloppy NPCs lying on the floor disappear. There was. Both NPCs and players are all gone. Even if the number of humans has decreased, it is certainly strange that the Utoris, where newbies continue to flow, can feel this sloppiness. Bongbuyer shouted as if he was frustrated. You haven't seen the announcement that the party is going to be held today? All four in the city. Everyone is there. At that, Junsol Kim opened his eyes in a circle. A party? As the night is getting deeper in earnest. When the annoying drizzle stopped, Kim Junsol arrived at his destination. Here, where the party is held today. Mr. Bongbuyer touched the bow tie and walked toward the front without hesitation. Kim Junsol had no choice but to open his mouth with the scenery of today's party being held in front of his eyes. A luxury mansion almost comparable to a castle. Not only Utoris, but the whole generation. It is the largest mansion in the world. A huge number of people were partying in the lobby and garden of the mansion. A party where everyone in Utoris eats and drinks regardless of NPCs and players. Except for orcs and lizard men. Anyone can enjoy alcohol and food as long as they are humans. Everyone from the city's high-ranking masterpieces to the homeless people in the alleys were drunk by the colorful lights of the mansion. Eat until you get drunk and fall down. It was fashionable to live only today, and it is now a huge trend beyond individual deviations. Expensive wagons filled the streets in front of the mansion. Firecrackers are drawn in the sky, and colorful and expensive garbage overflows. No one looked for words like ethics, temperance, frugality, or morality. Halls and gardens repeat themselves to melt and boil with youth and excitement. A passionate party in which Hafna's men and women dance. The joyful jazz melodies that emanate from the triple key cross the human zone to the land of orcs and Lizardmen in the distance and rejoice. There was. Garden trees lined up like a labyrinth in the garden and wrapped around 5 colored light bulbs. And a swimming pool that is big enough to be reminiscent of a small lake. The bottom of the pool was made of glass, and in the containment area below it, large sharks were swimming leisurely. It's so big, it's complicated with more than 7 bridges on it. They are entangled. White horses with long manes run through the garden with horseback riding harnesses. Kim Junsol opened his mouth. How could a huge party like this be held in a human zone with no population count? Oh my gosh, this mansion is too expensive for a single day, so even large guilds have a big dinner party like a year-end party. I heard that I only borrow a couple of hours when I do. The owner of the mansion is a money worm in the sledgehammer, so I can't borrow it for quite a bit. But how? Kim Junsol asked Bongbuyer next to him with a mischievous expression. Who was hosting a party like this? Then Bongbuyer replied with a chubby laugh. Who is? It's the High Count. He was as if he had made himself great just by putting the name Go Count in his mouth. However, Junsol Kim only tilts his head at the name he hears for the first time in his life. High Count. Who is it? Was there such an NPC? I can't hear it at all. This is my name. Are you a player? A player with a high surname? Junsol Kim went into the party hall with a blank expression. The late Count did not limit his rich wealth and compassion by simply setting up a party place. Everything you need for the party was here. Everything is free. It was free. Alcohol, food, firecrackers, music, balloons, clowns, dancers, models, moderators. All the excitement in the world stems from the overflowing compassion of the late Count. Firecrackers that make half of the night sky like broad daylight. Dancers who cover their bodies with large and colorful feathers like flamingos hold breathtaking shows day after day. Technicians at the party who listened to the crowd with a single word of mouth shouted jokes about half-sexual harassment, and the jazz orchestras scream at them with delightful music that beats the heart through the eardrums. From the mirror balls spinning like crazy, disco songs in the 90s, and hot new EDM songs released yesterday were spreading, dancing on the bridge of the pool. Done were able to continue drinking alcohol even after falling into the water by stumbling their feet. Too many people spilled whipped cream, syrup, and whiskey, and the pool water turned into a cocktail. The Innkeeper NPC, High-Ranking Official NPC, Playboy NPC, General Store NPC, Captain NPC, Priest NPC, Picture Man NPC, Chef NPC, Guard NPC, etc. gather to show off their skills. With a plop, a drunk NPC stumbled and fell into a fountain. However, the water in the fountain was already hot with the heat of the festival, so it was not cold. Dress-up clowns dancing ridiculously, models walking in trendy designs. Tens of thousands of balloons rise above them and firecrackers burst one after another. This was the Late Counts Party. A party where people of all ages, men and women of all ages, gather for money and know how to play. A festival that anyone can come to, without the need for invitations. And the greatest plowman, who planned, designed and completed all these grand banquets, appears as the center stage of the hall. Just me. It is the appearance of the Count of the Ancients. Worn-out newbies. Chapter 417. The Greatest. Showman 3. Once upon a time, there was a greedy wage in a country. Then one day, a scammer came up and made an offer to the king. Make the coolest clothes in the world. I'll listen. But the scammers didn't make anything with their budget. He simply lied to point to the empty air and say that he made clothes only visible to good and wise people. All the servants praised the king for his clothes and pretended to be happy. Before long, the king was naked and 100,000. They marched on the streets in front of the castles, and the people praised the king's clothes while hiding their embarrassment. But soon, a child shouted, "The king is naked," and eventually all the truth is revealed. I was now naked and standing in the middle of a fancy party. It is only visible to good people. I decided not to tell such obvious lies. I am getting the attention of everyone with the naked body and the clothes I always wear. However, the eyes of contempt and amazement that have always been directed towards me have nowhere to go. Hio, if the dress is so free. I see. It's cool. The appearance that is not bound by the stereotypical formality. It's like Ho-Ho Hops's wind. It's cool. It's not the Great Gatsby. It's the Great Go-Chubby. Pia, what could you dare to imprison the Count? All the high-ranking NPCs in this city come to me and say good words. It's usually a pervert or an exposure mania. It is very different from the swearing situation. He would be like that, because I'm wearing great clothes called Aura of Jabin, right now. Who is shooting in front of my overwhelming person who is planning and implementing this huge party. Still, the Naked King was a good king, because he believed that all his people were good and wise. If I had been a naked king, the scammers would have struck the neck as soon as they did the refurbishment. I am kind and wise so I can see my clothes, but most of the people don't, so I won't be able to see them. And I also believe firmly, everyone around me will see the garments, vanity and idols of capitalism that I have created. I can. As proof, isn't anyone telling me to get dressed? Originally, when I was in a rich town, the coolest fashion was slippers and pajamas. There is also a saying. When playing in a rich neighborhood, wearing pretty clothes or luxury accessories means that he didn't live in this neighborhood and came to play from a faraway place. It's like advertising. A pitiful fashion where the overwhelming booties of the place and the wanderings who seem to follow or resist the overwhelming booties are terrifying. A really cool fashion is a comfortable outfit that looks like shouting I live in this town. It's as if I was out of the house for a while because I had something to do. Nervous the booty the place spews. Comfortable clothes that seem to be adapting naturally without using a car. Isn't this a real luxury figure? This is a party held in such a wonderful mansion, so it's great. Originally, the owner of this mansion, Mr. Scrooge G. Burns, had a closed personality, so he never opened the mansion. Of course, Count Go, you are amazing. What the hell did you offer, so that the Marquis of Scrooge? Did you rent the mansion? Nobles, Colossians, and high-ranking soldiers all fart me. As a reward for holding a party today, it was natural that all the NPCs, the body that was awarded the status of honorary count, wanted to show me well. On the other hand, NPCs were chattering among themselves. By the way, the original owner of this mansion. I mean, Mr. Scrooge Burns. So didn't you see the lab barrel? Yeah, it's time for the old man to go. I wouldn't have opened the mansion in general. It's been a while since you haven't seen it. It's been a while since you haven't appeared in the Noble Social Center. Marquis of Scrooge Burns, the original owner of the mansion. He was the richest man in the world and an old man who was notorious for being a Susanna. However, after the cataclysm, he was stuck in the deepest part of the house, not going out. And this was a common phenomenon occurring in all NPCs who have the setting of chables and chables around the world. However, the majority of people took this fact out of the way. The rich go to a secret place. It is because it was common not to appear in front of the public. I wasn't worried about the rich. Right. You'll be stuck somewhere and live as tight as usual. We just need to have fun and eat the grace and spending of money that is the same as the count of the deceased count. NPCs soon forget the comfort of the Marquis of Scrooge and get drunk with highballs and whipped cream. The same goes for the players. Wow, that's great. Is this a party hosted by one person? All famous NPCs have gathered here. Wow, look at the size of the party. How much money did you spend? I haven't been able to play like this in the present room. On a rainy day, all adventurers flock to this place looking for a place to relax with alcohol, food, and warm bodies. Quite a few pubs and inns. An incomparable luxury party. I freely open all sections of this luxury mansion to the players. Only place. Except for the study, on the top floor of the mansion. I told everyone who had gathered here. Character. Sprinkle free pool party skins today. Everyone come and have fun. Swimming pools of champagne and whiskey, and warm and delicious snacks are all over the place. Spectacularly dressed models and clown NPCs wander around the mansion in an atmosphere. As prizes with B-class items or higher are sprinkled everywhere, general. Users flocked with enthusiasm. Quick. Point. Sitting on a fountain made of chocolate, Judy Loft was smiling to see if he liked the scene of the party. I really like the glamorous thing that someone might not be the queen. After confirming that Judy Loft's favorability rises, I looked up, nodded. Now is the time to establish the justification for holding a party like this. I climbed onto the stage in the center of the party hall in front of the large fountain and grabbed the microphone. And he delivered the speech he had prepared. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors were innately safe while freedom was realized. A new city was born on this continent where this principle of being guaranteed is faithfully followed. All the NPCs who heard my cry nodded. In particular, the formation of consensus among the old soldiers was thick. But since the cataclysm, we have been caught between the forces of dragons and demons, this precious city that our ancestors passed on and our descendants wanted to live. We are going through a severe ordeal to the point where we are concerned about how long it will last. This time, all players nodded. It is no wonder that the prestige of the human race has greatly declined since the cataclysm. As many of them became orcs or lizard men, the original town of Eutorus was also desolate. I continued my speech. But in a more rigorous sense, we are by no means the ones that make this earth a holy place for humans. There is no room for us to intervene, and the brave people who fought here, whether dead or survivors, have already transformed this place into a sacred place. The people of the world will not pay much attention to what we say here, nor will they remember it for a long time, but they will never forget the achievements they have accomplished here. All those who have gone away. The innkeeper, the general store merchant, the blacksmith at the weapon shop, the priest of the priest, the soldier guarding the wall, and the players. I shouted, clenching my two fists. Now, as human remnants, we must dedicate ourselves to accomplishing the unfinished task that the great men who made this place a sacred place eagerly aspired to accomplish. When we make such dedication, the mother city Eutorus will be able to enjoy a new guaranteed freedom. As a city for the human, it will never disappear from this world. Lincoln's Gettysburg speech was modified a bit, and the result was quite good. Numerous NPCs clapped with tears of emotion. It was a great comfort to us humans. Thank you so much for arranging this place. Surely he deserves the honorary count. A little bit of warmth and vitality came to the Eutorus that was dead. I love you, Countess. We will do our best too. The players also seemed to have received even a little comfort. Right. Lizardmen and orcs, etc. I couldn't even go to the hunting grounds for rice, and it tasted like dying these days. Is that all? The number of NPCs has decreased so much that the commercial district has collapsed. The city itself has become very quiet. Still, it's comforting to see everyone gathered in one place today. There are still many heads of us humans. The deceased person remains in the human camp. I'm really glad you know. Apart from NPC and players high, it was a part that would be comforting to all humans. I raised a glass of champagne and shouted, I have set up this place today to be a small but warm comfort to human survivors. Humans, don't be overwhelmed. As soon as my words are over, it thunders. The same applause broke out. I calmed my applause for a moment, then lifted a glass of champagne and looked back. Now the festival is almost finished. I hope you enjoy watching the last show I prepared. Then, many eyes looked at the big stage behind me. A large temporary stage that has been covered with white cloth so far. Soon, the servant NPCs attached to the mansion ran and removed the white cloth. Fluttering. That moment. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Both NPCs and players, regardless of whether they are NPCs or players, swallow up the wind. My last show. Dondrel of an all-time scale was just about to be introduced. Worn out newbies. Chapter 418. The Greatest. Showman. 4. Thick firewood is piled up in the shape of a well. On top of it were numerous firecrackers loaded toward the sky. Subtracted color, white, yellow. They were firecrackers divided into 3 colors. Strings were tied in the middle of the firecrackers, and you can see large balloons hanging from the other end of the strings. Fire in the hole. Don't put it on fire. When I reached out and gave orders, the firewood was ignited. Among the numerous firecrackers, red firecrackers ignited simultaneously. Poop poop. At the same time as the huge campfire opens, countless fire trajectories are drawn into the sky. Pabababang. Brilliant fireworks that light up the night sky. The huge firecracker show was truly spectacular. But it wasn't fireworks that made people's mouths open. I did it. Sizzling, 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 one sizzling, 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 sizzling. It started to rain in the sky. Lee of money go. Bronze. Fairy tales were flying everywhere. Balloons and sacks that were tied to firecrackers tear and burst, and countless bronzes are scattered in them. Wow, it's money. Is this real money? Pick it up, raking it all together. Oh my gosh, money is falling like rain. Long live the deceased. Long live humans. Hooray. People hug the money falling from the sky like crazy. Even if it is bronze, it is a tremendous amount that makes it flash all over the place. People's eyeballs shone like coins twinkling in the light. But it's too early to faint from here. I flipped my finger again. Then, the white firecrackers started to ignite collectively. Kururuk. The sound of the burning of countless wicks stirs the hearts of those who pick up coins from the ground. What? What? What else is left? Doxy no way money once again. Or hey, that's ridiculous. How much is just sprinkling it now? However, fish out. Soon, the second, white firecrackers always soared high. In the midst of everyone's attention. Pabababang. Once again, a bright flame bursts. Duck, 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 duck one. Boo 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 boo. This time, the surroundings shine even more loudly. Shiny and clearer than bronze. More valuable than bronze. Greater than bronze. Silver. Silver coins were flying all over the place. Actually, it's a silver lane. The whole world is silver. Unbelievable. Whiter than snow. Oh, Yinbai. Yimbikabi. Long live silver. Hey, what are you doing right now? Everyone, connect quickly. Yes. I do not know. Pick me up and see. People frantically stretch their hands toward the sky. Some people even have their mouths open. What if your mouth is full of dirty coins? The dirtiest thing in the world, but my job is clean. Isn't money really dirty and clean? Hey, Count of the deceased. Brother. No father. No God. No, this is King the General Chungyugung's deceased water. Voices of testimony burst out everywhere, as if they had actually accepted a pseudo-god. The woman, who was standing in the middle with the best neck, started crying with her neck down at all. I hope that the late Inmul will do something for the president. We love the late Inmul so much, so what can I do? When happiness is excessive, it becomes trust, and when trust is excessive, it becomes an idea. The woman was drunk with money with eyes full of ecstasy. Wow, silver followed by bronze. Isn't this a dream? We are in Utoris right now, right? This is a real deceased class. Maybe it's at the scene of Donji Lal, who will remain in the game company. It's not a dream. You can tell by looking at your inventory. As I turned my head down slightly, I saw people who looked at me and bent their backs. Count of the deceased. Thank you so much today. Confessor, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Long live, long live. I am glad that you are human. You are a human lighthouse. I will remember today. Human won't win. The deceased person won. However, I just tilt my head. I guess these people are very mistaken for something. What do you think of yourself? I frowned in my eyes, full of unpleasant expressions. The Count made an impression. Shoo, never make him angry. No, what have we done wrong? Numerous people were struggling at once. Horror inherent in all creatures living as primates. It is the fear of capital. Money is power. Isn't the fear and obedience of those who have it instinctive that even the monkeys have? However, I never intended to tyranny with these pennies. That's no. I stroked my hand and lifted my index finger high and pointed at the sky. Then everyone's eyes turned to the day again. Are there any firecrackers left yet? No. No way, huh? Everyone has a blank face. Yes. I haven't even started a real show yet. Fishwook. Easy profit. Yellow to decorate the final stage of the party. Firecrackers signaled the start. Patter, patter. Shit. The silver coins that had been held in people's hands fell, and everyone's legs begin to rise later. The body cannot follow the head when the situation is out of common sense. Baba Babong. It is finally the finale. The surroundings became bright with a yellow light. It's not just because of the firecrackers. Gold. Gold coins were flying all over the place. Gold coins that shine like the sun. Enormous gold coin baptism that fills the night sky and makes daylight. One way, one side, one way, another one. Deep, 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 it, deep, it, deep, it. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Golden shower, oh, oh. Jaya. Pieing. Even the correct dialogue is not heard anymore. Only the primitive screams and shouts that humans can make are boiling everywhere. It was overflowing. People ran around like crazy. Then I opened the inventory and swept away 9 coins. I picked it up first. Let go. The money is accumulated. Go somewhere else and pick it up. I fall again. I will touch. Jaya. Put on your shoes. Pour your helmet. Empty your inventory. People with an already full inventory started to rip off their equipment and scouring gold coins like gourds. No one cares about each other's ugly appearances because everyone was looking at money only. This is me. This is the dam. This is human. I'm going to use the name of my son who was born this time. I will change my surname too. Regardless of player and NPC. I bent flat, and I'm busy sweeping the floor. Money falling into the pool, money on trees, money burned in the firecrackers' flame. A lot of money pours down as the party highlights. It was a great performance for Mom Maruro, a grand and extravagant dinner. Whoa, dash. Wow. The shouts of courageous humans everywhere are loud. My speech comes to an end in the long-awaited hot weather. Human, don't be overwhelmed. Let's live like a human. Of course, in order to live like a human without being frustrated, you have to have money. Wouldn't that be the bare face of the world we live in now? I spoke loudly as a shower of money was scattered. Human, be forever. Money overflowing all over the world. My character. My humanity. My humanity. My love for humanity. Cheers to the blessings of the late Countess. I love the deceased Hyung. Take a look here. Oh, how do you do it? So cool. It's so dazzling that I'm going to faint. Take me. I will not forget this grace. Proud to be human. Everyone goes wild and upsets me like an idol. Meanwhile, I'm all the live actions of the party. It was broadcast live on the internet. So, of course, the real-world community was also upset. Stay? Folded the old characters game? Why sprinkle all the money? I don't know that, but I really have a lot of money. Ellen, you just held a party like this just to comfort the human race? How much did you earn while playing the L substitute game? Sasuga WIP Celeb. A living specimen of noblesse oblige. L-man's only hope. Just light. A real-time party participant. I didn't have the money to go hunting right away, but I earned a year's worth of potion here FF. L do I'm TTTT. Long live. L envy. I'll remain a human too. L no, but let's look at the gangsters who are naked even in the deceased. Are you crazy? Why are you talking like that? L incomprehensible. If you have such a lot of money, do you make a donation in the real world story? L yeah, the late Inmol is already donating to children with cancer. It looks like there are a lot of guys who swear, and all the swearing guys here are okay and lizard men, right? Fongji, why are you guys going to play like that with your own money? Did you get heat explosive seeds? L, you are watching the video. Send donation money. The number of comments posted on the community also explodes in real time. The tremendous aggro video revenue was steadily increasing. Not 6. Sizzling, squiggling, squiggling, squipping, 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 squipping. I was scattering with cold snow, the coins pouring down like heavy rain. Although a lot of the money I've saved so far is evaporating in the air, it doesn't matter. The important thing is the message. The golds flying around the world don't get my attention, because they are just a means of accomplishing a purpose, a little bit of money. I am now waiting for the real face of money that will be living behind this splendor. Gorgeous mansions, luxurious patties, pouring money, and even the status of a countless, albeit in vain. Okay, all the necessary conditions are in place. The logic of thorough profit and loss calculation. When I'm counting on my mind. Geek. A small sound came from somewhere. A small noise from above the mansion. It was a sound that couldn't be heard by those who are drunk at a fancy party, but to me, who was paying attention to it, it sounded louder than the sound of the explosions before. Tiring. You have found the hidden map, the study of the mansion. The first discoverer's name is recorded on the Akashic records. The ringing sound in my ear gave me confidence. When the rain of gold coins and banknotes pouring out of the world is turned away, the road leading to the old study can be seen. The highest space of the mansion, an unknown area that had been sealed until now, was lifted. The study of the mansion, grade A+. A study that looks like a dungeon. At the same time, a slow sound leaked through the slightly open door. "Hey, Count. Come in here." Succeeded in attracting attention. The owner of this large and colorful mansion and the richest NPC in the world. Marquis of Scrooge Burns was calling me from the edge of that deep study. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 419. The Greatest. Showman, 5. The largest and most colorful mansion in Eutorus, the town of origin. With thousands of rooms and tens of thousands of hectares in the area of the yard, it is the best luxury mansion in the world. However, despite paying an astronomical amount and renting the mansion for a day, there was only one area that was not rented. The study of the mansion, grade A+. The highest space of the mansion, a secret area with a dungeon mark rising despite the space where NPCs walk. Tiring. You have entered the Taejun Library. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. The unknown area that had been sealed so far was lifted. Geek. I opened the old wooden door and took a step toward the unopened area. More than a few reserves, more than how much money spent a day, more than a count, and one questionable condition. A tricky space that only those who satisfy all 4 conditions can enter. Before long, I entered the study where the cold darkness was floating. There was a huge collection of books around me. Old books, dust on top. It is piled up so that the index finger is completely stuck. The floor is also covered with dust, leaving footprints after passing. The footprint was only mine. It may be thought that there was no one inside for a long time due to the cold air that touched the skin, but the voice of the Marquis of Scrooge, who called me, was heard here. I climbed up the library on my many ladders. A huge structure that goes round and round. The books piled up countless times are like the teeth of a skinny monster. Every time I went up the ladder, a maze of old books closed me. Old dust floats dimly due to the faint Nampo light. I wandered between them and calmly lifted a candle to light the top of the library. That way, that way, that way. Yet, I have climbed to the very top of this large, old study. Stepping on the ladder and stepping on the floor, deep in the darkness, I heard the voice of Ka, God and riches, as 2 masters. Can't you serve? Oh, Marquis of Scrooge Burns. He can be seen squatting alone in the darkness deep in the library. He was sitting in a huge chair covered in black cloth, covering his entire body in a pitch-black cloak and hood, giving his appearance. I couldn't recognize my tongue. However, only the intermittent vomiting sound of breath, like a lung disease patient trembling in front of the threshold of death, can be predicted from the fact that he is still alive and that it is a very barely and difficult phenomenon. I walked forward, stroked my chin, and Marquis Scrooge sat down. I stood in front of the chair. As far as I know, the Marquis of Scrooge is an incredibly old man. As if supporting my common sense, a portrait of Marquis Scrooge was hung in the corner of the study, immersed in darkness. Wrinkled wrinkles, sharp eyes, hawk nose, and age spots all over the skin. It was an impression that looked bright and dignified, but it was not a humanly favorable contemplation. Scrooge Burns. Eutorus honorary marquis and head of various guilds and associations. A man who earned money by creating numerous businesses, starting with the lodging and blacksmithing business. I recalled the setting of the Marquis of Scrooge. He's a girl in the Eutorus. He is the beneficial owner and major shareholder of Insic and the blacksmith. The operating profits and dividends returned to Marquis of Scrooge each year was an astrological sum of money, and why the world calls him the world's greatest grandfather. All the fees for all that the human race buys, sells, spends, and discards go to Marquis Scrooge as well. Even if I rent a day, this gorgeous mansion, which I had to pay for, is his permanent possession, so I can't even dare to guess how far the end of that wealth will be. Wow, ugh, oh. However, even those who had accumulated so much wealth seem to struggle with suffering. Marquis of Scrooge forgets that he has called me here. I was in the brain. He sighs, sobs, and stumbles, unable to aim sorrow, holding his face in the black robe with both hands. It looked like a ghost caught in something tormented in a pit of grassy dust. I coughed once and then spoke to Marquis of Scrooge. Mr. Scrooge, did you call me? When he heard me, the Marquis of Scrooge seemed surprised for a moment, then raised his upper body and looked at me. It was buried in the dark, so I couldn't see it well, but it was definitely staring at me. Oh yeah, someone did it, and it's the Count of the Dead Water. Nice to see you. But how did you get in? Did the servants let you in? Mr. Scrooge just called. He also opened the door by hand. Is that so? Anyway, that's a good thing. Nice to see you. Marquis of Scrooge felt like he was trying to get up from his seat, and then he plunged back into his chair. It was as if the old Cheolong song was collapsing. He leaned on a chair and looked at me. I looked through the study window. Your party. I am ashamed. It's embarrassing. Your compassion seems to bring the city to life after a long time. Wasn't this city too bitter lately? Everyone died or left. Marquis of Scrooge said in a bitter tone. This is rather something I should be ashamed of. Laughing on the servants' faces just by lending the mansion to you for a day. I didn't know until now that they were the ones who knew how to laugh so brightly. Well, they must be human too. Because I met my employer wrong. It's a useless thought. Because I am old. As the time to die is over, the sensibility becomes more tender than that of a teenage girl. Marquis of Scrooge turned his head and looked out the window. After the party, the faces of the people who go back with coins are all bright. A small amount of wealth divided among them. Marquis of Scrooge muttered in a strange tone. You guys are happy with that little money. Maybe that is the happiest time. It's time to cry and laugh at a penny or two. Wouldn't you be happy if you made a lot of money? Thinking that way, I've been living for decades. Only once. It was a belief that I never doubted. The old man with the greatest wealth in the world. However, the sensibilities of the Scrooge Marquis car of the world are shaking in old age, and there seems to be no way. Then, suddenly, his eyes sparkle in the robe of the Marquis of Scrooge. By the way, it smells familiar to you from before. He stretched his finger towards my neck and spoke. If it doesn't excuse me, can you show me that necklace? I willingly leaned forward. A necklace hanging from my neck glows black. // This is the necklace that Solomon, King of Darkness, removed for a while just before the final decision. If Solomon had it around his neck, you would never have knocked him down. Dark property resistance plus 10%, special. Special. This necklace is a hidden piece obtained by defeating the Dark King in the past, and is a privilege given only to the first clear target. This is an item I only have all over the world. Marquis of Scrooge groaned and nodded as I grinned and hid the necklace in my arms. Right. You were also a person with a relationship with King Solomon. Do you know him? Everyone knows. He was very close to my grandfather. He loved me a lot. He was a very wise man. The momentum of the suspicious Marquis of Scrooge softened a little. In fact, the fourth condition that allowed me to enter this study is the premise that you will have this necklace. Afterwards, Marquis of Scrooge had a conversation with me with a more generous look. It was mainly about Solomon the Great. Anyway, the demons are the problem. Because of that disgusting Paris the Great, King Solomon the Great. Marquis of Scrooge shook his head and paused for a moment. In a moment, his neck was cracked to the side. What? Ugh. Wow. Marquis of Scrooge, who was suffering from scratching himself, leaned forward while sitting in a chair. Then he started vomiting. Sad objects are thrown in front of the chair, covered with black cloth. As if it had happened several times before, there were several more dry vomit marks under the chair. Soon, after Scrooge had finished vomiting, he asked me with a voice full of vitality, as if he had become someone else. Stop talking about this now. Yes, let's stop. He switched the topic slightly unnaturally. The dialogue goes straight to the main point. I was very impressed with your spending money. No matter how much I was, I never thought of the extravagant idea of hanging money on firecrackers. In the past, when I left for a trade route to the Caribbean and came back, I sprinkled peppers that had been loaded with merchant ships like money. Well, that's a long time ago. Oh, especially, I was impressed to shoot in the order of fairy tales, silver coins, and gold coins. It's a great direction. Thank you for the compliment. I bowed and greeted me in a polite manner. When I received praise without expressing humility, Marquis Scrooge scratched the temple area with his hand. Then he asked in a rather provocative tone, Do you have a lot of money? Yeah. How dare you say that in front of me? Of course. I replied with a confident attitude. Of course, it's a pop. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Scrooge, who saw my confident attitude, laughed in a low voice. It was a really petty attitude. In my opinion, you are still a child. I don't know how to properly hide and reveal wealth. The rich man on his own. You have to hide it and live. Otherwise, it's easy to be aimed at all kinds of things. Life is getting tired. As a senior on this floor, I give advice to a fresh blue junior who has just risen up in water. After speaking, the Marquis of Scrooge crouched into deeper darkness. Then he asked me in a funny tone, How much do you think my fortune will be? The richest man in the world. Keeping all the lodging and blacksmithing businesses in Eutauris, the city of origins, and whose influence does not extend to all kinds of businesses. If you just want to, not only Eutauris, but everyone on the continent. He refused so much that even rumors that he could buy the land in the liver area. How much is his fortune? It would be difficult to imagine for the general public. However, my answer, who had already known everything, was bound to be clear. I don't think I have a penny. Worn out newbies. Chapter 420. Money 1. How much do you think my fortune will be? The question that the richest human being in the world asks me. Isn't this a question that is boundlessly abstract and has no choice but to assume an astronomical amount? But my answer was clear. I don't think I have a penny. Then the Marquis of Scrooge Burns looked stupid. What did you say now? You said it was unlikely that there would be a penny. A penny? Yeah, a penny. Then Marquis Scrooge leaned his back on the chair, as if embarrassed. Then he coughed up several times with a momentum that was about to collapse. Whenever he coughed, I frowned as I saw a faint green water mist spreading from his mouth. Eventually, the Marquis of Scrooge's stance. He put both arms on the armrests of the chair while correcting. And he asked me with a dignified attitude, "Are you trying to play with me now?" "No way. How dare you for the one who was once the richest in the world? You tourist land prices are the most expensive of all continents. Such a big and colorful place. Isn't it the man who owns a mansion?" Well, even though it was a story before the second cataclysm. I looked up and looked straight at Marquis of Scrooge in front of me. Old dust floating. Library. A hazy silence flows between us. Soon, Marquis of Scrooge's lips opened slowly. "You?" I wasn't a kid. I just smiled and didn't answer. Even if I don't answer anyway, the conversation of Marquis Scrooge goes to the automatic phase. Marquis of Scrooge continued to open his mouth. "Okay, you're right. I have no money now. A giant tree that has been hollowed out." He vomited a few green coughs and said in a weak tone, "In the original way, this mansion would never have been rented to you. It was a decision I had to make because I didn't have enough money." Marquis of Scrooge talked in a somber tone with his head down. After the cataclysm occurred, many humans died or left the village. Of course, the tax revenue has run out. The taxes owed to the rich have increased, and the income they come in has greatly decreased. Is there any way? I had to organize a lot of businesses. Even I couldn't escape the Great Depression. Actually now, I'm in a position to worry about tomorrow's meals. The situation in which Marquis Scrooge was facing seemed more serious than I thought. He lifted his head and said in a sad voice to me, "I was able to find out when I watched that you are the strongest and most brisk young of the emerging rich people that come to mind these days, and to determine the value and past the future. Also has excellent talents. It's over-compliment. It's not my intention to give praise. I'm talking about my judgment. That's why I'm saying." Marquis of Scrooge spoke in a tone of deep agony. "Would you like to buy this house?" His proposal was surprising. This mansion was the largest and most luxurious mansion in the world, and the Marquis of Scrooge was the one who considered having such a house as a lifetime honor and pride. The Marquis of Scrooge sighed. In the meantime, many wanderers who claim to be rich have been sticking to what they are going to do with this house. I didn't dare stop them. Why? Because they won't have the money to buy anyway. Right. The royal roads of neighboring countries, the mayors of other cities, the princes and losers of one region all had to lift both hands and feet. That's why this house is expensive. Marquis of Scrooge laughed when he finished talking. And while sitting on a chair, tilt your upper body at an angle to get closer to me. There was a crab. But you deserve this house. He is the only man who has all the guts, skills, and money. Young, wealthy, and sexy. But his judgment was wrong. The money I had was just a little bit of interest in the Marquis of Scrooge. What would you say if you said you ran out of money for a party? Probably swearing that he's crazy and kicking him out right away. However, Marquis of Scrooge, who is in a position to worry about meals tomorrow after spending all the money I gave to rent a mansion, is a far more crazy guy. No matter how much your income has decreased since the cataclysm, a huge amount will still be in your bank book. Where the hell is all that much money spent? Are you in this position now? When I'm thinking about this or that. How? Would you like to buy it? Even if you have money, it's a difficult opportunity to meet. Marquis of Scrooge muttered as if tempting me. Soon I was surprised to hear the sale price from his mouth. Crazy, it's dirty, and expensive. Who bought this for this money? Anyway, the real estate bubble is hardly understood by the common sense of the general public. Well, even if the head of the Chable family doesn't know, there probably isn't anyone who can buy this house among ordinary gamers. Even if the head of the conglomerates. Even if you try to buy it, you won't be able to come to here because of difficult conditions. But, interesting. I looked around the library all the time, pretending to be willing to buy. That way, that way, that way, pretending to worry and slowly circle. Draw and walk. Subtly, slowly, little by little, I was approaching the place where the Marquis of Scrooge was. Meanwhile, the heart of Marquis Scrooge seems to be in a hurry as I lightly expressed my intention to purchase. He was restless, not knowing that the distance between us was getting narrower. I will continue to be the Marquis of Scrooge. He obscured his attention and made a subtle remark as if he were not going to live. Well, it's not a fake sale, right? Does the water come out well? How about mining? Is there any floor noise? In my old house, Kim Chong-sik, who lives upstairs, was really crazy from 8 to 11 p.m. I protested to be quiet, but the road doesn't run wild because I'm suing for insults. Also, the smell of roasting onions from the neighbor's restaurant is really high. I can't do laundry or ventilate. Let it go. Also, if there is a doghouse nearby, the barking sound is not the only one that is very stressful. You have to check if there are convenient facilities nearby, and if there is a bus stop or a subway station nearby. The Marquis of Scrooge, who heard me, tilted his head as if he could not understand the English language. What are you talking about? Are you going to buy or not? Live. Manda? Two options have emerged. In an alternative situation, I triggered Death Knight's choice trait. Richard the Lionheart King, a brave man who had to choose one of the lives of his father and the enemy while covering his eyes in an extreme moment. His judgment and my judgment came out exactly the same answer. I don't buy. I replied, standing tall in place. The Marquis of Scrooge, who heard me, asked in an absurd tone. Why? Why not buy? You know the chance to buy this mansion is common. It's a chance you won't have it again. Surely this is the Marquis of Scrooge's words. If I had enough money to buy this mansion, I would have thought about it at least once. However, I now have no money left, and I am in a situation where there is nothing better than the aftermath of Scrooge. Did you see my heart like that? The subtle voice of the Marquis of Scrooge suggested the next best option. If you are burdened with the amount, you can receive it in installments. You look at it a lot. The Marquis of Scrooge really seemed to want to sell this house. No, I don't want to sell my house, but I think I need a dispatch. However, then, can I rent a charter or rent? I said, taking an extra step. Now, the relationship between Marquis of Scrooge and me has narrowed very closely. When I reach out my arm, I can reach it. However, the Marquis of Scrooge was unaware of it. It seems that he has forgotten everything he was wary of at first because of the impending dispatch. Well, charter? Monthly? I haven't thought about that either. Wouldn't it look a little absent? Well, if you really want to, I like it that way. No, I don't want to live though. At my words, Marquis of Scrooge's posture was broken again. Why? Why the hell aren't you living? How nice is this house to live? It's not really a matter of money or house. Question mark. The moment Marquis Scrooge tilts his head. Grasp. I moved my hand like a fleeting fire. And in the blink of an eye, he reached out to the defenseless Marquis of Scrooge and snatched his wrist. Was successful. Marquis of Scrooge unknowingly got his hand at me. Then, in extreme surprise, it flutters like a live fish in the seated position. But I didn't let go of Marquis Scrooge's wrist, held firmly. Do you know what's the reason I don't buy this house? Under the black lobe, hard muscles and thick bones are caught. Wrist trained too well for the dying old man. The moment I held my hand, I saw Marquis of Scrooge's eyes in a black robe turning into fear. I spoke coldly to Marquis of Scrooge. Because I don't deal with the devil. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 4:21. Money too. I don't do business with the devil. I declared in a firm tone. At a moment, two eyes of the post of Scrooge in a black robe are dyed with fear. Cool luck. Cool luck. Keep. He struggled, spitting out a green cough. I squeezed my grasp to keep the Marquis of Scrooge's wrist in check. One body strength is very strong. I was a little surprised by the power of Marquis Scrooge. It is too strong to say that it is the power of an old man dying. Eventually, the black hood that had covered his face in the trough of Marquis Scrooge's struggling came off. Greenish-blue skin, bulging off the lip, and green saliva. Marquis of Scrooge's bare face revealed outside the black hood was of an infallible orc. At the same time, the interior of the old study slowly began to warp. Dungeon. Yes. As I saw when I first entered, this study was a dungeon. Marquis of Scrooge is the boss monster here. Well me, it's an A+ dungeon in Utoris. Newbies will pass out when they see it. Well, I caught an S-class monster from the top of the tutorial, and that's it. I smiled bloody and stepped back. At the same time, tight. He held the cut upside down and smashed the head of the Marquis of Scrooge with a blunt part. Tight, tight. Puck, drench. The two sharpeners flew like baseball bats, grasping the Marquis of Scrooge's body in a rustling manner. The damage was sufficient because the physical attack power was strengthened to the limit thanks to the picaresque mask. Ah! Marquis of Scrooge woke up completely from the chair. As he threw off his black robe, the body of the Marquis of Scrooge, who had been turned into an orc, is seen. He was not yet a perfect orc. Half of the human body is maintained. In other words, it is halfway through the devil's twist. But there is still a possibility. I nodded. There are two categories of people. When the cup is half full, the person sees it and says, there is only half, and the person affirms by saying, there is half. I was in the latter category. There are half the human part. I'll get it to you soon, Marquis Scrooge. I clasped tightly in both corners, shining in my lanky eyes. Tight. Pagok. Woodduck. Perfect. Scrooge is swung by the sharpeners. The Marquis' whole body is once again squeezed and squeezed. I didn't do that damage on purpose. It's a big deal if you accidentally kill it. Cook. Oh no. No. The Marquis of Scrooge screamed in a refreshing voice whenever it hit my slashed bat. Every time I do that, I desperately exclaimed with an agonizing expression. Marquis Scrooge, come back. Don't get corrupted. Don't lose the temptation of the devil. Nim, don't you cross that river. Desperately, I struck the head of Marquis Scrooge with a bat. Was it through earnest hope? Green water slowly began to drain from Marquis Scrooge's body. The swollen muscles contracted and the bones were thinning. However, it was not completely human, so I continued to be beaten with sincerity and steadfastness. Of course, the robber gradually weakened. That stop. Stop. Oh, it hurts. I am completely purified. I have a devil. Obu. EU1E. EU1A Cakeober dog. .1 dog's son. Oh, it's still less cleansing. It's a pity. I again struck the buttocks of the Marquis of Scrooge with a sharpened bat. Drench. This sensation to soften the flesh. I went into Jiangta. Kyol. The screams of Marquis Scrooge have changed a bit. He grabbed his ass and started rolling around on the floor. More than this devil. I have a devil. The devil dog. It's still less purified. Oh, the devil dog. Devil is easy. This naked car. Who was the last curse you did? No, of course it's a devil. The Marquis of Scrooge's body, striking me with a hand, had become much smaller. Sharp eyes, hooked nose, tidy teeth, thin skin, and age spots. It looked exactly the same as the portrait of the Marquis of Scrooge I saw while coming up to the library. You are a person. I nodded with a proud heart. I was so proud of having made one person. Marquis of Scrooge looked down at himself with an expression of disbelief. Yes, my God. I am back as a human again. Yes, you have become a new person. Go, thank you, Maui. Work like this. There were many people who wondered how to get out of the house. Marquis of Scrooge was a grateful glance. However, the purification is not over yet. I stepped forward to the Marquis of Scrooge. Hey. Marquis of Scrooge stepped back, fluttering about fear of my stick, but I had no intention of hitting him anymore. Humans are spirited by demons and turn into orcs. When I finished speaking, I lifted the shaver and removed the last devil's remnants from the Marquis of Scrooge's body. What is your name? I exuded the energy of the black dragon, pressing the Marquis of Scrooge. // Then, the energy of the devil touched the dark aura of Oz, the death dragon, and began to escape from the body of the Marquis of Scrooge. At the same time, a loud notification sound rained into my ears. I am interested in the go-person of Mamajin, Wanwadan. Soon, a huge holographic illusion rises behind the back of the Marquis of Scrooge and gradually becomes concrete. It was a fireball holding a huge hammer. Eyeballs shiny with gold. It is hundreds of millions of times more brilliant than the old Gordians. Lines made of brilliant jewel veins decorated the golden eyeballs like the sun's sparks. I realized intuitively. The being who is looking down at me is a different being from me. Mammon, grade, S+/ characteristics. Yi habitat. Size? One of the 7 constellations governing all demons in this world. A great demon king who rules underground minerals and greed. God and riches. You cannot serve as both masters. Mammon, New Testament, the Sermon on the Mount. You finally showed up. The target I will attack after Oz, the Death Dragon, was none other than Mammon, the demon constellation. The low one Death Dragon, Oz, and the Abyss battle for dominance in the underworld. I plan to take this guy down from the throne at the top of the world view and absorb that ability to conquer the Asian Champions League. Meanwhile, you little human, what do you do without shaving your head in front of my wealth? Mammon asked me. I responded calmly. Why do I have to tighten my hair? That is the way of your humans. Wasn't it, Ree? To some extent, it is correct, so I have nothing to say. When I didn't answer, Mammon glanced at her eyeball and looked down at the Marquis of Scrooge below. The Marquis of Scrooge is just shivering, hesitantly seated. Poor man. You no longer deserve me. Mammon glanced at the Marquis of Scrooge with contempt and disappeared from his seat in the blink of an eye. It's as if I don't want to be with a human without money for a while. I am drawing attention from the old man of the Mamajin, Wenwadan. This is where I, too, spent all my money on having a party. Just before Mammon disappeared, he completely turned his attention away from me. Thud. The Marquis of Scrooge, completely free from Mammon's influence, sank into his seat. He seemed to be years older in a matter of minutes. Truck tuck tuck. I saw Marquis of Scrooge and shook my head. The Marquis of Scrooge made a deal to Mammon, the master of the abyss, when no one was in charge to sell his house. And while making a deal with the devil, he must have gradually turned into an orc's body. Meanwhile, I could also confirm that my physical strength was quite worn out. It is very difficult and tiring to have the 7 great devils in front of you. They eat up human body and mind just by being in front of them. In particular, Mammon was on the worst side. Unlike other demons, he does not affect invisible areas such as the human body or mind, but directly on the visible areas. It is money. This cub, my money was shipped. Even the little gold left in the inventory was almost all gone. It looks like they stole everything. Mammon disappeared. Since he is the one who has priority to all underground minerals, it was natural in some way that the gold in my inventory was first attributed to him before me. How many pennies would I have robbed that new thing, huh? The thief logo. I took off my wallet and muttered. Fortunately, there are even a few pennies left inside. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Scrooge was very old, but his eyes were sharper than before. Thank you and Count. You saved me. I can only see reality right now. I have to start over from the beginning. Woohoo, that's fortunate. By the way, when you drive away the devil's remnants from me, it looks like you're using the energy of a dragon. So, wouldn't we just have to use that method from the beginning? Even if you didn't dare hit me, well? Seeing that I have a lot of doubt, is there still less devil's remnants? Oh, no, it's all gone. Don't miss it. I am not in doubt. It must have been that way, cancer. Anyway, Marquis of Scrooge recovered the original firearm and clenched his fists together. It was a nice change in its own way. Meanwhile, I asked Marquis of Scrooge what he was curious about. No, how did you decide to do business with Mammon? Why were you trying to sell the house? The money I've saved up until now. Where do you use it all? As far as I know, the Marquis of Scrooge has never failed after investing in a new business. A large mansion, a house I loved so much. And the body, the house where the soul resides. Why did you even need money to sell these 2 precious homes to the devil? When I asked, Marquis of Scrooge made a moan and turned his head in a killing look. It's because of that trick. What the Marquis of Scrooge points to is an object covered in black cloth on the back. Not so long ago, it was the huge chair he was sitting on. Worn out newbies. Chapter 422. Money 3. It must be because of that monster. The Marquis of Scrooge pointed to the chair he had been sitting on until some time ago. Okay, you will. I nodded and stepped behind Marquis Scrooge. A huge chair immersed in the dark. It's covered with a black cloth, so it's hard to guess what's inside. Flapping. I reached out and removed the black cloth that was covering the chair. Okay. Under the black cloth, a blinding golden light exploded. One of the thrones bright enough to open my mouth was revealed in front of my eyes. The tall, large back was made entirely of gold, and the armrests were studded with diamonds larger than a human head. Around it, numerous swords spread wide like the feathers of a peacock's tail, forming a fan shape, and each of them was a sword, Bachin eye, decorated with platinum and precious stones. Ruby, amber, pearl, emerald, sapphire, topaz, amethyst, opal, lump stone, garnet, aquamarine. Countless jewels emit brilliant light, adding to the splendor of the chair. The saddle inside the chair is made of twisted gold thread, silver thread, and red thread. It was like an angel's wings, and it looked fluffy and soft. The most striking thing was the display board floating on the chair. There were numbers written on this signboard that flashed in gold, and the numbers recorded astronomical units. With knowledge of the future, I was able to recognize the identity of this chair at a glance. Incomplete Golden Universalist / Chair / A+. A treasure made by Molière Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -50%. Fusion furnace characteristic can be used. A chair with the name Golden Universalist. However, this item will become more famous in the future under the name Donji Lal chair. This chair was simply notorious among the rich and interested seeds. It is because of the crazy nature of this chair. If you sit in this chair, 100,000 won per second will be lost from that moment. In addition, The amount of money that has gone out is displayed on the electronic board, and the size of the chair is also upgraded. I circulated around the chair, being careful not to touch the chair. Sugiano characteristics. This will dry up the enemy's property that has touched you. Is a crazy skill. Usually, there are many techniques that damage the enemies it touches, but direct damage to the opponent's property cannot be said to be truly bizarre and novel. What is that possible because money equals life in a capitalist society? I looked at the chair and thought. FYI, one of the richest at once. Bill Gates, who was me, had a fortune of about 100 trillion won, and the money he made was about 150,000 won per second. If you sit in this chair, you will lose about 100,000 won per second and about 1 million gold in terms of currency in the world, so it is a burdensome amount to handle even if you are the richest in the world. This is also the case for the rich, but not to mention the standard of the general public. Sit in this chair and doze off. Doing so will lead to bankruptcy in no time. I asked Marquis of Scrooge, who stood behind him with a gloomy complexion. How long have you been sitting in this chair? For a very long time. Starting from where my memory touches and going all the way through until all the wealth is gone. You've been sitting for a long time. Wait, was this chair this big originally? No, it was small at first. But the more I sucked on my fortune, the bigger it got. The Marquis of Scrooge spent a long time sitting in this chair and eventually wasted all his wealth. To make matters worse, the city's population number dropped sharply due to the cataclysm. I asked outrageous. No, why did you sit here even though you knew the money was gone? Then Marquis Scrooge opened his mouth, covering his face with both hands. At first, it was curiosity. It was amazing that the pretty chairs were getting bigger and bigger. If you eat my money, the more you eat it, the bigger and more colorful it is, so it has a taste of growing it. It's like a companion animal. No, like a child. Sometimes, when you look at extremely wealthy people, there are people who care about bank books or safes like their own children. Marquis of Scrooge seemed to be of that kind. Well, it's hard to understand from common sense. The Marquis of Scrooge continued the story. But as time passes, I started to feel more than attachment and curiosity to this chair. Pride? Or is it myself or my wealth? No, for me, the three might be the same in some way. Anyway, I guess I was curious about the limitations of them. The process of checking to see how big and colorful this chair could be was a pleasure more than the pleasure of drugs, but more than the respect, love, and attention of all people. I listened to Marquis of Scrooge. I nodded my head. This chair is a setting that gives the person who sits tremendous pleasure. It's like a drug, an item that gives you more addictive pleasure. Hagi, sometimes there are some people who say that there is no other thing that is as gratifying and addictive as seeing money pile up. Is the pleasure given by this chair a continuation of that gratification? In a way, it's a very human chair. I shook my head. However, this chair was not only effective for NPCs. If my memory is correct, players who couldn't feel the pleasure of the setting also sat in this chair and went bankrupt. Interested followers who sat on this chair and wanted to get the envy and attention of other players passing by on the street. Even among modern people, there are many destitutes who are thirsty for the approval and affection of others. This chair was also the bankruptcy of those monsters of interest. If you only got money among the uncles who were actually playing games together, you can sit in this chair and sit on the street. There were also people who pretended to be wealthy by passing players. I couldn't even sit for a few seconds. Isn't it surprisingly common for people to buy an expensive car with all their fortunes, have no home, sleep in it, and eat cup noodles in it? The pleasures of those expensive cars, expensive clothes, expensive bags, expensive watches, etc. The feeling of receiving recognition, interest, affection, and attention from others. This chair also symbolizes such twisted desires. In a way, it seems to go well with the name Golden Universalist. I shook my head, recalling the memories before my return. Anyway, the Marquis of Scrooge, who was addicted to this money-sucking chair, lost all his property and eventually had to dispose of the mansion in order to get the money to sit on the chair longer. Having dealt with Mammon, the demonic constellation of greed, he faced a crisis of almost becoming an orc. Where did you get this chair? When I went to the auction, I got a gift from a mysterious gentleman. I shook my head. Soon, I approached the chair and licked the back of the chair slightly. The Marquis of Scrooge was staring at the perverted eyes, but it doesn't matter. This rich taste is felt on the tip of the tongue. This taste was touched by the devil. A gentleman who gave a chair to the Marquis of Scrooge as a gift at the auction house. It's obvious that you don't even have to look at this fishy and heavy taste of iron on your tongue. That gentleman is Mammon. The sea that anyone can expect. Mammon is the former ass of the Marquis of Scrooge. This chair was deliberately handed over to steal the mountain and even the grand mansion. And it is very likely that this chair was sprayed on not only Marquis of Scrooge, but also Chable NPCs around the world. Certainly, haven't rich NPCs been disappearing lately? I remembered the rumors I heard at the party a while ago. After the cataclysm, Mammon seems to be working in earnest to rob the riches of the world and even reign as their rulers. At the same time, tiring. Main quest occurrence conditions, Marquis of Scrooge, approved by. Main quest completion condition, defeat Mammon. Only those who have completed the hidden quest, Nether Inmate, Corrupt Spirit Gordian, can perform it. Loud notification sound struck my ears. A hidden quest and main quest that can only be performed by those who have been recognized by the Marquis of Scrooge after catching Gordian. It's a link quest about killing Gordixa in the past. I didn't know this. I searched the memory as much as I could before the regression. At that time, the report of the large guild association that broke this quest was published on the internet for everyone to see a few years later, and I was trembling with excitement as I read it day and night. And at this moment, I am stepping on this unanswered route by myself. While going through a detailed history that has not been revealed to the public, it is. Both hands were trembling. A quest that will have several times, dozens, and hundreds of times remaining even after making up for all the amounts that have been used so far. Would this be the heart of the person who learned that he won the first prize in the lottery, where the cumulative amount is enormously piled up? Good. I'm almost ready to go. I woke up from my seat. Marquis of Scrooge also took place after me. He really looked very lively to see if he had become a new person. I don't know why I've been so obsessed with money. It's something I can't take when I die, but from now on, I should take good care of the people around Rado and practice for my peace of mind. After donating the mansion to the city, I should make sure everyone can come and go. Yes, well, that's what you'll do on your own. But that's a good decision. Anyway, thank you very much. Thanks. Marquis of Scrooge waving his hands towards me. Geek. As a reward for catching Marquis of Scrooge, who became an orc, I took the golden universalist chair and exited the library of the mansion. There is still an exciting atmosphere in the garden, as if the afterglow of the party has not gone away. A drunk man, a man and a woman in the snow, firecrackers still popping out, and the remaining alcohol, snacks, balloons, money falling like snow. I glanced at the party with a cold gaze. And without any regrets, he turned to the place. Wait, it's an S+ class demon constellation. Because it is Ilmadowan, Yumutunga. It is still a long way to drink and get drunk. Because I have to go to a much higher place. Torn Newbie. Chapter 4:23. Plague of the Underground City 1. I came to raid with you, Sol and Drake. It is a place to meet after leaving the Marquis of Scrooge's house and riding a camel for a few days to the northeast. Now I feel familiar. It is the Abyss Terminal, a crack in the ground. Softly. In the abyss where things that are not known whether rain or groundwater fall hazy. There seems to be few users with high level enough to hunt here. While coming down, I saw a few lizardman users who catch the maw of the toothpick, but the subterranean monsters below it. There were no users trying to hunt. Well, it's nice to be able to come down comfortably because of it. This time, there are no GM Undong sisters, Eoldrium parties, or Zodiac parties to interfere, so there is nothing to worry about. There was no sunlight at all, but there was no problem in discerning each other's faces due to the light of fire flowing from the upper sulfur layer. Now, let's go in again. I beckoned towards the reassuring reinforcements. It's been a long time since I'm here, Jean. I remember the old days. Wasn't it Gordixa Rai? Yoon Sol and Drake also finished preparing to dive into the dungeon. Netherlands play grade A. The sound of boiling is noisy. We threw ourselves into cracks that emanated from yellow light. Tiring. You entered the first floor of the Netherland play. First visitor, the deceased person. I was the first person to discover this dungeon. Thanks to the records of Akashic Records, thousands of people who will come after. Even if you hate my nickname, you will memorize it. The scenery is the same. I looked up and searched the dungeon. Despite being underground, the tunnels and lava flowing along the walls brightly lit up the winding cave paths. The gold veins are still there. Yellow soil can be seen through the dark red layers. In the past, it flashed a flash of light, but now it's because Gordian died, and it didn't shine as brightly as it used to be. However, there were still familiar monsters in the gold vein. Cricket riding upside down class. B+/traits. Toxic, explosive, transformation, reverse. Habitat. All over the conflict zone rotting and burning land. Size, 1M. It is a widespread insect in a gold mine that wants to be a bit deep. I've never seen anything go inside a gold mine, but there are countless things that crawl out of a gold mine. A cricket that lives by gnawing on gold sand. The black gloss is shiny. The plump belly is a golden color. These crickets are still there. There seemed to be little interest other than sticking to the walls or ceiling of gold mines and eating away gold. Since it was a non-preferred monster that did not attack first unless it interfered with the feeding activity, we moved to the side to avoid it. Then, Yinsol raised his finger and pointed to the other side of the cave. Oh, Eogen. He came out again. Scary to end her words. Replying to @Jack_King. The middle boss appears. A familiar face was seen sitting in front of the stairs leading to the second basement floor. Golden Mine Tree Frog, grade, A/characteristics, poisonous, dark, economic, overeating, reflux esophagitis, change of temperature, reverse, dragonorium. Habitat, Abyss Terminal Netherlands Play, first floor. Yi size, for M. There was a tree frog who made the opposite of what his parents said for a lifetime. The parents wanted to bury themselves in the mountains before they died, so they asked to bury themselves by the water. Although he left a will, the tree frog, who was sorrowed by the loss of his parents, followed the words of his parents for the first time and for the last time. And one rainy day, the tree frog cried sadly as the graveyard of his parents was swept away by the swollen water. Seeing the tombs of their parents drifting away, the tree frog felt a strong heart. Yes, all I need to believe now is money. Rather than a tree frog on a toad. That close look is still the same. Drake is only frowning because he has suffered from firing an arrow while shooting at this monster. It's a bit annoying because of the tough leather and heavy weight, the passive skill that reflects the damage inflicted there, and the active skill that spits out crickets while digesting it halfway. Boss, there is a guy who is suitable for dealing with this guy. Come out. I summoned Hydra by rubbing the ring on my finger. Pop. With a loud noise like a smoke bomb exploding. Chill. Hydra, crawling out of my ring, noticed and quickly moved to my order. Wasn't the frog's natural enemy a snake? In the blink of an eye, the Hydra swallowed up the golden-lighted tree frog in front of her. The frog resisted by releasing poison, but the Hydra, immune to almost all poisons, never snorts. Then, I saw Hydra's body and narrowed my eyes. How come Hydra's body seems to have become a little full? Caught a big frog just before. It was worth it, but something is wrong with the body swelling above that. Is this guy gaining weight? I touched Hydra's chubby body and tilted my head. In the past, when I attacked the death path, I had given Hydra a basilisk as food. Since then, the Hydra has grown significantly and has less appetite. Originally, it was said that snakes fasted and rested for a while after eating large prey. Is the Hydra a similar case? I guess it's because you feed it too hard. In the future, I will have to manage my diet. I reversed summoned Hydra into the ring. Everywhere, crickets and frogs disappeared, and upside-down essence was dropped. However, they did not need to collect one by one because they were items that did not need much right now that turned the Death Dragon Oz upside down. However, the items with the agility option were carefully collected by Judy Loaf and brought to me. Cook. Kaya Dash. Yes, well done. The queen gives me the items with the agility option attached to me and makes me sick. After seeing the figure, Yunsol smiled and hugged Judy Loaf and put it on her shoulder. Today, our Judy Loaf is cute. However, porn. Judy Loaf flapped his wings and escaped Yensel's hand. Then he dared to fly to my shoulder. The affinity with me wasn't very high, but I still seemed to treat my shoulders like a hideout. It looks uneasy if you don't sit here. I feel sorry for this. It can't be helped, because the first thing I saw when I was born was Eogen. Drake shrugs at Yensel's cheeks. Meanwhile, we passed through the first floor of the Nether's Play and reached the second floor. Tiring. You entered the Netherlands Glide too. First visitor, the deceased person. Catacomb. A network of catacombs made up of golden skulls. Countless skeletons are drooping, forming a wall of bones and a labyrinth of ashes. It was still a magnificent and hideous scene. I shouted toward the other side of the golden cemetery. Hey, Belmont. Okay. Oh, who is this? The benefactors have come. A familiar voice came over the wall on the other side of the cemetery. The last dwarf Belmont. She appeared with a big hammer combed out. Balat's residence in the deepest part of the golden cemetery. Like a small room, the pit is filled with sawdust and looks surprisingly cozy. However, the piled-up sawdust was actually cold and dirty metal debris. Everything is hard and cold, like this place is made of gold. It was a place that couldn't be found as a cozy corner. Was it because it was an NPC, and Bellet's behavior was similar to before? She searched the corner of the oyster and served a few items on a golden tray. A bowl with hot steam coming up, groundwater with sulfur melted inside, and gold bars that are just quenched. Is up. Long time no see. There is still nothing prepared, but eat a lot. Do humans like gold? Dwarves are a race that lives by eating gold and diamonds and drinking sulfur and mercury. Therefore, it is natural to recommend this. I politely refused the meal she recommended, as I did before. Oh, I cut off the meal. Meals are not alcohol or cigarettes. How do you hang up? No smoking, drinking alcohol, fasting. These are all words. Is it? Is that such a concept? It's something I've thought about from before, but now I was once a human. So why do I tell you to eat something like this? I don't know if it is. Is it too long ago that I can't remember when I was human? What? It's not that important right now. I got to the point immediately. Velvet, I hope you can smelt these things a little. Is it possible? I brought out a fair amount of material items in front of Bellet. Volcanoes / ingredients / light and hard material comparable to dragon scales. Volcanoes. A material item that killed and stolen Oz, the death dragon. As planned before, I upgrade Yensel's harp with this. I was thinking of making arrowheads for Drake and Drake. However, this is volcanoes. That too is such a huge amount. Bellet only swallows a penetrating voice, stroking his rich mustache. He looks skeptical, not like a dwarf with good ingredients in front of him. Volcanoes ingots for a while. Bellet shook his head as soon as he was fiddling with him. I'm sorry. I can't handle these with my current skills. The expected answer came back. As I waited quietly, Bellet thought about it and gave him another answer. But it might be possible with my master. A level of technology, a generation of NPCs. Bellet glanced at the friendly hideout and said to me, "Get ready to leave this place. I will guide you to your master." Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 424. Plague of the Underground City, 2. We followed Bellet to the first floor of the Nether Play. Once upon a time, when all the surviving villagers migrated from the corrupt Gordixa, I was the only one left here. The last vote I threw makes Gordixa the Spirit King. I couldn't. Master said he would stay with me, but I rejected it. Underground passage to the north of the Abyss Terminal. Bellet struck the rock wall with a chisel and hammer to open the door. Blah. Beyond the two-piece rock, the deep and narrow streets where refugees walked long ago. There was a cave. Now that Gordix is gone, I think everyone can come back here. I also wanted to visit Master. A dark cave located in the corner of the first floor of the Nether's Play. This is the entrance to the hidden dungeon, which leads to the rest of the tongue. Tiring. Hidden Dungeon Underground City Darinquio. You have entered the access road. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. As soon as I step into the cave, a beep sounds. Hidden Dungeon, Underground City. Yoon Sol and Drake, who were behind me, also opened their eyes round. I nodded. At the end of this dungeon, there is a blacksmith who can smelt volcanoes. And only if you smelt volcanoes to strengthen your weapons, it will be easier to run the Mammon raid. After I finished talking, I followed Balatz back into the cave. Yoon Sol and Drake were the same. The road to the underground city of Tarinquio. It was as long as the distance from the ground to the Abyss Terminal. The cool, damp, narrow, winding caves continue endlessly. Had it not been for Bellet's jewels to emit from his eyes, he would not have dared to enter this dark underground labyrinth. The problem is that the speed of the Bellet is so fast that you might miss her if you don't mind. I'm glad I have a Gen 0 capsule. I tried it by any chance, and it worked. The pathfinding bug of the 0th generation capsule, which was useful when attacking the maze on the Sky Island, was also occurring in Darinquio. Chijichi. You don't have to worry about getting lost even if you miss a Bellet thanks to the navigation bug shown by the solid white line. When everyone puts their balls against the damp cave wall and squeezes through a narrow gap. Food is delicious. A swarm of bats make a common ceiling. It rises loudly toward a D-class monster that lives anywhere in a cave. Yoon Sol, who was following him, staggered while trying to avoid the bat. Widely. I quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Patter, patter. The sound of stone debris rolling into the abyss below. Be careful. Since this cave is an evacuation route, there are many traps to get out the pursuers. You must come by stepping on the place you stepped on. Bellet said with a glance. When the light hits, the pit where Yoon Sol almost fell out is revealed. A large pit tens of meters deep was settled without warning. Looking inside, you can see something wriggling in the pit. Guardian of the ancient civilizations who died. Grade. A/characteristics. Rock. Emoji. Minions. Habitat. Painless Gorge Abandoned Mine Area. Underground City Darinquio Access Road. Size. M. A guard guarding against intruders in the eternal abyss. Repel intruders with a mineral fist containing the will of a craftsman. I see it in a short time. After the cataclysm, I watched the body of a golem that became even more majestic. Blew the waves. Several golems were walking around in the pit. If you fall in there, it's probably hard to see a good look. Bellet shouted quietly. These golems were also made by my master at one time. These are the things that the Queen of the Far Nara directly commissioned. Is that queen a female king without a name? She also had a name back then. Looks like it's called that now. Balak continued to crawl through the rock. The same was the case with us. The road to Derinquiu is cool, unlike the play of the yellow cloth, which was hot due to the energy of lava. The entire rock cave was very dark and humid, so it felt like a road to rob a graveyard. In some places, it was narrow enough for a person to curl up and walk by, and in others it was as wide as an 8-lane road. However, most of them were wide enough to pass by just about one person. OMG, quite a few people will come with claustrophobia. Too much for mental health. It's not good. Yunsol shouted with a tired look. She is the one of us who quickly hit the limit. Immediately after that was me, and then Drake. It can't be helped. All I have to do is log out, take a break, and then connect again. I made a reasonable judgment. Derinquiu has a lot of mental power. It is a place that cannot be reached, so it is necessary to proceed step by step. There is still a long way to go. How many times did you log in and log out like that? The road to the cave ended thanks to Bellet, who kindly waited for us while we were away. It was only after passing 4 giant cavities, 2 underground rivers, and 32 golem pit traps before we were able to get out of the tunnel. Tiring. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. Mistakes. I come out of the cave and look up. Heard. Derinquiu, a huge underground city that I can never guess at a glance, appeared in front of me. A colony of mushrooms can be seen emitting a sparkling light throughout the dark cavity. And the narrow and steep corridors reflected in the glow, countless rooms that feel like a dead end, and a tanned kitchen. And underground passages that are open countless times. Giant cavities are connected like ant dens, and piers in the middle are also visible. It was a tremendous size, as if seeing a colony of termites. A huge underground cavity created by the food culture of dwarves who live by digging up minerals. Someone thinks there's a big city like this tens of thousands of meters below ground. Would it be? But, ugh. After exiting the narrow cave, Bellet saw the appearance of Derinquiu and had to swallow up the waste. I, too, had to open my eyes narrowly. Yunsol and Drake, who followed me out of the cave, also looked startled in front of them to admire the magnificent scenery of Derinquiu. Green fog. Even at a glance, the disgusting poison mist was floating in the interior of Derinquiu's cavity. Yunsol frowned at the disgusting smell and said, "The air of this city is like this. Is it cloudy?" Because of her good personality, she couldn't say that she was disgusting, but she was talking about it. Gone. Bug. Sha character. The green fog floats sticky and comes to us. Drake muttered, wielding his hand, scattering the green fog. It's an underground city, so it makes sense that the air is cloudy. But Bellet jumped out as if there was something nonsense. Derinquiu always maintains clean air because it has numerous ventilation holes connected to the ground. Even the soil that makes up this place breathes and communicates with the ground. It can never be like this. Her words are true. Turkey's underground city Derinquiu, the motif of this megacity, is also located deep underground. But thanks to numerous ventilation ports and other scientific facilities, it has always been able to receive fresh air from the ground. Then, why has this city changed like this? I muttered as I looked at the city of the underpass engulfed in green fog. The plague is circling. This can be seen by seeing that HP slowly decreases. There are eerie poisons everywhere. There can be no plague in the underground city where dwarves live. Something is weird. The plague is caused by the decay of what is actually alive. This station is where dwarves live, whose bodies are made of soil and minerals. There is no reason for the outbreak, unless external forces have intervened. When I'm stroking my chin, right then, through the green fog, I saw a black shadow approaching this way. Is it undead? Drake and Yunsol took a hurry to warn. Everyone knew that undead would appear in these areas because they had gone through the evil castle raid once. Not surprisingly, it was an old man with a long beard that came out of the green fog. It is not easy to recognize the face because of the skinny and trembling body and the shaggy white eyebrows and beard. The old man crawled toward us in a sobbing appearance. There are no 2 legs, so the appearance of touching the floor with both arms is indeed a groovy task. Cack. It's a zombie. It's so close. It can't be helped. It's melee. Yunsol and Drake rolled their arms and ran toward the zombie in front of them. Perfect. The moment Drake pulls out an arrow and hits the head of an old man approaching. Why are you hitting in him? These aren't ugly guys catch sick old men. The zombies started talking. Yunsol and Drake are furious and retreat. I said, scratching my head. It's not a zombie, it's just old. Even if I see you like this, NPC %. No. Whoever sees it, it's undead. Who sees it, it's a zombie. It's not good to judge people by appearance. As Drake protested, Bellet, who was scouting the other side of Derinquiu, was seen running with tears. Master, you're okay. It was the emergence of the master craftsman Arpagong, who will smelt our weapons. Although it was a little bit bad. Worn out newbies. Chapter 425. Plague of the Underground City, 3. Demurf Moliere Arpagong. Demurf Bellet's mentor and NPC with the setting of being the best blacksmith of this era. Cool luck. Cool. However, unlike the name of the world's best blacksmith, he now seemed too weak. The color of the disease was clear, and even both legs disappeared from below the knees. He guided us through the hazy green fog to his workshop in a corner of an underground city. Look, Balat. Balat is here. As Arpagong shouted, the dwarves all over the alley faced one by one. Put out. They are all dwarves with iron faces, porridge, jeweled eyes, and shaggy beards. Oh, Bellet. Is this a dream? You're back, this guy. Bellet's sister. I miss you. Balat, who is hundreds of years old, is treated as a kid here. However, despite being greeted by so many people, Bellet, the expression didn't improve. Why are everyone in the world? He would, too, because all of the dwarves were suffering from the plague. The body stained with rust is extremely sluggish and difficult to move. However, since the body was made of minerals, the effects of the plague were hardly heard, so if it were a normal person, he would have died already. Ugh, this is almost the level of the plague lands. The speed of cutting HP is serious. Yunsol and Drake also frowned while inhaling detox potions. If you kill a basilisk and get a poisonous trait, it is a really serious plague if your stamina is reduced. Meanwhile, it may be difficult to smelt volcanoes because of the plague. I was looking around the entire Derinquiu, covering my mouth with a handkerchief. In the underground city where the plague is spreading, the poisonous energy that rises from the deep abyss below is unusual. I look up to Arpagong. Turned. He was unwinding with his disciple Bellet. I thought I would never see you again after my life broke up with you. Now don't feel guilty. You were the best foe at the time. None of the villagers blame you. Now that's okay. Thanks to those friends defeating Gordixa, I was able to come this far, monk. Arpagong, who heard Bellet's feet. I met my gaze. Thank you so much for taking care of my poor disciple. What to repay this grace for killing Gordian, the old enemy of our dwarves? I'm not asking you to repay your grace, but I came here because I wanted to ask for something. I don't mean it's just because I'm really hoping for something in return. Oh no, please come inside. Arpagong guided us into his workshop. We were welcomed by all the dwarves and headed to Arpagong's studio deep inside Derinquiu. This is a closed room, so it can't even reach the plague fog. Arpagong opens the door of several ochres and calls us inside. I took it. A gloomy mushroom light illuminates the dark stone chamber. We sat a little apart, centering on Bellet and Arpagong. I sat down on the floor. Yinsol was the shade of a soft mushroom, and Drake sat on the still soft clay mass and watched the dwarf priest's death. Monk. Wow. When the two left with the teacher, Bellet showed himself. She cries like a girl and examines the teacher's entire body. Arpagong laughed weakly. It's okay, boy. Will the dwarf be sick and have to die? But, don't worry. I just lost my strength, my eyesight and hearing were weakened, and I was suffering from nightmares, and I couldn't sleep. My whole body fell a little bit, and all my daily actions were extremely sluggish. There is no problem. Aren't you no different than just saying that you'll die by then? But literally, dwarves are made of minerals. They don't hurry to die from the plague, but their behavior is severely restricted. Human plague seemed to be caused by debuff symptoms that were close to curse for dwarves. Rather, humans die and rot, and dwarves have to suffer eternal pain in this underground city without even dying. Arpagong turned his head hard towards us. How? Would you like a meal? Well, we came after eating. I also smacked my fingers in case of mercury or fire-heated ingots coming out. However, don't refuse that way. It's because I can't serve my benefactor for a meal. Arpagong is a jar in the corner of the stone chamber. They searched and took out salted pork and black bread. It was food that was not contaminated with the plague. When everyone was surprised by the unexpected food, Arpagong smiled with a clear face. We were all humans at one time, so will you give me what the dwarves eat? Then Bellet's face lit up red. Me? I became a dwarf at a very young age, so I can't remember the food culture in my human days. That's why it is. Bellet's tone has been diminished again. The way we talk about the teacher and the way we treat us is so different that it makes us feel a little different. We filled up our HP by eating meals with coarse food. May I come up with the main topic? I spoke to Arpagong. I felt like I was talking about work when I was eating, so I hesitated a little, but I don't have much time, so I have to hurry. Chin. Arpagong's expression became serious when I put some ingots on the mushroom table. What is this? Orichalcumene. And, no, it's too hard for that. Mithril. It's too light to say. It looks like a material similar to dragon scales. After all, the master is a master. Just a few seconds later, Arpagong discovered the identity of these ingots. It's volcanoes. It was a voice filled with complex thoughts. I said straightforward. I came here because Balat raised his hands. It's worth it. I would like to make the accessories and arrowheads of the harp with this. You will need sophisticated skills. After speaking, Arpagong looked at the volcano's ingots for a long time. After several coughs, he made his judgment. It's impossible for me either. Yinsol and Drake opened their eyes wide. I've been down to this far underground city at best because of Bellet's recommendation. However, Arpagong seemed to have already made a judgment. I don't know if my body was in good shape, but I can't even lift a hammer in this state. What can I do when my body is so sluggish? In a word, it is impossible because of the plague. I leaned a little forward. Do you mean that if you get rid of the plague of Dorinkwu, you can make a volcano's weapon? Then it would be worth seeing. However, this plague is very old. It's also very powerful. Because of the poisonous fog everywhere, we haven't found the source yet. Don't worry about that. I put the volcano's ingot down and got up from my seat. Bellet follows me up with an anxious look. What are you thinking? I'll get rid of the plague in the underground city. I want you to take good care of you. Well, is that possible? I asked that same way when I was going to kill Gerdixa, right? As I laughed, Bellet's expression brightened up. I headed for the outskirts of Rinku with green fog rising. If there is no guide, you will get lost right away. It can be seen that some dwarves are extremely sluggish and lethargic, sitting under the mushroom rock. Perhaps if this was a village of humans, the situation would have been even more terrible. Well, Jean, when I competed with Death Dragon Oz, I experienced a similar feeling. Drake is right. We knew well from the experience of fighting numerous undead. This is the stench and poison that comes from decaying something alive. If the soil and minerals make you sick, it's a serious poisoning. It is absolutely not natural. It's close to unnatural itself. It's very unnatural. I continued to talk, burying myself with a green mist. There is only one being who tries to counteract the providence of nature. Yinsol and Drake nodded at the same time. It's a devil. Right, comma. I too nodded. This is beyond reasonable doubt. It is Kingly's enemy. Something of the least demonic rank is involved in this plague. Is it Mammon? No. His major is underground mineral water. It's not a-plagued. Then it must be another great evil. I think so. At Dorinkwu, who came to capture Mammon, he was entangled with a completely different demon constellation. Maybe that opponent. There are only 7 suspects in the first place, and only 6 except for Mammon. I thought of a giant bust of a fly in my head. At this point, Mammon is a super powerful enemy that must not be entangled. Now, even Mammon alone is overwhelming. I have to be careful. I hold my breath in deep in the green fog. I walked into one place. Not surprisingly, I see a scene that solidifies my conviction. Wow. Green mists were beating even more from the inside of the cave. They wriggle bizarrely and run wild as if they were alive. Ah! Yinsol screamed. This is because the green mist was flying in, wriggling like a snake. Paris? Drake opened his eyes wide. It was a huge group of Paris wriggling like crazy in the green fog. A plump green body, 2 shiny red eyes, poem, common furry legs. A huge number of flies started hitting us with dirty bodies. Plague fly body, class, D/characteristics, bug, poison, darkness, minions. Habitat, outskirts of Dorinkwu, northeastern snowy field, Maggot Hill. Yi size, 0.01 m. Flies soaked in human oil and blood. Although it has a bad smell, it is notorious for carrying terrible germs. It's poisonous. I swallowed my voice as I watched the flocks of flies in front of my eyes. They seem to be the cause of the plague that spreads everywhere. Then it sounds like there is a hatchery somewhere. I froze as I gazed at the underground cave blocked by darkness and green fog. The most useful way to do this is to summon the Hydra to defeat the flies. But since a while ago, the Hydra's conditions seem to be in poor condition. Is it possible? It may be difficult because there are too many flies. No matter how much D-class monsters, anyone would get bored if there were such a large number of them. Pot. Yinsol opened a shield to prevent the flies from approaching, but this does not reduce the number of flies accumulating on the floor. Because it's underground, you can use fiery arrows. Drake looks stuffy. Then, an unexpected breakthrough has been opened. Pooh dash. The bulging sound of my cheeks and my arms. The one who rules all the Chungwang sect in this world. Plans for the future. Queen Judiloff, Queen Wadadu, looks up and stares at the plague flies in front of her. Worn out newbies. Chapter 426. Plague of the Underground City 4. Plague fly body, grade, D/traits. Insect, poison, darkness, minions. Habitat, outskirts of Derinquiu, northeastern snowy field, Maggot Hill. Size, 0.01 m. Flies soaked in human oil and blood. Although it has a bad smell, it is notorious for carrying terrible germs. A huge number of flies flew towards this side. Ah! Surprisingly, it was Drake who screamed. Kia, I also barely pressed the screaming to the bottom of the uvula. I'm swallowing it. It's very disgusting to see it like this. A dung fly with a plump flesh. The green body is shiny, red eyes, and hairy, fat legs. It's also dirty and disgusting, so the man. Isn't it Paris that you never touch with your hands? Unlike mosquitoes, these guys are even more unpleasant because of the internal organs that pop out when they pop. Then, there was a relief pitcher who set out to resolve this situation. Boo! Judelope. He inflated his cheek and swung his finger toward the flies in front. Surprisingly, a circular magic circle arose where Judelope painted with his fingers in the air. Like graffiti. It was a magic circle, but my role was faithful. I did it. Countless pets popped out of it. Patter/patter/patter/. Hail, the size of a human fist and the size of a head, poured out and began to dig a hole in the flies' display. The flies seemed to be stunned by the sudden baptism of hail and the resulting coolness. But that's not the end. Poop. Daughter. Hailstorms summoned from the magic circle of Judelope began to wriggle as if they were willing as soon as they fell to the floor after swarming the flies. Yunsol and Drake recognized the identity of the hail at a glance. Hayback Scarab, Class, C+. /traits. Minions, overeating, poison, freezing. Habitat, severe snowy mountains, frozen decay, glacial forest ancient conservation zone. Size, 0.1 m. It is a powerful ancient Chunwang species monster that survived the cataclysm even though it looked like an insignificant little bug. If hail pours out of nowhere while walking through the ice cave, it is obvious that they are these guys. The hailstones that fell on the floor stretched out and turned into a single beetle. These worms began to dig into all the warmth around them, with sharp teeth like a blade. There is a major turmoil among the flies. Oops. Each of the scarabs summoned by Judelope are 100 times stronger than flies. These little warriors were moving valiantly at the will of the queen. Eojak, Eekjeek, Eekjeek, Eekjeek. A cold breath freezes the flies, strikes them with hard armor, stuns, or crushes them. Eat it by biting it with your teeth. Hey. The momentum of the flies died a lot. It's an insect that's vulnerable to cold seas, but it's natural to see a high-level predator that has it as a passive skill. It's wonderful, Johnsiak, I said, stroking the Judelope in my arms. Yunsol and Drake also admired the performance of Judelope. Wow, these are scarabs tamed on the way back to catch the Lich King. Right. When I fought the Death Dragon Oz, I couldn't summon it because it was a lava field. I forgot. Use it. Judelope became very shrugged when everyone praised him. It seems that she is very proud of herself because she showed her presence as a queen after a while. Yet, the frost scarabs have succeeded in repelling flies to some extent. The green fog naturally fades as the sparse flies disappear from the underground caverns. As soon as I took a step toward where the flies were boiling. Tiring. You have entered the underground city Derinquia food warehouse. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. An unusual notification sound popped up in my ear. A message that a new area has been found. Food warehouse. Yunsol tilted his head. Dwarves use mercury and iron ingots as their staple food. So, does the term food warehouse mean a mineral storage room? I shook my head. No, dwarves also raise livestock. Maybe the food for the livestock. It would mean. Dwarves also raise livestock necessary for life. They also obtain hair or leather and make processed products from eggs or milk. Most of them are used to make something, but in rare cases they are used to trade with humans on Earth. Didn't we just get meat and bread and eat it? Meanwhile, Drake goes to the food warehouse, looked at the hole in the ceiling of the cave, and tilted his head. This is like a vent, but there are a lot of holes that lead to the ground. But the wind doesn't blow at all. Oh, it seems to be blocked from above. It was just as he said. All of the vents in the basement were not only blocked by something, but they were also smelling rotten. Going down a little further down the underground cave, we could soon witness a shocking sight. This. I had no choice but to swallow the penetrative nature. Looking at the floor, I can see things like thin leather balls are all open and scattered. slightly larger than a human head. These leather balls of the ball fell through the ventilation openings, and they appear to have burst due to impacts hitting the floor. Inside the scattered pieces of leather were pieces of rotten and rubbed meat or carcasses of cattle animals. And there are still undergrown maggots, flies' excrement, and pupa debris piled up. Easy profit. Benefits. The green mist, or plague, is rising out of this rot. I could immediately see why this underground city became a plague cave. Someone put fly eggs and carrion in a leather ball and dropped it into this underground burrow. While the ball rolls down, fly eggs hatch and grow in it. And if the ball explodes from the impact on the floor, the waves popping up in it. It must be a structure where riddle is scattered. This is a new type of terrorist method that once heated the internet community in the name of the cockroach bomb. Some say that if you put food waste and a few cockroaches in an airtight container, pierce only the pores, and mature in a warm place for some time, the wheels will become full and the container will be thrown to the desired place to make the place full of pests. Absurd logic. I'm not lucky because the place I fell is a food warehouse. Or is the constellation of demons who did this incredibly cunning? What? It must have been decided on the quest. I responded to Yunsel's words and took steps. Yet, we entered an area where livestock and their food were stored. Wow. As soon as I entered, I stopped moving forward with a great stench. The green-eyed dog in bloom, and wow. There were so many flies filling up the food warehouse that couldn't even be compared to the previous one. Inside, cows, chickens, and pigs were ugly and sloppy to the point where they couldn't even recognize their shape. All of them were covered with maggots, poop, skin, and eggshells. OMG. I finished dinner tonight. Wow. I am more delicate than it looks. Before we eat, this scenery is a little. However, woohoo, have you seen a rice thief like this? Even in such a disgusting moment, only those who have the advantage of lifting a spoonful of rice can get through the ordeal. I breathed only with my mouth and looked at the mountain of corpses in front of me. The guy who drew this filthy picture. It is obvious not to see who this is. Rotten corpses, stench, plague, and maggots. Beelzebub, class, S+/characteristics. Yi habitat. Yi size, 44M. One of the 7 constellations that rule all the demons of this world. The great rule over gluttony and corruption. Devil. You will not come down from the bed you are lying on, and you will just die. Beelzebub, Old Testament, 2nd volume of King Yokjing 1, 3-4. The constellation of gluttony and corruption. Sai Beelzebub. Small maggots born from the remains of a corpse have evolved and evolved. The one who has priority over all the rotten meats of this world. Since corruption inevitably touches and resembles death, Beelzebub has been fighting for supremacy with Oz, the death dragon on the other side of the world of Pien, for a long time. Because terms such as corruption bureaucracy, and corruption politician are widely used, Mammon, a symbol of greedy, is also. It can be said that the relationship is deep. Beelzebub. This insidious and disgusting king of Paris, whose existence can be called a natural disaster, is now paying attention to this suburban city. I was guessing this really size. I touched my forehead with my hand. Beelzebub only flaps its wings to see the sea. The demon constellation, powerful enough to neutralize the 8-legged great king with only his eyes turned over, and a powerful monster that competes among the 7 great demons. At this point, you should never get entangled. It's hard to catch a single Mammon, but if the demon constellation comes up 2 by 1, there is no chance. However, the situation was not going well. Easy profit. The plague mist that poisoned the dwarves wriggled violently. At the same time, something huge began to cast a shadow over the maggot mountain. The boss monster in the food warehouse. The moment he raises his head and looks at us. He, Yunsol and Drake, who were weak in stomach, screamed with fearful expressions. I sighed once, and I decided to understand the reactions of my friends. Because that monster was visual enough to be shocked by anyone who saw it for the first time. Worn out newbies. Chapter 427. Plague of the Underground City, 5. I swallowed dry saliva once. The boss monster that has appeared in front of us now has a truly bizarre appearance. Be careful if you are raid before meals. Beelzebub's Sun Maggot Skin Film. Grade. A+/characteristics. Poisonous. Minions. Dark. Overeating. Insignificant. Heaviness. Heavy life. Contaminated blood. Blood family. Habitat. Derinquia Food Warehouse. Snowy Northeast Area. Maggot Hill. Size. 10M. A mass of flesh that moves only with a craving for binge eating, with all desires and instincts castrated. He doesn't seem interested in anything other than eating and packing. His appearance is abomination. Abomination, Carrot it was itself. A body made of white and somewhat transparent flesh, wrinkled skin, and pores deeply punctured above it. The unpleasantly swelled abdomen and stretch marks wrapped around it. There is nothing newer in the appearance of a maggot that we are familiar with. Although it was a habit, the grotesqueness that comes from its overwhelming size was very new and shocking. It sucked the lean cow's body like a baby bottle, and each time it squeezed dark blue diarrhea out of the big anus. It's really a poop-making machine. I am the bloated of the fleshy maggots. I marveled at the body and the vigorous physiology it produces. Meanwhile, countless flies flood the air with disgusting excrement from the maggot's anus buried all over the body. And every time I do that, the dried excrement powder becomes cloudy like dust. Was up and was creating a green fog. Yes, those giant maggots and their little brothers spreading right before our eyes are the ones who spread the plague on Derinquio. Down. Can I kill it? Drake frowned. I asked. Not like that. It looks a little rushed. Yin-Sol, who is next to him, seems to be having a hard time because of the stench, as he sees nothing to say. Well, first of all, it would be better to lower the synchro rate sensor a little. I am glad that I can filter out the odor because it is in the game. Always set the fairy tale rate to the best. It's been a while since I was running the game, and I lowered the rate of fairy tales on my own. At one time, even when I got on the fish window of the devil's dinner, I endured the fishy smell of fish. This one is a little difficult even for me. Wearing a mask, lowering the sensitivity of the sensor, breathing only through the mouth as much as possible, and adjusting my sense of smell to some extent, but the unpleasant odor remained. I haven't brushed my teeth for about a week. It feels like smelling a person's morning breath, or the smell of dry saliva. Even though I did the filter, it's this much. After hearing Yensel's parable, Drake and I had no choice but to nod. Judy Loaf in my arms also stares at the fleshy maggots in front of her with a very unpleasant expression. Tiring. The queen complains of displeasure after seeing the bad mood. The affinity with you has declined slightly. No, is this my smell? Why are you not feeling good with me? When he gazes at the embarrassing heart, he can see Judy Loaf turn his head with a sulky expression. She soon slipped into my arms and hid. Oh, I'm really absurd. I smiled and looked up. Heard. Okay. Who? Me. Soon you hear a profound voice. Surprisingly, it was the fleshy maggots in front of me that spoke. It procrastinated with a huge body and shouted at us. I haven't found you. There is nowhere to escape. There will be slaughter, robbery, and frenzy everywhere. It was a surprisingly polite way of speaking differently from what appeared. That kid, you know how to speak? It's pretty gentle too. Drake and Yin-Sol look puzzled. I touched my hand insignificantly. It's a translation error. Originally, who are you? Are you talking about me? I saw it. I can't go wrong. Slaughter. Massacre. It should be translated as predation. Translating the lines of the fleshy maggot. I remember it as a tragedy that occurred after outsourcing for a while due to lack of work. I remember it as an error that lasted quite a long time, but maybe it will become a patch after being hunted by me. It wasn't very important, so we went straight to the raid. Flesh maggots have a simple attack pattern as they appear. 1. If damage is given, 10% of the damage is recovered over 10 seconds. 2. When taking damage, defense increases by 1% for 1 second. Can be nested. 3. Recover HP every time you eat a fly. 4. The main attack is to vomit and roll from side to side after rushing. Using the characteristics of insignificant and tough life, HP is extended as much as possible and attacked by applying the characteristic of venom. It was large, so the physical damage was quite painful when hit by a simple attack. There is something just good for a guy who crawls on the floor like you. Drake, like Santa Claus who visited kindergarten, smiled lovingly and put his hand into his arms. Patter, patter, patter. Numerous calendars were scattered on the floor. Flesh clay maggots have a large area in contact with the floor, so it is effective to attack them using calendula. Pipic. Pee-pee-pick. Plenty. The sharp thorns of the calendula pierce the thick skin of the flesh clay maggot and dig deep into the soft flesh inside. Painful. This is the first time since I woke up from an egg. Father, young, if you are looking at me, please tell me the answer. The fleshy maggots groaned in pain and roared gently. After swallowing a bite of a swarm of flies flying around, he recovered some HP and was ready to rush again. Gweek. And roar. And run to you. Going. I hope to reach you. The fleshy maggots have launched a poisonous rush. The ugly flowing flesh bursts out without overcoming the weight of the bloated body. As the stretch marks were torn off, the disgusting juice flowing between the intestines was leaking out line by line. Well, it may be true that the rumors that the difficulty of attacking was rated 1 rank higher because of the dirty visuals. Flesh maggots have a lot of good conditions, such as simple attack patterns, not very strong stats, and full item rewards obtained when killed. Unfortunately, because of this non-jewelry, it is a boss monster of luck that no one is looking for except for some perverted deceased characters. For reference, in the future, I will be ranked as the #1 candidate for the avoidance of female players. It is also a monster. I have to die for the cleansing of Derinquio. I don't have a hobby that bothers a child, except when it's a Parisian fluid. Poop. I picked up 2 cuts and scraped the stretch marks on the fleshy maggots. Relatively thin leather is torn with drum sounding, and the soft flesh inside it is crushed. Visceral juice and blood with an unpleasant odor spouted out. Help. My fried chicken shop. Paris the Great. Help. My papa is Beelzebub. Flesh maggots struggle with pain. Ye. Many tsetse flies flocked toward me. Woo dash. Judy Loaf, angry with the stench, did not allow the flies to approach at all. Hail hail scarabs spread like ice walls and flies around. Thanks to the blocking, we were able to get rid of the fleshy maggots without being disturbed by the parley swarm. Poop. The last is reflection damage using the scales of Oz, the death dragon. The fleshy maggots, which received the last rush as they were, spread on the floor with their whole body exploded. Maggots flowing down like porridge. The flesh covered the whole floor. Have you caught it? Drake quickly turned on the status window and checked the stats. Seeing that the experience has risen considerably, the raid seems to have ended well. Not 6. Wriggle. The veins in this ugly body are still. Mott never ceased. I'm still alive. The fleshy maggots were moving toward the vent at the tail end, moving their ragged body. Wing. The hole only seemed to be connected to the ground as wind was blowing out. Where are you going to run? Drake pulled a dagger he had obtained from Gotcha from the Celestial Island and approached the flesh maggot. I think I am in the midst of killing myself with a blow with this attack. However, well, take it easy, take it easy. I'm blocking Drake's front. Said, this raid ends here. Let's stop it. Why but lost? Now it's the floor I've got. Drake asks with a puzzled look. I shook my head. Let's think. In the old floating island, did something similar happen? The spider in the cave. What happened after touching it carelessly? After listening to me, Drake nodded as if he understood what I was saying. At the time, Drake had seen frustration after touching an aggro monster that should not be killed. The spider of the floating island, the dead end of the heavenly island, the flesh of the skin of the Derinquio food warehouse. All are similar. That's right in that it brings up a monster that's hard to handle if you touch it. If you kill him right now, Beelzebub will appear immediately. Then no one here will be able to survive and escape this abyss. Finally, we had to wait and see the ragged maggots fleeing through the vents. It was a victory as bad as the plague. But you have succeeded in purifying the plague. Yinsol looked around and said, as a result of her sprinkling invisible traits and heal magic all over the place, a lot of pooch disappeared. All of the flies that had boiled like crazy froze or ran away following the fleshy maggots. Now, let's go back to Balat. I have declared the end of the raid. It's steamed, but it can't be helped. It has no choice but to be meaningful that the plague cleansing was completed safely without stimulating Beelzebub's anger. Meanwhile, Yinsol asked as if he was worried. Wouldn't that maggot go to Beelzebub and reach it all? He hurt himself. It won't happen much. The devil doesn't care at all about his baby being hurt. Rather, he would kick his tongue saying that the incompetent guy came back alive. Well, it would have been a problem if I killed it, but it's okay because I saved it. If you die from cutting on the way, how do you do it? You knew that, and you left all the flies without killing them. You will recover your HP by eating flies on the way. This is the behavior that was done after thorough calculations. While Yinsol and Drake stick their tongues to my thoroughness, I was making the next plan in my mind. Okay, now that you've solved the plague problem, it's time to go back and get your reward. I am ready to return to Balat and her mentor Ar Pagong by using volcanoes to increase power. Worn out newbies. Chapter 428. Parting Night 1. Now let's quarantine. I picked up the torch and threw it at the carcasses in the food warehouse. Kuriak. All rotten corpses are burned. The green fog was noticeably faded. Ye. The flies that couldn't run away were swallowed up by the fumes. With his arms folded, Judalof looks at flies trapped in smoke and suffering. Next to him, several scarab soldiers were watching. Soji and Sojia. Judilof and the hail beetles sit around in one place and discuss something among themselves. Sometimes some beetles raise their hands and make comments, and sometimes Judalof squeezes them with a small fist. They play well with each other. I decided to take my mind off Judilof's actions for a while. Originally, children need to be neglected in moderation to grow well. Anyway, Having cleaned the source of the plague, I turned and headed for Bellet. Now the time has come to be rewarded. Thank you. My body is moving a little because I'm healed. Arpagong wields a hammer and made a happy expression. Dang. He struck a volcano's ingot in front of him with a hammer, and he smiled as he looked at his wrist trembling by the counterelastic force. Yeah, I have to knock the dwarves down to sleep. If you can't knock, you're not a dwarf, cancer. He was an Arpagong who was a weapon master even before he turned into a dwarf by the curse of Gordixa. He opened his mouth with a trustworthy expression. Volcanoes that you entrusted to me. I will smelt it at my responsibility. I bet it won't take that long. I asked, looking at his lower body. I think my legs are uncomfortable. Is that possible? Don't worry, I'm next to Master. Then, Balat, who was next to him, got up and grabbed the wheelchair where Arpagong was sitting. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. I came out of Arpagong's workshop. While waiting for the smelting outside, I decided to discuss future plans with Yunsol and Drake. Do you remember the Tower of Swords Pit, where Death Knight lived in the past? After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake nodded. Together in the Death Dragon's raid. One of the members of the Dun Dorothy expedition, Richard the Lion-Hearted King, how would you forget him? It was the gateway where there were a lot of hardships because of the two stumbling blocks of the Zodiac and the enemy ghost. At that time, Yunsol and Drake also struggled quite a bit with the S-Class monster, Human Centipede, so it must have been an unforgettable experience. I got this item then, remember? I grabbed the Human Centipede and pulled out the item I got. // Rio / Oz, the Death Dragon, sent a letter to the generals under his corps. There are tremendous contents recorded inside. This is an item that was previously released on the internet. The contents are as follows. VSSSSSSSSSS 666 SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Odds, the leader of the Black Dragons and the king of all the dead, inform you. To the insignificant ironsmith, dare to insist on foolish thoughts, don't have ugly doubts. I'm from a lowly underworld, and I don't know the subject, and I don't know the subject. In the end, it invades the dignified dragon's territory, and its dignity pierces the sky and reaches the ground again. All tribes know about your sins, and not only want to kill them under 100 days, but the demons and minerals of the earth are already discussing to destroy you in the dark. If you read this slogan, realize the subject even then, and quickly decide to self-determine it so that it will not be a nuisance to the world. I waved this letter and said, as it was originally, after the cataclysm, the 7th conflict zone should have turned into a battlefield of dragons and demons. Oz the Death Dragon and Mammon the Great Demon must have waged a war here. But things have changed a lot. Desna after we are the Lich King. Even the Death Dragon Oz was turned upside down after defeating it, so the Legion of Immortals was destroyed even before the war started. Therefore, Mammon, the commander of the Burning Legion, is like having lost his war partner. I'm thinking of going straight to Mammon, who is embarrassed after losing her goal, and eats him. It is obvious where Mammon will be. Oz, the Death Dragon, must be at the forefront of the Hell of the Death Path. It will not be too far from the 7th conflict zone. If we had killed the maggots in the food warehouse earlier, this plan would have failed. If you say that Belzebub intervenes, things get very difficult. The great king of Paris, even as I am now. A river that cannot be easily conceived. It's the enemy. After listening to me, Yinsol and Drake nodded as if they agreed. Asked Drake, do you know the exact location of Mammon? I don't know, but I can go without knowing. I said with confidence. As always, Drake gave me. They didn't ask questions such as where did you get this information? Or is it reliable information? I just nodded and muttered a word. Good. It's going to be upset. Like in Oz. Well, maybe it is. At that time, Yinsol said with a bright expression. But the raid time will be much shorter than in Oz. We got stronger than before we went through Oz. The level has risen a lot. The equipment will also improve. Of course it is. The moment I nodded, the door of the chirping studio opened, even if the words were correct. All done, friends. Bellet announced the completion of the work. Oh. I screamed at the items that were newly transformed by masters and famous materials. First, Yunsel's harp was introduced. / two-handed weapon. /A+. A relic of an archangel who has not lost its nobility until the last moment of extinction. Attack +12. Attribution special. Fusion special. Use of characteristic heals special. Can use the characteristic sacred inviolable special. Yunsel's original, Archangel's queuing, is based on volcanoes. It has evolved anew. The harp looks like it's burning by a white flame. Although it has grown in size, it has become lighter in weight. The usable characteristics were the same, and the stats did not change either. Only one has changed. The probability of abnormalities due to the sacred inviolability characteristic has doubled. The paralysis state abnormality, which previously entered 100% unconditionally, was the same, but the activation probability of the fear state or higher, which entered with a 50% probability, has risen to 100%. In addition, the probability of activating hallucination, which went to 25%, is 50%, and the probability of activating real name, which goes to 12%, is 24%, and the probability of activating overload, which goes into 6%, is 12%. 3 increased the probability of activating permanent decline from percent to 6%, and from immediate death from 1% to 2%. Became. In addition, Drake also had a lozenge and arrowhead made of volcanoes. The power of Drake's crossbow multiplied by attaching a volcano's arrowhead to a shaft made from the Bad Endings exoskeleton. Woohoo! In the same mind, I list all the upgraded specs of my crossbows, irons, and arrows. I want to show you. I don't have time, so do this. Drake was a personality that doesn't usually boast, so I'm going to finish the introduction of the items at this point. Arpagong said while wiping his sweat. Phew, it would have been better if it had been before, but sorry. The legs are like this. He's in a wheelchair with both feet. Lifted it up. His legs are empty from below his knees. I asked Arpagong, how did the legs come to be like that? When I asked, Arpagong's expression became dark for an instant. It was the same with Bellet, who stood next to him. It may be a somewhat rude question, but it is better to ask dwarves directly like this. Arpagong sighed in a low tone. It's a tragedy that happened because I misplaced my disciples. No, it would be right to say it was my fault. He shuddered a lot as if it was a big mistake for this story to come out. It seemed that he didn't want to continue this story on this topic anymore. But can it be? I'm just here to tell this story. In fact, smelting volcanoes was just an excuse. The real purpose of my visit to Derinquiu was from now on. Mr. Arpagong, know this item. Would you like to see it? I pulled out what I had hidden deep in my inventory. It's the hidden piece that I got by wasting all my fortune. Incomplete Golden Universalist, /chair, /A+. A treasure made by Molière Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -50%. Fusion furnace feature can be used. To get these gorgeous chairs, I had a grand party in Eutorus, the town of beginnings. And the chair was taken over by the world's richest Marquis of Scrooge. A bloody item that Mammon used to rob the riches around the world. Arpagong's expression when he saw this chair was stained with disgust. I know, everybody knows. How can I not know? It's my thing. With his trembling hand, he stroked the golden, almighty chair. It was a tool I made in my youth to combat Gerdixa. Until then, it was a docile Gordian, but it was made as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that it might run away. This chair was an item that Arpagong had been making before the general vote of Gaiax and Gerdixa took place. If this chair had been in place on the day of the battle, the people here would not have become dwarves. But my student disappeared with this chair, so I couldn't stop the Gordian runaway. Because of that, this child suffered for nothing. Arpagong closed his eyes and grabbed Bellet's hand next to him. It is a shame when I think of the loneliness that Bellet suffered from remaining in the Nether's play on his own. I asked with my eyes narrow, "Who are you?" A bad disciple who made the teacher's leg like that, stole the chair and ran away, and even drove the priest into trouble. Yinsol and Drake are also opening their eyes to see if they are curious. In time, Arpagong's dry lips moved slowly. What more would you hide? What was once my disciple and greedy human, and now has fallen even more seriously than any other evil being. Bellet's finger, standing next to him, trembled, where everyone's eyes are focused. In the middle, Arpagong ended up having a hard time talking. It's called Mammon. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 429. Parting Night, 2. Mammon, grade, S+/characteristics. Habitat? Size? One of the 7 constellations governing all demons in this world. The stomach that rules underground minerals and greed. Dahan Demon King. God and riches. You cannot serve as both masters. Mammon, New Testament. The Sermon on the Mount. Mammon. One of the 7 great devil constellations sitting on the left of greed. Relatively recently, a young demon who has grown in power and has risen to the ranks of the 7th Demon King. In terms of strength alone, no one in the whole world will suffer, and even in wealth, it is sorrowful. Dragonma, Lomo, conflict for supremacy with Oz, the death dragon over the volcano's mining site in the conflict zone, an alliance with the Beelzebub, a demon constellation in the same class. Mammon. Yunsol and Drake tilted their heads. When the name Mammon came out of Arpagon's mouth, he seemed to be quite puzzled. Ujin, isn't Mammon the monster we're going to catch from now on? You said it was a devil. Down. Gordixa in the old setting. Wasn't it said that it was Mammon who corrupted him? But you said Mammon was the original dwarf? Then the time zone doesn't match, or is it a setting error? You will have a lot of questions. Deus Ex Machina. This game is where monsters and NPCs are the main characters, and players are just helping them in a small part of the story. So the explanation is extremely unkind. All detailed settings must be found or inferred by the players themselves, as I want to find a lot of hidden pieces that I don't know where they might be hidden. But I was lucky this time. Arpagon also had quite a favor with me from the beginning, as I had already accumulated a good affinity with Bellet up to max. As he healed the plague of Derinquiu, his favorability increased, so we could hear the full story of what Arpagon had to say in detail. It was a long time ago. Arpagon recalled the old memories with sad eyes. Old story. It was a time when Gordian was an ordinary spirit and Mammon was a demon. It was about the days before becoming. *****. A forge in a village. Land. Dang. Blah. Here's a young blacksmith who eagerly beats iron. A young man who is flammable dozens and hundreds of times and never loses his bright expression. His name is Mammon, Dmerf Clemento Mammon. It's all done. Mammon looked at the things he had made and made a proud expression. It was a well-made hoe. Mammon carefully hung his hoe on the wall. Okay, this deserves praise. When Master returns, I have to show you the first thing. Looking at the hoe hanging on the wall, Mammon nodded, thinking of himself. Right then, geek. The smithy door opens and in front of the furnace, a shadow is cast on it. Oh, Master? You are already back. Mammon turned his head brightly. However, it was not Arpagon, his teacher, who opened the door. But ho, you're still an idiot who only knows the teacher. This guy. Man came in with a nice smile. This was a man who adorned his body with soft silk clothes and fancy ornaments. After checking the opponent's face, Mammon smiled brightly and lowered her head. Hello, Mr. Pavenu. He was a faithful banker in Pavenu, famous for his recent thunderbolt wealth. He said, fiddling with his nicely trimmed mustache. It's nice to look energetic today, Mammon. Mr. Pavenu too. You look better. But ho, it's getting better. I'm so busy these days that I can't sleep properly. Older people like us live in the fun of seeing young and energetic guys like you. Character. Let's share some energy. Pavenu took off his coat and sat in a simple chair in the corner of the forge. He laughed as he looked at the tools Mammon had in his hand. Whatever your job, it's really hard to work with metal. I also have too much gold in my hand these days, so I have all the calluses. The fact that he made a lot of money using Gordix gold coins is already famous in the village. Pavenu said to Mammon with a solemn expression. Keep in mind you too. In the world these days, money is like life. The moment you let go of your life, won't it end? So, once you hold the money in your hand, you should never let it go. That way, you can save money and eventually succeed like this uncle. It's cool. I like to touch gold, so I became a blacksmith. Even though he's still just a tinker. But ho. You said you became a blacksmith because you liked the money? That's cool. I also liked money, so I became a banker. Money can be really touched. Seeing that your mindset is extraordinary, it is clear that you will succeed like me someday. No, you can do more than that, Cancer. The possibilities for young people are endless. Pavenu, with a loving smile, stroked Mammon's head. Soon, he struck his knee as if he had thought of something. Well, I almost forgot. It was a break in the missing time and stopped by the blacksmith. In fact, I am a poor human being who doesn't have time to chat like this. He said that, but he seemed to be quietly rejoicing that he was living so busy. Pavenu looked around the forge and asked Mammon, I have to go out of town to collect gold coins soon. But isn't the world tumultuous these days? Only the arms dealers are running. Because the dragon and the evil horse are at war, there are more and more monsters appearing. It's not that serious yet. In short, you need a self-defense weapon. Mammon glanced back at the wall. How about that? Hanging in the corner of the wall was a long sword with a sharp edge. It is a weapon that Mammon made with great care a while ago. Pavenu's expression brightened. Ho, look at this. It's a pretty good sword. He picked up the knife on the wall and stroked it once in the air. You can feel the air blown up for an instant. I'll buy this. Aren't men shopping things that are thick and short? In fact, I don't have time to think about it. Fabino nodded coolly. It's 4 million gold. Mammon paid for the sword he had thought of. I wondered if I was calling it too high in my heart, but I remembered that the master always asked me to take pride in my skills, so I decided to push it forward. However, what? For million? Pavenu frowns his brow and lowers his knife. Then he reached out, and stroked Mammon's head roughly. Yo, guy? Do you think it makes sense to have only 4 million gold for such a good sword? Don't hit my 8 million. Pavanu smiled cheerfully and took out a bag of gold coins from his chest. Mammon's eyes widened when he saw it. Cool. Pavanu, who recognizes the value of things and pays a lot of money, was also wonderful, and I felt good that there was someone who recognized his skills. Right then, Pavanu's steps to go out with a knife made by Mammon couldn't cross the threshold and stopped. What? Pavanu narrowed his eyes and looked at a crude long sword hanging by the door. Oh, it was made by Master. I don't sell it to anyone. Mammon explained about the long sword placed next to the door. Then Pavanu laughed, tying his mustache. Oh, it's a sword made by Master Arpagong himself. How many are these? I'm not sure about the price, but it's not a sword that Master sells to anyone. But ho-ho, guy, am I anybody? Who is the richest person in this town? That's Mr. Pavanu. Apparently, Pavanu was the shape that the long sword wanted very much. Mammon presented his opinion after weighing the material cost, the teacher's labor cost, and the brand value and premium of the teacher's dignity. Wouldn't it be 1 billion gold? In fact, it was a ridiculous price offer. Tools made by Arpagong for 1 year. Even if you sell all of them, it won't be that much. However, it's cheap. I'll buy it right now. Pavanu sparkled his eyes. He put on his coat again, took a check from his snack pocket, and signed it. A good knife like this deserves. I have to get the price for the award. Maybe Arpagong could make a different sound later, so I set it generously at 1.5 billion. I'll write a check here, so come to my bank and change it later. After speaking, Pavanu looked at the long sword with an ecstatic gaze. Hiya, I can get Arpagong's sword in my hand. Where else could this glory be? Hot. Hey. When Pavanu finished talking, he quickly lifted Arpagong's long sword high. Kang. He picked up Arpagong's long sword he had just bought, and struck Mammon's long sword he had bought before. There was an eerie fire and a loud noise. The long sword made by Mammon fell in two in a single blow. On the other hand, the long sword made by Arpagong does not go out of this one. What are you doing, Mr. Pavanu? Mammon shouted in great amazement that the two swords he had made came together. But Pavanu just laughs. But ho. Mammon, your skills. I know it's outstanding, but it's not from Master yet. No, I understand that. But if you break the tools that people have made hard like that in front of your eyes, what about it? Since I paid for it, it's my stuff. Whatever you do, won't it be my heart? Is that like that? Sure, I paid my price. You've been paid for, so you don't have to worry about anything. In fact, I don't have the right to do that. Pavanu laughed and kicked the broken knife. Plenty. Fragments of a broken knife cut through his shoes and slightly injured his toes. Red blood slowly dyed the silk. Hey, I'm sharp even if I'm broken. Hot. Then I'm busy, so this is the cost of asking for a tip in garbage disposal. Pavanu knelt a piece of the broken knife once more, and then put a pocket of 100,000 gold on the table. Well then, goodbye, Mammon. See you again after the upbound sanga. Later in the election of the Spirit King, Gordixa. Please give me a vote. What? But Pavanu couldn't finish it. Geek. The door of the smithy was opened, and a large, tall old man over 2 meters came in. Pavanu, faced with the wild beauty and grotesque muscles of the old man's whole body, is instantly depressed. He was the head of Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith with a slender personality. Worn-out newbies. Chapter 430. Parting Night 3. Who are you? Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. He frowned and looked down at Pavanu in front of him. I think Pavanu is a little embarrassed. Soon after, he realized that he had no reason to be embarrassed, and then he regained his composure. Hello, Mr. Arpagong. Aren't you asking who you are? Oh, if you feel like telling me. Pavanu took a business card out of his arms and handed it out to Arpagong. The first-class banker of the Central Bank, honorary director of the Gold Coinsmith Association, secretary of the International Monetary Fund Development Council, the youth chairman of the Village Development Association, the head of public relations at the Gordixa Election Committee, and your kind neighbor Voltwell's Pavanu. It was a luxurious business card with a black glossy material and gold leaf covering even the corners. Arpagong, who glanced down at the business card, shook his eyebrows. Then he asked bluntly without even receiving a business card. You mean that this piece of paper is what you are? No, this is my business card. I have my personal information on it. Upon hearing Pavanu's answer, Arpagong looked at the business card with an annoying expression. What is this useless letter? There are a lot. So you're my neighbor and your name is Pavanu. Yes, it is. Strictly speaking, not a neighbor. I live in a far-off south side of the village. Hoo-ho-ho. Have you seen the newly built mansion with a pointed roof? That is my home. If you say this, you may sound proud, but I built it for 57 billion gold. Mr. Arpagong is a craftsman, so I believe he will appreciate the greatness of the house. While Pavanu was sloppy, Arpagong came into the workshop, rubbing her ears with her fingers. At that time, Arpagong suddenly felt the disciple's gaze looking at him from the corner. Mammon, what are you looking at? Arpagong, moving his gaze following Mammon's gaze, soon became his sword hanging from Pavanu's waist. Saw. Arpagong, whose eyes changed for a moment, nodded and grabbed Pavanu's shoulder as he tried to cross the threshold. Hey, I'm not selling that knife. Put it down and go. Huh, but I have already paid for it. Value? Then Pavanu pointed to the check on the table. It's a lot more money than the price set by the teacher's disciple. I just closed the deal. But Arpagong shook his head. I'm not selling that knife. But I've already paid for it. I'll return it twice, so put it out again. That knife doesn't suit you. Then both Mammon and Pavanu opened their mouths. No matter how much I look at, it is unlikely that Arpagong will have a huge sum of 3 billion gold. If so, wouldn't we not even live in a smithy where all these things are going down? At this point, Pavanu has no choice but to sweat. He spoke to Arpabal in a coarse tone. I am a merchant with cases. If you don't like the amount, we'll double or triple it. Please bring this knife to me. Money is not the problem. Arpagong said cut it off. He looked down at Pavanu and spoke in a firm tone. That knife doesn't suit you. That's why I can't sell it. How do you judge it? It's the heart of the person who made it. If there is one thing that falls apart the most in this world, it is the attitude of Arpagong who is in this place. With that terrifyingly calm and upright momentum, Pavanu lost his ear and had to open his mouth halfway. Soon, he woke up and asked hastily, if so, we will pay the price to your satisfaction. How much do I have to pay to have this knife? Big deal. It's the best hand that Trader Pavanu can play. If you can get Arpagong's weapon that calling is a price, what can you not endure? However, well, give up all of your fortune or just die. Yes, me, all of your property. Wouldn't the purpose of weapons be killing? Taking someone's life. It's like taking all of his. So, if I'm going to take my weapon, shouldn't I have to give up at least everything I have? At Arpagong's words, Pavanu eventually had to hang his shoulders. Hot. It's logic that doesn't make sense, but I can't help it. I will understand it by saying that money is insufficient. It's a weapon that Arpagong's hand touched. It would be natural. I will make more money from this upside, so I will definitely buy the teacher's knife. Pavanu politely bowed to Arpagong and then left the forge. Arpagong, looking at the back, kicked his tongue quietly. I was scolded for being forced to write. I don't make weapons for those things. Arpagong put the knife back by the door again. Then he stepped up to Mammon, who was standing in the corner. Flinch. Mammon shrugged at the thick hands of his teacher approaching him. He feared that he would be rebuked for selling his sword at will without a teacher. However, Arpagong's hand just stroked Mammon's head roughly once. You can't buy my stuff with money like that. Disciple, you too will value yourself a little more valiantly. The craftsman's beliefs are expensive. When she heard that, Mammon trembled. Cool. A master who never bows his convictions, even though the renowned refusal in the village has bowed his head several times. Mammon thought that he also wanted to become such a great blacksmith in the future. However, the problem arose this night. Master, eat, Mammon shouted, scooping the potatoes and meat in the pot with a ladle. Arpagong came out to the center of the hut, with a bagging on its head. Wung Ae, Wung Ae. Behind Arpagong's back, a Ghannan child was crying. That's right, it's murky once in your voice. I must have starved for a few days because I was trapped in the ruins. Arpagong laughed as if Ghannan was unique. This time, I was found in a ruined village on the way back after going farther out of the village to get materials. What are you going to call your name? When Mammon asked, Arpagong thought for a while and then handed over the option. Would you like to build it once? I am the child to be your priest. Are you a boy? It's a girl. Mammon raised his index finger after suffering for a long time. How about a bellet? Bellet? Do you mean voting? Yes. In the distant future, won't there be a vote between Gyaxanim and Gordixanim to elect the Spirit King? At that time, this kid might also be a voter. As the story of the Spirit King voting came out, Arpagong's face became dark at an instant. Right. Gyaxa and Gordix have been looking over our village for a long time. However, only one of the two can become a Spirit King. I'm wondering which side to cast the vote on. Arpagong, muttering quietly by himself, said, looking back at Ghannan bellet on his back. I hope you don't get mad at this little one. Is there anything special? You both like them. Yeah, but Gordixasama's side is probably relatively narrow in mind. When Susung and his disciple are having a conversation with Sun Du Suno. Empty. The cabin door rang. It seemed that someone outside was knocking on the door. Who are you? When Mammon asked, a begging voice came from outside the door. It's a passing visitor. Can you please feel free to dissolve? I think I'm freezing to death. The snow was blowing hard outside, so Mammon got up and opened the door. Outside, a man in a fur coat stood holding the hand of a girl in a fur coat as well. In terms of clothes, it looked like a woman who was a hunter in Gunnet village. Arpagong looked at them and said, where are you going to take even a little girl in this bad weather? I was in a hurry to see something across the mountain. I'll take care of it. A hunter dressed in fur, he was a straightforward man with a somewhat rude feeling. However, Arpagong, who was surprisingly small, did not say much to the hunter. The hunter and the blacksmith looked at each other silently for a while with a large pot between them. The person who opened his mouth first was unexpectedly Arpagong. Okay, it's quite a long way to the other side of the mountain. What are you going to do? Mammon thought that it was surprising that the teacher did not speak to strangers first because he had a very reticent personality. The hunter answered readily. I'm going to train my disciples. When you say a disciple, do you mean the child next to him? Exactly. The hunter, who has finished talking, looks to the side. There, I saw a girl cradling potato porridge and pieces of meat. Was it about 7 years old? An immaculate face with dark eyebrows and freckles on top. It was a girl who looked strong and brave. Arpagong kicked his tongue. What are you going to do by training a small child like this? Then the hunter replied, blowing the potato. I do the job of killing the dragon. Mammon, who was next to the horse, felt a creepy stiffening of her body. Killing the dragon. Are you talking about knowing the weight of these words? However, Arpagong's answer to this is another masterpiece. Where is killing a dragon going to be just training? After speaking, Arpagong raises himself and heads to the side of the door. There was a two-handed sword that banker Pa Binya tried to buy during the day and couldn't buy it because of lack of money. Irony. Arpagong, casually, picked up the knife by the door, took it, and handed it out to the girl sitting in front of the pot. You need a good sword to catch a dragon. Ha 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 ha. The girl who is busy eating potato porridge does not even look at the knife. Arpagong grins while stroking the child's head. The hunter, who was sitting in front of the pot, stopped spooning and was silent for a while, then spoke to the girl. Hey, thank you for giving me a gift from my grandfather. I should. Thank you. The girl then lowered her spoon and looked toward Arpagong. Looks down. That was it. The hunter who ate all the pot of potato porridge woke up saying he had no time and took this girl's hand and walked out into the blizzard. I owe you. Other than that, there were no thank yous or farewells. The hunter and the girl just disappeared suddenly, just like when they appeared, with the sword given by Arpagong. This isn't it. No matter how much it is, this is not it. Mammon thought with a reddish face. It is a sword that was not sold even in front of a whopping 3 billion gold. And surely, Shursung is the god of artisans. The idea is expensive. It is never a catch that can be roughly given to a traveler whom I met for the first time. Isn't it the craftsman's belief that the best in town refuses to give away the money and gives it to strangers who don't know the identity of it for free? Mammon couldn't agree with him. The object made by master must be given to someone who knows its value. After thinking, Mammon quickly put on a coat. Hey, where are you going? It's cold too. Arpagong asked with a puzzled expression, but Mammon politely said that he was leaving for a moment. He is planning to pursue the woman who has just left the hunter by using the gap not seen by the teacher. You have to get an amount worthy of the sword's worth, or at least get the goods back. He was a Mammon with an urgent heart. Worn out newbies. Chapter 431. Parting night 4. Weeing. Snow is getting harder and harder. Mammon was crawling up a snowy mountain. I will definitely receive the payment. Do you want your master's weapon to be recognized for its worth? Or is it because it's a waste that you can't even imagine? In Mammon's head, two minds were intricately mixed with each other. Then, gang. A clear metallic sound echoed from somewhere. Clash. It's a sound I've heard countless times. Moreover, the clear sound without any blemishes was not a sound that could easily be made. It is only possible to produce such a clean and beautiful sound only when the master has made the weapon. Found. Mammon quickly ran down the hillside, not knowing that his feet were burning red with frostbite. Mammon had to open his eyes wide as soon as he climbed the ridge. A fight was taking place under the hills. A hunter dressed in fur. He drew the sword Arpagong gave him and was confronting 4 orcs. Look, honey, fighting alone isn't a good option. Hunting efficiency is maximized only when it is at least 4. Look, aren't these ugly demonic dogs now crowding around in groups of 4? The hunter said quietly to the girl behind him. Plenty. Walk away. Pajijik. Soon, the hunter boasted of his skillful swordsmanship and cut the neck, waist, and knees of the 3 orcs and made them roll over the snow. Huda. One of the surviving orcs turns around with a terrified expression. Except for the one whose head was cut off, the other two men with breaths desperately turned to the shaman's attention. I try to do it. Meanwhile, the hunter looked at the running prey and said in a cold tone, "That's a good judgment. If you encounter an enemy that even a group of people can't handle, you have to escape from the ones with the highest chance of living. Rather than dying together with loyalty, even one must survive to seek revenge." The hunter finished talking, the hand of the sword. He grabbed it and threw it vigorously into the air. "Per fuck. Go." The sword broke through the throat of the running orc and split the wood in front of it into two pieces. Swoosh. The hunter pulled out a knife stuck in the tree and rubbed it in the snow. And leaned back. I said after making eye level with the girl. "It's an era of confusion, dear. Even if humans sell their eyes a little, they fall into dragons or demons and turn into lizard men or orcs. In order to become a warrior, you must always devote yourself to training and sharpen your mind so that there is no shaking in your heart. Is that the way to keep the human heart in this turbid world?" The girl nodded and puts the hunter's face in her bleak eyes. When finished talking, the hunter raised himself and turned his head. Ugh. Mammon, who was staring at the hunter hunting the orcs, smashed the butt mill, swallowing up the wind. "Those eyes that seemed to know from the beginning that you were here?" The hunter asked, brushing off the frozen frost on his beard. "I thought it was an orc by looking at it, but he's the tinkerer from before. What made you so far?" Question. "It's also quite a day standing." Mammon wiggled his toes. My toes, which I had no sense of before, were very itchy. "Well, that S, master." Mammon forcefully spit out the words that did not come out. "Master to get paid? You forgot." "Well." Then the hunter tilted his head as if he didn't understand. Mammon shouted loudly, screaming at the sound of a blizzard. "Master told me to get the money. It's the price of the knife." Then the hunter's expression changes to the beginning. Huh. It looks like it's embarrassing. Seeing the change of the hunter's expression and seeing the girl next to him startled, he could see that he was a man who had a rare change in his expression. Before long, the hunter walked on the snow field for some time and stood in front of Mammon. Flinch. Mammon was holding his breath, pressed by the sloppy momentum emanating from the hunter's body. Was this kind of person originally? When I sat in the hut and ate potato porridge, it was just normal. You look like me, but what is this momentum? However, since she couldn't retreat from here, Mammon opened her chest and showed a confident expression. Then the hunter who saw it laughed. "Did you Susung really tell you to get the money?" The hunter laughed one more time when Mammon only had a cold sweat and there was no answer. "It's good to know. As you can see, I don't have any money on hand." When finished talking, the hunter shrugged. Then he released the knife from his waist and threw it at Mammon. Mammon hurriedly moved and took the teacher's sword into his body. This is to prevent the sword of a respected teacher from being buried in the snow. Mammon, who received the knife back, hurriedly to the hunter who was moving away again. "Wow, it's difficult to return the product you used once this. I will close my eyes to see if there is any negligence on our side at a time." Then the hunter laughed as if it was fun. Soon he said, looking up at Mammon on the snow hill, "It's a reward that will be honored by others. You will one day sit on the throne. Will, although there will be no one around." The smiling hunter soon turned his head with a bitter, expressionless expression. "You will be lonely." That was the end. The hunter walked through the blood-stained snowfield, expressing no protest or disagreement, holding the hand of the little girl. "What bullshit are you talking about? Throne? How can it be as lowly as me?" Mammon tilted his head. But now is not the time to listen to the words of the wandering. Having successfully retrieved the knife, I had to hurry back before the snow became more intense. The orc's head that had been cut off was staring at the back of Mammon. Tada! When Mammon arrived at the hut, her cheek turned violently. My cheeks were hotter than my toes that turned dark blue after being caught by a frostbite. No, I have more heart than that. Wow. Next to him, the newborn babied Merfel, Lassie Bellet, is crying. Arpagong sighed when he saw the knife Mammon brought back. Wear thicker clothes. Arpagong prepared to break through the blizzard and then stepped out of the hut. How much time has passed? After a fierce march to prepare for death, Arpagong and Mammon were able to meet again with the hunter woman who had left. It was after walking almost 1,000 miles. I don't have any money. The hunter I met again was still expressionless. Arpagong is also expressionless. Because of old age, senility comes. Please understand. Arpagong put the knife he brought back next to the girl sitting by the bonfire. That was it. As soon as Arpagong put down his sword, he began to go back on his way back. Behind him, the hunter is a girl. He hears a muttering voice. It's Dorothy. My grandfather gives me a present. Thank you. I should. Thank you. Thank you for coming with a flickering nose. On rare occasions, Arpagong turned his head to receive the girl's greetings. Become a warrior who can use it in the future. That was the last time with the hunter woman. Forever. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We eyeing. The blizzard got worse. The way back home. Again, a painful journey began. Mammon couldn't stand it anymore and asked, while stepping on the glances with plenty of sound. Master, why did you give the wanderer the knife for free? What knife are you talking about? Arpagong asks right away. I really don't know, so I'm looking back. The fact that after handing over the knife, have you forgotten? A fine sword worth over 3 billion gold? Mammon opened his mouth in excitement. I mean that knife earlier. Well, you mean the knife you sold to the dragon hunter? A dragon hunter? He's just a wanderer. And sells. Didn't you give me free? How? Mammon continued to shout out of frustration. Did you not say that craftsmen's beliefs are expensive? Also, didn't you say that the tools should go to someone who knows their worth by themselves? It did. When the wandering I asked for the return of the knife, it was so easy to. Returned. If he was the one who really appreciates the sword, he would have to kill me and take me or work to make money and pay for it. He just got the result of master's efforts. Then Arpagong laughed without looking back. Mammon asked back with a reddish face. What's so funny? It was a question I couldn't even dare imagine if it was a normal Mammon. Instead of answering the student's question, Arpagong asked a question. How much should I pay if I buy 100 vegetables for 100 gold at a vegetable store? It's a rather absurd question. Mammon tilted his head and opened his mouth to answer. That's 10,000 gold. But Arpagong shook his head. Wrong. It's 9,000 gold because a vegetable store lady who recognized her as a regular cut the price of the item. Yes? Then one more problem. There is a grandfather who gives his grandson 10% of his monthly income as pocket money. That grandfather, G's income this month is 800,000 gold. So, how much pocket money will your grandson receive this month? That's 80,000 gold. Wrong. This month is 100,000 gold because my grandfather is in a good mood. Mammon opened his mouth in an absurd heart. Then Arpagong laughed. Said, there is no heart in your calculations. Such calculations without blood or tears are used only in the calculations of money players. What nonsense is that? Mammon opened his mouth halfway, as if he was absurd. This is the first time I've ever heard of such an absurd calculation. But Arpagong still looked straight ahead and said the same thing. It means that hope and aspirations, happiness, and the size of a vessel cannot be measured in terms of money. I looked into the mind of the customer myself, but I had to go through the unnecessary steps of money for what to do, and to reaffirm the mind. I mean, no. Then how do you know the insides of your customers? You know when you look in your eyes. Which tool will be with whom? Then, Bellet, who was in Arpagong's arms, began to dress. Arpagong laughed at Bellet's smile. What you know? Your death penalty must be a fool who says you don't know what you know, a Ghanaian child. Teach you well later. It is an Arpagong who softly solves the fresh atmosphere with a joke. However, I couldn't see a Arpagong who looked up and smiled. The pupils who were following him were shaking lightly. Worn-out newbies. Chapter 432. Parting Night 5. A long time has passed since then. Several winters have passed, and the town has changed a lot. In the parliament in the central square, quarrels were happening every day. The day of choice is coming soon. I think only one of Gyaxa and Gordixa should be elected as the spirit king. Both spirits are people who have helped us for a long time, but their hearts are heavy. Let's decide in advance which side to vote for that day. If 3 or more villagers gather. I was busy telling this story. Who? Demurf Moliere Arpagong. He is quite old in a few years. Even the world's best blacksmiths can't avoid time. While the disciples were growing rapidly, he gradually became smaller and smaller. As if a magnificent rock is being cut little by the wind. The village headman approached him sitting on the steps of the council and sighing. Arpagong. It is ebb and flow. Oh, this is the chief. You always have a lot of hardships. Li Jiang and Arpagong sat side by side on the stairs. It was Li Jiang who opened his mouth first. Have you heard the rumor? What rumors are you talking about? I am the owner of the mansion in the south. Mr. Voltwell's Pavenue. That's why he took office as central bank chief this time. Is there such a person? When asked as if Arpagong wasn't interested, Li Jiang nodded. He had a big accident this time. You said you were hit. Accident? Yes. After going to sell the gold coins given by Gordixa to a neighboring country, he stopped. Arpagong thought that a man had been struck by an orc and kicked his tongue. However, the words of Li Jiang who followed were unexpected. It's turned into an orc. This. Arpagong shook his head as if it was even more regrettable. A turbid world where dragons and demons are fighting for strength. Even if humans lose their composure a little, they become contaminated with the energy and turn into monsters. Mr. Pavanu was very ambitious. I don't know if it is. Maybe the orc will fit your aptitude. Maybe. For him, it would be happier to live as an orc. Li Jiang, who was obscuring the back, asked Thun Arpagong that he suddenly remembered. Well, it turns out that Arpagong's voting for the Spirit King in the future. Which one will you support? Upon hearing Li's question, Arpagong smiled bitterly and stroked his beard. Well, young people these days don't know. Wouldn't all of the old people think alike? I personally support Gyaxa. My thoughts are the same as that of Mr. Li. Upon hearing Arpagong's answer, Li Jiang sighed of relief, as if he was greatly relieved. Somehow, what is inherently closer to human life is grain than gold. It looks like yellow on the outside, but isn't it really different inside? I agree. And Gordix's size of the bowl is relatively compared to Gyaxa's. You seem to be narrow. I'm glad though. Arpagong supported Gyaxa. Of course, the disciples will be the same, right? However, Arpagong's expression after hearing Li's question suddenly darkens. That is, Arpagong sighs and speaks. My disciple is supporting Gordixa. Yes? How can I get a candidate for a different spirit king from a teacher? Well, because voting is personal freedom. I think it's because I'm young, too. Haha. Then Li Jiang kicked his tongue out, as if it was a pity. Mammon, you said that your friend was born the son of an empty farm when he was a kid and was abandoned during the famine, right? Arpagong brought that child. The dragon and the devil fight so much. Will your farming work well? We are glad that Gyak took care of us, but there are a lot of children in other villages. Please, to Mammon and Balat. Bless you. Woo. Seeing the world go around these days, I don't know if there are angels. The conversation was cut off for a while. It wasn't because I had nothing to say. I heard young men screaming in a big wagon across the town's central square. Because it is. Soon the day of choice is coming. Please vote for Gordixa. Turn the golden god into a spirit king. The price of gold is higher than the price of rice. Let's pursue silly. Long live the spirit king Gordixa. Long live the golden youth. Young members driving wagons and horses roamed the entire village, shouting stimulating slogans. This chapter complained as if the young people were displeased. Tun Tuk, if you go home to those things, you'll put grain in your mouth. In this age of confusion, who knows who can open a spoonful of rice? But Arpagong, who was next to him, said nothing. Just the Gordixa campaign headquarters. The reason he drives a horse in front of him is because he recognizes a young man with a strong physique. Murph Clemento Mammon. His disciple was there. Asterisk. That evening, Arpagong is as long as usual. To the work I've been doing steadily from before. Started. Land. Dang. Land. Arpagong beats a hammer while spilling thick sweat. In front of it is a large, ornate chair. Incomplete golden universalist, /chair/A+. A treasure made by Moliere Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -50%. Fusion furnace feature can be used. Arpagong looked at the almost finished chair and said with a proud expression, I made it, but it's really gorgeous. Probably no one who doesn't want to sit in this chair to see what's in it. This chair was made entirely for Gordian. It was a chair made by Gordix, who later voted, in preparation for a runaway due to anger. All the wealthy will want to sit in this chair and show off themselves. But in the end, you'll realize that all of them are just a shame. Only then will you be able to see yourself completely hidden by vanity. There is a law that can only be seen when everything is lost, especially when it comes to things like gold that disturb people's eyes and mind. When Arpagong was muttering to himself, Harapuji, there was a hand pulling Arpagong's sleeve from the side. As Arpagong turns his head, he sees a very small girl, Murph Elise Bellet. The last disciple Arpagong had gathered was looking up at the teacher's side while sucking his finger. Chair Ipudang. I don't want to know. Bellet laughs and says. Arpagong smiled and hugged Bellet. This chair shouldn't be because it's not sitting. Grandpa, stupid. I'm holding a chair. Right. The chair is usually to sit. Make it. However, some people use chairs to look down on others. Even if it is the same thing like this, the use of it varies from person to person. If you're a good blacksmith, you should be able to figure them out. Then can I touch it? Then, that's how much. After speaking, Arpagong placed Balat in front of the chair. Okay. Bellet ignored Arpagong's words and ran to the chair and sat down. Okay. Squeak. A loud sound rang once. It was a sound from Bellet's pocket. Balat was startled and opened his own Australian money. The 500 gold pocket money saved to buy candy has disappeared. Pairing. Bellet grabbed his pocket and began to cry. Arpagong laughed and hugged the bellow on the chair. Wow, this guy. So I told you to look only with your eyes. I love you. It's my use. Grandpa will give you back. Duck. As Arpagong was young and soothed, Bellet soon stopped crying. Are you really going to give it back? When Bellet asked with tearful eyes, Arpagong replied with a stern expression. I just can't give it. If you help with this teacher's work, I will give you pocket money. What is it? That's the job of repairing this chair. Arpagong took the young Bellat and started making the chair. The most important thing in the work of blacksmithing is quenching. No matter how colorful and pretty, if this quenching is not done properly, the iron will become soft. Then it will be easily crushed and broken. Looking at the ability to quench the metal heated by fire and water, you can gauge the skill of a blacksmith. Arpagong tells Bellet this or that. I made a chair and washed it while talking. Dang. Zing. Each time Arpagong's hammer and chisel move, the chair gradually takes shape. In a splendid and magnificent shape. Wow. Master is cool. Bellet clapped, pointing out the missing teeth. Arpagong smiled bitterly as he looked at such bellows. Please do not come to use this chair. The general voting of Gayax and Gore-Dixa will be unfolding someday. Bellat, can this little child be free from the consequences? Arpagong was worried about it. Right then. Clink. Something loud noise came from upstairs. It may be the sound of a bell signal line installed roughly in the attic window to prevent thieves. Yes? What's the thief heard in the attic of our forge? Arpagong immediately hears the sound. Did not move. Grandpa? A thief? Thief? Arpagong laughed emptily as Bellet asked with his feet rolled. Would you steal something in the attic? Even if there is something to be stolen, the circumstances would be awful if it was enough to go home. Still, I have to go as far as I am the landlord. Arpagong deliberately put on a coat slowly. It was time to check the identity of the stupid, uninvited visitor who invaded at night. Worn out newbies. Chapter 433. Parting Night 6. Arpagong, who left the basement and came up to the attic, should have been amazed. It is not because of the identity of the thief you just identified. Rather, the identity of the thief was a part that could nod his head. This is because Sinclair, a boy next door, who recently lost his father and left only the two of his single mother. Sinclair is a lively boy who is usually good at greeting, and he had a close relationship with Arpagong. It was Arpagong who also attended Sinclair's first birthday party in the first place. Of course, Arpagong was also familiar with Sinclair's parents, but recently Sinclair's father was outside the village. It is self-evident that the family's circumstances were unreasonable due to the death of the family after going uphill. The problem was elsewhere. It was always suspicious for a guy who doesn't have money to look around the inside of the forge. A young man with a sturdy physique holding down Sinclair's delicate head with slender muscles. Now he was a mammon as tall as Arpagong. A young man has already been stealing, and don't fix it very much. Think of it as your father's behalf. Mammon was smacking Sinclair's cheek with the palm of the pot lid. That was what was happening when Arpagong came up. Meanwhile, Sinclair wasn't letting go of the stuff he was holding while being hit by Mammon in the cheek. It was a home made by Mammon. Mammon smiled his nose with an embarrassing expression. Are you holding tight? Like your thing. If you don't want more cheeks, let go. If you don't have money, do you know who says you are good? You're just a thief who tries to pick up other people's efforts for free. Then Sinclair kicked off. Don't curse my dad. You're doing something to curse your dad, aren't you? Doing swearing and not swearing? Even Simbo is a thief. I was going to pay you back later. Then, he should have shown sincerity to bring a notary public or break a bill. Windows at night. It doesn't come over. Who will trust you that you are crying without such effort? That's also the words of a thief caught in the field. Then Sinclair pointed to a corner of the smithy, frustrated and unhappy. There were numerous hoes, shovels, sickles, and rakes, and other agricultural machines were neatly arranged in a row. They are usually the souls touched by the sincere Mammon. There are so many. There are so many homies and shovels here and there. If there is a lot, can you take one? Do you know that a lot of these things are free? They are all things that I got up like dawn, sharpened, beaten, polished, tightened, and greased the iron and arranged them one by one. All of them are being managed and inventory checked. There is no one thing that has not been touched by humans. Sinclair was overwhelmed by Mammon's whimsical words. Sinclair soon murmured with a tearful expression. That's why I picked up the cheapest looking hoe. To do less damage. Literally, the hoe Sinclair picked up was the smallest and lightest of all the farm implements on the wall. A small hoe that seems to be the least expensive even if it is sold by weight. If the purpose was really to steal, it would have been for a bigger and heavier tool. However, Mammon only laughs after hearing Sinclair's excuses. Are you calling money or something as an excuse? and I just made it clear with those remarks. Mammon wickedly grabbed the hoe in Sinclair's hand and stole it. Mammon said, pointing Homie's blade between Sinclair's eyebrows. Look closely, what kind of hoe this hoe is. Ding. Although it's small and light, there's nothing left behind in terms of angle, hardness, strength, and so on. Master also praised it. This hoe is considered quite a masterpiece among the farming tools I have made. It can be said to be a top-notch homie that reflects the master's pride. When she finished speaking, Mammon looked very displeased. What? If you said you picked it up because it looked cheap? Rather, if you said that it looked like it was the most expensive, you would have admitted your eyes and took it into account. You're a guy who doesn't even recognize the value of this tool. So, even more, I don't deserve this homie. Even if you have money, you have to sell it for a guy like you for twice the price. As Pavanu did long ago. Mammon put a wedge. Right then. Stop it. Arpagong appeared from behind Mammon. Mammon turned his head and was surprised. This is because Arpagong's expression looked sad like never before. Master, have you not slept yet? But why do you look like that? Just listening to you makes me suddenly sad. Arpagong looked at the hoe in Mammon's hand. Give it to me. Mammon held the blade of the hoe with both hands and, politely, extended the handle of the hoe to his teacher. And Arpagong took the hoe and handed it back to Sinclair with a silly face, and Mammon with a more and more muted look. Arpagong said in a warm voice, From next time, come in through the door. There is a signal line in the attic window, so it is dangerous to get caught in the foot. Then Sinclair's eyes filled with tears. Oh, my dad from Mr. Pavanu's upper row. Not coming back. No. I know. This little one. What's wrong with you? Mom is also sick from illness to dig even the potatoes in the field. I know everything, honey. Grandpa knows everything. It's okay, so go back quickly. I have to protect my mother's side. When Arpagong spoke warmly, Sinclair shed tears. Sinclair bowed his head. After seeing it, it popped out after getting wet with the night sound. Then, Mammon, who saw the appearance, opened his arms as if embarrassed. Master? Did you get people and get money? Did you get money and people? It is a poor child. Why are you making me a bad guy? I just want to sell my carefully crafted goods at a reasonable price. Oh, is it bad to be rational? What you mean by rationality makes me feel scared. Arpagong sighed. Then he asked with a low voice at Mammon. Why are you so obsessed with money? Did I raise you insufficiently? When Arpagong asked, Mammon hesitated for a moment. After holding his breath for a while, Mammon opened his eyes. Did Master not buy me for money too? Arpagong's eyes trembled when he heard that. Yes. As Arpagong wandered outside the village for materials, he saw a village that had disappeared in a war between dragons and demons, and a poor peasant family crying in the ruins. Arpagong had handed some money to the family's parents and brought one of the youngest sons to him. He is Mammon. Did you see that? Arpagong's eyes were blurred. It was blocked with a wide back invisible, but nevertheless, it seemed to be seen in the eyes of a child who was squatting in the ashes. The shadow of a gold coin on the retina of a parent's eye selling himself. The expression of relief from saying that he was relieved of his mouth. Said Mammon, I am the money itself, because they are humans who have been sold for money. For me, money is human and human is money. Sometimes I slept gold in the forge, and I felt like I was massaging myself. Money proves my worth, proves my efforts, and soon proves myself. What's wrong with this? Don't the vast majority of people live for money like that? So what else do you have to prove yourself with other than money? Arpagong shook his head. The person who makes an object needs to know how to see the person who will be affected by it, beyond just the object. Sinclair, I saw that child born. I also saw his parents being born. Such a child needs a hoe to work, and it's for the sick single mother. If their sweat, laughter, and thanks weren't enough for homie's worth, isn't it? If the things you made could be of little benefit to them, as a craftsman as much. Where the hell is the glorious thing? Why should I look so far? Should I expect intangible masters, who may or may not be, as a trauma? I am a craftsman, a blacksmith enough to make tools with sweat, smile, and light thank you. It's not easy work. Mammon's words could not be continued until the end. This is because Arpagong slapped Mammon on the cheek, just as Mammon slapped Sinclair on the cheek before. I raised you wrong. The teacher's voice is like frost at dawn. At the same time, if Master said so, that would be correct. The disciple's attitude also changed. Mammon's skin color was slowly changing. Dark like a deepening night. Worn out newbies. Chapter 434. Parting Night, 7. What will I be remembered for? A concern after Alfred Nobel, who invented dynamite for the purpose of mining development, was nicknamed Death Merchant. Today, a physicist who was involved in the invention of the most workable weapon in human history suffers from guilt and responsibility. A later story by Albert Einstein, who participated in the development of the atomic bomb for world peace. Said Arpagon, "The person who makes an object needs to know how to see the person who will be affected by it, beyond just the object." However, the words were not heard in Mammon's ears. Mammon reached out and picked up the hammer hanging from the wall. Bing! Arpagon tilted his head. At the moment, he couldn't even realize what was happening with his own eyes. "What are you doing now?" The disciple replied to the teacher's question. "Anyway, when the day comes, you and I have to make different choices. Is it Gyaxa or Gerdixa? You? Are you?" "First of all, it was your side that broke the relationship between the teacher and the student," Mammon said with a cold look. Arpagon only noticed that the student's skin color is gradually turning black and green. Soon Mammon opened his mouth. "I was a Gerdixa group. You are a Gyaxa group. We look at each other in different directions, and the direction we are going to be different. It would have been a difficult fate to be together for a lifetime anyway. Are you crazy? Put the hammer down. I am tired of the irrationality that is packaged with humanism. I will quit humans." When she finished speaking, Mammon picked up the hammer and went all the way to Arpagongal. Orc. Mammon's appearance is almost identical to that of orcs. He grew taller, and the muscles of his whole body became even more sturdy. Originally, even when he was a human, he was a Mammon who had almost the same physical as Arpagon. "Oh no, Mammon, don't go over to the devil. Come back this way." Arpagon was frightened and called Mammon. But it's already late. A black aura was already rising from Mammon's body. At the same time, push tasting. All of the foodstuffs in the smithy began to rot. Milk and dried fish were crushed, and bread and vegetables were rotten and shriveled. Buzz buzz. Somewhere, I hear a fly flapping its wings, as if coming from far away. It was an unpleasant noise. What is it?" Arpagon raised his head, surprised by the stench that afflicted the tip of his nose. /x/. On the ceiling above the smithy, where there should be nothing, a weird illusion floats. It's absolutely humans. We're two unthinkable, huge, ugly red eyeballs. Wriggle. The big, red eyes on both sides of the face moved down a little. At the moment, Arpagon had to feel the trauma as if being dragged into an abyss. What I thought was a huge eye was not actually an eye, but an orbit. All. And hundreds of millions of small eyeballs were gathered in the huge pit. Arpagon's stunned expression is divided into hundreds of millions of eyeballs. The feeling of the whole body being cut into hundreds of millions of pieces of flesh, and the feeling that the flesh is being taken away by countless maggots. "Come on, composure. Compassion." No. Arpagon closed his eyes tightly, and I desperately took over my dizzying mind. "Harapuji, grandfather." Balat's voice from the basement, under the floor, gave Arpagon a little power. Yet, the illusion of this enormous eyeball, as it had appeared, disappeared suddenly, without any sign. At the same time, Mammon opened his eyes, which had been closed for a while. Then I looked down at the teacher who was in front of me, who has now become smaller. After I admit it, I feel so comfortable. Mammon vomited a deep, old breath. Then he grabbed the hammer he had in his hand even more tightly. "The party who wants to see me in the humans beyond that who only sees the tool itself. God, in the end, let's see who's better." When she finished speaking, Mammon swung the hammer she had in her hand. Quackwang. Jik. The wooden floor broke out. It looks like a landmine exploded. "Ah!" I hear Bellet in the basement crying in horror. 199. Arpagon rolled the floor and stepped back. Arpagon, who widened the streets, noticed that Mammon's hammer wasn't aimed at him in the first place. Mammon said with a bloody smile, "It was deliberately missed. That mercy was just the last consideration for the old teacher. It is true that I raised you wrong. It is my mistake." Arpagon sighed. The world outside the village is confusing due to the war between dragons and demons. Neglect to discipline my mind, even a little. It's normal to turn into a monster if you do. Why didn't you notice it? Arpagon reached out with his eyes closed. Drool? What he picked up was also a big mess. Mammon laughed when he saw it. Amon, yes. If you are a blacksmith, you have to grab a hammer. Soon, the confrontation between Mammon and Arpagon began. Woodduck. Arpagon's whole body muscle swelled as if bursting. A senile white bearded whale. Arpagon is a favorite of himself. He picked up the big hammer and swung it at Mammon. The heart that I had by beating iron hundreds of times. Please straighten it correctly. While praying earnestly for that heart to work this time again. However, no way, I am not iron. Mammon smiled and raised his fangs. Woodduck, puttock, tuck. Salmosa-like veins sprout on the orc's body. The power that surpassed the body of a simple orc a long time ago. Yes, Mammon had a body closer to ogre than orc. Boo-woo. Mammon's hammer also rushes toward AR Pagong's hammer. Fiang. The moment two hammers clash in the air. Qua 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 quang. A storm of great magnitude broke up all over the place. Sparks bounced fiercely, and the wind smashes the planks and turns the ground upside down. Puffer puck. Going up. What was crushed was Arpagong's hammer, bizarrely hit by Mammon's hammer. Spread and twisted hammer. Arpagong looked at the hammer in his hand and looked depressed. Huh. A hammer that is broken as it is torn. But it's not just the hammer. The whole leather of the grip was torn and blood was flowing. Bloke. Arpagong threw the hammer and picked up a new one. However, Wooduk, Pajijik, duck, duck. Mammon's body was growing and expanding even at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the fly in my ear. The sound of the flapping of the wings also becomes louder and clearer. Buong. Again, the teacher ruined the student. Please write. It wasn't Mammon's head that Arpagong aimed with a hammer. Like Mammon before, in front of Mammon. It was aimed at the floor in. I was going to give a shock to awaken the spirit of the disciple. However, where are you hitting me? Are you old enough? Mammon chuckled and stepped forward. Then Arpagong deliberately put his head on a hammer that had been hit by a comb. FAT. Flesh and blood splatter with a terrifying roar. Huh. Mammon. Are you okay? Arpagong was so surprised that he even dropped the hammer. Then, in an urgent voice, he leaned over and looked at Mammon's head. However, pick the hammer back. Mammon looks down at Arpagong by tilting her eyeballs down as it is with her head tilted. Bot. Tuck. A few drops of blood were falling straight down from Mammon's forehead to his chin. The blood is already blackened. Dump duduk. Mammon bent his neck from side to side a few times, and then touched the wound on his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of flies fluttering, thought to have disappeared, is heard even more intensely. At the same time, the wound on Mammon's head was rapidly healing. It looks like Paris hit me. That's pretty meaningful. Mammon laughed as she scraped off the dried skin. Dump. Arpagong sat down on the floor with a collapsed expression. Mammon's mass grew even bigger, and it was the crown of the forge. Is enough to reach. I told him to pick up the hammer again. Mammon looked down at Arpagong and said as if spitting out. That gaze was similar to that of Haba's former glance looking down at Sinclair. Arpagong's bloody hand trembled. What to pick up? What do you mean by holding this hand in order to properly lay the disciple in front of you again? Then, geek. Mammon bowed his head in front of Arpagong. Disciple who meets the eye level with Susung. Soon, Mammon laughed. You don't know what to hold in your hand. If so, I'll choose. When she finished speaking, Mammon turned back from her seat and headed to the wall of the forge. Yet, tongue. A hammer was thrown into the left and right walls far from Arpagong. The hammer on the right was a cheap hammer that looked very coarse at first glance. On the other hand, the hammer on the left is a masterpiece that is made very well even at a glance. Pick up one of them and prove it as a teacher that you are right and I am wrong. Mammon smiled as he looked down at Arpagong with red bloodshot eyes. And I was saying, let's see, do you know how to see people who will be affected by more than just objects? Worn out newbies. Chapter 435. Parting Night 8. Gulp. The sound of drooling. It's not because of what it tastes like. It's because I'm nervous. After Yun Sol swallows dry saliva. Asked towards Pagong. Well, so what happened? Then Arpagong sighed with a tired expression. What I saw long ago through my memory was heavier and more terrible than I thought. Bellet asked, holding Arpagong's hand. Monk, how about taking a little rest? Do you have it? But Arpagong shook his head. What started should end. Work, talk. After speaking, Arpagong stroked the golden almighty in front of him. Incomplete golden universalist, /chair/A+. A treasure made by Moliere Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -50%. Fusion furnace feature can be used. Master Arpagong was in his prime. An item devised to prevent the Gordian runaway. And Mammon's ambition to get it in his hand and to kneel the objections of the whole world. The story begins to flow again, riding in a strangely unstable air current. Tongue. Two hammers were thrown. The hammer on the right is cheap. The hammer on the left is a luxury product. Mammon smiled as he looked down at Arpagong with red bloodshot eyes. Let's see. Do you know how to see people who will be affected by more than just objects? Mammon's voice trembled slightly. It also resembles the peculiar sound of iron that has not yet been hardened. Which to choose? In fact, Mammon was also worried as much as Arpagong. He would be like that, because the cheap hammer thrown on the right had a very special meaning to Mammon. Remembrance Study / One-Handed Weapon / C+. The first tool created by the novice tinkered Murph Mammon Clemenceau. It is poor and poor, but it has a good spirit and a big dream. Attack power plus 120. Set, special. The first hammer made by Mammon. How much praise did you receive from Arpagong on the day you made this? This hammer, which was praised for having the right spirit and possibility, was the first treasure of Mammon in childhood. Mammon put down the treasure number 1, which he had buried beyond his distant memories, on the floor. Beyond simply an object, you see who will be affected by it. Mammon remembered the line that the teacher gave the day he first made this and took it. It's a hammer that can open anything right. It is the best treasure of my life. Great job, obstacle. That is why Mammon wished for himself. May the master choose his first work on the right rather than the A-class hammer on the left. However, tat-hat. The side where Arpagong moved was on the left. Wake up. Don't fall for the devil. Wherever he picked up the big hammer on the left, Arpagong ran back to Mammon once again. I didn't aim for the floor this time. Buong. The hammer was pointing straight at Mammon's head. Ha 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 ha. Mammon laughed out loud. Quackwang. Soon, the hammer containing the Mammon and the hammer containing the Arpagong clashed together. Jik. Two hammers that could not overcome the power of the two giants burst out, like exploding. A piece of iron protruding in all directions. Two hammers that were smashed without any marriage. And what was smashed was the same as the relationship between the two. Quackwang. Arpagong fell a few meters behind him. Mammon stood in front of him with a fishy ridicule. After all, you have neither eyes to see people nor eyes to see tools. Then, have you been pretending to be a teacher on the subject? Goodbye, Hubballoon. Mammon threw the hammer on the floor. Then he picked up a two-handed sword hanging from the wall and pointed it at Arpagong's head. Right then, a patch. There was a presence between Mammon and Arpagong. A girl with tears hanging from her eyes the size of a big drop. Demurf Elise Bellet stood in front of Arpagong. It wasn't just standing up either. An iron clap that has only the iron plate on it and gives off energy. It is a clumsy and coarse shield holding a shield around Arpagong. Mammon opened his mouth halfway as if he was absurd. Demurf Elise Bellet. There's a lot of age difference, so I'm not talking. Sammy, I've never tried. Such a lad is looking to protect Arpagong with his eyes open now, holding a shield that is no different from rags. Is it just made? Mammon asked Bellet. She put the shield she held tightly and bit it. Bellet nodded. I wondered why he appeared so late, but it seems that he was collecting pieces of iron that were rolling in the forge and making a shield. Easy profit. Steam was still spewing out of the small, coarse shield. Bellet is holding that hot thing with his bare hands. Harapuji, I keep it. Bellet shouted boldly in front of Arpagong, who had fallen, holding a shield as small as his own. Even though the legs were shaking sweetly, Mammon faced the eyes of Bellet and Arpagong looking up at him. Suddenly, there seemed to be a hoarse voice that seemed to growl in my ear. It's a reward that will be rewarded by others. Which day was it? This is what I heard from a hunter in a snowy field. Mammon laughed bloody. An old wanderer's insight is quite a bit. After finishing the talk, Mammon walked forward. Now it's time to finish it all. Right then. Papong. Bellet threw the pocket behind the shield forward. Puo. Black dust slumped through the dust and pieces of wood. Mammon frowned. The private railway of the commune river, annoying. The soil on the bank of the river where Arpagong always went to look for materials. I don't know how. The commune river is the origin of the river that flowed around Mammon's hometown. Naturally, Mammon knew that the soil on the banks of his hometown was special. It is natural that the hammer, which was originally treasure number 1, was also made of iron from the commune river. The private iron of the commune river is renowned for its large grain and roughness. Fatal respiratory problems occur if you accidentally breathe even a little bit of dust through your nose or mouth. Even the evil influence on other metals is not only Li Mangiol, so it must be a material that is truly difficult to deal with from the standpoint of a blacksmith. Howook. Mammon stepped back half a step to avoid the dust that digs into the mucous membrane inside his nose. Mammon, who closed her mouth with one arm, frowned and muttered. Strong year. Is this not the death penalty now? He held his breath and stirred his hand to remove the black dust. Then, in the distance, I saw Bellet pulling the body of the Arpa ball. Sungnim. Quickly. Apparently, it seems that he wants to run away with Arpagong. However, Arpagong had no energy left to move. Not only that, he showed no intention to move. This guy cannot be done. You shouldn't fall for the evil spirit. Arpagong was looking straight at Mammon even now, when it was at this point. staying in that posture without leaving a single inch from the seat. Mammon no longer hides his displeasure. Are you saying you're going to be a teacher until the end? It's ridiculous. Then he raised his fist and struck Arpagong's body. Damn it. I didn't even need a hammer or knife. Quack 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 quong slash. The unstable floor sank completely and cracks appeared all over the place. Oh ugh. Arpagong struggled with the pain. Mammon's power. The unprecedented fist was left even after crushing Arpagong's 2 legs with his bare hands. Wow. Balat cried, dropping the shield on the floor. Arpagong groaning while hugging his bloody legs. Balat crying with his neck releasing. Huh. It's sloppy. Mammon laughed and walked out of the ruined smithy. No, I was about to come out. At that time, Mammon suddenly looked down at the floor on which he was seated. What could be seen from underneath the large hole in the floor was the scenery of the underground studio. Hey, I was hiding in the basement every night and wondering what kind of stuff I was decorating. I was making something like this. Mammon reached out his big hand and stirred the hole in the floor. And soon, he took a large object in the center of the basement studio. I pulled it up while holding it. It was an ornate chair adorned with gold and precious stones. Arpagong's body was stained red with blood from the body, so it looked even more colorful. Unsafe golden universalist. Arpagong's eyes, who saw it, shook violently for the first time. Oh no. Hey, not that alone. Arpagong cried, crawling on the floor, forgetting that he had lost both legs. However, the place where an ML and Mammon stood in pain, and then lowered their head for a while was empty. It was dirty because we were together. Let's not see it again. In the darkness beyond the collapsed wall, Mammon was not visible, but his voice was clearly conveyed to his ears. The voice soon melted into the woods behind the forge, avoiding the howling of torches and hunting dogs approaching from far away. It is not only difficult to establish a relationship, but it takes a tremendous amount of time, while breaking a relationship is too easy and instantaneous. The moon slowly tilts. The farewell night ended like this. Worn out newbies. Chapter 436. Straighten 1. Anyway, yes it happened. It's all my fault. Arpagong ended the story with a sigh. Yunsol, and Drake sat in front of Arpagong for a while after the talk ended and couldn't say anything. Balat was the one who broke the silence. The story after that is the same as you know. Mammon has become a demon since he fled the village. And corrupt Gordixa, who was defeated in the election of the Spirit King, turned the village into hell. Hioha, who would have known that the innocent and kind child would be the devil? Arpagong sighed when he heard Belat's words. I was also a little surprised to hear Mammon's history. In the context, it seems that the devil constellation that corrupted Mammon was Beelzebub constellation. Seeing that the feed was done directly, it must be said that Mammon's cotyledons were different from each other. If Mammon was corrupted by Beelzebub, why did Mammon and Beelzebub form an alliance? Why Beelzebub's plague was spreading in Darinquiu, Mammon's hometown, and furthermore, gold and corruption. It is also possible to explain how is related to each other. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Drake are quite. I was surprised. Wow, Mammon turned into an orc and just evolved into an ogre? So you're saying that the superior species of oak is ogre? As far as I know that there are also other upper subspecies of ogres. The same is true of the twin-head ogre that I fought the other day. If so, an uneasy light flashes on Yunsol and Drake's faces. Both open their mouths at the same time. That users can also become demon kings. I gladly nodded and answered the questions of my friends. Human potential is endless. You can be an orc, and you can be a lizard man. And it doesn't end there. If you raise the level, you can evolve as much as you can with higher level species. As long as you have the ability. Of course, from orcs to demon kings, lizard. There are very few entities that evolve from man to dragon, including players, NPCs, and monsters. Among the fixed S+ grade monsters in the first place, there are only 14 dragons and demons in the worldview. Due to the death of Oz, the dead dragon, 13 now exist. I quietly shine only in my eyes. That's why the level becomes more important as we go to the end of the game. It is the level system that has been talked a lot from the beginning of the game. What does the alternate level mean? There are no restrictions on wearing items, no special skills, and no restrictions on dungeon access. If you're going to do this, why do you need a level? These questions have been filled with numerous users since the early days of the game. Among them, the level is just how long you've been playing this game, but some argued that it was only a measure of the skill level. But all of these are stories before the Cataclysm. With the first Cataclysm taking place, all players, depending on the level, had a bigger and stronger body default. I don't know because the level of users is still low. This will soon become widely known as part of a system called evolution. Meanwhile, the moment they listened to me, Yinsol and Drake said they felt creepy. My level is currently at the end of 86, the highest number among existing users. If I were to become an orc or lizard man at this level, what would I look like? Maybe we'll see it soon. I just smile at my friends with a meaningful expression. Anyway, that's not what matters now. I handed the final required rescue gun to Arpagong, who was sitting with a confused expression. What started before has to end. Did you say yes? Work and story. Arpagong followed my shepherd and looked to one side. There you can see a golden chair shining dimly in the darkness of the underground city. Incomplete golden universalist/chair/A+. Molière, the world's best blacksmith. A treasure made by Arpagong. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -50%. Fusion furnace feature can be used. A chair that is bright enough to distort the surrounding landscape. It is so luxurious and colorful that it makes the surroundings rich and soft no matter where it is placed. The world's #1 rejection Scrooge broke and grew bigger and bigger. Before that, how much money was it to suck on and soak up the body? Because it is a bud that I sow, I will be responsible for it. It looks awesome in my hand. Arpagong is fiddling with a chair. He said. It was an expression of resolute determination. Asterisk. Tiring. You have logged out. Please come again next time. I got up from the capsule and relaxed. You will log out in a short while. If you play the game for a long time, your body hurts. No matter how well maintained the body is, it is likely to be rusted to some extent. I opened the refrigerator, grabbed a few packs of juice, and headed to the gym on the middle floor of the building. Then, are you here? I met with manager EOM Jae-young coming out in front of the gym. Because they use the same building, they have no choice but to overlap the faces they know wherever they go. Don't just play games, do some exercise. He said that if you are bad, your head will suffer. So you came to do it now? Oh yeah, I have to go after one more set with you. Why do you keep coming here while you have a house? I don't think my child has some buildings. Don't. Can't you come? Because he keeps nagging every time he comes. I have a juice pack in my hand, Jae-young. He reached out to the director and complained. Meanwhile, Director Jae-young also frowns and grumbles after I eat a bite of my mint juice. Ugh, hey, what is this? What juice is it? Why is the taste like this? I went to shrimp, aronia, broccoli, sweet potato, and changgukjang. Huh? No, what taste of those 5? This. It tastes like shrimp, aronia, broccoli, sweet potato, and changgukjang. Is it integration? Director Jae-young makes a vague expression for a moment, then slightly pushes the juice to my side. As if there was no way, I put the juice pack back in the hand of Director Jae-young and forcibly fed it all. It's good for your body, so eat it all. Well, I'll filter this even for my wife's wife, Yellowy. If I eat, it gets better again. I drank the juice and started working out. During the run, I decided to briefly discuss future strategies with Director Jae-young. This way, you can save time because you do not have to make separate meetings or reports later. Director Jae-young saw the TV news in the front. The news of the upcoming Asian Champions League is coming out on the main airwave 9 o'clock news. The Little League is coming soon. China and Japan join the all-time deaths. What strategy do you have in mind? Before that, you have to catch Mammon. I replied insignificantly. However, Director Jae-young seems to feel that he is a good enough. Catch a fixed S+ class monster? Is it possible? I've already caught it once, but what? The yard where Oz, the death dragon, turned upside down. Is there anything you are afraid of being Mammon? Didn't you finish the preparation thoroughly? I told Director Jae-young. In this little league, I'm not going to use Death Scale armor, an item exclusively for deceased characters. Later, there will be no controversy that the ability of a deceased person is similar to that of Ma Dong. Wouldn't it really matter? Anyway, even in the domestic selection, I used it only once for a bag off. You also used it when pushing cargo. Because it's a world competition, you just be careful. I know that it doesn't matter because there is a costume change item anyway. Well, if you don't use S+ class items, it would be difficult to stand on top of the absolute edge. Competitors will come out armed with A-class items or higher, especially in China. There are also things that try to catch Mammon because of that. Anyway, even if someone comes out, I won't lose. This is because it can be organized in the line of S-class items. Nevertheless, the reason for obtaining S+ class items is to show the overwhelming difference in firepower. That is also against rankers around the world. Performance, this is what matters. The charm of a character called Ma Dong King is the power that comes from overwhelming muscle strength. It also symbolizes power itself. Right? It feels like the deceased person is a little disgusting. When it comes to King Modong, it is also strength. That's why we have to capture Mammon, the personification of power, and take away his symbol. I spoke as I spurred the bottom of the treadmill. Mammon is a blacksmith to the bones. Now the Man-Magian, Wam-Wadang, is being built. You will be busy building a huge den of demons where all kinds of demons can gather. Mammon needed a large amount of volcanoes for this grand work, and eventually faced the death dragon Oz. It was a natural result as Beelzebub, an alliance with Mammon, was hostile to Oz. But I killed Oz, and I also stole some of his volcanoes ingots. Mammon is obsessed with fighting and underground mineral water, so in the end we are bound to fight. Director Jae-young nodded and asked with an anxious expression. Then, it will take a long process like when you killed the Black Dragon. Is it possible to end the raid before the start of the Little League? In the past, I had to defeat the Lich King and Death Knight, the undead Phaeton of the Undead Legion, in order to capture Oz, the Death Dragon. During that long raid, what about the middle bosses you had to hit? It was also hard to deal with S-grade fierce monsters, Harinmaru, Human Centipede, and Banshee Queen. After that, I was able to reach the final boss, Oz, only after removing the Lizardman warrior Dorothy, so the hardship is hard to express in words. However, this time it is different. This time, all the middle bosses are skipped. I took the last step. Then he opened his mouth confidently. Catch it right away. Mammon. It's time to correct the crooked disciple. Worn out newbies. Chapter 437. Straighten 2. Shuda. It is raining. The rain is spreading like crazy. But nevertheless, the flames all over the ground do not go out. There was Burning Land. Located in the far east of the 7th conflict zone, this district is a unique area that burns 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It is also in charge of the burning zone of Rotting and Burning Land. Rumble. The flames that cover the whole world are the sky. It burns high as if it touches. An arch land where ashes soar high from the heat and black soot swirls like a storm. And I finally entered this land. You have finally arrived. Wearing the fire suit made by Bellet, I broke through the flames and entered the depths of the earth. Since it is an area where you can only enter this area by buying fire suits to increase your favorability through long-term interactions with dwarves, there was no general player to see. No one has yet figured out a way to approach this place. Sometimes a few users with extremely high flame resistance lingered, but when they reached deep into the earth, there was no one. The only users who can pass through this area are me and Usul Drake. And another strong alliance has been added. The last dwarf of the Abyss Terminal, Demurfelize Balat. She came to help us, armed with a hammer and shield. Battle may not be familiar, but I am confident enough to repair weapons. Thanks to Bellet's side. It is good that there is no need to return to the village and repair the durability of the item. As a supporter party member, it cannot be said that he is very competent. Shoot ah! It kept raining down. However, the prominence of the earth is still strong. The walls of fire keep high because of the oil and gas coming up from the ground. It is burning fiercely. Is there a forest over there? Drake with good eyes pointed over the ground. Everyone was amazed at the fact that there was a forest in this inferno. When I quickly put my eyes on the telescope, I can see that a vast forest is burning all at once. Instead of green leaves, a blazing fire shook the tree. And beyond the burning forest, I saw a castle wall towering high above the hills of sea common ash. The fortress is filled with black smoke. I narrowed my eyes to the telescope. That's the outer castle of Mammagian, the first defense zone that firmly surrounds the outskirts of Mammon's home base. The outer castle of Mammagian looked like a giant monster spreading its wings, but a huge fireball was burning above the huge spears of both wings. There was a large gate in the middle of the castle, and on top of it was a large number of demons. I can see it. Wow, there are a lot of numbers. Yunsol yelled at the evil horseman rushing over the wall. But what's important is not those chops. What I am paying attention to is the two towers towering on both sides of the wall, and there were two huge fireballs swaying over it. Those are the problems. I stroked my chin. It was then that Yunsol and Drake looked above both spears. Two monsters comparable to the Lich King and the Death Knight, an undead pair of wagons under Oz, the Death Dragon, were burning as wicks of fireballs. A huge demon lurks at the top of the tower on the left. Over 1,000 red-eyed eyeballs sprout and shine all over the whole muscular body with two horned heads. They spread their wings as if they had cut off a hem of darkness, and wore a pillar of fire around both arms and tail. Demogorgon, level, S/traits, Dark, Beast, Minions, Fighting Frenzy, 1:1, Poison, Mana Burn, Silence. Habitat, Mammagian, Wam-Wadang. Yi size, 9M. Existence derived from the debris of darkness that occurred when light and darkness were divided. It is a great demon that has been associated with the underworld since the primitive times. It is a terrifying demon that makes it taboo even to make eye contact or even call its name. And even Mammon, the seventh devil castle left, has a powerful power that can be said to be that scary Demogorgon. Two heads similar to those of a water buffalo, and their ominously gleaming eyes can be easily deduced by anyone. Gorgon. That this monster is a superior species of Gorgon who guarded the nest of Pariana. The description of Gorgon's monster body. It is said that there is a terrifying, ancient demon sealed inside, but it is this Demogorgon that the demon broke the seal and made its real appearance. However, the demon lurking at the top of the tower on the right was also a terrifying entity comparable to that of the Demogorgon. Two curved horns soaring on the head with only a skeleton, lava scooped out. Lee's black smoke is spewing out over her body that has hardened as it is. Balakiaksa, Level 1. S/Characteristics. Dark, Beast, Minions, Fighting Mania, 1:1. Explosion, Berserk, Self-Destruction, Seed of Fire. Habitat, Manmajian, Wamwadang. Size, 9M. Live only to fight. There seems to be an ancient demon who was once a spirit king. They have all returned alive on 100,000 battlefields, both large and small, and they will not listen to anything unless they are from being stronger than themselves. One who once quarreled with Gordix for the position of the Spirit King. A local land god revered by humans as a symbol of abundance and peace. This is the result of Gaiaxa's utter corruption by demons. Gaiaxa, who oversaw fertile land and rich seeds, has now become a dead farmer who only sows the embers of war. Demogorgon and Balrog. These two high-ranking demons stand tall like watchdogs on the tower and look around. The enormous flames rising from the bodies of the two demons looked like two suns floating above the twin towers. It looked like two eyeballs staring in all directions. Suddenly, I noticed that these two burning eyeballs met me. Realizing it, he turned his head on the wall in a hurry. Fortunately, it was my mistake. Demogorgon and Balrog did not move on the tower and turned their gaze to watch the other direction. There are two elite devils that are troublesome in one place. I closed my eyes and rolled my head. In the world before the regression, don't do those two. Information on about is picked up quite quickly, so I already know a lot. Look, what happened to Demogorgon's evolutionary tree? From Tauren to Minotaur, then Gorgon, Demigorgon, then Demogorgon, right? And was it the ogre from the orc, the twin-head ogre, and the Balrog? Although there were several sewing machines links and variant Genua trees in the middle, this order would be correct. Oh, in the pre-regression world, there were some players who started out as orcs and evolved to Balrog, so this was clear. Well, actually, that's not the most important thing right now. I turned my gaze back to reality. As if the left and right arms of the Death Dragon as were the Lich King and the Death Knight, Mammon's left and right arms. Demogorgon and Balrog. It would be incredibly annoying to deal with it. Even before the war, a convocation order was issued, so the two are in one place. Both Demogorgon and Balrog have the troublesome trait of fighting mania, so there is no answer when they meet them all at once. Even those two guys must each have an S-class monster as a lieutenant. Like the Lich King had Harimaru and the Death Knight with a human centipede. Probably, it was hidden behind that outer wall. It is not visible now, but there are probably an enormous number of demon soldiers lurking as well. Face-to-face is inefficient in many ways. I will win, but I will have to take a lot of damage and time. If that happens, you probably won't have time to participate in the Asia Champions Little League. After a bit of silence, I finished my thoughts. Then he talked to Yunsol, Delake, and Bellet behind him. I have to leak to the side for a while. The place where my steps were headed was a large forest that I had to go through on my way to the Manmajian Outer Castle. A huge forest burning all over. Yunsol asked as he watched me go into the infernal hell without hesitation. Eogen, are you thinking of fighting those S-class monsters? No way. Unlike in Oz, I don't have enough time now. I shook my head with a determined expression. As I told director EOMG Young before, I was planning to hunt Mammon, the final boss, to avoid all the troublesome middle bosses lurking in the Manmajian Outer Castle. Life is a backdoor. Isn't this the most efficient way to piss off the enemy? However, Balat's help was indispensable to open the backdoor to avoid the firepower of those fearsome middle-aged bosses. A work that requires the hand of a craftsman who can make something fast and strong. This is why I accepted her to this party. Question mark. While Yunsol, Drake, and even Balat are making those strange expressions, I take the lead in wearing clothes. Watch it. I'm going to show you a trick that's really nasty and pissed people off. From the point of view of the victim, It would be really crazy and jumping. Maybe Mammon doesn't like that. Worn out newbies. Chapter 438. Straighten 3. Backdoor, trapdoor. A security hole in the system intentionally created by an administrator. It is a program that allows access to the core of the program without going through the general procedure of user authentication for system access. It can be very dangerous if it is used by the hands of the wicked. Tiring. You have entered the burning forest. I stepped into the burning forest. Curry. Pow/curry/. Flames are soaring everywhere. Trees with dark stems and roots stood naked in their sassy clothes, hanging these glowing flames instead of fresh green leaves. All the trees in the forest were birds of the same shape. There are no blackened stems, roots, and leaves all over. A forest full of flames. But nonetheless, the trees were not dying. No, it grows thicker and bigger and extends high in the sky. Drake looked strangely at a giant tree in front of him. Well, it's definitely a tree, but why doesn't it burn? A tree that lives by hanging fire instead of leaves. Looking closely, it is not that there are no leaves at all. However, the thickness was thin and the color was also dark red, so it was not conspicuous. Bujinmakbujingmu material / also known as the tree that does not burn, even in the flames of a volcano. It is a plant with high flame resistance. Roots firmly embedded under soil containing oil and gas. Volatile sap flows into the winding stalks, and fire spurts out through the hot leaves. The only plant-type creature that can survive in the burning land. It's a memory. I smiled as I looked at the forest of Bujinmak. When I went to the Pro League one day, there was a time when Mad Dog leader Kim Jong-un used this sluggish neck trait to confront. If I think about it now, I think it might be the existence that has advanced considerably enough to have reached that level here. Of course, it's only a nucleus if you do that. Gamers who get unfair profits from illegal programs are the category I hate most. No matter how dazzling achievements and remarkable play, even a ranker does not have as much respect as a grain of rice as long as it damages others and jeopardizes the game itself. By the way, where are these mad dogs and what are they doing? Having held hands with the Zodiac, I can't be vigilant for a moment. According to the testimony of Sinanam, the head of the squad, he must be hiding in Gray City and planning something bad. I've been loosening it a little lately. I will have to go to Crackdown once again sooner or later. Anyway, they don't know where I am, and I know where they are. When I think about it a little, it seems like I can see what kind of stuff I am decorating. When I wanted to do something, I thought it would be better to raid everything and ruin everything. Zodiac, it feels good anytime I see that villain beating. Do you know he was really perverted? When I am worried about myself. Ujin, can I cut these trees? Yin Sol, who was behind, asked with an axe in his hand. As I nodded, she diligently cut the wood with an axe and collected the wood. Bang. Jijik. Duck. Quakwang. Wearing a gauntlet that embodies Harimaru's power, she can overcome a huge underdog with just a few axes. Bujinmak. Bufuimug. Sculpture / material / building material made of non-burnable wood. Houses made of this material will not need fire insurance. Whenever I cut a tree with an axe, sap bursts out, and it touches the hot earth and rises like flames. This meandering tree was very succulent unlike it looked, so it took quite a bit of effort to cut it down. Moreover, the ecosystem here is not easy enough to keep us quietly logging. That's it. Geek. Geek. Kick. Let's get involved. Take it. Squeak. Spooky. Moo. When the tree fell, the monsters living under the roots or in the knotholes crawled out at once. A chopping snake whose whole body is covered with fire, a debilitating demon, a fallen fire spirit, a lion with a fiery mane. Among them, the monsters that occupied the largest number were snails possessing mucus like lava in a shell made of coal. Lava snail Booglebue, grade, B+, / characteristics, fire, rock, earthquake, explosion, self-destruction. Habitat, Booglebue oyster, burning land. Size, 20 m. There's a lot of shame in the snail hiding in the shell made of granite, so it hides the face severely. When meeting a stranger, it violently sprays the ultra-high temperature pyroclastic flow accumulated in the body in the mind that he does not want to show his face. I see these guys after a while. I looked at the mobs in front of me, soaked in memories. Even so, this lava snail is known as a boss monster in the low-level dungeon Bigolbu cave, located in the distance. In the past, when I took revenge against Japanese terrorists, I killed their leader in that dungeon. Of course, even though it was the lava snail that reigned as king in that dungeon, it was only a trivial field mob here. In addition to that, overall B+ grade monsters were widespread. Sometimes A-grade high-ranking monsters were also seen, but it didn't seem to be a big danger. Gaia. Moo. Two lava snails violently vomited out the volcanic sediments that were in their mouths. Some like it hot. Drake bowed down like Marilyn Monroe, facing a soaring fever from above. But it's just to get the momentum to shoot arrows. Drake stretches his knees and pulls his two crossbows, driving arrows into the brows of the two snails. Poop poop. Drake fired arrows at an amazing speed. And all the arrows that were shot out were exerting amazing power. Wow. The volcano's arrowheads are working properly. Yinsol clapped and cast a heal magic on Drake. As she said, Drake is now. It was almost as if flying. Fuck. Push. Foo foo foo. Volcano's arrowheads just penetrate even the hottest flames or fierce fires and sharply cut the life of the enemy. Ah! A lion rushed in, swinging a mane made of fire. However, its iron-like skin is like a soft baby skin in front of Drake's arrowheads. Poop poop. Neither the hard shell of the lava snail, the skin of the immortal, nor the slime of salamander could block the volcano's arrowheads. Puff, puff, puck. The anger that poured a hole in the flames and flooded. One flesh skewered the bodies of a lava snail, an immortal, and a demon straggler, and put them on the stump of a skewer. The monster bandits, created in that way, stretched out all over the burning forest. Countless monsters couldn't stop Drake's single rampage, and it was truly spectacular. Trang, Dalgrak, Tuck. Items were dropped as if pouring. Fiery shoes, simmering slime gloves, burning lion's mane scarf, burning two-handed sword, chilled steel vambraces, red flame shield, burning trident, bombing coal armor, and so on. All of them are items with BB plus grades or higher, so you can get a considerable price even if you upload them to the auction house. Quite a few rare items corresponding to the salary of a regular office worker were also pouring into the writer of the site. It's up to the auction house. It's just sold to the store. It's put in the warehouse. This goes back to the auction house. This goes to the store. This is the storehouse. In the meantime, Drake only picks out items with agility options and keeps them in a corner of his inventory. Items with agility stats are stored separately. This has been the rule of the raid that I have been following since the first time I met him. Meanwhile, I'm excited. I smiled as I watched Drake roll, run, and fly from a distance. Hoggy, what can be as exciting as trying out a new high-grade weapon for a gamer? I also wanted to play, but now there is something more urgent, so I was in a state of retreating to the rear of the battlefield for a while. Is it possible to work? When I asked, Bellet nodded. Don't worry. The materials were sufficient and the design was also drawn. You just have to start the construction right away. Bellet started making something out of the Bugenmach timber that I, Yinsol, and Drake had obtained. The subordinate timbers are attached to Bellet's hand. The wooden structure that was made in this way began to rise high in an instant. Tree structure that does not burn even in burning ground. Bellet's hand movement was really fast, so we could see the building soaring in real time. It was like the process of a worker building a fortress in a strategy simulation game. Yojin, but what are you making? It looks like the scale is very large. Hoi. Yinsol and Drake opened their eyes round. Even Ju Dailof, who likes small and cute things, was showing interest in whether this site was curious. However, the situation is a little busy to explain to friends who are logging and hunting monsters. Yinsol keeps cutting his neck. The ashes had to be supplied, and Drake had to deal with the monsters in the crowd. Judilof is in charge of cuteness. I smiled as I watched the wooden structure rising straight up. It's like a symbol that comes to mind when you think of a backdoor. What Balad is making at the blink of an eye? It was a giant wooden horse. Worn out newbies. Chapter 439. Straighten 4. What is a Trojan horse? This enormous horse is the decisive tool in determining the victory or defeat in the war between Greece and Troy. Greece is Troy's hard castle. Despite being surrounded and attacking for 10 years, he couldn't cross the wall. The Greek general Odysseus made a large wooden horse, ambushed about 30 soldiers in it, and falsely retreated. Trojan soldiers celebrated the victory and took the horse as a loot, and that night the Greek soldiers who came out of the horse opened the gates to greet the Greek army. However, today's Trojan horses are more popular as the malware of computers. A program that pretends to be an essential program, induces users to install, penetrates security, and inflicts fatal damage. It is a Trojan horse. It's finished. I looked up at a large wooden horse built in the middle of a burning forest. Majestic pupils, sharp teeth, a massive body, and a fiery mane extending toward the sky. There is a little bit of fishy to say that it is a horse, but what about it? It is such a wonderful work that I feel I want to have enough. It's a Trojan horse when it comes to backdoors. I laughed at the deadly hacking program. The hacking program that originated from Greece's representative camouflage tactics is again being used as a camouflage tactic. This merry-go-round made by Bellet is made entirely of subtrees and does not burn. The flames near the main were also burning continuously because the original leaves that had been attached to the living tree were brought in as they were. It was large enough to be comparable to a single 4-story commercial building, but due to the nature of the sluggish tree, the weight was not so much that even 4 of us could push it. There are wheels under the hoof, so it is good for movement. Can I ride here? I paid attention to the ladder on the side of the horse. The ladder was detachable, but if you look closely, the end was connected by a cover on the side. Each corner of the cover is surprisingly well concealed, making it completely unmistakable to the naked eye. It is natural, but the cover can be opened from the inside. Bellet shrugs with a proud look. I carefully checked all over the horse and made the final pass. Good. Now let's go inside. Well, lost. Shouldn't I have to put it in front of the wall? This area is a reconnaissance area for demons. As soon as you get in, the reconnaissance team. I will come. Upon hearing me, Drake soon nodded as if convinced. There are some things that have been raging against monsters just before, so maybe scouts will come. We climbed a 4-story ladder side by side, opened the cover of the horse, and went inside. Wow! As soon as Yunsol entered the horse, she screamed. Dardarandon J38J. It seems that familiar BGM is spreading on the ears. Cozy living room, stylish kitchen, cozy bedroom in a small space, and completely different lighting. The inside of the merry-go-round was decorated as a suite room that was good enough to stay for a while. It's almost like a love house. It's amazing to create a facility like this in that short time. Yunsol and Drake admired the skill of the new Bellet. Beds and sofas made of wood sawdust, lights made from the leaves of bujanmak, and numerous other furniture and sculptures made entirely of wood. Even playing billiards and bowling inside. There was even a simple play area for you to play. It's uselessly well made. I scratch my head. What did you put your sincerity on the facility that should be used once anyway? Okay, well, because Bellet did it anyway. I discarded my clutter and sat down on a bed of sawdust that looked fluffy. The cushion is soft and warm like debris left after sharpening a pencil. Then, crunches. I heard the sound of Drake taking off his boots. Hey, why take off the item? When I ask, Yunsol and Drake are embarrassed at the same time. Well, I think I have to take my shoes off and go in. Is it because I have become accustomed to Korean culture? Oh, I was going to take it off too. Anyway, they are fun friends. After a while, I could afford it. Yunsol and Drake are logging and Mons. I left my tired body to rest from the turret. Of course, keep your shoes on. I too, sitting alone in a dark wooden room, was making plans for the future. I already know the structure of Mamagian's outer castle and the way to my core, how to attack Demogorgon and Balrog, but I don't think there's anything to fight, so I pass it. The middle boss under Mammon and Mammon. The way to go is obviously short. But how do you feel so far? Obviously, it is a much more streamlined process than when playing the Death Dragon Oz raid. But why is it more burdensome? It seemed that he could not adapt to the tension that comes from hunting monsters of a fixed S+ grade. Packet. The belly of the horse. A ball full of dark darkness. One leaf of bujanmak burns brightly in the liver. It looks as if a small match light is on. Drake said, looking at the leaves of the bujin tree that Yunsol is holding. Watch out for the fire, Sol. Oh, I will. Upon hearing him, Yunsol nodded and sat down a little from the camel behind him. Be careful because the camel's back, sitting with sleepy eyes, is filled with a concentrated solution of leaf extracts. Those are items obtained when cutting down trees and are byproducts with the same performance as explosives. As I did not know, the burden on the camels only increased as I ordered them to collect all the concentrated concentrates from the poor. Meanwhile, Bellet burns in the dark. Lil looked at a leaf and opened his mouth as if wet with regret. Mammon has finally come this far. The thought of going to kill the death penalty is a new form of feeling. Bellet continued to speak. The death penalty in my memory was always blunt, but there were times when such a death penalty laughed wide. It was when I was praised by the monk. Bellet seemed to reminisce some of the days she and Mammon had a good time in memories of a long time ago. It was the death penalty who first taught me how to deal with iron. Hammering also learned over his shoulder. But now the situation has changed so much for me. I have to kill the one who taught me. No matter how much a dwarf is made of iron and clay, only the heart is troubled. I couldn't shake it. I decided to make Bellet's determination a little more solid. In the past, anyway, now I'm just a disgraceful child who has done a terrible thing to the teacher. That's right. I can never forgive only what he did to Master. I'm telling you in advance, but your death penalty can. It's good to completely abandon the expectation that there will be. I glared at Bellet. The one who corrupted Mammon was Belzebub. He is involved in most corruption, and has to do with gluttony, plague, and even death itself. He was the one who made Nesung sick and the one who corrupted the wise King Solomon. At this point, that giant fly is in full swing. It seems to be a good source of. I finished speaking as I saw Bellet's eyes calmly sinking. My mind seems to have been organized to some extent. Meanwhile, Drake heard me and seemed curious. Ein, how strong is that Beelzebub? Have you seen it before? At my words, Drake paused for a moment. In the past, during the attack on floating islands, Drake and I met Beelzebub in person. To be honest, I hardly remember that time. Drake revealed his sincere feelings. Was it so surprised and scared that you stopped standing halfway and passed out? Somehow, I was standing calmly at that time. I had no choice but to laugh at my absurd heart. At that time, Beelzebub came out of the sea with heavy rain and became entangled in bad things. I couldn't even breathe well in front of the splendor of the bell, but Drake had a wide back without any trembling to protect me. But that was the fainting while standing. As I laughed, Drake also smiled nicely. What would have happened if Mortimer, the lava dragon, did not appear at that time? Good thing. It was an accident that I couldn't even predict. Down. By the way, which of the two would have won? The lava dragon, Mortimer, and Beelzebub, the gluttony constellation. At Drake's words, I squeezed one eyebrow. Difficult question. I replied after pondering for a while. Maybe Beelzebub won. Oh, is the Beelzebub that strong? The red dragon is also very. It looked strong to me. Beelzebub is really a super tycoon. It was enough to corrupt that mammon. Both the troops under the command and the combat power of the individual are capable of competing for second and third place among the demon constellations. Then, would Mortimer who fought such a Beelzebub die? No way. The 17 substreams that form the basis of the worldview of Deus Ex Machina collide with each other. Even if it is programmed not to go to extinction, it's likely that after getting in moderation, Mortimer knew he had power and resigned. When I finished speaking, my eyes lit up. Probably both are injured. It's a good news to me. Just then, rattle. Another good news came to me. The horse started to move. Worn out newbies. Chapter 440. Straighten, 5. _ELOL. 3 thud. The merry-go-round began to move. I focused all my attention on holding my breath and watching the dynamics outside. What is this big one? Words. Maybe it's a trap sent by the dragons. Just crush it because it wins. Let's burn it on fire. That's neat. Year. I heard the demons roaring loudly. Before long, the horse's body began to tremble in succession. The demons are attacking the horse. But it's useless. It is a horse made by Bellet, a master of the dwarven master Arpagong. No matter how fast it was built, its sturdiness far surpassed that made by ordinary blacksmiths. It's even made of subjincook, so it doesn't burn. The demons have been exhausted after attacking the horse for a long time. Whale yelled. Why aren't they broken? By the way, it looks like a pretty cool sculpture. Isn't it a waste of breaking down? Yeah, you can't just leave it like this anyway, right? Wouldn't it be nice to leave it in the castle? The weight is also quite light. Take it and tell the 2 great kings. As I expected, the demons began to treat horses like loot. Drool. The merry-go-round slowly descends the slope. I couldn't see the outside, but it was clear that I was going to the outer castle. A sturdy wall that no one can cross. We crossed the Maginot Line, guarded by 2 S-class monsters, so easily. After all, life is a backdoor. The sun has risen in the middle of the sky. There wasn't much difference between day and night due to the thick smoke and sulfur gas. When the insanely burning flames were a little quieter, for the demons, this is the time to go to bed. The moment when Mamagian becomes quiet for a moment. Dalgrak. We opened the cover of the horse and came out. It's so comfortable that I don't want to go out. Hee. The last runner, Yinsol, smiles with a handsome expression and descends the ladder. We are in full condition and have crossed the outer castle. If I was hard, I would almost fight against those monsters. Drake hides behind the horse's hind legs and alternately gazes at the 2 towers towering high on both sides of the Mamagian. Above it, you can see the backs of the super high demons Demogorgon and Balrog. They were still standing at the forefront of the Mamagian outer castle and directing the battlefield to the front. Hurry! The 2 fireballs they are creating watch the front like eyeballs. However, we have already been inside to avoid their surveillance. If you break in without making a sound like this, you are done. Demogorgon and Balrog are both pretty friendly fighters. Once you're on the battlefield, you don't look back. So, as long as you move around in the back, you won't get caught in any way. I moved carefully and headed to the rear of the Mamagian outer castle. As far as I know about the future, Demogorgon and Balrog didn't even care about us in the back. We were able to safely infiltrate into the fortress towering high behind the outer wall. I said, hiding under the moat. Good. First of all, the first backdoor is a success. At my words, Yunsol and Drake opened their eyes round. Ujin, the first success is. You mean there's a second car? Isn't Operation Trojan over? I smiled and shook my head. There aren't just Trojan horses and hacking programs. Backdoor strategies are divided in many ways depending on the location, situation, and caster. I sneaked deep into my immunity to prepare for the second backdoor. Mamagian resistance wasn't that big or flashy compared to his reputation, just to the extent that a stone mountain was carved and shaped like a castle. Rather, it should be viewed as frugal and crude. However, this is only the outermost, visible place. I already knew that this is not the core of Mamagian. This is the mouth that leads to Mamagian. It's just a phrase. It's just a guide desk, so to speak. Really, I have to go through the underground passage leading to the middle of the inner city and the abyss. That means you have to go into the ground again. It is natural that Mammon is also the lord of the abyss, just like Oz, the death dragon. Drake asked me. Well, then if you find a tunnel, is it going to work? I shook my head. There is no passage in the inner castle. No. To be precise, I don't know. Is there really a pathway to the abyss where Mammon is? I can't figure it out either. This was a topic where opinions were divided even in the world before the regression. But this is the only thing I know. If there is no way, you can make it. Who said that? Knock it, it will open. Hodadak. I moved quickly, inside my immunity. I headed to the deepest place in Seado. There was an entrance to the underground prison, not the main hall of Mamagian. I always go to jail. Drake complained as a joke. I also agree, so I only nod my head. Okay, then start the second backdoor. Shall we see? I quickly cut down 2 guards in front of the prison and opened the prison door. Wow, who are you? A demon soldier with a spear cried in surprise as he stood guard in the prison. Looking at the blue skin under the helmet, it looks like an orc. I lifted the shaver upside down and smashed the demon bottle's head. Ah, a stick is a good communication tool. The meat is said to be tender when beaten. It is similar in person's personality. Puck, poop, drench, oops. It seemed to work even in the case of the devil. Who are you? Jay. The demon soldier grabbed the furrowed eyelids and trembled in front of me. However, no matter how much you talk in Occitan, my friends can't understand. I asked in short Occitan. Underground. Defense. Headquarters. Where? Then, the orc soldier shook his head, trembling. I feel the spirit that I can never tell you that alone. I nodded. Your conviction. It was replaced separately. At the same time as my hand movements, the quality of the demon's disease becomes softer. That door. Open it and go in the left end. Stop hitting it. I hold the cut upside down. Orc. I slapped the bottle without reason, and in the end I was able to get the answer I wanted. Quackwang. Break the door and go down to see the gloomy straight corridor peculiar to the dungeon. There were numerous prisons on both sides of the corridor, some with only skeletons and some with prisoners. Who is there? Did you come to save me? Give me out. Please take me out. Prisoners holding onto the grate and shaking. Most of them were lizardmen. Then, I was able to meet unexpected people. What? The 12 prisoners in the jail with gloomy expressions raised their heads. Eoldrium, and 11 lizardman users who follow him. They were trapped here. Why are you coming out here? I asked in absurd heart. The lizardmen prisoners trapped here are all NPCs. Why are these guys trapped in the player topic like this? Then, Eoldrium crumpled his face and wrote letters on the ground. I turned it over to the translator. I received a quest from Stan, the lizard elder of Mushroom Village, to go to the underground defense headquarters and deliver a letter. Place Nandai's S-class monster appeared and trapped us here. I was contemplating whether I had to delete the character because I couldn't get out because I was trapped in the Tao. Is there such a pitiful thing? Honestly, you are caught by Psychopath Stan. The NPC is notorious for giving quests of ridiculously high difficulty to low-level novice users. Where was it once or twice that beginners were unsure about the rewards, so they went to deliver a letter, were trapped in the map, could not get out, and eventually deleted the character. Even though he is a master of the age, if he gets caught and feels sick, he's done. I remember the old days. Can I help you at least once? I opened the lock where the Eoldrium party was locked with the key I'd beaten and stolen the demon soldier earlier. Thank you. I will never forget this grace. Eoldrium bowed his head to me several times, and quickly escaped the dungeon and went up the stairs and disappeared. It was nothing. I smiled as I looked in the direction of the disappearance of the 12 lizardmen. Still, there was a big noise about breaking the door, so I was in a position to worry about the pursuits, but fortunately, I freed the rest of the prisoners as well. Camels, bandits, wanted criminals, demon hunters, etc. Prisoners in various professions escaped at once. Ha 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 ha. I am free. I'll kill you, Demogorgon. Oh, I'm Ahab. I owe you. Please come to the high sha. Anytime. Ah, it is finally jailbreak. Balak. I'll kill this guy first. This will make a big fuss outside the prison. Then we will be able to get to the depths of the prison more safely. To be. Ujin, is there any reason to go down to jail? Yunsol asked me. I nodded and answered. Because there is a guide there to help our secondary backdoor. Then Yunsol and Drake nodded. It used to be like Jack-o'-lantern. I'm in the middle of meeting a great helper. However, as they descended to the deepest part of the dungeon, the sight unfolded where both Yunsol and Drake would swallow the wind. Prisoner in a deep prison. The guy who will be our reliable guide in the future. I smiled as I looked at the solitary room in front of my eyes. How's it? It's been a while. All of us and the spherical beings were there. Huge body. Eyes that have gone away. A straight body that is wrinkled. A large mouth and sharp teeth that filled the inside. Sandworm, grade. A+/ characteristics. Bug, earth, drought, extinguishing team, drilling, jowl, earthquake. Habitat, all areas of the harsh desert. A 51 area of the Abyss Terminal Chilhawk platform. Yi size, 50 m. This giant monster, marked at the end of the mythology, has been in front of people's eyes for a long time. Did not reveal. But as much as the desert nomads still remember it. A nightmare in the sand that used to swallow hundreds of camels at once. It is the appearance of Sandworm, an underground cutie. Worn out newbies. Chapter 441. Deathworm 1. Worm. Noun. 1. Bugs, living in the ground. 2. Parasites, in human animals. 3. Caterpillar, larva. But this word is November 1988. Since then, it has a different meaning. A new term that refers to a malicious program that is infected through a network and multiplies within the user's computer to cause an overload. It even moves itself to another user's computer via email and has an incredibly fast spreading speed, and in a short period of time, it punctures the network. Oh! A giant worm was wriggling, trapped in a narrow room in an underground prison. Sandworm. Before the cataclysm, an underground-type monster that reigned as the king of field bosses. It's even bigger than the ones I met in the harsh desert or Abyss Terminal. On the surface of the thick, rough skin, acidic mucus oozes out. The whole dungeon was shaken every time the whole body full of muscles jumped. However, nevertheless, Sandworm cannot be trapped in an underground prison. Volcano's chain. It was a hard and tough chain that was almost indestructible and wrapped around Sandworm's whole body. It is ironic that a subterranean monster that freely roams the basement is trapped in an underground prison. Bang. Quack quack wang. Rolling slash. Sandworms emit seismic waves from their entire body and run wild. The appearance of a gigantic monster with a body length of several tens of meters being trapped in a narrow space and running wild is incredibly exciting. So we couldn't do anything for a while and just looked at it blankly. Drake was the first to open his mouth. No, why did you trap the subterranean monster in the basement? Hey, if it's not underground, don't do it soon. Because I die. And even if the body isn't in contact with dirt, it quickly dies from stress. I briefly described the behavior of sandworms. Unexpectedly, if there is no soil, it is the underground species monster that becomes infinitely soft. And among them, sandworms were quite severely affected by the soil. Yunsol also muttered with a blank expression. No, the description of the habitat of the sandworm says that it does not appear here. Is it a configuration error? Right. Judging from its size, this sandworm originally lived in the harsh desert. Mammon forcibly caught it up to here. Sandworms? Dare? Why? Yunsol asked with a puzzled expression. I touched her sandworm leather cloak once before answering. Cloak/A+. The sandworm is the largest, strongest, and noble creature among the Chungwang race monsters. So far, countless forces have captured this giant. I tried to use it, but it has never been successful. Defense plus 500. Property playing in the soil can be used special. Ability to use the characteristic Hangbo team, special. If you look at the description of the cloak, there is one interesting setting. So far, many forces have tried to capture and use sandworms tactically, but they have never been successful. There is no example. Mammon is a demon that rules underground minerals, and they are doing large-scale construction in the abyss. Perhaps you thought that if you could tame the sandworm, it would be of great help to the construction? A monarch aiming for subterranean supremacy would have tried it at least once. If you use the habits of sandworms that make tens of thousands of kilometers a day, it will be in the blink of an eye. You will be able to call the underground powers. and I am also dreaming of a similar plan. However, sandworms cannot be tamed by setting. Therefore, this sandworm here is still being caught and suffering from it. Jaya oh. Sandworm caught on Volcano's chains. I keep wriggling my body continuously. He was hitting the wall with his head, hitting the iron bars with his body, and hitting the ceiling and the floor with his tail alternately. However, the more so, only the relatively soft body of the sandworm becomes bloody, and the feral and longing for the underground is completely sealed and confined. This is the first time that this giant insect looks pitiful. Drake looked down at Sandworm with a deep emotion, and it is the same with me. If I think about it, I've always been chased by that giant monster. From the first time we met in the harsh desert, to use it to escape the killing order, and to fight Sister Jiamun Dong at the Abyss Terminal. Sandworms always follow me. It was the chief. Danger grade A+, shining combat power, huge size, and a daunting appearance. It was a really tricky boss monster who deserves to make me run away. Drake and I kicked their tongues as they watched sandworms raging in a solitary room down there. The guy who used to be so powerful is dead like this. It's a shame. Yeah, it feels like a pretty delicate girl. Of course, Yunsol is an expression that he cannot sympathize at all. Anyway, slam. Sandworm is still beautiful at this moment. It's beating like a hit. A sandworm hitting Volcano's chains and walls like crazy while splashing blood and flesh. Because of that, the thick leather was scratched by the chain and ragged like a rag, and all the soft flesh inside it was damaged. Most of the sharp teeth that were protruding in the mouth were also worn out or lost. I have to use my hand before it's too late. I quickly ran to Sandworm's solitary room and unwrapped the chains of the chain. Although the chains were made of volcanoes, the clasps holding them to the wall were cast iron, so the destruction itself was not difficult. Even Drake didn't make his arrowheads volcanoes. Me and Drake moved carefully to avoid the riots of the sandworm and attacked the chains at the end. 2 o'clock. Iron ring. Loose. Next is the iron ring at 6 o'clock. Okay, I place an order for Drake, and at the same time, I stick to and remove the grommets that can be solved on my ship. Even if I accidentally suffered damage from the swaying chains or the body fluids of sandworm, Yunsol immediately put the heal on me, so I could not die. Yet. 2 Duk. Pecan. Land. With a loud roar, the chains were released, and the sandworm was freed. Quakwang. Jijik. Sandworm swung his head and struck a wall of volcanose chains encircled like a net. The whole room shook fiercely and a huge blood smear appeared on the wall. Oh! Sandworm roared and twisted. However, the destructive power is not the same as before, whether it is because it has already been scratched by the chain and has suffered too many aftercuts. Then, Sandworm, let's eat. Gugagugagu. I handed out a gift to help Sandworm rejuvenate. It was the 4 camels we were riding on. Isn't it basically a sandworm that shows a maniacal obsession with camel blood? Gulp, 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 gulp. Sandworm ate 4 camels in the blink of an eye. I'm sorry for the camel. Brush. If you feel compassion for the ride in the game, first of all. Oh, I can't say anything. I'm Sol. While Yunsol and Drake, who became very close to each other, were struggling, I began to closely observe Sandworm's meal. Wooduk. Woo. Puttuk. Proud. This sound is not the sound of a sandworm holding a camel. Sounds from all over the sandworm's body. Soon, the thick leather of the sandworm was torn and soft flesh sprung out of it. And the soft flesh hardens as soon as it comes into contact with the air. Is it because I met the blood of a camel, like a rain, after awful hunger and pain? Sandworms were taking off their skins now. Stew worm, grade, A+/ characteristics, bug, earth, drought, overgrowth, drilling, earthquake, incomplete transformation. Habitat, Mamagian, Wamwadan, Maggot Hill. Size, 70 m. A variant created as a result of the sandworm being subjected to extreme stress. The strength of the body became strong enough to penetrate the mantle, but the noble mental system of the past has long since collapsed. Stewworm, a subspecies of sandworm, Yajong. They are not different enough to be independent of other species, but there are many differences in breeding and there are differences in habitat. Obviously, the individual value has risen significantly, but it is a little ambiguous to say that it has evolved into a higher species. This is a monster I've never seen before. I took screenshots and videos, admiring the new look of sandworm. Up until now, the higher evolutionary form of sandworm was known as another monster. It looks like there was a monster stage called stewworm in between. I was proud of the feeling of finding a missing part of the monster evolution system, missing link. This is rare information that was not known even in the pre-regression world. It was the moment when the evolution of the sandworm which will not be revealed in the next 15 years, was revealed by me for the first time. But now it's not that important. I narrowed my eyes and stepped back. Not surprisingly, Sandworm, which turned into a stew worm, escaped solitary with hard scales on his whole body and soon began digging down the center of the corridor of the dungeon. Gao! The stew worm goes down through a vertical cave as if it had spilled something. It seems that only the instinct to dig the ground remains after the transformation. A worm malware is also effective against backdoors. I nodded as I looked down at Stworm's cave in the middle of the prison corridor. Good. This is the start of the second backdoor. Go straight to Mamajin, where Mammon is. It's an easy and fast route that doesn't require a separate navigation. Worn out newbies. Chapter 442. Deathworm 2. Stewworm. An entity that has mutated due to stress during the sandworm adapting to the extreme environment. The eel-like body is wrapped with a rigid scale to reinforce it and blow it further. I press the ground in bulk and break through the ground. Its power is as great as tens of thousands of horses rushing, and the dragon above it pushes the mountain into a flatland and drains the water from the lake. This reminds me of the old days, I thought as I followed Stowworm down, entering and exiting using sandworms in the past. There was a time when a backdoor was attempted in a dungeon that could not be done. The memories of hunting the boss, the nameless queen, by lure sandworms toward the underground dungeon, which was closed at the time, drilled a large hole and infiltrated through the passage created in the middle comes to mind. It turns out that it's time to go to see the queen without a name once again. What happened to that monster after the cataclysm? There is a need to check it out. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. For a moment, my thoughts leaked into the sideways. I am now trying to backdoor again using a worm-type monster like Sandworm. Kawak/Kawak/Wujak. Munch/wood. Rare. Pew dash. Soil was coming from the cave down there with a loud sound. It's all dirt and sand that goes through the mouth of the stew worm and comes out of the anus. Tiring. You have entered the hidden dungeon, the road to Stower's anus. The first entrance name is recorded on the Akashic records. Mistakes. Records that are not very honorable have also appeared. I became the first person in the world to enter Stower's anus. Down. The whole cave is thick. Drake complained, drenched in mud. Even a terrible stench, I was screaming. It can't be helped. The entire cave is covered with stillworm's excrement. We are now walking on a dung field, a path of dung, a road of dung, a dung-colored carpet made by a giant poop. The good thing about the misfortune is that, thanks to the odors of the skin clay muzzle that you experienced at Darren Kuyu in the past, these levels of stench feel cute now. It smells much better than rotting corpses. We were grateful in our own way and continued to follow Storm's back. Inside the tunnel, it was as if walking in the anus of a stew worm. It's hard to imagine that it might have come into his anus without even knowing it. Inside the intestines, the tunnels, wrinkled like the folds of the intestine, were twisted and twisted around as if they were real intestines. Bubbly, bubbly, push. It was even more nasty because filthy excrements would fall or collect from the floor and ceiling. The puddle of feces, where the gas is boiling, has a strong toxicity, so it can accidentally get inside the body. Be careful not to enter. I looked at my friends and encouraged them. But there will be gold at the end of this shit. Mammon is a demon who loves gold, so he probably has a pile of treasures and 10,000 horses. It's ironic that you can get dazzling gold by going through the shit that smells like terrible smells. I did it. Isn't it that you have to go through the dirty form to make money in the first place? You're right, the old saying to look at gold like shit. Yunsol and Drake muttered with their noses covered. From the perspective of walking a far shit road at this moment, gold, money, and shit are all there. I feel rum. As such, the road that Stewworm made was a long and rough road. Every road has an end. We crossed over and over again the puddles of excrement piled up between the folds and ended the long tunnel journey. Wow. Oh. As soon as Yunsol and Drake reached the end of the tunnel, they cried out. Even the Belmote, who was silent with her mouth shut until now. The end of the tunnel that the stewworm penetrated was connected to a huge underground cavity. Ye tiring. You entered the throne of Manmajian, hidden dungeon. The first entrance name is recorded on the Akashic records. I too threw my head out at the end of the tunnel. As expected, it is as seen and heard indirectly in the future. The scenery inside the Manmajian hall was almost identical to what I know. The world is like inside a large conch shell. On the bazaar site, which is twisted round and round in the shape of a spiral divided horizontally, buildings standing up ignoring gravity look full. Buildings with pointed roofs protruding without covering the ceiling or walls, all of them. Not only does it boast beautiful and majestic majesty, but the whole house is decorated with gold and precious stones, which makes it extremely luxurious. Even the whole house was made from a single giant jewel or gold ingot. Countless golden wine glasses, swords, neck hooks, crowns, rings decorated with various jewels, and brooches are scattered all over the place. It looks so overwhelming that you can't even tell where the wealth is. Golden Hyang, Huangjin Shang. It was real. The Golden City in mythology, the Pirate King's hidden property in the legend, the safe speed of any rejection in this world, will not be so splendid, magnificent, and extravagant. Meanwhile, all the jagged buildings come together to form a large palace. And in the center of all those messy and complex structures, there was a magnificent building rising like a three-tiered cake. Gold coins are the base of mountains, gold bars and swords, expensive antiques, and tablets that will blind your eyes. Brilliant jewels of the road connect to create a mountain range. Bottles of extremely expensive liquor, as well as numerous documents proving real estate rights, and artworks of incredible value, can be seen buried everywhere. I finally found it. I lift my head up to the midst of all these gold and silver treasures, a festival rising in the highest and greatest. So, it was half made, but there was a throne, and around the thrones were full of broken thrones. All of them were large and luxuriously shaped, but they were slightly insufficient to be called the thrones suitable for the center of this gorgeous and magnificent Mamajian. Also, /J. There was one being looking down at these scarce thrones and struggling. A man standing tall in the center of Mamajian. A giant hammer in one hand and a stiff stubborn stalk in the other hand. Mammon, grade, S+/characteristics. Yi habitat. Size, one of the 7 constellations governing all demons in this world. A great demon king who rules underground minerals and greed. God and riches. You cannot serve as both masters. Mimin Y New Testament. The Sermon on the Mount, San Shang Bao Xing. Fixed S+ grade monsters. The Abyss Battlefield. The being standing on top of all the demons in this world. Mammon, the demon constellation of greed. I was finally able to face him. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Drake are muttering with vague expressions. Oh my god, how about that big hammer? Are you holding the crab by hand? Quite the size of one detached house. Then that. What's in his hand? That's a stew worm? Could it be that you defeated the stew worm with one hand? It is surprising that he wields a hammer the size of a house with a weapon, and it is surprising that he defeated the powerful stew worm with one hand. It is truly a symbol of power. I felt a cold sweat running through my body in the capsule. The existence of that supernatural god and inexplicable death is the prey that I have to kill today. Meanwhile, Mammon was in different troubles without even paying attention to Stower or our appearance. Oh, no matter how much I try, I can't make a throne that fits the dignity of this Mamajian. Yes, this splendid and extravagant palace lacked only one. It is the throne, a place for the king to sit. It's not the most dignified and prominent place in the entire palace. However, Mammon seems to have been worrying because he couldn't make the final Warion point even after completing Mamajian. Mammon had a black body and a tall, muscular male body, and 2 viciously distorted heads hung above them like fruit, much more than that of an orc or an ogre. A more ugly distorted face. The face on the right has eyes closed, and the face on the left looks at the broken thrones with eyes wide open. We need a bigger and more gorgeous throne, so that everyone can look up to me. Mammon lifted the large soles of his feet and trampled the half-finished throne. Thud. Pasa Sasek. The throne, which was adorned with gold and precious stones, was laid on the soles of Mammon's feet and shattered to pieces, and the debris rolls down and accumulates like garbage. The tomb of the throne that was destroyed was already piled up like a mountain. The throne that will reign over the wealth accumulated in this 10,000-horse battle. A throne suitable for the majesty of this Mamajian. My existence that. The throne that will symbolize itself. Oh, why the hell can't I make it? No matter how huge and splendid it is, it doesn't seem to be occupied by Mammon's eyes. Mammon kept crying. Why can't I do what the insignificant Arpagong Jokar did long ago? Why can't I have my favorite throne? Why? Agony, Kunak. Indeed, terrible anguish was echoing in the empty golden synth. And here is a voice that answers that question. It is because your heart is poor. Balat. That's what she said as she stood forward with her hammer. Worn out newbies. Chapter 443. Deathworm, 3. Mammon. One of the 17 superpowers at the peak of this worldview. One of the 7 demon constellations that rule countless demons. Wang Ba Wang. If there is a reverse divergence period, Li Ba San Chid Gai Shi. Would it look like this? The black muscle that is tightly packed in Mammon's whole body is large and long enough to be able to pull out the mountain and throw it away. In fact, the stew worm, which is said to be able to penetrate down to the mantle without a break, was caught by Mammon's arm and couldn't get a pulse. Mammon, the devil of the abyss who ruled over greed and underground minerals, he cried out with a grieving voice. A throne that will prove the wealth accumulated in this 10,000 battles / a throne suitable for the majesty of this Mancajan. The throne that will symbolize my very existence. Oh, why can't I make it? Why can't I do what even that little Arpagong did long ago? And here is a voice that responds to that anguish. It is because your heart is poor. Balat, the last dwarf of the catacombs. This is what she dared to say with a hammer and shield. Mammon, who saw Bellet's face, didn't seem to recognize who Bellet was. What are you guys? Rather, Mammon paid attention to me before Bellet. His left head glared at me with his eyes wide open. Well, yes, you have seen it's a pervert who feasted naked in Yatoris mansion. It looks like I have money, but you know I don't have any balance. Why do you remember that way? When the bad guys in the game usually recall the protagonist, don't you remember it as the guy who disturbed me at the time, or the guy who seemed to be able to shoot? Even if the artificial intelligence is too high, this is a problem. By the way, I didn't care when I was swearing for a naked pervert, but when I swear to no, I felt uncomfortable in a corner of my heart. It was a moment when I realized how much the word no money hurts in this capitalist society. Then, Bellet stepped forward again. This friend is grateful for taking care of the mistakes you made in the past. I dare not say anything about you. When Mammon tilted her head, Bellet shouted in an angry voice, Gordixa. Then Mammon opened his eyes. It seemed that he noticed Bellet's identity only then. What, are you Balat? I didn't know because my appearance changed a lot. Don't put my name in that dirty mouth. The main bird talking to the death penalty is dead. Execution? You are not the death penalty. You are the death penalty. After speaking, Balat grabbed his shield and hammer and began to run forward. That's a good timing. Raid start. I'm also a tie with a Bellet. I rushed forward in time with Ming. Leave the support. I cover it. Yunsol and Drake quickly caught up with my left and right wings. Finally, a full-fledged Mammon raid was unfolding. Meanwhile, Mammon only looks down at us with a gloomy expression. Looks aren't worth dealing with. He is truly a money ghost. In an instant, Mammon valued and priced the time and actions we faced with. A terrible fight even by the hourly wage. It is Mammon's habit to avoid disputes that do not have any benefit. Kururuk. Mammon drew a magic circle in the air with only his eyes. I saw the magic circle and shouted. It's trying to reverse summon Demogorgon and Balrog this way. After a certain phase, they intervene in this battlefield. You have to finish the raid before that. Demogorgon and Balrog are powerful and belligerent monsters, even dogs, enough to attack Mammon. They are also super elites who are not behind the Lich King or Death Knight. If they break into this battlefield, there is no chance. Make sure to finish the raid before that. There is little time left for Demogorgon and Balrog to be summoned to the battlefield. Maybe it will take as long as it took us down here. So before that, I had to catch Mammon. Quakwang. Bellet swung his hammer and struck a mountain of gold in front of him. Kuryong. Gold was scattered in all directions, and the yellow earth fluttered without any reason. He will make Mammon stagger and roll down the mountain. However, Mammon stood tall on the top of the golden mountain and looked down at the Bellet. You are attacking well with such a crude hammer and shield. Mammon laughed as if it wasn't worth dealing with. But look to Balat's side. In front of me, I have no choice but to reap the laughter from the mouth of Mamonjoti. Quo, a black aura that is vibrating fiercely all over my body. The death scales of Death Dragon Oz stood firmly towards Mammon, the black dragon that has sprouted in my body. Seeing the scales, Mammon's two pupils shook. Is this energy of Oz? Are you a descendant of that old lizard? Hira. What should I say yes? With a bloody smile, I jumped in front of Mammon. It's a match between Black Dragon and Blacksmith, so it sounds good. I lifted the cut and stabbed it at Mammon. Two twins, Song Sa, fly like bees and rush toward Mammon. Where? However, Mammon never screams. Like a fixed S+ grade monster, Mammon avoided my attack by pulling his two jaws back in the blink of an eye. At the same time, quack slash. A hammer, much bigger than a single detached house, flew in and struck my whole body. Nope. What is this? What kind of crazy damage? I shuddered at the distant darkness as if my head was flying away. The eerie sensation that the whole body is broken down into cells and then reassembled again paralyzes the brain in an instant. It was a terrifying shock indeed. Before and after regression, The overwhelming damage I had never experienced crushed my whole body wickedly. Soft tofu that was beaten by a sledgehammer. Likewise, my body became a blood clot on the spot. Had it not been for Death Knight's main Zamber team trait, I would not have saved even a handful of lives. Pooh, what is the deal? You're crazy. I immediately turned on the status window. Mammon's hammer hit only one hit, but the damage accumulated during that time. The deal meter reading was as great as the sum of all of them. But nevertheless, I do not die. Thanks to the angling characteristics, he was able to survive with 1 HP remaining. I filled the whole body with potions through the heart of the Lich King. Mammon looks at me with a puzzled expression. Even though he was struck by his hammer, he wondered why he was fine. But this is not the end. My name is Sujian no, but you have to take the debt right away. I set the scales of the Death Dragon Oz upright. Death Dragon Oz's death scale, /armor/S+. With the scales worn by the king in the abyss, there is an overwhelming fiery feeling that nothing in the world can dare to encounter. Weak beings will not escape death just by approaching them. Yi Defense 666. Darkness resistance plus 500%. Dash corruption resistance plus 500%. Can use the characteristic Gunmine Jack. Jingli. Special. Characteristics when attending a deputy, Po Ganjan Sir. Can be used special. The nature of the dark purple is to return 100% of the damage received to the enemy as it is. Puff puff puff. Mammon, who received the shock from his hammer as it was startled. With an expression, I stepped back half a step. Done. I sang a delight to my heart. In addition to reflecting 100% of the damage received, the Gun Myong Per Black trait has an additional ability to reduce 0.01% of the maximum HP per second. Probably, Mammon's HP will continue to be gradually reduced to 10%. I failed the effective hit, but it was done because I bet on the trait. Deal exchanges have made significant gains. Of course, there was a considerable overload on the heart stored in the warehouse far away, and the potions in the oak barrel where the heart was marinated were evaporated considerably, although it couldn't be helped. The Black Lizard, you're using the tricks of that old and evil thing. Mammon tilted his head and lifted the hammer. Zhang Xiang. Gang. He lifted the hammer and easily stopped the 2 blades I was wielding. He is certainly a master of close combat. There was no gap, so even if I forcefully opened the gap and entered, the family was blocked. It's definitely one of the 17 substreams, so artificial intelligence isn't a joke. Simple attacks rarely work. I tasted inside. Heck on. After having exchanged several workshops, I and Mammon fell far apart. Before long, Mammon seems to have a sense of how to deal with me. If you hit it yourself, it's not fun, so it's better to bury it somewhere. Mammon is the devil. The devil is different from the dragon. Unlike Oz, who himself tried to kill the enemy by himself, Mammon quickly stepped back. Quack quack wang. Jik. And hit the golden floor with a hammer. It has inflicted strong earthquake damage. It is a strategy to use terrain damage because the impact will return if you attack directly. It is more profitable than pride. Indeed, it was a demonic judgment that was bright with money and counts. But you can't avoid my damage. I have a lot of means to hang a dam. Basilisk's venomous poison, Shadan's wretchedness, Deathscale's lingering humiliation, Blood Predator's ring, etc. Moreover, 3 strong allies are assisting me around me. Yinsol and Drake cried reliably. I will take care of you. Always keep an eye on your body and call me if you need it. Waiting for Drake. Lost. Keep moving forward. I'm ready. Balat also guards my side with a hammer and a shield with his lips clenched. Quackwang. The golden wave created by Mammon by striking the hammer. Velat also struck the hammer to create a wave of gold to fight it. Gold and gold met in one place and were colliding fiercely. Then, it's been a long time since I've met you from Dongyang, Tongshan. But it's nice to see there are a lot of people in the way. Mammon stared at me and said, seeming irritated. Before long, he reached out towards me and exploded the dark energy. Get down. I cried out, pressing Drake and Yoon's soul on the shoulders behind me. Flash. The black and silver air that emanated from Mammon's hand ran over our heads and flew away, hitting the back. I raised my head in a puzzled heart. I did it. This is because Mammon sprinkled aura towards us for a long time, as if he wasn't targeting us in the first place. Let's slowly turn our head to want something soon. I see something shocking in my eyes. Oh. A giant behemoth wriggling fiercely with his entire body complaining of pain. Stewworm. The prince of this subterranean species touched Mammon's energy and was running away like crazy. Seeing it, Drake laughed. No use. Sandworm has a sane mental immune system. Because of that setting, no one can tame sandworms. However, well, is that really so? Mammon just smiled and looked at me. I felt a stream of cold sweat flowing through my body inside the capsule. Yet, puttock, the ominous sound of the Mamagian began to be heard. Stillworm's body was swelling. Worn out newbies. Chapter 444. Deathworm 4. Stew worm, grade, A+/ characteristics, bug, earth, drought, overgrowth, drilling, earthquake, incomplete transformation. Habitat, Mamagian, Wamwadan, Maggot Hill. Size, 70 m. Sandworm relieves extreme stress. A variant resulting from receiving. The strength of the body became strong enough to penetrate the mantle, but the old mental system has long since collapsed. Stew worm. An entity that has mutated due to stress during the sandworm adapting to the extreme environment. Chio. It was contaminated with Mammon's energy and began to suffer. Pride. Crackling. Is it due to the imperfect metamorphosis characteristic that sandworms have in the process of transforming into stewworms? Stillworm's appearance was gradually changing. Both Yunsol and Drake were surprised with their mouths wide open. Standing, can't you? Is it evolving? A macroevolution is taking place on a scale that will open everyone's mouth. I bite my lips. Damn it. In the process of the sandworm's evolution into a stewworm, the resistance of the mental system attack was greatly reduced. I am literally. Sandworm turned into a stewworm and powered up a lot, but his mental power was weakened that much. And the result was terrible. Deathworm, class, S/characteristics, beetle, ground, drought, crushing, drilling, earthquake, foresight, abyss, eddy current. Habitat? Size, 100 m. The body reached the ultimate chunji of the worm-type monster, but the mind could not catch up with the evolution of the body. He runs through the world's underground, barely seizing the crumbling spirit. Oh, the state of the sandworm. Among the monsters I've seen so far, the largest entity appeared. Deathworm. This monster, likely to appear only in mythology, was wriggling like the master of a Monma war. Ha 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 ha. Even if you can't tame it, you can run away. Mammon chuckled and looked down at us. I felt like I would destroy it if I couldn't have it. As he intended, Deathworm was showing hostility towards us. It slowly scratched the ground, setting up scales of hospitality like a bull before rushing to the matador. Quack 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 quong slash. Deathworm twisted violently and vibrated everywhere. The mountains of gold coins crumble. An underground monster that wanders around the world inside Deus Ex Machina. The strength to dig tunnels from the end of the continent to the end of the continent without a break, and a body that can withstand problems in the mantle layer. When in the ground, it is the Deathworm who dares to call himself the king of all subterranean species. And now such a being was pouring out its heinous enmity all over us. Damn, it has an abyss characteristic on it. I sharpened my teeth while looking at the Deathworm. Drake looks at me like that. What is the characteristic of the abyss that has been lost? But it's like Kraken's deep-sea character. When you are deep underground, the risk level rises to a higher level. After listening to me, Yunsol and Drake closed their mouths with a shaggy expression. If so, the current Deathworm's risk rating is almost equivalent to the S+ rating. This is not a more terrifying grade than the combined Demogorgon and Balrog scene in the Mamagian Outer Castle. Both Yunsol and Drake are embarrassed. To be. Wow, it's an S+ grade. Even if it is not a fixed S+ grade but a limited S+ grade. This is too much. It's similar to the 3 doorknobs before Cataclysm. The risk rating of the Deep-Sea Kraken, 8-legged King Kulikium fall-down mode, and Bouquet Sabad ending Nightmare form mode was about S+. Among them, the power of the Deep-Sea Kraken has never been felt properly. This is because the place we met Kraken was not inside the blue hole, but outside, so its deep-sea character was not fully exhibited. Nevertheless, however, we already know how terrifying the power of the S+ class is. What's more, Deathworm is fully exerting the power of the Gang characteristic right now. The Abyss Deathworm, with all its power in full bloom, is very deep. It has the same power as Raken. In other words, it means that he is a very difficult enemy to deal with. As I swallowed my swelling castle, I encountered a huge monster in front of my eyes. Oh. Deathworm rushed towards us with terrifying momentum. Look, I cover it. Drake stepped forward. Drake's caltrip is effective against monsters with a movement pattern such as Deathworm. Poop poop poop. Pointed irons were all over the ground. They are all powerful traps made of volcanoes. However, as far as I know, it is not an exaggeration to say that there is no existence that can stop Deathworms underground. Quack 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 quack. Deathworm pushed forward, pushing Drake's staples as it is. Kigging. Good duck. The irons are pressed by the heavy body of the death worm and the flat volcano's iron plate. It went back to or bounced around at an amazing speed. The power of the sandworm is so great that even the volcano's metal, which was not deformed as much as a grain of rice, is flattened even though the famous Arpagong hammered so much. Ugh. Soul Hill. Rock and dirt debris bounced back. HP was cut in response to the calendar that came out. Yinsol cast a heal magic on me and Drake. She cried out crying. Ah, it doesn't have a dark characteristic, so it doesn't work. Deathworm had a perfect body that was truly all-in-one. The volcano's arrowhead that Drake desperately shoots only leaves limited scars. Then, oh. Deathworm's attack faced a brief lull. Shouted Drake. I think you're tired of Deathworm. No matter how maddened you are, wouldn't it be unreasonable to keep showing such intense movements? I think. However, no way. Deathworms, which have even revealed the Abyss character, never get tired. That's just one. Woo. The last remnant of the Chungwang sect's noble reason is resisting Mammon. Ujin, don't you have to attack? No, I should have done it in the first place to do it. It's late now. As soon as Yunsel's words were answered, Deathworm suddenly raised a giant body and stood upright. As expected, too. Until now, it was just a taste. Really, the real thing is coming. 5. The Deathworm made a whispering sound and opened its mouth toward the sky. I lowered my posture so that I could move at any time. I didn't forget to advise you, Sol and Drake. Everyone be careful. I've completely lost my mind. From now on, the original attack pattern will be added. Well, isn't that the current original attack pattern? It's quite different from a random fist and a thinking-wielding fist. Look there. Come. Quang slash. The seismic waves produced by the death worm hit everyone. Oh. The roar that seemed to shake the heavens and earth had the power to obscure the view for an instant. If you were a low-level player, just being exposed to this pure effect might have stiffened your entire body and collapsed. Get back. I grabbed you, Sol, and Drake's lean waist and flew back. At the same time, I hugged my friends and jumped into the air, avoiding the vibrations of the ground. Now, I don't have time to speak twice, so you have to listen carefully and understand right away. From now on, I will show you how to deal with Deathworm. Even in the midst of an emergency, I spread my powers to Yun Sol and Drake. Jik. Looking back at Deathworm running like crazy in front of my eyes, I immediately informed him of his attack pattern. I looked all the way through and found that the Deathworm's movement pattern is really simple. In fact, rather than taking a look, I am just memorizing the strategies that will come in the future. Deathworm's movement and attack pattern is a classic game from the 1970s. It's in the form of snake game. In fact, there is no need to explain more. What is a snake game? It's a game with very simple rules. The elongated snake on the screen is automatically set to go forward, and the player must move the snake up, down, left, and right to eat an apple that is randomly generated on the screen. If it succeeds in eating an apple, the snake grows little by little, and the user controls the snake and continues to eat the next apple, but dies if the snake's head goes out of the screen or touches its own body. The more you eat the apple, the longer the snake becomes, and eventually it almost covers the screen, and it changes like a maze game. Therefore, the snake is well controlled from the edge of the screen, and the head falls out. The strategy point is to move toward the center while securing space to go out. It's a very simple and easy game, but if you dig deep, it's a terrifying game that's really difficult and endless. Coming again. Damage. I took my friends and stood near the Deathworm's tail, then quickly flew away to avoid the Deathworm's head. Okay. Quakwang. When he bumped his head against his torso, Swarm retreated in great anguish. Oh. A large tooth mark was left where it touched his big mouth. It looks like it is a pot with a pointed contact surface, and it looks like it is floating. Cack. Hooray. Damage went in. Oh. It went in a lot. Yunsol and Drake cheer. Now I felt like I had a sense of how to deal with Deathworm. But there was one more problem. Oh. But the HP of Deathworm is so high that it takes a long time to catch it this way. I think. In the meantime, will the Demogorgon and Balrog not appear? Moreover, the location seems to be a problem. In a snake game, you have to control the snake from the edge, but we are being chased by the Swarm from the center of the Manma battle. Not only will this gradually lead you away from the Mammon in the center, but you may eventually hit the wall and be crushed by Deathworms to die. It's not even that Deathworms are chasing us quietly. The snake in the snake game doesn't attack apples, but the Deathworm continues to attack us. Quang. This heavy seismic wave is it. Every time a Deathworm twists its body, all the axes shake and interfere with our runoff. Not only that, but because of the tremendous earthquake damage that burns through your feet from the ground, There was a risk of being retired immediately if you were vigilant. Total difficulty. Deathworm was a threatening middle boss. However, there is always a way. Kuriak. I took over one of Drake's arrows and lit the arrowheads. A fire arrow was made with a hot to the touch. I gave it back to Drake. I smiled once at a time to Yunsol and Lake, who were making strange expressions. From now on, let's take revenge on the camel. Just before the raid, it's time to collect the rice cakes that were laid out in advance. Worn out newbies. Chapter 445. Deathworm 5. Quan. Gold coins were scattering all over the place. Pillars of gold and silver are smashed and collapsed like a hard cake. The jewels turned into powder and made a variety of dust. A decaying golden scent. As such, the earthquake produced by Deathworm was showing tremendous power. This is more of a vortex rather than an earthquake. I stare at the gold coins being sucked into the Deathworm's mouth and crumpled his expression. Kuruaruk/. A huge whirlwind arises around us. Everything was being sucked into the Deathworm's mouth. Gold bars, silver bars, art objects of ancient civilizations, various certificates of rights, expensive liquor, and countless jewels all disappear into the mouth of Deathworm. And we, too, were gradually being dragged toward Deathworm's mouth. Quo. Deathworm rushes towards us with a huge mouth open. The huge eddy current created by its suction power is even more dangerous because it contains even the power of an earthquake. As soon as I was in a hurry, I informed Yunsol and Drake of the preparedness. Now follow me. I lowered my posture and waited for the Deathworm to move. Yet, thud. As the Deathworm digs his head to the ground, a heavy seismic wave comes. I jumped off the ground, chasing the wave with my eyes. The moment the seismic wave spreading like a wave passed behind me, I continued to jump off the ground. Yunsol and Drake also followed me without knowing the English language. Okay. Didn't the earthquake damage come in? Unbelievable. Terrain damage is invalid. It's done. Is it a bug? Yunsol and Drake are surprised when they check the status window. I laughed bloody. There are two types of seismic waves. One is a body wave, transverse wave, and the other is a surface wave, longitudinal wave. The earthquake of Deathworm is programmed to follow the shape of the actual wave recorded on the seismograph. That is, the transverse wave. Deathworm work. The earthquake that became the model of the crushing earthquake was the Great Chilean Earthquake that occurred in Chile on May 22, 1960, and it reproduces the amplitude of 9.5 on the Richter scale recorded in the seismograph as it is. Therefore, by predicting the pattern of the next body wave according to the shape and section of the seismograph, jumping at a high amplitude and stepping on the ground at a low amplitude repeatedly minimizes damage or, in some cases, it is possible to skip. However, Yunsol and Drake already. I seem to have given up listening to me. Eogen is sometimes like a cyber ghost. How do you know that? I fought a lot with similar subspecies or subspecies such as sandworm, so I think it's possible to deduce the data so far. Hasn't it always been like that? Well, Drake's self-talk is very. It is not wrong. Of the collective intelligence that billions of people have built up over 15 years, I am the deceased person whose goal and pleasure in life was to collect and memorize only the net worth. 70,000 hours of play wasn't very wasteful. If you add up the play time after the regression, it will be much more than that. I kicked and jumped with confidence. Quan. Amazed at how I was avoiding the earthquake like a ghost, Deathworm changed the attack pattern little by little. However, this is the 1892 Tunguska earthquake. This is the 1926 California earthquake. This is the Great Tangshan earthquake in 1941. This is the Great Southeast Asian earthquake of 1970. This is the 2012 Great Russian earthquake. This is your pupil earthquake with all the attacks. I see the amplitudes of the numerous earthquakes programmed in Deathworm and the shapes recorded in the seismic meter. As if I was doing a tap dance, I shuffled my body and spilled a P wave, and then I jumped out loud, even the S wave. I put it aside. It was not only Deathworm, but Mammon, that lost words to say in my godly movements. Even Yunsol, Lake, and Bellet, who are on the same side, look stupid. In that state, I ran straight into Deathworm's mouth with a lit arrow. I will avenge the camel's enemies. It was time to recover the rice cakes that had been laid before the raid. I threw an arrow on fire into the swarm's open mouth. You need to measure your protractor well. There is a hole in that huge mouth that goes through the esophagus and a hole through the gills. I put a fiery arrow exactly near Deathworm's esophagus. Okay. Guwuwuk. The Deathworm twists and is greatly surprised. The appearance of feeling unpleasant when a hot, pointed object touches the soft part of the relatively fragile body. But that's not all. Quack 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 slash. Soon, the body of the death worm swelled with a terrifying explosion. At the same time, Corona spews out of his mouth. Deathworm's soft esophageal flesh was torn in the explosion and ripening in flames. An underground beast wriggling with flames and black smoke. I picked up a rolling golden wine glass and made a toast. You did a good job to feed the pulp concentrate in advance. Before invading the Mamagian outer castle, I had cut a lot of undercut trees to create a Trojan horse. At that time, a certain amount or more. An item called Bugenmach concentrate came out, which is a water purification that is deeply related to the volatile sap that constantly burns the leaves of Bugenmach. I gathered all of these minor extracts and carried them all on 4 camels. The camels, carrying a considerable amount of Bugenmach concentrate, had been with us from the Trojan horse to the Mamagian dungeon. And in the end, it became a prey for sandworms. And that sandworm evolved right now is the death worm. Therefore, the stomach of that death worm is still full of the camels that he swallowed in the days of sandworms, and the concentrates of Bugenmach. Swook. Deathworm is a huge explosion in the stomach. You are properly experiencing the after effects of this happening. The appearance of staggering while spewing flames and fumes out of his mouth was quite damaged. It feels like watching a YouTuber with a bite of Bulbok Dacumayan. Not 6. Look, Deathworm did not die. It just rushes towards us with a tremendous roar. Well, I was puzzled by an unexpected situation. The amount of Bugenmach concentrate was enough, but why didn't the Deathworm die? Damn it. Is this the dignity of an S-class monster? It's not just an S-class either. The Abyss Deathworm will have an individual value that can be considered as an S grade, so S+ grade. It was too easy. He hurriedly pulled himself back, but Deathworm's snake game attack pattern resumed. That wow. Oh. Deathworm ran toward me at a tremendous speed. Oh. If it wasn't for Yunsol, who blocked me in time, it would have been a real big deal. Quack. Kujijik. Yunsol is a deathworm's teeth with both arms. I grabbed one and started pushing. Yunsol is fighting for strength with Deathworm. There were 2 large horns protruding from her forehead. Demon Great King Set. Yunsol is now armed with Harinmaru's left and right arms and horns and is competing with Deathworm. Harinmaru, the S-class monster, is also muscle. Isn't it a monster that would be sad if it were the second one? Yunsol, who inherited the power of such a top-notch demon, can withstand Deathworm to some extent. I don't think I can endure it for a long time. Yunsol looked after me with a red face and shouted. The Deathworm standing in front of her trembling arms is so big and intimidating. How to? You have to think about how. It was an unexpected variable, a situation where I thought I could have enough control, but it failed in terms of the result alone. A kind of thing that you will never know if you don't experience it yourself. The Abyss Deathworm's flame property, drag, was much stronger than I thought, and this was not something that could be judged by future knowledge. Right then, there was a fast-moving entity while struggling to find a solution that was no different than what I didn't have. Huh. Well, what? Yunsol, who was struggling with Deathworm, did her best by shooting arrows. Drake, who had been there, and I, who was struggling to find a solution, had no choice but to make a blank expression at the same time. Torn. A tiny existence that revealed the future of the madworm Deathworm. Her identity was Judilof. Judilope and Deathworm faced each other for a moment. Deathworm didn't have eyes, but at least I know that he stopped trying to crush Yunsol and was looking at Judilof. 4. Soon, spores from Judilof's small, soft-winged dog touched the Deathworm's body. Flick. Then, the Deathworm of the world trembled once with its large body. When I saw it, I opened my mouth wide open. My God, the Abyss Deathworm, which is actually an S+ class monster, is being shrunk by the F-class monster, Judilof. Is there anything that communicates with each other? It turns out that Deathworm has a mysterious trait that the Nazos don't know what they really are. That is the predictability characteristic. If it is a pattern I do not know, who knows all the behavioral patterns of Deathworm, it must be due to this characteristic. Because of this characteristic, many deceased characters that flew and slew before the return were not able to find out the reason for my existence. Oh! Deathworm roared loudly once, biting off Judilof. Puaao. Judilof also shouts, pretending to be dignified, inflating his small belly as if he would not lose. That was it. Kuduk. Deathworm turned around, dug a tunnel in the wall of Mamagian, and disappeared far away. It was a surprisingly empty and sudden exit. Yunsol and Drake shouted with surprised expressions. Ah, Deathworm is just going. Wow, I lived. But there is the sea over there. Is not the direction? It's the east seaside, not the Sea of Japan, but the Sea of East. I nodded. Looking at the world map and orientation, it is definitely the direction the sea is out there. Well, I guess I want to turn off the light in my stomach. Maybe it's burning and you want to drink water. Bujamot concentrate is that strong. Then, clink. There was a sound of something falling in the direction where the death worm disappeared. I opened my eyes wide. The item has fallen. Even though I didn't hear the notification sound that the death worm was killed. This guy's raid rewards really can't be determined. Even if you couldn't defeat the monsters, the variables of the raid always vary, such as titles or items dropping, depending on your battle contribution or achievement. In the past, I was given a raid reward for failing to defeat the Banshee Queen, the middle boss of Death Road. Wasn't it? Of course, the reverse also holds. Doesn't it exist if you kill a monster or drive it right before death, but you don't get any rewards? A representative example is the boss monster flesh clay maggots, whom I met when purifying the plague of Durinkayu. Anyway, what's important now is, it is to pick up items left behind by death worms. I stepped toward the golden glow of one-handed weapon. Before long, a black gauntlet came into my hand. Deathworm's Live Burial Gauntlets / one-handed weapon / S. It contains the unprecedented power that emanates from the giant body of the death worm. Physical attack plus 9,900. Characteristic vortex can be used, special. The weight of the item is considerable. Indeed, it was an incredibly heavy gauntlet. The specs are also huge. Damage is nearly 10,000. The S-class one-handed weapon. It even has a tier 1 characteristic of vortex. As soon as Yoon Sol and Drake saw the item, they nodded. It's just a Madong King item. Yojin, it's tailored for you. As in the past when you got Volcano's ingots, the issue of distributing items can be impromptu, without having to be seriously discussed. Ended right away. Thank you for making concessions to everyone. I put the Deathworm gauntlets in my inventory and turned my head. When Deathworm's huge body disappeared, the other side of the golden scent is now visible. Moment. Yoon Sol, and Drake had to open their eyes at once. The person who didn't think about it because he was being chased by Deathworm. Balat. She was on a golden cliff and was caught by Mammon, who became a man-changer. Worn out newbies. Chapter 446. Memory Study 1. I can't stand it anymore. I leaned on my shoulder with a wide smile and closed my eyes. I can tell you now. Your sad eyes break my heart. Tell me. I can see it in your heart. If there is. How much of my immature appearance? Whether it can be beauty. Dong Ryol Kim's The Study of Memory. Murph Elise Bellet. She was now hanging on a golden cliff. And it was Mammon who held the neck of such a bell. Mammon chokes Bellet's neck with an expression as if he were looking at a bug. I am generous. People say that they are not rewriting, but they are in the position of fixing tools. Should that be the case? I will give you a chance, just like the hustle balloon did to Arpagon. Bellet glared at Mammon's face with a blurred vision. At that moment, in Mammon's ear, he heard a voice he had forgotten about. It's a reward that will be rewarded by others. The voice of the old, rough and hoarse. I don't remember who it was. However, Mammon, who thought it was correct, nodded with a satisfied expression. And Balat looking up at himself. The cliff was thrown to the bare ground. Couple. Balat rolled over the floor, vomiting mercury blood. Tongue. A hammer is thrown to the left and right of the bellow. The hammer on the right is a ragged C-class item. It was the hammer that Bellet was carrying. Remembrance Study / one-handed weapon / C+. The first tool created by the novice tinkered Murph Mammon Clemenceau. It is clumsy and coarse, but it has a good spirit and a big dream. Attack power plus 120. Set, special. Mammon, who saw this item, was a little surprised, but soon smiled at her mouth. I guess I didn't come this long distance to sell my emotions. If so, the job merchant is an envoy. Prove to me that your will is real. When she finished speaking, Mammon threw a huge hammer she was using on her left. Mammon's great earthquake hammer of the demon constellation. / one-handed weapon / S+. Power itself. Beating a mountain into a flat land, and hitting a flat land into an abyss. Attack plus 20,000. The characteristic Great Earthquake can be used special. Will it compare to the real nuclear bomb? Monster-like specs reaching 20,000 with just the attack power. Quite a few are terrifying items that can't even be heard, far from being handled. The hammer on the right is cheap. The hammer on the left is a luxury product. The situation is exactly the same as the Farewell Night. Mammon brightened both eyes. Give me a chance to hit me, so pick up one of the two, and prove it as a priest, that you are right and I am wrong. Mammon smiled as he looked down at Bellet with red-blooded eyes. And I was saying, let's take a look. Beyond simply stuff, buy it to be affected by it. Do you know how to see people? The end of Mammon's voice was as solid as iron, which had already reached the limit of smelting. Belmut. I ran towards Balat and cried. Death Knight's choice trait gives an immediate answer to which of the hammers placed on the left or right side of the bellow is the most efficient. Bellet. It's left. Grab Mammon's earthquake hammer. That's a lot higher attack power. The great hammer on the left is a weapon mainly used by Mammon. No matter how much Mammon is, if he gets hit by his baby's disease, he will have no choice but to take damage. However, I accept Master's will. This is what condemns you. When he finished speaking, Bellet ran to the right without worrying. Memory slash. The study of memory. Balat, holding the hammer Mammon made for the first time, started running straight towards Mammon. Exclamation point. Mammon's eyes wide open, laughing at Bellet's appearance. Bang. With no time for Mammon to resist, Bellet's hammer struck Mammon's occipital area. However, Bellet's hammer cannot damage Mammon, a C+ grade item and a fixed S+ grade monster. J. Dasa Sa Sack, ***. Bellet's hammer became powder on the spot and disappeared. With only the sack left in the grasp, Mammon looked down at Bellet with a slightly surprised expression. Soon, his expression is distorted with extreme displeasure. Even your mentor eventually paid attention only to the performance of the tool itself. You are a hypocrite of worse quality than Hio Pengxian. The powdered hammer, the study of memories, turned into black dust and sucked into Mammon's nose. The private railway of the commune river, Satit. The soil on the bank of the river where Arpagong always went to look for materials. It is the soil that can be obtained from the river stream of his hometown that flowed around the village where Mammon was born. Mammon drove away all the black dust with a single nostril. Yet, Kugagugugugugoo. Mammon lifted the hammer. A hammer the size of a house slowly rises above Bellet's head. This is the most expensive and high-performance hammer. Don't be sorry for a priest who doesn't know the world, and send it to one room. Mammon's power. Mammon of power. When comparing all beings in the world 1:1, the monster with the strongest strength stat is showing its full strength. Big eruption, Da Punho. Mammon's right hand, which is said to be equivalent to the power of a volcanic eruption, is now holding a giant hammer and aiming at Bellat. Bellat clenched his teeth and resisted Mammon's power. The item she chose as a means to counter the hammer was a shield. An iron clap that has only the iron plate on it and gives off energy. A clumsy and coarse shield made of salty iron that rolls around the corners of a forge. It is the first tool Bellat was born and made. Mammon laughed at the shield. A glance at that coarse shield that just concealed himself at the time of the farewell night. I found out. You haven't grown at all. You can't stop me with such trash. After speaking, Mammon raised his right hand to the highest level. That catastrophic hammer that will soon fall like a meteorite by a terrifying force. And there was a person who fell in front of the hammer. Hey, Bellat. Okay, it is me. I hurried up and stood next to Bellet. Bellat has already become a man in the middle, and it is difficult to stand, and it will be difficult to overcome the attack of Mammon standing alone. To make the sister-in-law in this area. It's the last one. The energy of the dead dragon that emanates black from my body is fiercely opposed to Mammon's madness. Chiokup. Crunches. I stood on the scales of Oz and prepared for Mammon's blow. Mammon, who made eye contact with me, was still frowning. You are not a descendant of Oz. Are you a dragon hunter? Mammon seemed to feel something very unpleasant from me. It's not just because of the demon's dislike for dragons. What piece of the past is sticking to his heart? Dragon hunter. Clearly familiar and unpleasant word logo. Mammon, who was a little worried, shook her head. Done. Time is running out. There is no more time to spend on you guys. Die. At the same time. Woowook. Mammon's hammer fell. Tianshan giant power. A terrifying blow of majesty that makes you feel the illusion that the whole world is pouring down toward you. Quack 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 quack. Mammon's hammer fell to me and Bellet and turned it upside down, almost detonating hundreds of meters in radius. The great earthquake swallowed up everything. Damage to the point of distraction pierces the deal meter and pierces the sky. The surrounding golden mountain ranges were torn down, and the nearby precious stones were all turned into purple and green dust and swept away. Single room. That alone completely distorted the terrain. Oh. The thick smoke covered the whole world. A shockwave where nothing will remain. Mammon's hammer simply moved from top to bottom once, and everything changed. Except for me. Soon after the smoke was cleared, Mammon opened his eyes wide looking at me. I protected Bellat behind me, while I lifted my shield and completely stopped Mammon's attack. Education of Memory/Armor/C+. The first tool created by the novice tinkered Murph Bellet L. Lisa. It is clumsy and coarse, but it has a good spirit and a big dream. Defense plus 120. Set special. A shield containing Bellet's desperate heart to protect his teacher. There is only a sack left behind. Mon's hammer firmly pads the back of the shield. Both items have something in common in that they have the name of memory study in their first work in their lives. Meanwhile, Mammon looks really embarrassed. What trick were you doing? How did you stop my hammer with a shield like that? One of the 17 AIs that make up and govern this world, a substream of the world. But even such a being doesn't understand what I've been doing. I just shrug my shoulders as if it were nothing. The tool is up to the user. One hand, Yi Jun. After listening to me, Mammon began to tremble weakly. It's sophistry. Tools I know better. How can such a poor shield endure my strength? It's up to writing. Mammon's body began to tremble with my consistently calm words. I think it reminds me of a comment I heard from a teacher a long time ago. The person who makes the object needs to know how to see the person who will be affected by it, not just the object. Mammon looks at the shield in my hand with a shaking pupil. A flawless shield despite being attacked by the mightiest monster in the world. It can't be. Mammon again swung the hammer. And, quack 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 quack. I once again block Mammon's hammer with a shield and show it off. It can't be. Another great earthquake. The surrounding landscape is greatly distorted. Even in the shockwave, I was guarding the bellows without hurting. It's the first shield Bellet made. There are countless question marks floating above Mammon's head. However, I have no obligation to answer his curiosity. I just shoot the reflected damage from 2 hammerings at the enemy's torso. Qua-mechanical job. The dark energy of Oz, the death dragon, exploded toward my hands. I held the sharpened Sangsudo in both hands and inserted it into Mammon's abdomen in the blink of an eye. Oh, Mammon's waist was bent as a reporter for the first time. An attack that overlaps the massive impact of Mammon's hammer twice and also carries the dot damage of the sharpener. I looked straight at Mammon's shaking pupils and spoke again and again. Then where shall I correct it? The boss monster you met right away through 2 back doors. And a distorted disciple who abandoned the teacher and the priest. It's time to get it all right. Worn out newbies. Chapter 447. Memory Study 2. It is 8 meters tall and weighs nearly 3 tons. A body full of black muscles and an incarnation of power armed with evil magic. Countless evils in the abyss. The king of Mamajian, Wen Wadang, who controls the horses. Such Mammon's waist was bent like a bow. Keep. Mammon's left head crumpled his expression. On the other hand, the head on the right was still holding his faceless expression with his eyes closed. Heavy reflection damage. It also contains the energy of Oz, the dead dragon, who was an enemy. Mammon growled, striking both body and pride. Noom. What leftovers? Mammon again lifted a huge hammer. A massive hammer that makes the illusion of moving an abyss entirely. Quack 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 wang. Again, a huge burst deal comes in. The deal meter is pierced, and the graph explodes vertically into the sky. However, yes, it's useless. After the thick smoke had cleared, I stood in front of Mammon again with a coarse shield. Again, Mammon's blow was received with a single body. U-99. 99. Mammon and my friends were surprised at the situation that made no sense. Yunsol and Drake also looked at me and asked, Yojin, how did you stop it? This really makes no sense. Mammon has the power to stop the eruption by pressing it down with the hand at the moment the volcano erupts. Does it make sense to stop such an absolute force with this coarse shield? But I'm doing it. It is also several times in a row. Quajijik. I again fired reflection damage and sent my Mammon away. Quakwang. Mammon falls out after sinking some of the mountains of gold. I stood with my bellow round and explained the current situation. Do you know the concept of parrying? Parrying refers to the action of hitting the opponent's attack sideways with one's own weapon in martial arts or gladiator. Unlike simply blocking or avoiding, parrying is a motion that sends an attack in a different direction, allowing you to temporarily interrupt an opponent's continuous motion. In addition, it is often used as a concept of just guard. In this case, the guard that comes from the parrying process. Not only does the damage become, but there are cases where it pushes the opponent or reflects the attack. Because the body vision that accurately captures very momentary, extremely demanding timings is required, beginners are often unaware of even the existence of this concept. But who am I? He is an old character who lightly surpasses the lifetime of a minor in his playtime alone. If you can only parry well, you can fight a strong enemy no matter how cheap a shield is. I stood confidently in front of Mammon, holding Bellet's shield, the study of memory. Goo. Enraged Mammon is raising a hammer in front of him. I'm looking at Bellat and Yoon from behind. Sol, I started teaching Drake. To be sure, Mammon's hammer has a crazy attack power. I'm going to destroy quite a few A-plus class shields in one shot. I won't be able to withstand a few hits, such as Barbarian's Meat Shield, which has the best performance in the A-plus level. However, I have no hesitation in blocking Mammon's attacks with a C-plus grade course shield. But if you properly master this pairing technique, which belongs to the advanced defense technology, which is one dimension higher than the normal defense, you can send the enemy's attack without any damage to the shield. Take a good look. I took my breath in front of Mammon's enormous body in front of my eyes. Duck. Mammon's right arm muscle, me on the back of his hand. The Y-shaped tendon that is there is wriggling as if to burst. The moment the tendon trembled violently at about 6-7 beats. Haja. I picked up Bellet's shield and started spinning it quickly. This was possible because Mammon's hammer handle was attached to the back of the shield like a handle. At the same time, quackwang. Mammon's hammer fell onto my shield. But, in an exquisite moment, my shield rotates the physical force given by Mammon's hammer and scatters it around. To make it easier to understand, does it feel like the umbrella doesn't get wet when all the raindrops bounce off when you spin it at high speed with the umbrella open? Haha. For reference, the Jung pairing action that goes after this hat pairing was homage to the classic game Z-Da's legendary master mode, so even beginners can easily imitate it if you have existing play experience. For reference, there is a limited guard that can calculate the angle only for attacks falling vertically from the top. This is not the case for all attacks. What do you think? How easy? In addition, this shield is the only item that enables this high difficulty pairing operation throughout the Deus Ex Machina worldview. Remembrance Study / one-handed weapon / C+. The first tool created by the novice tinkered Murph Mammon Clemenceau. It is clumsy and coarse, but it has a good spirit and a big dream. Attack power plus 120. Set special. Education of memory / armor / C+. The first tool created by the novice tinkered Murph Belladel, Lisa. It is clumsy and coarse, but it has a good spirit and a big dream. Defense plus 120. Set special. Mammon's hammer handle is attached to the back of Bellet's shield as a handle, making it much easier to turn round and round as it looks like a non-folding umbrella. A set item that can be combined. It is only when the powers are combined that the hidden value is revealed. Look beyond the object and see who will be affected by it. Bellet mutters with his faint vision, and in front of him is the me who spills all Mammon's hammer. I also partially agree with your master's words. I told Bellat. Bellat also nodded with a faint smile. She said to Mammon in front of me, "Do you remember what I said when I first saw you here?" Question mark. This friend dare you. It's not a bold to do. A black vein sprouted on Mammon's left head when he heard Bellet's words. Don't blow up. Where dare you with such a sloppy sophistry? Mammon tries to hammer again. Great eruption, great earthquake, natural disaster, crushing, etc. All of Mammon's bloody qualities are devoted to strength. All of those destructive technologies aim for me alone and fall apart. Sure. Round. Quang. I'm just fascinating all attacks with pairing. Your hammer eventually catches you. I laughed as I rotated Mammon's hammer. Without this handle, such an elaborate pairing would have been impossible. It was possible to create a situation like this because Arpagong did not pick up this hammer at the time of the breakup night, and the hammer was intact. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yusol and Drake who were behind me also brightened. Cac. Eogen, it's great. If it's like this, I can really catch it. Look. Awesome. That pairing timing. No matter how much you look at it, you may not know, but anyway, it's amazing. Mammon, who was hit several times by heavy reflection damage, is staggering backwards. The feat of pushing Mammon, who has the strongest power among the 7 great devils, to 1:1. If this appearance had been revealed, gamers all over the world would have opened their mouths and marveled. Let's stick it right once. I don't want to take it long. From the beginning, I decided to engage in an all-out war. The Lich King's heart, Berserker mode, and Venom blood still remain. I'm the devils on Bellet's shield. I was holding the slime coating and timing to pour all of it along with pairing. Right then. Quick Q. I admit it. Mammon smiles lightly while holding a hammer. Then he pointed at me and opened his mouth. It is clear that you are quite annoying. Arpagong that old. Like Uni. But that's it. You can't bother me anymore. Mammon's momentum changed dramatically. He put the hammer next to him for a while, then spread his arms wide apart. A reversal began to occur. Jingle. It started with a very small sound. Somewhere in the distance, a gold coin moves and makes a sound. After that, replying to at Mr. underscore D underscore A underscore S underscore O underscore M underscore A 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 underscore C. A huge number of gold coins or snakes started wriggling like. The scenery is as if the golden veins are alive and fluttering. The golden stem, which started to stir, is immediately sucked into Mammon's body and absorbed into the dark skin. Tar rush rush. Mammon's HP started to rise at a tremendous rate. In a capitalist society, money is like power and life. Yes, Mammon is recovering his vitality by absorbing the wealth piled up like a pile of money here in Mamagian. Jack. A gold coin is the last Mammon. At the same time, it was sucked into the skin of the gnome, and his life was completely restored. Full HP. On the other hand, the wealth accumulated like a mountain did not decrease at all. Still, gold coins were piled up like mountains everywhere, and gold bars and swords, expensive artworks, antiques, brilliant jewels, and various real estate certificates form a mountain range. Too much, the amount absorbed by Mammon is barely noticeable. So in theory, Mammon's HP is an astronomical number, almost infinite. Yunsol and Drake looked depressed. All the gold piled up here is a spare life? That's a foul. How the hell do you want me to catch? As expected, fixed S+ class monsters are fraudulent enemies. Well, isn't it natural that it wasn't a monster you made to catch? I don't think there's any answer to this. Balat, too, was staring at the enormous amount of gold piled up around him with a shocked expression. Mammon glanced at the expressions and smiled cheerfully. The expressions are spectacles. Ha 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 ha. King of Mamagian, the Abyss Faucet Furnace. He is the strongest and the richest being in the world. Mammon roared. The time has come. I will build an empire that is luxurious and extravagant so that the palaces here and there look like old cattle. Until now, Mammon was suppressed. Oz, the death dragon, has disappeared, so there is no one that can stop him now. If it wasn't for me. 0K, it's going as planned. This is the C I expected, of course. It's about catching the world's fixed S+ class monsters, but shouldn't the work be too easy? Even the opponent is a Mammon whose attack difficulty is higher than that of Oz, the death dragon. Coin, of course, this means life. If you're a gamer, it's definitely something you can reason about. With my taste buds, I stare at the king in front of my eyes. From now on, it's Phase 2. Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 448. zu ye man shi fo shi liu bao yit, huo shou yit, wei jiao dao he shi zhengwen neirong. Chapter 449. Memory Study 4. If you don't have money, what are you? I asked and Mammon laughed. The attitude that it wasn't worth answering. However, Mammon's expression quickly hardens. Is that? I stepped on a splendid throne and stood tall, looking down at Mammon. If you haven't been concerned, you should start thinking about it now. A fine throne towering among numerous throne fragments. The bright dungeons were all made of gold, and the armrests were human. They have diamonds that are bigger than their heads. Numerous swords were spread out behind the backrest like the tail feathers of a craftsman, forming a fan shape. Each of them was adorned with platinum and jewels. Ruby, amber, pearl, emerald, sapphire, topaz, amethyst, opal, lump stone, garnet, aquamarine. Countless jewels emit brilliant light, adding to the splendor of the chair. The red saddle inside the chair was made of twisted gold thread, silver thread, and red thread, and it looked fluffy and soft like an angel's wing. The complete golden universalist. /chair/s. A treasure made by Molière Arpagong, the world's best blacksmith. Once you sit on a chair with a colorful shape, you cannot get up until it becomes empty. There will be no other chair like this to show off your wealth. Dark property resistance -100%. Fusion furnace feature can be used. Its splendor and dignity are different from other jade seats scattered around. A great throne truly worthy of the status of Mamagian. Oh. Mammon spit out as if he was possessed by something. One of the thrones he had abandoned came back before his eyes with a more complete and beautiful appearance. Even the shortcomings that I felt were a bit insufficient to decorate the center of Mamagian were completely complemented. The desire for gold, at its root, has Mammon. Naturally, Mammon took a step forward without knowing, being led by the gorgeous throne in front of him. Oops. Mammon stopped. I was almost attracted to temptation like this. That throne in front of you is Susung. The made armament is clear. It is clearly a trap made in the long past to catch Gordian. But why do I know it? Mammon's steps were approaching the chair, as if possessed by anything. I stood on the throne and laughed. This chair perfectly satisfies the needs of the masters and servants. Those who have become rich in sleep want to receive the attention, respect, and love of others as the next step. This money chair gives infinite sense of fulfillment to those types of people. Just by sitting in this chair, the total amount of money you've lost meaninglessly is displayed on the board, and the more it is, the more people are surprised. It's very expensive, meaninglessly, like wealth certificate and wealth symbol app, which once shimmered and disappeared. But having this one is similar to symbols that mean that you have enough money to spend money on such useless places. Mammon, too, is an AI with these characteristics, so he is bound to be attracted to a chair that will be stupid. But, at it, Mammon pushed his 2 legs to the ground to his knees and stopped moving forward, as if proclaiming that he would no longer be led by the temptations of that throne. Hey ha ha, so you won't sit on the throne. But it's not me to let it go. After holding my breath, I filled my body with mucus and ran in front of Mammon. Bloke. Mammon swings his hammer and blows the gold coins in front of him like a bullet. Replying to at Mr_DR_DR_DR. Countless gold coins are flooding. No matter how much she coats her body with the devil's mucus, I don't think I can withstand it if it fits like that. However, where? The Bellows, who followed me closely, set up a wall of gold at an angle, causing them to deflect the gold coins. Mammon's hammer was swung once, and then everything was. It is swung upon. I grabbed Bellet's shield and headed in front of him. Throbbing. Damage to the wrist is felt. Perhaps the reason I'm feeling this pain is that Bellet's shield is also at its limit. This must be the last. I prepared for the final pairing. Soon, Mammon's great hammer and Bellet's shield collided. Quack 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 quack. The seismic wave generated by Mammon went around the round rim of the shield once and fired out in a completely different direction. At the same time, Bellet's shield was also completely destroyed. Pecan. An example in which a C+ grade item has been divided against an S+ grade item in this way will be an unprecedented record in the future. Wreck. I'll remember. I made a short silence toward the study of memory. At the same time, as I move from the throne to Mammon's nose, the slime from Thedable drenches a long, slippery slime broth. I quickly turned behind Mammon's back and released the reflection damage I had just accumulated. Back. Let's see the back. The energy of Oz, the death dragon, struck Mammon's back fiercely. Furpow? Mammon is pushed back with her eyes wide open. Oh! 2 log-like legs were pulled out of the field of gold coins. It is now total attack. When my order ran out, Yunsol, Drake, and Balat joined forces with Mammon. Push back. Thanks to the slippery slime, our damage has a knockback characteristic. Mammon began to be pushed back as it was. It had strong power, but couldn't stand on the slippery mucus. This. Mammon reached out and touched the floor while being pushed back. The only thing he could get was a fist of gold. The moment just before the fall, money was just money, not on his side. Replying to at Birdsbird. Even the pile of money did not hold Mammon in place. He just sees him off, being dragged behind him. No. Mammon screamed, but it was too late. At the end of the place where he was pushed out, there is a chair with a wide open arms wide open. I sentenced it coldly. In the world, you sit on a chair, but in Mammagian, the chair sits on you. Finally. Thud. Mammon put her ass on the throne. I did it. Okay. Mammon's whole body is surrounded by terrifying pleasures and addictions that anyone who is crazy about money can never take off his ass. Started. The moment Mammon sits on the throne and makes a blank expression. Rather rara. The throne reacts fiercely. The object was wealth piled up like a heap everywhere. Oh no. Mammon put his hand in the air, but that said, the throne. I couldn't take my ass off. I just shouted in vain, seeing the wealth shrinking at a tremendous speed in front of my eyes. This is the best thing to do. Replying to at Mr. The wealth in front of me was dwindling in no time. The sea of gold coins, which seemed to overflow for a lifetime, gradually lowers the water level. Even brilliant jewels were turned into powder and sucked into the throne. The silkworm in the bottle was broken and scattered, and various real estate rights certificates were also turned into a handful of ashes. Art is more than a child's graffiti. It turned into worthless trash, and antiques returned to the dirt as the treats received by contemporary objects. All of them were being sucked into the throne. No, cannot be done. How hard have you been collecting those of mine? Mammon roared desperately, seeing the wealth sucked into the throne. However, the sea of riches only speeds up the decline. These sea and MT baked do not dry out and wear out, but the seawater of gold coins and the mountain of jewels, which were comparable in size, quickly dried up and worn out. And even at this moment, the size of the throne was growing rapidly. The amount written on the electronic board also goes astronomically. And the celestial capitalist pleasure that came from there was completely dominating from Mammon's buttocks to the brain through the bone marrow. I have to get up. I have to get up now. Mammon's appearance was like gambling addicts' gleaming red eyeballs while looking at the plate. What is rationally happening now? I know this is correct, but my body is not following that control. That is Mammon's condition right now. Then, this throne was made for you by the monk. Are you satisfied? Belit looked up at Mammon and narrowed his eyes. Mammon faces Belat's sorrow with an ecstatic expression. Yet, squeak. There is a sound of gold coins rolling around in the empty Mammagian cavity. With the end of the last gold coin being absorbed by the throne, there was no money left in the Mammagian. Only the throne. There is only one throne that has become enormous by sucking up all the wealth of Mammagian and standing alone in the center of this enormous world. At the same time, the black energy that was dyeing Mammon's body also began to be sucked into the throne. As soon as the gold melted away from the golden shiny eyeball, the eyeball collapsed and regained its black color. Moment. Mammon's right head looked up. Heard. His eyes, which had been closed with expressionless expressions, open up. Right. Was this throne made by a teacher? Belit nodded. Yes. This time, I made it not to catch Gordian, but to catch you. It's the best housewarming gift. I was worried because I didn't have a chair. Mammon struck the armrest of the throne on which he was sitting with a bleak expression. His body was almost completely assimilated to the present throne. Just as the meat on a hot iron plate sticks to it, Mammon's lower body is sucked into the throne as if it's melted, so the separation seems to be difficult. Mammon asked in a boiling voice, "Why did you have that hammer? The study in my memory. Wasn't it scrapped?" Mammon had previously abandoned the hammer to the smith. The very hammer that was not chosen by Arpagon. Belit shook his head at those words. Master has kept the hammer as treasure number 1 for his entire life. It was made by the first student for the first time. You always managed whether it was any dirt or rust. Even since you left. 1. Mammon's right head opened his eyes. Belit said, "Master didn't want to bury a drop of blood on that pure, precious hammer. You said it wasn't meant to be used as a weapon. That's why he didn't pick it up that night. With weapon. To be used. Fate. No." When Mammon asked with a blank expression, Belit raised the other hand. There, you can see Mammon's hammer handle attached to a shield that has been all broken and tattered. Armor. Armor that prevented attacks from S+ grade weapons several times with a C+ class. A reversal item dedicated to protecting loved ones. Master did not want tools to hurt people. So, when making weapons, I always handed over them to those who fight for humans. Not to mention the armor. Is it? So, then, to the woman who was a dragon hunter on that snowy mountain. You said you should use this hammer too, not yours. Although I secretly brought it on this trip. After listening to Belit, Mammon opened his mouth for a moment. Then, suddenly, Belit's lips moved. Master said, ? I'm sorry! ! Mammon opened his mouth halfway with a blank expression. And for a long time, I was gazing at the empty air and the golden scent that became empty. Suddenly, his dry lips were sweet. Sue, I understand nothing. I can't. Nothing. The appearance of being in extreme confusion. Yet, the smell of metal, which was filled with the golden scent, gradually began to fade. As if the aura of the plague that had stained Derinquia so badly disappeared, Magi, which was full of Monma, fades like a mist of dawn in the morning. The jade seat, which absorbed all the wealth that was here, even Mammon's Magi, has stopped growing. The throne no longer sucks in wealth, boasting a large and majestic figure, standing tall at the highest point in the center of this vast common area. As if I ate enough. I struck Yunsol and Drake on the shoulders once. And he said with a sigh of relief, Mammon as a devil is dead. It's the end of the raid. And as if supporting my words like that, for the first time in the world, you have succeeded in the Mammon raid of the devil. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Reward is paid. A loud notification sound began to rain in my ears. Worn out newbies. Chapter 450. Memory Study 5. When many days pass and my heart wears out, the memories of you falling in my mind will come back to me. Into the 2 industrial dreams of the future that have grown too big. Your forgotten memories again. Will you think of it? If only I could go into your mind and see. How much meaning can my immature image be? When the dry days pass and my heart wears out, the memories of you falling in my mind will come back to me. Into those dreams of my future that have grown too big. Will you remember my forgotten memories again? After many days. Kim Dongryol, the study of memory. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Stone, 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 stone. The sound of coins rolling. A gold coin struggling down the slope. Burning touches the floor of the throne. Barrel slash. The gold coins were not absorbed by the throne, but they were in contact with the floor of the throne for a while, and then they lost their strength and rolled back down the rain trail. Clink. After that, heavy stillness filled the void. Mamagian, where all the wealth that had overflowed so much has dried up, and the golden scent in this abyss has now turned into a ruin that looks like a young man. The glow that was dizzying my eyes has long since disappeared as if washed. A palace where both gold and jewelry have disappeared. In the center of it, only one large, high, and ornate throne that has stopped growing is solitarily soaring. Mammon. The demon constellation of a black body with two heads. The great devil who consumed all the underground minerals in the world, and whose greed was enough to fill the bottomless pit of the earth. Tiring. You have succeeded in the world's first raid of Mammon, the devil. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Reward is paid. Mammon, the pit of the abyss, has fallen. Mamagian, Wan Moedan, has perished. The Mamagian outer castle is in confusion. The two warlords of the second cataclysm. Pay attention to this deceased person. The Leviathan of the constellation of demons loves your achievements. The alarm sound was officially proclaiming that Mammon's end. Bankruptcy, Poichan. Impossible to regenerate, Weisung, Bukronum. Money soon became known as life. What does this mean? Mammon, the great devil, is dead. Financially, socially, and completely dead. Phew. I hesitated to sit right there. Although Mammon is still alive, that is nothing but dead. Also, as long as it is firmly nailed to the throne, it seems far away to move. Well, since the raid is over, it would be okay to take a break. I lay fully in my seat. Oh, look. From afar, Yunsol and Drake were running. Faces all bowed in fatigue, but shining in joy. We hugged each other and shared the impression of the raid's success for a while. And immediately I checked the status window. Yi continued. LV90. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special. Poisonous, / Sandworm Lander, Special. Drought, / The Devil Sinker, Privilege. Deep Sea, / Tombstone for the Dead, Privilege. Undead, / Hellwheel Great King Crab, Privilege. Closed Battle Veteran, / Maw Catfish Taegong, Special. Undercover, / Kraken Killer, Special. Paleontology, / Pet of Judyloaf, Queen Weu, Privilege. Punch, / Eight-Legged King Beheading, Privilege. Incomplete Metamorphosis, / Lizard Man. Slayer, Privilege, Collection, / Cannibal Emperor Abuser, Privilege. First Cataclysm, / Survivor of the Twisted Nether, Privilege. Saving, / Commander of the Left Legion of Immortality, Privilege. Heart of Female Bees, / Bullman. As Friendly Commander, Privilege. Optional, / Black Dragon Lord Oz's Phase, Privilege. Blood Family Rebirth, / Greed Demonic Constellation Mammon's Phase, Privilege. Sugiano, New. HP 900 of 900. Level up 4 times in a row. Considering that it was after the Death Dragon raid, it was a tremendous amount of experience. Maybe the experience gained from the battle with the Death Worm was also reflected. The fight against Death Worm, which obtained the Abyss buff, also significantly increased the experience, so it would be correct to see that the result of the experience gained only by Mammon raid was 3 consecutive level ups. The title benefit is Itsugiano. The title The Phase of Mammon, the demon constellation of greed, was created. It is quite similar to the title obtained by catching Oz, the Death Dragon. However, unlike the Oz period, the perk rewards were less than what I knew well. Grubber. Eye storage up to 50% of the money of the being damaged or inflicted. Simple ability, but the effect is really deceptive. This is a very open-minded skill. I laughed bloody because I had nothing to say. Depending on how you use it, you have one of the characteristics of morale whose use is endless. But this is not the end. I checked the reward items that came into the inventory. / one-handed weapon / S+. A piece that came off the giant hammer used by Mammon. It contains some of the power that can be beaten into a flatland by hitting a mountain and a bottomless pit by hitting a flatland. Yi physical attack power plus 20,000. Features Great Earthquake available, Special. Items with the same specifications as the hammer used by Mammon in the past were dropped. The Great Earthquake characteristic, which has a destructive power 1 level higher than the Earthquake characteristic, was attached to the ridiculous option of 20,000 attack power. Gauntlet's description says some. It is, but in fact the performance was exactly the same as when it was a hammer. I tried wearing the item. Geek. The hammer-shaped iron gloves were large and heavy. The clunky visual looks as if you took the bag off the hammer and put it on your hand. Not only the fist, but also the forearm, further. It was a huge and heavy equipment that would completely cover the shoulders. It's just a madonking item. This, too, feels like matching the gauntlets obtained by holding the death worm and good breathing. /one-handed weapon /s. It contains the unprecedented power that emanates from the giant body of the death worm. Physical attack, plus 9,900. Characteristic vortex can be used, special. King Madong once again had 2 strong forearms. A palm that has become larger than the lid of the pot. When I rolled up my fists, I felt confident that even if the thing in front of me was a mountain, I could break it down. Indeed, it is worthwhile to deal with a fixed S+ grade monster. And one more thing to watch out for. I also paid attention to the contents of the Alimum I heard after the fight against Mammon. The 2 warlords in the second cataclysm pay attention to the deceased person. It is the same as the content of the alert sound that was heard after repelling Oz, the death dragon in the past. 2 lords accept the 7 dragons and 7 demons. They are paying attention to me. I stroked the head of Judiloff, who had a big ball during Death Worm. I'm sure there will be more friends soon. This, too, is the same as the previous line. Pow. Still, Judiloff only looks up at me with an innocent glance that says he doesn't know anything. Well, it would be easier to know nothing right now. Meanwhile, oh, I'm so uplifted even though I didn't have much contribution this time. This time my contribution is low. Is it? I don't rise that much. I did. Yunsol and Drake also finished checking the status window. Through 1 level up, Drake reached a level of 80 called the Willing Wall. Was it because I was pretty good with Hill and debuff this time? After 3 consecutive level ups, Yunsol rose to level 80, the same as Drake. Both earned the title of Greed Demon Hunter, and this was a very good perk that doubled the amount of damage to demon-type monsters. Furthermore, this. Yunsol and Drake had to be surprised to see the item rewards distributed to them. Surprisingly, Mammon didn't drop any items. But, tiring. Wealths from all over the world that could not be reached in 10,000 days ago belonged to the conquerors. Open an account to check progress. Automatic attribution, first stage -1%. Yunsol and Drake's inventory opened, and a small portion of Mammon's wealth that had been piled up like a pile of money was deposited into the account. I don't know who is the incarnation of money, so it's a mindset that wants to pay for money. But it was too much money to complain about. The amount no one dared to complain about. Tiring. Wealths from all over the world that could not be reached in 10,000 days ago belonged to the conquerors. Automatic attribution increase first stage -3%. Automatic attribution step 116%. Automatic attribution first stage 2%. Automatically attributable first stage 56%. Automatically attributable first stage -72%. Automatically attributable first stage Shanghai Funhao. Sizzling, 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 sizzling. The speed at which money was accumulated was accelerating. It is natural that money brings money, and big money brings big money. Inventory numbers increasingly enter the astronomical realm. Tiring. Automatic attribution completed. First stage -100%. Mammon's last prize was paid in full. I tried to calm my trembling voice. It will be roughly 1.5 billion. Then Yunsol gave a startled expression. Oh my gosh, 1.5 billion won. It's more incredible than the lottery first place. But she was on her legs. Even if I pointed it out, I made it wrong for a long time. I'm sorry, but it's not one. Yunsol and Drake tilted their heads. I once again opened my mouth. It's a dollar symbol.